looking for answers about weird paranormal being. Steve is a weird thing that I cannot explain. I thought he was a shadow person, but he isn't always like a shadow. He can interact with physical objects, can touch me, touch others, and his touch is cold. I call them he because a few times I've heard him speak and it sounded more like a distorted masculine voice. He's tall and I tend to feel a cold near me whenever he's present. He sometimes closes and opens doors, taps on the walls, flicks lights on and off. He's able to imitate mine and my parents' voices. Can look exactly like me, but his eyes are wide open so you can see the white, which is something I can't do. He's also saved my life on multiple occasions, which was always confusing really as to why, Oh, and by the way, Steve's eyes are green. They look as if they're bleeding green. That's basically all you need to know about him. So now I'll go through and tell you all the weird shit I've dealt with. Things that I have a hard time believing even though I'm well aware they happened. Take note that I also wear glasses, so I don't have the best distant eyesight. So, where to start? When I was little, I had an imaginary friend in Steve. This tall, large, black, shadowy figure that would watch me from the hallway. He would often just sit there and stare at me as I played. I invite him inside multiple times, which now I realized was a really stupid thing to do. My cousins weren't the nicest people to me. They often locked me outside rooms, and left me alone for hours locked up. One night they threw me outside and locked the door. It was pitch dark and I was scared. I sat down and sobbed my eyes out until I felt something was there. I told it to just eat me, but I tasted bad. Nothing happened. Eventually, someone opened the door and let me in. I walked up the stairs to go to my grandfather's room, but I turned around and to my surprise and fear, something was staring at me through the glass on the door watching. A while later I was 5 and we moved from Chile to Australia. Rented my parents and I didn't rent my parents, but I rented. Then my parents bought a house. Waited 2 years for it to be constructed and then we had a home. I'd forgotten the exact dates and shit, and I'd spoken about this on Amino, but I'd lost my count. But what happened was, one day I walked into my bathroom to wash my face. I was frowning and looked up into the mirror. My reflection was grinning. I frowned further and it grinned more. As if it was pleased that I saw it. I screamed and ran out of the bathroom, slamming the door shut behind me. Scrambled into my room. Fear set in again as I realized my room had a mirror. I could still see my reflection. So I was caught staring between the bathroom door, afraid my reflection would come and kill me in my room's mirror. My parents came in and asked if I was okay. I said that I had seen a spider. It was nothing. Things went silent for a while until one night, laying in bed staring at the entrance to my room. Out of nowhere, something large and black came and stood in the doorway, hand on the wall, head lowered, eyes just standing there, staring at me. At first, I thought it was my mom who'd come and check up on me, so I moved to put my weight on my arm. Steve moved back. Since I had been wearing my glasses, I just thought it was still my mom standing there. The lights from the living room shone to the hallway, so I could see it was a solid black mass. I called out, "Mom, Dad?" No response. I tried again, "Mom, Dad?" No response again. I was fucking tired. No, I didn't think it was a ghost. First thing on my mind was a home intruder. I feared the worst. My parents, they could be out cold. What if this person had a gun? They could shoot me. Started trembling and crying, but didn't make a sound. Remember reaching for my glasses and putting them on, and it quickly moved away, going to the bathroom. I got out of bed and rushed, just flinging the bathroom door open. There was nothing there, yet the mirror. Oh, fuck. I felt as if something was there. My parents called out asking if I was okay, and I just said yes. I will never forget this. I was little, with 2 friends. We were at a park playing by a lagoon. They had walked off to show their parents something while I stayed behind, for some reason. So I just walked into the water mindlessly. I felt so empty, so lost. I exhaled all the air out of my lungs and inhaled as much water as I possibly could when I fell in. 5 or so minutes passed, or more, can't remember. I did count to 5 minutes, though. I felt sleepy, and I heard a voice with no voice. Like words spoken, yet no voice behind them telling me, get out of the water. Cold hands gripped my armpits, trying to pull me up. I could hear the desperate voice, get out! Eventually, I listened. Tried to swim up, but my foot was stuck. Tried to reach down, but the voice told me not to. So I listened, wiggled my foot, and got it out, leaving my shoe behind. I felt the hands pulling me up and out of the lagoon. Coughed up a shitload of water, yet I felt no pain. My lungs weren't burning in agony. Pulled out a piece of long green shit out of my mouth. Felt it up my throat. My body felt cold. It felt as if I was being supported by something. More time passed. I'd started to forget about this whole Steve thing. Walking out of my room and had my bathroom door open. I look inside only to see a black solid mass. Human-shaped, the exact same height as me standing staring into the mirror. I went fucking pale. I looked forward again and walked to the living room, sat at the table and burst into tears. Tried not to sob so my parents wouldn't know. I just stared at the bathroom that was down the hallway, utterly horrified. Sometime later I got up and went to check. There was nothing. Told myself it could be the lighting, but fuck. I know it wasn't the lighting. Wasn't any clothes hanging off the shower to cast a shadow. Yet I knew it wasn't a shadow. It had been a solid fucking black mass standing there. This is when things started to get out of hand. Knocking on walls, opening and closing of doors. It was rather scary at first. The first time I'd heard him tapping was when I'd been in bed. Behind me, he tapped on the wall, so I tapped back. A few days later, there was tapping in the wall in front of me, so I called out his name. Then he tapped in my dad's workroom and freaked my parents the fuck out. My dad ran to the studio and I asked if I was tapping on the walls. I said no, I was honestly trying not to laugh at how scared my parents were. Footsteps were something I'd heard a couple of times. Wasn't much, just a few of them. Well, silence again. Although one day, when I guess I was just watching TV and my mom was there in her room and we heard it. Loud thumping footsteps from the hallway coming to her room. Mom grabbed me and hugged me tightly. She started trembling and was scared. She began praying and told me to pray as well. I watched where the footsteps were as they entered the room and stopped at the front of the bed. Mom hugged me for quite a while until she thought it was gone. More shit started happening. The footsteps became more frequent. Knocking, doors, all that stuff became more normalized. He would sometimes make loud growling noises and scratching. I'd spotted him watching me down the hallway multiple times, yet never managed to get a decent look at him. He spoke to me when I was annoyed, mumbling. His voice had sort of been distorted, and it was a male voice. It was quite scary, actually. I'd been in my room minding my own business when I heard my mom yell for me to open the door. Got off my bed and she came inside. The door somehow unlocked on its own. She smiled at me and asked why I had come to stare at her and lock the door. I went pale. Told her I hadn't left my room. She laughed and said she saw an exact copy of me standing there, staring at her and locking the door and then walking down the hallway to her room, never toward mine. So she'd been confused by the fact it came from my room and not hers. Yet time passed again, and I was in an awful state of mind. I was more suicidal than ever, felt more depressed than usual, and just wanted death to claim my name. I was walking to my studies down a walkway, and that's when I fell toward the road. I saw a car incoming, and it beeped its horn at me. Couldn't bring myself to care. I was falling. That's when a cold hand grabbed my wrist and yanked me off the road, saving my life. Stood there shocked and shouted at the dude for beeping their horn at me. I turned to thank my savior. There was no one there. Touched my wrist, it was cold, as if a hand had grabbed it, and happened twice. The third time he saved me was when I'd been walking to the bus stop after studies. I was feeling like shit. I stopped out of nowhere in the middle of the road and then walked extremely slowly. I felt two cold hands shove me out of the way. Nearly fell flat on my face at the end of the walkway. Got up to shout at the person, but a car swooshed right in front of my face. Could have died. Nobody was there again. Two things happened after some time, though. Maybe a few weeks or a month later, I wasn't myself. I was angry. I was aggressive, acting like the old me that I despised so much. I'd been sitting at the living room doing a craft project to try to get the nerves out. It was 12 o'clock, so midnight. Got up, realizing it was so late, and went to close the window. A voice in my head said not to close it. I could feel a presence there, yet I was so angry I did. Slammed it shut and walked to go get a glass of water. And that's when I heard it. The fucking door had clicked. It slid open, slammed shut, and quickly clicked back to shut again, and the door was broken. So you had to quickly slam it shut and click the lock to close it. I turned, nobody there as usual, yet I could feel something. Could feel something staring. It was angry. Really angry. Hateful even. Wanting to tear me apart. Got the water, walked to my room, tried to pretend there was nothing there. He followed me. Stood at my doorway, glaring. I tried to go to sleep, but fucking hell, I'd never had such horrifying, gory nightmares as I did that night. I woke up so many times, every 5 or 10 minutes, trying to scream, tears running down my eyes. Desperately trying to stay awake, but my body felt too heavy. Eventually, I woke up crying and stopped. Felt a cold hand rest on my shoulder, and I finally got an hour's sleep. Peaceful sleep. His weirdly aggressive manner didn't change for a few months. He continued to slam doors angrily. Presence felt unpleasant and displeased in a way, maybe. I'd sat on my bed watching a Markiplier video of him playing a horror game. There were footsteps on the video, but there was some that sounded off, so I paused it. Mind you, I was wearing noise-canceling headphones. Footsteps continued. I was confused and unpaused the video, thinking it hadn't paused it. Paused it again. I could hear the footsteps still. Slowly took the headphones off, and loud and clear footsteps coming toward my room. Stopped at the doorway, back down that hallway, then back toward my room. At first, I thought a home intruder, so I looked for an item to defend myself. A pencil, at the very least, to stab them if they tried to grab me. There was nothing. I started crying, and I was utterly horrified. I'd never understood how people who hunt paranormal could just grab and record, because I could not bring myself to grab my fucking stupid phone. I was so fucking scared I couldn't move. Just cover my mouth to stop myself from screaming. Eventually, I grew the courage to get off the bed, and when I looked down the hallway, there was nothing there yet. I heard the footsteps coming back and forth until my parents arrived home. Steve headed to the living room and left. I got better. Steve went back to normal, all his normal stuff. He no longer was scaring me, trying to hurt me. He was just his old self, you could say. knocking, doors, random pokes, and the usual. Though he still managed to give me more than a good enough of a fright. While cleaning the kitchen floor, I heard my own voice call out to me, "Come over here. Come." I laughed and called me over again. I was home alone and immediately grabbed a knife, scared for my life. Then he started laughing like crazy. Then silence. Eventually, I looked down the hallway to my parents' room. There was nothing. This was the 4th time Steve saved my life, and the one time my mom saw it with her own 2 eyes. We were at the train station. I had felt weird. I started to walk toward the edge of the station. Yellow line that leads over the edge to the rails. Train was coming. A few seconds from arrival, I put my foot over and I felt my body starting to fall forward. I locked eyes with my mom and she looked scared, unable to do anything. Then 2 cold arms wrapped around my waist, pulled me back right as the train passed by, pulling me out of danger. Mom was furious with me, but once we got off the train and reached the car, she started crying, saying that I should be dead. I should have been gutted in the rails. She looked at me and said she saw something pull me out of the way. Saw me as I was pulled back. She couldn't believe it. She said she didn't know whether it was a guardian angel, didn't know if it was a ghost, or God, or some sort of entity wanting to protect me, but whatever it was, it had saved my life. As we drove home, I asked her if she had ever seen a tall black figure with long fingers. She had turned to face me, looking dead serious. Asked me how on earth I knew about him. I told her I'd seen him since I was a child. And he's been with me since, well, forever. And that's when I found out that, Steve here, he had been with us for years. When Mom and Dad had gotten together and bought a house in Chile, the house was built from zero. But for some reason, they both saw Steve, the tall, black, shadowy figure. They'd see him standing in the doorway, when they'd go to sleep especially. Mom told me Steve loved my room. It was almost as if he knew Mom was going to have a baby, and it was waiting. My parents weren't the only ones who saw him. Our maid, who was my mom's friend, had seen him and screamed. She had been so scared she never came back to clean the house again. My mom's mother saw it too. She got scared, called a priest to cleanse the house of the spirit. It didn't work. When I was born, Steve stopped bothering my parents and stuck with me for some odd reason. As I told my mom about how I'd seen Steve and, he was still here, she got scared and decided to start cleansing the house again. She told me she was going to shut every mirror, since they are meant to be portals for the other side, she said. Or she said they were meant to be portals for the other side. Now, things continue as usual. He just does whatever he always does. Normal Steve things. Then the fucker decides to really mess with my parents. Sitting inside, cooking with Mom while Dad's outside. He sees, quote-unquote, me, ask him if he wants a glass of water, and he says, he's or I walk away, but never come back. He comes in angrily, asks why I didn't give him water. I stared and I said I haven't left my seat. He got angry and shouted at me until Mom yelled that I wasn't lying. He went pale, said he had seen an exact copy of me go outside and ask him if he had wanted water. Mom had the same experience when she saw me standing in her room. Asked her something, yet I was in the living room. I hadn't moved from my location. Another time my dad saw, quote-unquote, me standing by the large fence, staring at it. He didn't interact, though. He said I looked off, so he kept his distance and ignored me. And then I was gone. Basically, Steve being a little shit. We went back to Chile to visit my parents' families. I was always alone lying in bed since I despised... I was really the one that was despised. But my parents' families, they thought what they did. Thing was, my cousin saw me, standing there on multiple occasions staring at them hatefully. But whenever they tried to approach, I'd walk away behind something and just disappear. They yelled at me thinking I was playing pranks on them, even though I wasn't. They blamed me for the strange occurrences, since the only time they happened was when I was around. When at one of my aunt's houses, there was a small house she'd built on her mother's property, like a 3-minute walk away. I was with my cousin watching TV when all of a sudden there was a loud, obsessive scratching and growling on the floor. It became louder, more desperate, more angry. My cousin got scared and grabbed my wrist tightly, yanking me off the bed. He shouted for his mom, who came running. Then they stared at the exact same spot as I. She grabbed a rifle and light and ran outside with us in the tot, but there was nothing under the house. She turned, glared at me, yelled I brought nothing but trouble. Weird shit only happens when I'm around. Got sad and walked back to the other house. I could hear footsteps behind me. When I stopped, they took like a second longer to stop. I continued and I thanked Steve for staying with me. Mom's mother spotted me when I was alone, glared at me, said I was cursed, said I was evil, said something evil followed me, something with malicious intent. And I'll be honest with you, I'd wanted to talk gibberish to make her think I was possessed or some shit, scared the living fuck out of the people who were making my life living hell. I still didn't really believe in the paranormal yet. I partly did due to Steve. I sat outside later that night crying and wanted to go home to Australia. I felt Steve sit behind me and I smiled and thanked him for keeping me company. Seconds before my mom opened the door, he vanished. We came to Australia. Finally, I was home. A few months passed and my dad's mother passed away. And on the day of her funeral, I was inside the room with my parents watching a live feed of the funeral. I turned around to look at the foggy glass door of the study room. Right there, against the glass, was Steve's face, eyes boring into me. Pulled away once he realized I noticed him. I went out of the room eventually, but he wasn't there anymore. There was a thunderstorm. Really bad one a couple of months later, I believe. I was laying in bed, still awake, messing around at my device when I heard the door slide open. I recognized the noise as the fly door and swore the wind probably opened it. So that meant I needed to go lock it before it could potentially break from slamming open and shut. But then the slider window door opened up. Heard the clicks and then it was closed. I froze in horror, then heard a masculine voice I recognized as Steve's. Hello? Hello? I didn't respond at first. Eventually I called back. Steve? There's no reply, so I just hid back under the blankets. That's when I heard footsteps coming toward my room. Stopped right outside it. Then there was 1, 2, and I thought it was Mom. 3. I sighed, took my blankets off, only to come face to face with a huge fucking black figure standing over the edge of my bed. 2 green, bleeding eyes staring at me. Then he ran. He ran right out of my room, and I just sat there in shock. Time passed on as usual. Then this bullshit happens. So I'd been pissed off and shouted at Steve to give me proof he was real. To show me. At least let me record one thing that would prove he was real. A few days later, Fucking 1 a.m. or some shit in the morning. Curtains in the living room start banging against the glass. I get scared as fuck. There's a huge windstorm outside. Of course, first thing I assume is that a window's open. Yet my common sense tells me the curtains would have been banging from earlier, and also the fact that we had turned on the heater and we had closed all the windows. The grills for the air conditioner were all shut, so no air could have come through those either. I was scared. I mean, fucking dead-ass crying scared. My cat was in my lap, so I knew it wasn't him. I heard my parents in their room moving around, so it wasn't them. The sound continued and stopped out of nowhere. Loud footsteps came toward my room and stopped at my doorway. Grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. I saw nothing, but I could feel eyes on me. A bit passed, and he walked away. Heard his footsteps all the way back to the curtains, and they started banging again. Like fucking hell. Like, that kind of shit is scary and incredible. I couldn't believe it. Steve just came to see if I was recording. Went back to make sure I got a fucking recording, like, damn, man. Showed the recording to my mom, which is a really shitty audio recording. And when she heard the curtains banging, she went pale. So did my dad. She cleansed the house again and asked me to stop interacting with Steve. Small, random things that have happened, or him patting me on the head when I was walking down the hallway. It was after watching a horror movie. I was scared, and he soothed my worries. Another, he adjusted my glasses since they were shunky. It was random, but sweet. He threw a piece of paper across the table when I had wanted it, and he neatly put all my sparkles into an envelope folded paper, which I don't fucking know how he did that without me seeing. Like, the fuck, man. When I hadn't wanted to shower, and then the tap opened and closed. Bathroom door opened and closed too. I glared and told him to fuck off. He didn't have anything to clean, so he can't show off. These really are some of the main stuff, and honestly, do any of you have any fucking idea what the hell he is? He's been driving me mental for years. I'm literally 23 dealing with this motherfucker still. Honestly, if you have any ideas what he could potentially be or want, I'd greatly appreciate the insight. It's funny. I'm not even scared anymore. It's more entertaining and me just wanting to figure out what's going on. As I've never believed in the paranormal until this asshole decided to drive me mental. I like this kid. Spirits in my house. In 2011, me and my mother, my grandmother, and my then stepfather moved into a new house. And over the course of the last 13 years, we had multiple events that we cannot explain rationally. First event. The first event was about a month after moving in. I was on my bed. I was trying to fall asleep, or was I simply chilling? I don't remember. I was 19 at the time, and I'm now 32. I was laying there, and suddenly I heard a voice right above me. Some sort of evil voice saying gibberish. It didn't last long, but it was scary. Thought that my brain played a hell of a trick to me. A year later, I was with my mother in the car, and out of the blue, she asked me if anything strange ever happened to me in the house. I was taken by surprise and didn't know what to answer. But then I remembered the voice. So I told her. She was flabbergasted. She too heard a voice in her room, and more precisely, a laughter. She says that she and my then stepfather were in bed, and she heard a strange sound, like the sound of plastic wrapper being manipulated. My stepfather, we're going to call him Bob, used to eat lots of candy, and he was laying on his side, so maybe it was him. Bob, is that you making this sound? Bob wakes up confused and says, "No, I'm sleeping," and goes back to sleep. My mother thought it was weird when 2 minutes later she says she heard a demonic laughter come out of the corner of her room. She panicked and yelled at Bob to stop this bullshit. Bob woke up confused. He was sleeping. So to make this clear, a normal family moved into a new house, and after 2 months of them heard voices in their room. That happening once is already random as hell. But to 2 people, what are the odds? But it doesn't stop there. Second event. My mother and Bob went to visit friends of theirs, and during the evening, one of them asked just like, "Hey guys, what do you think about spirits and paranormal? Do you believe in it?" My mother didn't say a word at the time. And Bob, an ice block of a man too proud to show vulnerability, opens up and claims he heard the computer chair moving downstairs. And at the moment, my mother gasps and says, "What, you heard it too and didn't tell me?" Now, we'd have 2 adults saying that they heard the computer chair moving by itself at the same time on 2 different occasions. There's no suggestion possible because they both heard it and didn't tell the other. What are the odds? Couldn't possibly be the cat because it was a little 5-pound cat. She would have had to jump with all her force on the chair, then jump back on it and have the chair roll back exactly where it was on 2 different occasions at the same hour. Plus, with the chair against the wall, she couldn't possibly gain enough momentum to move back where it was. The only other explanation is that I'd have to be sleepwalking and moving the chair, which is also unlikely. Other events. Now, what follows are other events that mostly happened to my mother, but they're not in any chronological order, just the events that we know that happened. Event number 1. On at least 3 different occasions, my mother claimed she heard somebody say "Mom" right in her ear as she was walking up the stairs to her room. I asked her if she's sure because the sound "Mom" is not a long one, but she assured me that it was clear. Event number 2. One time, my mother was getting ready to go to work. She was in the stairway lacing her boots, and she claims that she felt an unnatural coldness. Like a freezer, she said, passing through her sideways. If it were a ventilation problem, it would have re-happened, but it didn't. Event number 3. Once my mother came back from work and had to rush to the bathroom. She put her cell phone on the kitchen counter and went there. While she was there, she heard something fall. Once done, she saw her cell phone had been pushed off the counter. The most plausible explanation to that is maybe the cat, but knowing that cat, it's hard to believe. That cat couldn't displace air if she tried. She always was super careful with her every step. Event number 4. My mother claims she once heard the side door open and close exactly if it was back from school, or me coming back from school. She waited for me to go down that stair, but I never did. She went to go see, and the door was closed and locked. Event number 5. On October 10th, 2018, I know because I wrote it when it happened, I was on my bed and heard the front door open. I thought it was my mother coming back from work. I heard footsteps outside of my room, the kitchen, and the faucet was turned on. Went out of my room to greet my mom, but when I opened the door, there was no one but the faucet had been opened midway. About 5 to 10 minutes later, my mom was back from work and I asked her why she went back outside. She didn't understand. She said that she had just arrived. I asked her, "Then who used the faucet?" We looked at each other confused and laughed it off. The most plausible explanation is that it would have been my grandmother upstairs that used the faucet. But there's a few problems with that one. First, my grandma has her own door. In 13 years, I never heard it open once from my room. Secondly, every time she goes downstairs is to talk to someone. She makes her presence known and does not exactly linger. Third, not only she would have been using the faucet, she never does. But she would have used it and left it running, which she never did before and after, and she's 93 today and can still drive. Plus, if her faucet had a problem, she would have let us know. Fourth, more of an anecdote, but Christian Page, a well-known paranormal investigator from Quebec, where I'm from, claims on his website to have slept he and his girlfriend in an apparently haunted hotel room. In 2 days, nothing happened except one thing. The faucet had been left opened midway. Event number 6. My mother and my new stepfather, let's call him Bob too, were back from the bar and decided to make food. They were eating in the dining room, and they're at the dining room table, and it was around 1 a.m. Both of them claimed to have heard someone growl loudly next to the stairwell. That's where most of the strange things happen. Once again, 2 adults heard the same thing at the same time, so it makes it less likely to be a hallucination. And if it were something natural, that's something that would have re-happened. Event number 7. Bob, too, was sleeping on the couch in the living room. He was woken up by a strange bang near the stairwell. When he told my mom, he had said that something had happened before. However, I wasn't really made aware of this. Event number 8. Around 2 to 3 years ago, I woke up one morning feeling well. I opened the door to my room, made 2 steps in the kitchen, and froze in the living room. Right behind the kitchen counter, I saw what I can only describe as an apparition. It was a human outline with no feature. The inside of the body was transparent and blurry. It had yellowish-colored spots on its chest. You'd think I would shit my pants, but nope. I was more intrigued than anything. In my mind, it was like, okay, another strange thing's happening here. I was looking at it, and it was seemingly looking at me, and then turned and went to the corridor. The whole thing lasted about 5 seconds, and when it was over, I just laughed and said, okay, what the fuck have I just seen? I don't take drugs. I don't smoke. I wasn't sick, tired, or injured, and I was wet when I saw this ghost. I thought it might have been hypnagogic hallucination, but I actually had one recently, and that thing I saw does not fit the bill. Only explanation I can imagine, and might be ridiculous, I remember that around the same time I witnessed a surprisingly violent accident inside of a bus. There was no blood, a man wasn't seriously injured, and he eventually stood up, but I was shocked. Now, I don't remember the timeline correctly, but let's imagine that I saw the ghost the day after. Could it be that I was so shocked that my brain somehow made me hallucinate the morning after? Sounds insane, but this is the only thing I can imagine. That or a random DMT leak from my brain. Which can happen. Surely nonsense, but when you know nothing, you don't even know what can make sense. Event number 9. Last summer, 2024, my mother was in the swimming pool and she was talking to my grandma who was in the doorway of the patio. Suddenly, while they were talking, they heard some sort of noise, like a growl coming from inside. My grandma, who was never made aware that there might be spirits in the house, turned to look inside the house, confirming that the sound did come from the house. Didn't understand. My mother laughed. Event number 10. One night as she was attempting to sleep alone in her bed, my mother claimed she felt someone with her, as if someone was getting right over her. Looking at Google, the result I got was she was a victim of the incubus syndrome. Thing that happens to 1 woman out of 11 in their lifetime. Wow, that's a high statistic. She assured me that it was weird, but nothing out of Hollywood. However, not too long after that, my mother got a call from my sister. Mom, I have something to tell you. She also had the same thing happen to her. Now, during the short time that my sister lived with us, it happened. 2 people had that happen to them at the same place during the same period. What are the odds? Experience number 11. At night, my mother woke up to go to the bathroom next to her door. When going there, she heard 2 knocks on the wall next to her. She was scared, but didn't react. When coming back, there was 3 knocks. She got so scared that she actually lost her footing and fell on her bed in sort of a comical way. So, while I do hope that spirits are actually real, I know that despite the several statistical impossibilities, none of these are proof, but what else are we supposed to think? That by moving here, we all randomly became schizophrenic? Maybe we're all mad, but only when we're in this house? Or that by being in this house, anybody can be subject to neurological tomfoolery? If the concept of spirit had not been created or discovered, we would have made it. It's easy to think that we might be scared, nervous, and that we might lack judgment. Maybe that's why we had so many strange shit happen to us. And it all happened by the power of suggestion, but no. These events all happened. We were all calm and going about our daily business. I, for one, actually did not care about the events. They were unsettling when they were happening, but that was it. Even if the quote-unquote apparition I saw I nearly forgot about, these events become important for me recently because I had a major existential death anxiety crisis and it was the worst thing I ever went through. But we even played Ouija for the first time in our life last October. Nothing happened. If we all made it up by ourselves, something would have certainly happened. In quotes. Also, not really proof of anything, just a comical detail. When we moved in, I have no memory of it, but my mother told me that the people before us had placed angel statues near the windows, and that they left 2 letters in drawers saying things like, "We welcome you and we bless this house." As of now, our house is not even 20 years old, and we're just the 3rd tenants. Lastly, I will end with this. If spirits are real, then there are 2 things that we can say about them. 1, that they are a rare occurrence, and 2, that they're kind of an ambiguous thing. Since they are so rare and unidentified, could it be that a ton of things were wrongly attributed to them and got debunked, and rightly so? So much so that, in time, we become conditioned to think that they can't exist. If spirits are real, then it only makes sense that the scientific explanations are such a hair-puller. What do you guys think? A little bit similarly to you. A little bit. Amityville Horror House, 112 Ocean Avenue. This is WOR. Stay tuned for In Conversation. First, this bulletin from the WOR newsroom. 6 members of one family been found shot to death in their night clothes in their expensive home in Amityville, Long Island. The only available information at this moment, according to the Amityville Village Police, is that the MEM victims have been identified as members of the DeFeo family. They were found by 23-year-old son, Ronald DeFeo, who is believed to be the only surviving member of the family. 6 members of one family found shot to death in their home in Amityville, Long Island. We will have further details on the 11 o'clock news. This was the first radio broadcast to announce the murders in Amityville Horror House at 112 Ocean Avenue. The entire DeFeo family were shot by one of their own, Ronald. This terrible event would spark the start of a current-day legend. A legend around which 15 Amityville films were made. Ronald, to begin with, claimed that a hitman murdered them, whom he named. But this tale was proved wrong for the reason that the intended hitman was not in New York at the time of the murders. The very next day, Ronald confessed to having killed his family, all by himself. He stated, "It all started so fast. Once I started, I just couldn't stop, and went so fast." What he called it started around 3 in the morning at 112 Ocean Street. Ronald took his .35 caliber rifle and psychotically shot his brothers, sisters, mother, and father. 1 bullet for his siblings, 2 for his parents. Later, Ronald bathed and redressed, threw his gun into the swimming pool, then went to work normally. It wasn't till later that day at around 6:30 p.m. that Ronald opened up about the death of his family. While Ronald's story about the bloody event had been inconsistent, the most famous claim is that he had killed his family due to demonic voices in his head. At some point in his trial, Ronald's advocate set up a defense of insanity, which was supported by means of a court psychiatrist. Regardless, the judgment determined Ronald was both responsible and had control over his actions, sentenced him to 6 consecutive life sentences. In the following years, Ronald claimed that he was under the influence of drugs and alcohol when he executed the murders. In another model of the story, his sister Dawn was the murderer. His story has changed so often that the handiest reality, which we kind of now are certain of, is that Ronald DeFeo is a liar. Certainly, perhaps the most demonic issue of the Amityville murders is the creativeness of the killer himself. However, in spite of Ronald's terrible lies, there are things which make this case peculiar. All the victims had been located lying on their stomachs, without signs of struggle. Toxicology reports have proved that no sedatives were used, and police determined no proof of Ronald having used a silencer on his very loud rifle. How, then, did the DeFeos continue to be asleep in their beds as Ronald killed them one after the other? Dr. Howard Edelman, the examiner on the case, said that he was mystified as how a single gunman could have committed the crime. In reaction, there have been several competing theories, but none in reality satisfies the question of how Ronald went on a flurry of kills when the others were asleep. Even if the house did not already host an evil entity, being the scene of such a grotesque crime, it could have hosted one after these events. A bit over a year later, 112 Ocean Avenue, the scene of these dreadful murders, it became home to a new family. The residence, with all of its furniture intact, was sold to George and Kathy Lutz, and their 3 kids. Although they had knowledge about the gruesome things that had taken place there, the Lutzes were positive, describing the residence as their dream home. They even set up a sign that named the house High Hopes. But they could only inhabit the house for 28 days. They would forcefully emerge from its partitions, running out in their nightwear, leaving behind all of their possessions and never returning. While you listen to any of the Lutz's testimonies, there's a feeling that they're saying the truth. On the very first day of moving into the house, the Lutzes commenced feeling as though something wasn't right. A family friend and neighborhood Catholic priest, Father Randolph Pecoraro, visited the house to perform a blessing. George told what occurred in one of his final interviews before his death in 2006. Whilst blessing, the priest was disturbed by a weird feeling he got in one of the upstairs bedrooms. Pecoraro told about it to George, who informed him that it'd be the stitching room. The priest, who supposedly appeared relieved, then stated, "That's good, as long as no one sleeps in there." Paranormal activities unfolded very soon. Within a week, Kathy's hand had been touched by something that we discussed and couldn't explain. It was just something unseen. Those are George's own words. We also had hordes of flies that would appear within the rooms. And no matter how many times we would kill them, they would reappear. Lisa added in the interview. It wasn't in the water. The floor itself turned black. And at first it was one bathroom, then another, And then telephone repairmen came 3 times because each time they tried to communicate with the priest, we could just run into faulty connections. George added in the interview. Time and again, noises jolted in family from their sleep during the night. George was the one who was disturbed the most. He described how the front door would violently open and close, and when he investigated, he'd see it locked with the dog asleep in front of it. Paranormal investigator Ed Warren, he drew interest in how most of the paranormal events occurred at 3 o'clock in the morning, the same time Ronald DeFeo murdered his own family. Kathy Lutz mentioned that she got into a state of deep contented lethargy in the house. She would by no means want to leave. Even the simplest of chores became too much for her. Others have said how the house appeared to age Kathy, both mentally and physically. On the night that they fled the house, George claims to have witnessed his wife become an aged woman before his very eyes. The visage took several hours to wear off. Although it's too easy to push aside the Lutz's tale as a made-up one, the consistency with which they maintain their story makes it arguably believable. The documentary, filmed in 2012 after the deaths of both Kathy and George, it's introduced additional proof and intrigue to the Amityville case. For the first time since 1976, one of the Lutz's youngsters, Daniel Lutz, came forward to discuss his childhood experience. Daniel has corroborated his mom's and stepfather's stories while adding some of his own. One of the most disturbing events, which was haunting him since the day it befell, was he saw the door of the boathouse open and shut repeatedly, with extreme violence. The family dog, Harry, with his pen behind beside the boat residence, was visibly disturbed. In an attempt to get away, he jumped over the fence and just apparently seemed to hang himself. After rescuing the dog, it took Daniel and George an amazing effort to close the door. It was then Daniel remembers one of the weirdest elements of his stories at Amityville. In the course of the interview, his own disbelief at what he saw, even a few years later, is quite obvious to look at. When the reporter asked, "What did you see? Was it in the window?" Daniel replied, "It would have been what looked like a cartoon character of an angry pig with wolf-like teeth." When he and George went upstairs to investigate, they found a rocking chair moving all by itself. Daniel claimed that he was possessed by a powerful entity in the house. Even after leaving the Amityville house, Daniel was sent to a Catholic monastic school by his parents. There, the priests performed exorcism rituals for a year to rid him of the demon which had possessed him in that house. I had just gotten in a fight with George about, I don't even remember anymore. So by the time I got to the second landing, I was projected up the stairs and to the wall. My mother was like 15 feet behind me. I know that the spirit of some other thing passed right through me. My mother was standing right there. She broke down and cried. That was the most horrible thing that she'd ever seen. I stand up and my body starts like I no longer have control of myself. She jumped around in shock like something just scraped her or touched her. And it entered into me, through me. And if I have to describe what it felt like, I would say it was a numbness after being shot. And like somewhere in the room it said, "It is you." It was like sub-bass, like a gargle and a crackle to it. And that stuck with me for at least a decade on a daily basis. Are the words from Daniel in the interview. On the last night the Lutzes spent at Amityville, an unseen force lifted Kathy and the two boys up with their beds. Daniel says he still remembers the sense of terror he felt as the headboard of his and his brother's bed smashed at each other in the ceiling. They were trapped on the beds as it levitated. This became the tipping point, and they couldn't tolerate it anymore. After 28 days of living with a constant feeling of terror, the Lutzes called Father Pecoraro, who suggested that they go away from the house and spend the night at another place. In March of 1976, psychics, paranormal researchers, and a news crew were allowed access to 112 Ocean Avenue. Amongst the investigators were Ed and Lorraine Warren. During the initial investigation, Lorraine got repulsed when she entered one of the rooms, which was later observed to have been the bedroom of Ronald DeFeo. Lorraine believed that even as numerous spirits roamed the house, there was one unique entity which was more powerful and more malevolent than the others. When we went into the house that day, we didn't realize that it was diabolically infested. This case had everything. It had the monstrosities of the night which roamed that house, which infested it, which caused a young man to murder his whole family. The Amityville case affected our personal lives more than any case we ever worked on. This is what the Warrens had to say about the house in an interview. The Warrens' photographer captured the notorious photo of a spectral kid in a doorway. A few have speculated that this is the youngest member of the family to be murdered in 1974, John Matthew DeFeo. Daniel Lutz states that each one of the hauntings was brought by George Lutz. In spite of denials during his lifetime, Daniel asserts that George was a person who enjoyed occult rituals. I think somewhere along the line that George's beliefs and practices and things that he was directly involved with triggered and was a catalyst to what was going on in the house. It was kind of like a magic trick gone bad that you couldn't shut off, said Daniel. He also states that George used to be an abusive stepfather, a reason that led him to leave the house at the age of 15. It was interesting that Daniel might corroborate the tale of a man who repulsed him and abused him as a child. His statements might give insights into why George preserved all the possessions of folks that had died in the residence before. Should it be that as a dabbler inside the occult, George knew something of the alleged power of death and blood? Possibly George Lutz had attempted to interact with this energy. In the process of interacting with the souls of the DeFeos, did George disturb something darker? As a result, did he unleash demonic forces which he couldn't control upon himself and his own family? Unfortunately, all we're able to do is raise questions. Unexplained series of events. I wouldn't call myself a medium or anything of that nature, but my whole life I've felt like I've seen things and have been connected to something that just never felt right. I've always had odd paranormal experiences that nobody else has had or seen around me. Both my parents had had unexplainable feelings and premonitions. I don't particularly believe in that and would usually just push it off to everybody just being crazy. I honestly have started to think that I was or am crazy. My mom used to see things that would come true, but not like see the future type, but see things that would have significance to events yet to come. For an example, one night after moving into her house, she had several dreams of snakes. Visions of snakes everywhere. And she mentioned it to me, but I thought she was just crazy. Nights later, her fiancé at the time got up to use the bathroom, stepped on something squishy. He flipped the lights on to discover a snake. They called animal control only to discover an infestation of snakes in the attic. My mom was very artistic and would draw things, and always talked about visions of apples, and would always tell me, "Don't bite the apple." She would reference Snow White biting the apple and going into a deep sleep. Even biting the apple, etc. Eve biting the apple, etc. Close to her passing, she made this reference a lot, and oddly enough, my mom was hospitalized and went into a coma where she passed away a month after being in said coma. Freaked me out, honestly, and I'm sure you're probably thinking that it was just chance that she died the same way she kept mentioning. That's what I thought too. My great-grandmother was in the hospital close to her death. Said that my great-grandfather had been visiting her. He passed away years prior. She said that he was coming to get her. Days later, she passed. My father fell to his knees one day and he said that he felt in his chest that something was wrong with our cousin. Shortly after, he got a phone call saying that he had been killed in a car accident. To give a few references of these unexplained events that have happened to me, I'm going to drop a few stories and honestly would like to see what anyone thinks. Is it all in my head? Or could there be a slight chance that maybe I'm not crazy? When I was a toddler, probably 3 or so, my mom and I were driving in as we were passing a wreck on the road. A semi had crushed a car, and the vehicle was destroyed as it was under the semi. The vehicle was so bad you couldn't tell the make or model barely. As we passed by, I started shouting at my mom that it was my aunt. My body knew, and I kept saying it over and over. My mom reassured me that it wasn't, as you couldn't see the person trapped under nor tell the make of the vehicle. We arrived at my grandmother's house, where we received a call saying that my aunt had been in a wreck and had went under the semi. The woman trapped under was in fact her. When I was around 10 or 11, I went to visit a friend's family with them on a family trip to upstate New York. They lived down a back street, but all close by each other in what felt like a family compound. The first few days felt completely fine, but there was one night where we all gathered outside. I believe they were having a bonfire outside, and we all started telling ghost stories. I was 11 or so, and of course their goal was to try and scare me, which ultimately didn't work, and as the night progressed, I started hearing things in the surrounding woods, and then noticed a figure in the upstairs window looking down on everyone. I pointed it out, and when everybody came to look, as you would, nobody was there. Thought it may have been a cruel prank until I realized that every person was accounted for outside. For what felt like eternity, I kept thinking about that figure in the back of my head as my thoughts raced through it. I saw the figure once again, made a slight comment about it before my computer had a weird glitch, and at this point, the family seemed annoyed that I kept bringing up something that wasn't there. Later on in the night, my friend who I traveled with pulled me to the side and let me know that she did in fact see something as well, but was afraid nobody would believe her as they didn't believe me. We left the next day, but the eerie feeling remained. Now, I'm sure I know what you're thinking. Scary stories plus a child's active imagination equals seeing things that aren't real. However, just indulge me. Keep reading. On February 14th, 2014, I was in middle school. It was Valentine's Day, and it was Friday, right before the weekend. That morning, my teacher handed out a word scramble for fun, where you make as many words with the letters from the words you're given, like the game Anagrams. The words were Happy Valentine's Day. The first word I came up with was death followed by die. I kept circling back to those words, and they repeated in my head over and over. The school day ended, and I was walking home, and my house was surrounded by ambulances. My grandfather walked to the bus stop and said something had happened, and we would talk about it later. To keep the story short, my stepfather had died in his sleep from conjunctive heart failure. I moved from that house to live with another family member after his death. When I turned 14, my great-aunt's boyfriend at the time had a heart attack and died. They'd been together for a long time, but he never married her. He was often cold toward everyone in the family, and although they were together for a long time, he refused to marry her. Several years prior to that was the last time I'd spoken to them, as my family were not close, and I mentioned the fact that they weren't married and asked why that was. To be fair, children have no filter and say whatever they think in that moment. In that moment, I could feel the mood change, and the tension could be cut with a knife, and his energy felt sinister, like his spirit was just evil, almost as if he was surrounded by darkness. I hadn't spoken to them since that moment until I found out he had passed away. My family consoled my great aunt, and we all helped her pack the house up to get ready to move in with us. She could no longer stay in the house. We finished packing up her house within 2 days, and toward the end, my aunt pulled me aside and let me know how thankful she was that I was there, but told me that when her boyfriend was having his heart attack, he pulled her and he had this sinister tone. He told her, "If something happens to me, don't let your great-nephew into this house." Hearing that only caused me to have an kind of off feeling while we were finishing up. Days after, she moved into her home, and I was sleeping when I felt like sleep paralysis started to kick in. I laid in my bed feeling helpless. That's when I saw a figure creep over me, screaming at me. And I will never forget the words it said. "Get out!" It screamed at me, shaking me, and I laid still. It then raised its hand at me and struck me in the face. I sat up quickly out of my state of sleep and in shock and in fear. I was thinking I just had the worst nightmare. My face was burning from what I thought was just a dream, but when I touched it, I noticed it was wet. I rushed to the bathroom, noticing that there was now a gash on my face and blood was dripping down. I never said anything because at the time my other family member that I lived with was having schizophrenic hallucinations. And not only that, severe PTSD from being in the military. She had said that she would see shadow figures, and always assumed she was just having another episode. I didn't want to trigger another episode, so I created a rational explanation and kept it to myself. Not long after that, I moved, and the house we moved into was nice. It was big enough for all of us and felt like a good fit. During the showing of the house, the basement door had a lock on it. We were unable to view it at the time. We were assured that it was nothing, and we moved in, and we just had the lock cut, and to our disbelief, there was a letter and a pentagram painted in black on the wall. The letter stated that the previous tenant was involved in some sketch activities like witchcraft. She said that she had went too far, opened something that she couldn't close, thus the move. Nobody had thought of anything of it, really, as we all had no belief in anything like that. I'd suppressed those previous experiences as I rationalized them to just being an overly active imagination. Time went by. We had painted the wall, but the pentagram kept seeping through every time we painted, so we left it alone. There were often times where we would hear things through the night, such as creaking in cabinets and closing, like footsteps running through the house. But we were at a pretty big house, so we always rationalized it. At night, I could hear kids giggle and footsteps running through the hallway. Cabinets started slamming oftentimes, and pictures would just fall off the wall spontaneously. It got so bad that we ended up calling a priest, asked him to bless the house. We didn't mention the pentagram, and when he walked in, he walked straight down the stairs as if he were drawn to it. He blessed the house, and we didn't have anything bad happen for a while. I was around 16 at the time, and everybody decided to take a weekend family getaway. But unfortunately, I had to work that weekend as my job only allowed me to work weekends due to school. So I had to stay home. I came home one day and had a cold, eerie feeling walking into the house. It was like I was a victim of a home invasion when I was younger. So since then, I have always been extremely paranoid and on edge. We had several dogs and we lived pretty secluded with neighbors close enough if something happened, but far enough if we wanted privacy. So I wasn't quite anxious as I would normally be. But that eerie feeling never left. I decided to call it a night and my dog followed me to bed. I was laying there tossing and turning, maybe 15 or 20 minutes. That's when I noticed that one corner of my room looked extremely dark, darker than normal. The bedroom window normally casted a shadow in that corner, but this time it was pitch black, like I couldn't see through it. In the same moment that I noticed it, my dog peered her head up and faced the corner as well. She started growling, and I tried to shush her, assuming it was nothing except she started growling louder and louder. The hair on her body stuck up and she was snarling. It looked like she had an extreme case of rabies. I'd never saw her like that, growling and barking and foaming at the mouth at the edge of my bed. Kept trying to calm her down when she lunged at the corner barking as if she saw an intruder. I quickly turned the lights on and the shadow in the room was just filled with light. She shortly calmed down. I convinced myself that it was nothing. Tried to go back to sleep. Laid back down only to awake to the sound of her growling as she was before in the corner of the room. I decided to grab my pillow, head to my car to sleep. As I looked back to my bedroom window, it was completely black and my stomach dropped from the feeling I couldn't explain. Never stayed in that house alone again. Haven't had anything like that happen for a while, as I live in an apartment with other people now. But every now and then, I feel like I'm being watched. I have nightmares sometimes. Sit up in the middle of the night in darkness with unexplained fear. And honestly, I feel like I'm a pretty normal person with some unexplained things that have happened that I just keep suppressing. Do you think this is all in my head? Find myself trying to still rationalize everything and nobody to turn to. Who really can believe me? Or just wouldn't think I needed to be locked up in an asylum. Join us at Paranormal M, where every tale reveals a new side of the supernatural. Subscribe and stay tuned for spine-tingling episodes that will leave you wanting more. The journey into the unknown begins now. Odd experiences my whole life, plus Fort D.E. Here's one of the earliest things that happened. I was in high school, maybe 16, 17. I was at a friend's place, staying overnight. I went to a Catholic school, and this happened to be a very Catholic family. We were eating dinner, and there was a lull in the conversation. And I thought, oh crap, I have to talk about something. I was pretty self-conscious at the time, and apparently thought it was my responsibility to be chatty. Anywho, I racked my brain trying to think of something to say. I couldn't come up with anything. Started looking around the room for something, anything I could talk about. I saw the tapestry of Jesus on the wall, and I said, incredibly lamely, "That's a pretty nice tapestry of Jesus." My friend's parents turned around, looked at it, and nodded, said something enthralling like, "Yes, and thank you." Awkward silence fell again. Maybe 2 seconds later, the entire thing fell off the wall onto the floor. Everyone kind of jumped. We all looked at the blank spot in the wall. The parents looked back at me, and the dad said, with a great deal of disbelief, mind you, "The tapestry fell off the wall. That's never happened before." And I said, "I'm sorry." I didn't know what else to say. Some folks would likely think this was a coincidence, but around that time in my teens and high school, things were falling down around and on top of me all the time. Like I was once sitting in our tiny study. I was on the floor, and I was watching TV. All of a sudden, the damn glass shade of the light in the ceiling fell down in my lap. It's the kind of light where you have to unscrew 3 screws to release it properly. A heavy chipboard poster of a Lamborghini, I believe, so 80s. It fell on me while I was sitting in my bed once out of nowhere. When I found out my grandpa died, in my teens again, I was distraught, sobbing in my room about how I never got to say goodbye. Shortly afterwards, my mom and my brother started talking about how they heard footsteps coming up the wooden stairs and down the hall and stopping outside my and my parents' door. I never even heard them. Apparently, Mom opened the door once, thinking it was me or my brother, and no one was there. They heard this over and over. They heard bangs and things as well. And one night, when we were eating dinner together downstairs, we heard this loud banging noise on the stairs. We all looked at each other and said our cat's name. but her cat was actually outside. We figured it was probably Grandpa. Mum had the house exorcised, and the noises never came back, and personally, I think it was probably a little rude. I have heard knocking and tapping near my bed frequently, with no apparent source, both when I was young up to when I was in my mid-30s. I have seen 4 ghosts in my life, but I've only heard one speak. The first ghosts I ever saw were 2 males in workman's gear, probably from the mid-1800s. Not really sure, but it certainly wasn't the 1990s, which is when I saw them. I was doing seasonal work at a ski resort in Montana at the time. It was a fun job. I was living in an old dorm-style housing just down from the main resort. I was sleeping, and I woke up knowing that there were some people looking at me. I saw these 2 men. They were standing in the room, one older and a little taller than the other, both wearing pretty distinctive hats, almost like old railway engineer hats, kinda. And they were pointing at me. So I pointed to them, trying to reach them. They slowly disappeared. They looked as if somebody had taken a grayscale photo and just sort of overlaid it into the room. Lots of detail, no color. They didn't say anything, just pointed. I felt no fear at all. And by the way, I know what hypnopumpic and hypnagogic hallucinations are. They're experienced around sleep, and I have actually experienced both. Very different look and feel. The next 2 ghosts I saw came at 2 very stressful points in my life, very close together. I was having trouble sleeping at one point, and I had lots of tossing and turning, lots of worrying. Hubby had just left the room. I turned on my back and I looked up. There was the head of an old woman in front and above me. I couldn't really make out her features. I saw her hair sort of curly around her head just like my Nana's used to be. I knew it wasn't my Nana though. It felt like a person who was in kind of a little bit of an irritated mood. The head was there for maybe half a minute. Then she just faded away, like the guys I mentioned above. It didn't freak me out because I knew that it was only able to, see that much of her. I didn't see it as only a head floating around. Just only the part I could see. I told my hubby about it when he came back. He took the computer that was on the opposite side of the room off its screensaver. It suggested I'd actually seen the picture of Aragorn from Lord of the Rings. He had it on his desktop. I just calmly explained that no, the head wasn't that low. It was up there. And that her hair hadn't been anywhere near as cool. It was also mostly in profile. The lady had been looking right at me. The last time I saw a ghost was when I was extremely distressed. We'd just found out that a family friend had been murdered. They knew who did it. The husband of the woman who'd been murdered was going to come and stay with us for a while. I was basically drowning in how horrible this all was. I was downstairs in the study at a different house. I was crying, and I slowly realized that I could see the oddly negative shape of someone sitting in the computer chair. They were diagonally across from me. I stopped crying very quickly because I realized that I could actually see the head of this person. Their legs over the chair, their arms on the armrests. But there was no detail at all. This was in a brightly lit room. It looked like a featureless shape of a person sitting there, but in a weird, negative way. Not dark at all, it's just very hard to describe, really. The closest thing I can think of is like the invisible camo from Predator, with less choppiness. I stared at this person, blinking, and I said, "What?" I said it out loud, and it slowly faded. I was confused more than anything, but also strangely comforted. Lastly, the only ghost I've ever heard speak that I know of was in Fort Delaware. It's in the Endicott. I had 2 visits to Fort Delaware as I worked in the park at the time. The first was for a Halloween tour. I'll explain that in a minute. The second was as an emergency stand interpreter during an actual ghost hunting tour. It was organized after the Ghost Hunters episode. It was an interesting tour. I had to learn about the history and the use of the rooms pretty quickly while we took the ferry over. We basically moved from room to room, as did about 6 other groups staggered across the fort. At each stop, I would talk about the history, and then the ghost hunter crew member, a local ghost hunting outfit by the way, not the actual ghost hunters, they would start asking questions and watching a little light-up doohickey for responses. Nothing really big happened on most of the tour, but I'll never forget the sound I heard when I was passing through the Endicott, right near the spot where that footage was taken of the soldier and where GH caught something on the floor. This was before I saw the episode. A guy had gone in front of me and the rest of the tour was way ahead. It was really dark in that spot, but we had flashlights. I heard it was from my right, and it was something very whispery, very raspy, and it spoke 2 syllables. I asked the guy when I was through, asked him about that bit, if he'd ever heard it, and he said no. Have no idea what it said. My name is 2 syllables long, but frankly it could have been anything. Weird sound. I'm sorry this is so damn long, but I have one more thing to say. I found it utterly hilarious and a little bit irritating when I finally watched the Ghost Hunters episode based at Fort Delaware. The first one, I guess. That's because they mentioned a ghost account by a lady who saw a lamp fall off a table. They dismissed it immediately as she just knocked it off the table. No, I was on that tour. I was busy walking back and forth on the roof to the fort, on the left-hand side beyond the big guns if you're looking at the drawbridge. The swinging lantern, or rather swinging a lantern while dressed up as a Union soldier. This was during a Halloween tour, before GH had been there. Halloween tours were totally for fun. We had mad scientists chopping up people in the Endicott. Ghosts and zombies everywhere. It was great. I was on the boat heading back when the lady told her story. She was an utterly normal, friendly lady in maybe late 50s. Her sole job was to wait in the officers' rooms under a window that faced the courtyard and scream when the group passed. She had been waiting for the next group to arrive, and there was a lamp on the table next to her. She was sitting there, not doing anything, just not even fidgeting or anything, not kicking out her legs, not moving. She said that out of the blue, that lamp was thrown off the table to the floor. It didn't fall. She didn't knock it off. She told everyone sitting with her on the boat because she was freaked out. Somehow that made it to the Ghost Hunters team and was dismissed just like that. It annoyed me so much watching that episode. Side note, the dude who met the crew at Fort Delaware was an amazing interpreter and a lovely man. He died a few years after the episode was shot, I believe. Okay, one last thing. The last part of the Halloween tour involved firing off the largest gun on top of the fort. Every tour they let someone else do it, and on the last tour they let me do it. I misfired that damn thing 3 times before they finally kicked me off and did it right. I won't drive again at night alone. I know I always say that I'm an overprotected child, and I am, but sometimes I have my freedom. But that only lasted a while. Some time ago, me and my family went to a city. It's close to ours. We went to visit family. Everything was fine. We had lots of fun and saw my cousins that I haven't seen in a while. We decided to go camping, but we returned to the aunt's house some hours after. A little bit traumatized, but that's another story. But more than traumatized, I was intrigued and I wanted to see and explain what happened in the woods. So I begged my mom to let me stay another day. She said that she and my dad had work the next day. I was on vacation, so I didn't head to school. My aunt then interferes and said that I can stay, that she can take care of me. My parents trusted her. Bad idea. My aunt was a remarried woman, and the guy she married, it was not much to the family's liking. He has lots of money, but he's very arrogant and selfish. Once, we did a party to celebrate my great-granny's 99th birthday at my aunt's house. He got mad and kicked out all of us. Didn't even get to sing happy birthday. But luckily, he was on a business trip, and we were alone, and I always feel something off about him. Everything was good. My cousins and I tried to return to the woods to continue investigating. But for some reason, we got the feeling that we were not going to make it. So we decided to return and go to the cinema. When we get out, it was almost 10 p.m. Called my parents to tell them that I was still there. I wasn't on my way. They said it's okay, but if I was returning home, better do it the next day. That's because it was really late. And it should be clarified that my mother left me her car so that my cousin could return me, since his car broke down in the accident in the forest. My mother left hers just in case. Me, as a very stubborn child, decided to still return that night and don't obey. But first, I needed to say goodbye to my aunt and go for some things I left there. At the time we arrived at the house, I only heard shouting from inside the house. One of my cousins covered my ears, but it was in vain. The husband, we call him Chobi, he was home. When he saw me there, he freaked out. He started yelling at me that I shouldn't be there, and I was not family, etc. I explained to my aunt and I was taking my leave. She said the same thing my parents said, and I was about to agree until Chobi interfered and said that I wasn't allowed to stay in his house for the night, and that I should return home, and I obey him, because I fear Chobi. There's something weird in him that creepy me out. Indeed. When me and my cousin were about to go out to Chobi again, he interfered and said that I'm old enough to be by myself and ride a car. It should be noted that I'm 16 years old and I'm just learning to drive, but since it was night on a not-so-busy road, I could go well. He didn't let my cousin or my aunt come with me. They fear him a lot. He once slapped her. Bastard. Yeah, maybe Chobi gives you everything you need and maintains you. But for that, you will need to obey him, and if you don't, bear with the consequences. So I packed my things and put them in the car. It was a short ride, like 2 hours. If I go, I could arrive at about 12 a.m. I could surprise my parents because they still worried for me. So my aunt walked me to the car and apologized for the third time. I started to ride and everything was fine. I was slow because I'm still learning. But shortly before I had been on the road for an hour, it started to rain very hard. And the truth is that I felt happy because my city was in a drought, so the rain was something miraculous. So I slowed down a little bit more just to be cautious. But for some reason I got lost and I didn't know where I was anymore. Called my aunt, but nothing. My cousins, I even called Chobi, and I was really stressed because I was alone at night lost. And that's how horror movies begin. I calmed down, I started to drive again. Found a motel in the middle on the road, and it wasn't weird because, well, it was a well-used road. Sometimes of the year. But it should be open, so I went there, and the place looked very run down, but it had a sign saying that there were rooms. I didn't hesitate, and I went inside, but for some reason I felt really weird. I didn't care at the time that it was late, it was wet, and I wanted to sleep. I get inside, and there was a receptionist, a woman in her 50s. She looked at me weirded. And after it talk, she told me that she can't do anything, that I can't have a room because I'm underage. But at that time, a guy like in his 20s came. He said he was the owner. Of course, it was a weird situation. He said that I can have a room, gave me a key with a really creepy smile. I'd take it and smile awkwardly. The receptionist was there with a really worried face. I was on my way to the room when I heard someone crying. I see at the distance a woman, but I feel that she wasn't normal. Like I said before, I can see dead people, so I know when someone is not here. So I ignored her. It's not that I go there and talk with ghosts, so I went to my room. But I couldn't sleep, something was bothering. Then I started to hear whispers. That is normal, to be honest, because normally I have my earplugs and I can't hear anything anymore. But I could still hear a voice saying, "Get out of here." And that's when I decided to listen and went out. Went to the car and stayed there for a moment. Then I saw it, the quote-unquote owner trying to get inside my room. Had a key, and when he entered, he saw I wasn't there, and he rushed outside and started to scream, heading to my car. I rapidly hid in the lower part. He peeked inside, and the fear was killing me. And little by little, the tears began to come out. I had to get out of there as fast as possible. He didn't saw me lucky me, I guess. I called my grandpa, a police chief. He said he would do anything possible to save me, but I needed to get away from there as soon as the quote-unquote owner left. I saw the gold opportunity to go in front and ride as fast as I could, but there was a problem. I left the keys in the room. I started to cry more when I heard tapping on the window. It was the receptionist. I thought I was going to die there. I thought it was the end. But then she showed the key and left them there, and she helped me. She saved me. The quote-unquote owner started to return screaming. I peeked, and he got really mad. He then cursed and sees the quote-unquote ghost woman in the pool. The man rushes there. I don't know if he was thinking it was me, but my opportunity to get the keys and run away was there or never. I did it. I turn on the car, and as soon as I do it, I see the man turning and started to run toward the car. I rushed, get out of there, 5 minutes in the car. It was behind me at all speed. It was my end, but I don't know, God, my grandpa and dad arrived with a police car. My mama has a tracker on my phone and her car, so they knew where I was. I saw the car passing beside me and returning where it came. I stopped the cat and started crying out loud, and it was the most terrific day ever. I arrived home. I told him everything just like in the clown thing. My grandpa immediately investigated. After some weeks, the guy was arrested, and turns out he was a fugitive. He raped women and came to kill 2. I suspect that one of them was the crying woman. When I asked him about the receptionist, he told me that in there they found the guy alive. He asked me then how did the woman looked. I gave a description. His face turned pale immediately. He showed me a picture asking if that was the woman. I said, yeah, it was her, but looked more healthy in the pic and more happy. Turns out that she was the last victim. He killed her, and she was dead. I was going to be raped, maybe also killed, and I was saved by ghosts, by spirits. Sometimes I said that my gift of seeing paranormal things is a curse, but sometimes I feel like a blessing. I could have been dead, but I survived thanks to spirits. Maybe this isn't so paranormal, but like I've said before, you should be afraid of the living, not the dead people. I would call that a blessing if there ever was one. And I hope some of you, well, don't have something similar, but hope you all have a blessed evening. Sweet dreams. A voice appeared in my head, saved my life twice in a row. A little bit of backstory. I'm from Northern California, Sacramento area. All my life, I wanted to be a cop. Spare me your anti-cop comments, political thoughts, or ignorant bullshit regarding the profession. After the Army, I got hired as a sheriff's deputy in the Sacramento area in late 2011. Worked patrol and was also on the CSI team as a collateral assignment. So I would work a normal 12-hour patrol shift, answering calls and doing standard cop stuff. Then go to CSI calls for serious stuff, suicides and murders mostly. By early 2017, I was badly burnt out. Found a new purpose in life and just quit. This story occurred in the end of 2016. I'm not religious at all, but I am spiritual. The house I grew up in as a kid was haunted by something serious, and I've experienced my fair share of serious paranormal events as a kid. Nothing since about the age of 15. I was about 33 when this occurred. Cheers. In late 2016, I was working day shift patrol in a smaller town in our country. I got sent to a Safeway grocery store to report of a domestic violence. It was occurring in the store. Being a deputy, I'm alone and have no partner. But I have backup that's coming in like maybe 20 minutes away. It's reported that a younger Hispanic male is slapping around a younger Hispanic female. It's over now, and they're checking out and not fighting anymore. I show up, enter the store, and immediately recognize these people. They are Norterno gang members. You see them now and again in the area, but it's semi-rural, and these people mostly lurk in Sacramento. Don't really come to the area much. You were like 30 minutes from Sacramento. I won't go into the whole thing, but I could just tell by how they were dressed and talking and appeared. Dude had some teardrop tattoo in his face and some crap tattoo in his neck. I knew what I was dealing with. Been there. They're compliant. They say nothing happened and agree to come outside to talk. Pat him down, separate him, handcuff him. Sit them down a good distance apart from each other and start interviewing one half of the party to figure out what occurred. And if, like anybody, needed to go to jail. They're both sitting on the curb out in front of the store with their legs kicked out facing the parking lot. My back is to the parking lot and I'm facing the store. It's about 1300 in the middle of a weekday in a strip mall. There's dozens of people shopping and going about their business. As I'm talking to one of them, getting their half of the story and taking notes, clear as day, I hear the most beautiful female voice I've ever heard in my life. Sounded smooth and almost like really, really good computer AI. Like that customer service phone support AI that you can't tell is human or not, but is just a little too perfect to be human. The voice spoke inside of my head. This was not my gut feeling, my inner monologue or sixth sense or training, whatever you want to call it. It was an outside voice that was not mine or from my thoughts. It was beamed inside my head. All it said was, "Turn around." That same time it took to turn around, maybe a second. Simultaneously, I saw my entire life flash in front of my eyes. Then I saw a Hispanic man in his 30s wearing blue jeans, Adidas shoes, and red plaid long-sleeve lumberjack gang member shirt. Walked up behind me and shot me in the back of the head in the parking lot. It's like a 33-year-long movie of my entire life, played in a half second inside my head. So, when a disembodied voice tells you to do something, you do it. So I turned around, and the exact person I saw in the vision of me dying wearing the exact same clothes, same car. It's in the backdrop behind him, and it was like the vision is walking up behind me, about 15 feet. Exact person, like the guy from my vision, is now standing behind me. I confront him without pulling out my gun and immediately can tell this dude is legit. He's up to no good and is trying to purposefully sneak up behind me. I'm professional but firm, trying to address the situation. Process would just occur at the same time. I don't have time to deal with this guy and the 2 detained persons. The short of it is the 2 detained people are his friends, and he wanted to come see what was happening as he was concerned for their well-being. Yeah, no. He gets told to basically fuck off or he's going to go to jail. And he agrees that's a good idea, and he walks away back into the parking lot and disappears from view. He disappears amongst the cars. Like I'm talking, he walks away easily 100 meters and appears gone. I go back to interviewing one half of this domestic, and about a minute later the same thing occurs as the first time. Voice, vision, gang member, etc. Exact same thing. Turn around again, pull out my gun. I regret to this day not pointing it at him and proning him out on the ground. I would love to know if he actually had a gun, but I suspect he did, based on how he was walking, holding up his pants at the belt buckle. He's moving behind me. Ask my cover officer to expedite with lights and sirens, and the second this guy hears the sirens, quickly walks into the store and disappears. Don't ask me why I didn't do what I knew was right, and as I was trained to do. Point a gun at him and detain him. I just didn't. All I could think of is, I just want this asshole away from my presence. I don't want to search him, get near him, talk to him, deal with anything about him. All I want at this moment is for him to not exist and to just be gone. He had a horrible energy to him, like an almost evil energy to him. I've only felt that type of energy coming from another person a few times in my life. People like that have experienced, well, maybe you might know what I mean. That's it. Partner shows up, we deal with the couple, half goes to jail for beating on this girl, and she goes about her business. I go into the store with my partner to look for the gun guy. Never found him. Must have gone out the other entrance. Didn't mention it to anyone for years, and definitely not any other cops, as they would have taken me off the streets. Can't prove it occurred other than my word. One of the single craziest things that have ever happened to me. Heard other weird stories as a cop from other cops regarding hauntings and weird stuff, but this was the weirdest. Take the story as you will. Hope you enjoyed it. It is true. It's late and I'm going to bed, but I'll answer comments tomorrow, if there are any. I relate to this guy too. Hermanus Road, Deming, New Mexico. So after recently visiting my family in New Mexico, I wanted to share this story. What reminded me of these events were actually from a country drive I took with my brother. It was near sundown, so we decided to just take a drive out to listen to some music, enjoy some scenery. I live in the city in California. Heading back from our drive, my brother took a back road that would lead us on a main road back to our house. When he got on it, I immediately got shivers. I remembered this road. We were on Hermanus Road, a really sketchy dirt road that loved to bust tires, shake your vehicle uncontrollably while driving, and was the length of about 2 football fields. But most of all, this road was fucking creepy at night. Luckily, there was just enough light left when we crossed it and head back into the paved road back to our house. So when I was a senior in high school, I started dating this girl who lived out in the country with her family. Once you crossed Hermanus and hit the stop sign, you take a right, and there were a few trailers and houses that resided in and around that whole area. On the road itself, only a few houses, some were ranches. So I would drive her home from my place at night, and at first I never saw anything. But make no mistake, at night, the road was its own thing. The road would be dark, and I mean pitch black there. The road had like trenches on the side, I guess to keep rain from flooding the road. Ditches, I believe. But if you weren't paying attention out there in the dark, you could pretty much go over it. Really had to watch yourself when crossing, just from all the elements on it already. But from the beginning of my senior year to graduation, I was taking my girl home and driving the road at night. Never saw anything. Then, about a month after graduation, I was taking my girl home during the day. That's when we saw a giant gust of dirt in the mesquites on the side of the Hermamas. On the side of Hermamas. They wrote on the side of Hermamas. I believe they meant Hermanas. And as we got closer, we realized it was a car that had flipped into the brush. We got out and go to the scene. A guy about my age at the time was sitting near his flipped car and bleeding from his hand. We asked him if it was okay and immediately called an ambulance. He really wasn't hurt too bad, besides cracking his knuckles open when the car flipped. But he was definitely in shock. We gave him a towel and asked him what had happened. All that he would really say is that somehow he lost control of his car. When EMS got there, we headed out. Not too long after that, maybe a few weeks, I had 3 experiences driving home from my girlfriend's house that prevented me from ever driving down that road again. This happened when I was 19, 33 now, so I can't remember exactly how it all took place, but I do remember it was in a matter of 2 months. One night when I'm driving to my girlfriend's house, I came across a dead dog lying near the road. I remember it was a pit bull, a big one, and from my headlights it looked brown, I guess. But it laid there, sprawled out like someone had moved its limbs to make the figure more dramatic. Yuck. Well, it sure as shit worked on me. The look of it was unnerving. Told my girl about it when I got there, and we thought maybe a neighbor's dog had got hit and somebody tried to move it. When I left and drove by the spot, I had seen the dog. It was gone. 2. One night, I decided to stay the night at my girl's house. It was late, maybe around 1. I'm driving down the road when all of a sudden I see someone on the side of the road frantically waving their arms, trying to get me to stop. I remember it really startled me. So as I get closer to where they're waving, I start to pull over to see what's going on. But I see the figure drop its arms and just kind of look at me very strange, and it moved back. And when it moved back, it was gone. To this day, all the best way I can describe it is like the scene in 1408, when John Cusack is waving to that shadow figure across the building next to him. 3. On what would be my final time on this road, till now, was one night while coming home from girls. I just turned onto the road when my 2000 Nissan Frontier started to shake uncontrollably. I thought, okay, maybe the dirt waves on the road are kind of bad on this side. So I stay in the other till it's over. Same thing. Shaking the shit out of my truck. Driving at a normal speed, going over the bumps, when all of a sudden my truck starts to want to lose control. I remember vividly my truck was getting pushed near the side of the road. I was holding onto the steering wheel, just trying to straighten it out and hitting the brake because for some reason the truck had excelled. The truck finally came to a stop at the front end, hit a few mesquite bushes. I was shook up after that, and it was such a weird experience. It felt like somebody grabbed my truck and was trying to push it off the road. I was just trying to resist it. I backed up and hauled some major ass out of there. I was so scared I threw caution to the wind in my escape. After that night, I never went on the road again. Told my girlfriend and some of my family what happened. I always assumed no one would believe me, so I never pressed too hard on it. That, and I didn't want them to make me take them there. Till she came and moved with me in town and took another way to my girlfriend's house from now on. I'd come from the opposite side of where the houses were from the paved main country road. The creepiest thing to this day is the first encounter I had on the road was with that kid who flipped his car. I remember him saying, I don't know how I lost control of the car. And my last encounter on that road was some kind of entity trying to throw me off the damn road. So I wonder if maybe he got thrown off the road. I know his was during the day, but still, wasn't very far from where my truck finally stopped. I'd put the experience in the back of my mind for years, but when my brother took that dirt road to get us home, you best believe all the dread came back. I hope you guys come back too. Sweet dreams. Things we experienced in the house I grew up in. Ireland. I grew up in the countryside, literally in the middle of nowhere in Ireland. The house was originally a small cottage. My parents bought it before I was born, and they renovated it and added an extension on. There was 5 other houses on our country road, the closest being a large field away. I don't know much about the history of our house, the land it was built on, or the history of the other area. Other than an elderly lady lived in the cottage before my parents bought it. She passed away in a nursing home. The only information I have about the area is it was old, and it was a civil parish. Civil parishes are units of territory in the island of Ireland. They have their origins in old Gaelic territorial divisions. Some other things worth noting before I get into the experiences. Behind our house, across a newly built road, was an old graveyard, and then the ruins of an old church enclosed in a stone wall. Now when I say old, I mean the gravestones were tipping over, sinking into the ground. You couldn't read the writing on them anymore. You could see the graveyard from mine and my brother's bedroom windows. On top of that, when they built that road, they built it when I was a kid, and it was like a new main road into town. Archaeologists discovered signs of an early medieval monastery, the site dating back between the 6th and 9th century, and they also found some old signs of medieval settlements, some artifacts like tools relating to that time period too, as well as undated burial activity, some scattered human bones and remains and bones of a boy they think was around 7 years old. In the field right next to our house was also the ruins of what looked like a small cluster of old stone houses too. There was something similar further down the road. So, on to the experiences. Whenever we get together as a family, we always end up talking about the house and what we experienced. Moved out 6 years ago. I don't know who or what it was, but there was definitely more than one ghost and spirit. It seemed like a lot. I don't know if it has anything, to do with the graveyard and what they found, or the house or the land itself. I really don't feel like it was the woman that lived there before us either. My mom, dad, 2 brothers, myself, obviously, and, friends that stayed over all experienced something or got a weird vibe. Funnily enough, almost everything that happened in the new build on the part of the house, rather than the old part, and stuff happened outside too. I would often feel like there was someone in my room, and I don't know why, but I felt like it was a man. I'd never chill in my room alone, and I'd dread nighttime coming to go to sleep. I just felt like someone was there. I heard what sounded like someone walking around. Not footsteps, but just like the movement of someone. I often felt like I was being watched inside and outside. fair enough, it could have just been my imagination or me freaking myself out as a kid. On multiple occasions, I heard what sounded like children talking and playing, but no one would be there. On one occasion, I heard what sounded like a choir sing in the direction of the graveyard and church, and on a separate occasion, I heard what sounded like drums being played. It was like this weird repetitive rhythm. Hard to describe. Another time, I'm outside playing near the side of the house. I was kneeling down, and it was as if somebody threw a small stone and pebble. Not at me, but in my direction from behind. We had stone chippings in our garden. So I heard the stone land as if somebody threw it. It happened 3 times within 20 seconds of each other. I turned around, but of course no one was there. And on another occasion, I went to bed really early. That's when it was still bright out. I remembered this so vividly I can even remember the duvet cover that was on. So I'm lying down, wide awake. It felt as if somebody poked me pretty hard. It was like a strong index finger poke in my lower back. I kind of froze, felt freaked out, didn't turn around and just convince myself it was one of my Teddy's paws. I didn't think about it again until years later. From the living room window, my brother saw a man in a hat smoking a cigarette. He was standing outside, leaning against a wall near the front door. He got up like, who the hell is that? Went out, and no one was there, or anywhere near. And he didn't hear him run away. You could hear people move even the slightest bit on the stone chippings. Which brings me to my next point. On a couple of occasions, my ma'am heard somebody knock on the back door, but when she went to answer, no one was there. And again, she didn't hear them walk or run away. Another time, she saw the silhouette of someone, again smoking. It was through the window of the back door, as if they were standing outside the door. As usual, no one was there. On a couple of occasions, she felt as though someone was sitting in the back of the car with her when she left her house to go to the shop late in the evenings. The feeling was so strong that she'd keep looking in the mirror and even stop the car and look under the seats to make sure no one was there. My dad, who's a skeptic, saw a black shadow down at the end of the hall go from one side to the other. My other brother felt like someone touched his foot in bed, and on a couple of occasions heard what sounded like somebody walking down the hallway and stopping outside his door. It was as if they were going to come in, but hesitating. He would call out to see who it was, but no one would answer, so it wasn't any of us. We would also see the hallway lights being turned on and off, and when he was outside around the back garden, he would get this sudden urge or feeling that he should let it inside, and he would run, which is weird because I used to feel that way too. Our dog stared and barked at nothing a couple of times. A friend of mine that stayed over hated when she had to wake up and use the bathroom in the middle of the night. That's because she felt like somebody was watching her from the end of the hallway. Ghosts' experiences. When I was young, probably around 8-ish, I was playing hide-and-seek with my friends. This was what I believe was the first paranormal experience I had that I remembered. So I went to the basement and hid. My friend came down, and I'll always remember since he went pale white and ran and just looked at me. I chased after him and was like, why did he run away? He replied that he saw a shadow of a person behind me. That's where I was hiding with the red eyes. I thought to myself, what the fuck? You left me there? This is why it stood out. Fast forward to me being 17 or 18. It was a Sunday. We just finished my roast dinner. Friends call me and went, shall we go to Pluckley Woods? The most haunted woods in the UK. I'm like, sure. So we drove down there. Got to the woods and was messing around, and then it got dark and the sun set. The woods literally went pitch black. These were the times where I didn't have a torch app on the phone. I had to take photos in order to get some sort of light. Shouted to my friends to meet them back at the car. As I was taking photos to avoid falling over, I noticed in the camera there's a green mist of some sort. Thinking it was a reflection on the trees and moss, I didn't really take notice of it. Even now I'm getting the chills writing all these down. As we all got in the car, I was just like, "Lads, look at these photos." Started swiping from the beginning. Sure enough, that mist was swirling around and started in the outside and coming in the middle of the screen as the photos kept moving to the next one. Then it turned into a face, similar to the Mummy movie with its face in the sand. As we all saw that, we screamed. Mainly, of course, because at the same time as we saw the face in the mist in the last photo, the inside car lights just started flickering randomly on and off. We drove away from that sharpish. I get the chills thinking about it now. Deleted everything, unfortunately, because I didn't want anything like that latching onto me. Or so I thought. Fast forward 4 more years, later in Germany. I get moved to a different room in the camp. Everything seemed fine, except in the middle of the night I started getting sleep paralysis. Waking up with the shadow of a person standing over me, pinning me down. The only way for me to wake up from that was to scream. Honestly, even screaming in that stage took a lot of effort. My roommates are like, "What the fuck?" and trying to rationalize things during the day. And this kept happening for another few days. At one point, I was like, "Fuck it. Show me what's the worst you can do." Felt my leg behind being dragged and just grabbed. Never dared it again. Went back to the UK for a few weeks on holiday, and even my mom was like, "You screamed last night." I didn't even remember it, but I had a vivid dream of being choked and lifted in her hallway. So when I returned, I moved rooms. And even in that room at midnight, as I fell asleep, I just woke up again with the noise of some of the guys outside the block. I see a shadow in the corner of the room, and fuck me, jumped on top of me and grabbed my upper arms, which I screamed. Even the guy next door asked me, "What the fuck was that about?" in the morning. I showed him the bruises. I was glad that we moved to a different block then. We've had occasions where people hear showers are being turned on and off with no one there. So I went to Canada, forgetting about these terrible events. And as I got asked to stay for 3 weeks over Christmas to cover the calls and cells, I was like, sure, easy 3 weeks. And then 3 weeks holiday after. That Sunday, the last person to get moved out of the cell, so I was sort of free starting Monday, and I was just on call. So the first Monday night, I wake up to my duvet being pulled off me slowly. Honestly, I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it now. So the next day, I was like, fuck it, I'll leave the light on. I was the only person in that block. Imagine an old asylum. Those were similar to what we stayed in, converted into accommodations. Tuesday night, I wake up again, and this time with the light on, and I see a shadow over me. Yeah, I kept my eyes closed. So the Wednesday onward, I had to resort to drastic measures. Literally kept myself awake till I passed out and watched funny movies. But I could hear it, knocking in the middle of my wardrobes. Knock, knock, knock. No, it wasn't the radiator or plumbing, because trust me, I know the sound difference between them. I remembered my friend stayed last Christmas. It was due to guard duty, so I asked him if he experienced anything weird. His reply was it's a friendly ghost let in and accept it. He told me the exact same shit that happened to me as his personal experience. Having seen enough horror movies, it's 100% a no-no to let anything in. 3 long, grueling weeks of staying up till I passed out. Finally over, promised myself to never ever volunteer for that again. After After a few years in the old room with the sleep paralysis, I met one of the guys who now had that sort of bed space. So the after party was at my old room, and I was like, this is my old room. Experienced anything weird here? His reply was, yeah, I've woken up to sleep paralysis. I had a shadow of a person standing at the end of my bed a few times. His short answer gave me sort of closure. I definitely wasn't crazy in imagining it to myself. I usually tell him this story to my friends. One of them, who's a total non-believer, told me his experience. Well, if you want, let me know. I'll tell that too. What led me to believe in the supernatural? Before I get into this, I want to clarify this is all 100% true, and it's what has turned me from a skeptic in the supernatural into a believer. I've never written down this story, and I've only ever told it aloud, so I'll do my best to make this make sense. About 4 years ago, I was 17. I stayed at my mom's house quite a bit alone. Never had a problem with it. I liked my privacy. One night I went out to my favorite pizza place, which was roughly a 40-minute drive round trip. Before leaving my house, everything felt perfectly normal, just like any other night. But that feeling was fleeting. When I returned, I immediately felt like I was being watched. I need to take a moment to depict the house layout. It was a 2-story house, but the bottom story was just an unused guest bedroom, a laundry room, and the entrance to the garage, and the old wooden stairs leading up to the living room. With that said, I can resume. As I was saying, this feeling of not being alone or feeling watched kept my eyes glued on the top of the stairs. The feeling was so bad that I swept the entire house, upstairs, downstairs, garage, closets, everything. And I was alone. Looking back, this is when I should have just drove to my dad's. But I thought I was a big boy that could handle a little bit of fear. I was sick of this feeling of dread, so I went to my room, which was just down the hall from the living room, to play video games. I kept my headset off and my hunting knife next to me, just in case anything happened. While I was playing, I swear I kept seeing flickers of shadows underneath my door as the hallway light was on. But whenever I looked over there was nothing. This started to really freak me out, and I just kept acting like everything was fine. Eventually, I was sick of video games, got ready for bed. Turned my light off, but kept the lights on everywhere else in the house, just so it kind of looked like it was a busy house to any potential unwanted visitor. When I laid down, however, I noticed 2 dark spots under my door. They sort of looked like shoes. All I could do was lie there in horror with my hunting knife firmly grasped. I waited and waited and waited for those shadows to move, but they never did. And eventually I summoned the courage to confront the shadowy being standing outside my door. But when they swung my door open, there was nothing. No one, no shadows. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. When I laid back down, however, the shadows were gone. I decided to leave my door open, turn on my light in my room, and it was my time for sleeping. Maybe I could wait another night. So instead of sleeping, I watched YouTube videos mindlessly on my phone, when I heard what sounded like large footsteps slowly ascending up my creaky wooden stairs. I'll tell you, even writing this 4 years later in a completely different house, I've turned the lights on in my room to finish writing this. Anyways, I'm frozen in shock and horror that this wasn't all in my head, that someone or something was coming up my stairs while I was home alone. In a split second, I decided that the best course of action was to lock myself in the bathroom that was halfway down the hall. I bolted. Didn't take any chances. Didn't look to see what was there, and I called the police. It was the first time in my life calling 911, and I was trembling in the bathroom trying to whisper because, keep in mind, I still believed this to be a person. They sent over a squad car while I remained on the line, and the operator told me that they didn't see any signs of forced entry, and that after a sweep of the entire house that no one was there. This helped relieve me, and that was the last incident of the night, but not to where the story ends. The next day, after telling my mom what happened, she was obviously horrified, but we decided to do some digging ourselves. We swept the house again, and this time found something I missed. Oh, and the police missed. I learned a fun fact about my room that next day. The only entrance to the attic was in my fucking closet, and the lid was open. I couldn't believe it. The attic hatch was cracked ajar. My mom swore that she didn't even know it was there, and I sure as hell didn't know myself. Neither of us could reach up to it and move the lid. I told her that day I would never stay in her house for the night alone, and I stuck to my word. Never did again in that house. And after all of that, after moving out, the story still wasn't over. My mom's curiosity was stronger than mine. She had talked to the previous owner of the home to try and find out more about the history of the owners of the home. In God's honest truth, she texted me this. Just spoke with the previous owner. Her parents built the house and her dad died in your room. When I received that text, a shiver went down my spine. A ringing entered my ears. And this entire time, I kept telling myself logical reasons for what happened that night. I couldn't anymore. The last update to this story, it came just a few weeks ago when I was visiting my girlfriend's family for Christmas when I found myself retelling this story to my girlfriend's brother's wife's mom. She describes herself as a medium, and I was retelling the story, and right when I got to the part of the footsteps coming up the stairs, she said to me, "Those were heavy steps, weren't they? He was a big boy." And I just stared at her with shock. She also kept saying that there was a big boom or a noise, and I kept racking my brain for that, and I couldn't recall it at all. But then I remembered. The night of my encounter, I forgot to mention that I did end up falling asleep in the 3 or 4 a.m. range, with all the lights on and my door wide open. But when I woke up in the morning, my door was closed. Working in a morgue in the 90s. The following took place in approximately 1990. It was in a Southern California medical school morgue. I will relate things in detail, as I can clearly still remember them as if it were yesterday. All the names of the principals in the story have been changed to protect their privacy, especially those of the decedent. The entrance to the main morgue office and laboratory is housed behind a solid, secure pair of double doors. These doors are often left open during work hours. But if no one's in the office, they're secured. As soon as you step through the threshold, in front of you, about a yard away, is a big blue shower curtain that conceals the room behind it. To the right is the office area that's somewhat cramped with 3 large desks and 1 huge filing cabinet. The extremely basic files of each case, their ID number and death certificate, are initially kept in the file drawers, until after the case has been used or moved on to its next location. To the left is a large storage area. It houses large freezers for bodies as well as numerous shelves with specimens and supplies. As cliché as it may sound, the day of my sighting started out like any other. I was only one of the, I was rather the only one working on 3 separate cases that were all situated in their respective gurneys, and in their own level of the embalming process. I've been working on the cases for approximately 3 hours, without interruption from any of my coworkers. I think it's safe to say that I was very absorbed in my work on that particular day. It was getting close to lunch. and I decided to wash up and head to the office to take my lunch. As I passed by the door to the room that held the 3 large vertical refrigerators and the row upon row of already embalmed bodies, I looked to my right, clearly saw a full-sized apparition. I froze in my footsteps like a character in a cartoon, looked to my right further to see an older man standing in front of the closet vertical refrigerator. It was simply standing there. I could see through him, but at the same time clearly identified as a person. As I stood there, I just looked for what seemed like minutes. It was probably only seconds. The apparition turned and looked at me and simply faded away and disappeared, almost like cigarette smoke dissipates into its environment. I continued to look in that direction, dumbfounded. It wasn't scary in the least, but almost comforting, as if it was completely natural and an everyday occurrence. I merely went into the office and saw my coworker William and exclaimed, "You won't believe what I just saw." He was completely unfazed and looked at me. He said that you saw a ghost. I was more taken aback by his knowing what I'd seen that I had truly seen. He went on to tell me that he has seen quite often and enjoys the interaction when it does happen. When we told our coworker Joe what I saw, they were completely taken aback, scared, and frantic. I tried to explain the quote-unquote visit as more of a comforting interaction. At least more so than one like, a typical Hollywood haunting. That offered little comfort, and the rest of the day was rather off-kilter. One of the other employees that worked for the morgue office and a paperwork capacity exclusively was Lola. She worked way down the hall, away from the actual work facilities. She was basically responsible for processing every piece of paperwork that needed to be dealt with through our office. She was a petite, insightful lady who believed strongly in spirited events that involve interactions with the deceased. She would often attend seance-like events with friends, and has reported successful contacts. She had plans to attend one of her spiritual meetings. The following day, she would bring it up to the group in attendance. We all kind of thought that was kind of neat, but really shrugged it off and didn't think of her involvement in the situation again. That was until 3 days later, when she came to speak to us about what she had come across. Apparently, her group leader during their seance-like meeting reached out inquiring as to the desire of the apparition to appear before me. The group leader received the sense that the apparition was just somewhat confused and didn't quite know where to go. This theme continued during the meeting, with the sons of the apparition just being uncomfortable and lacking direction. The other extremely noteworthy feeling the group leader came across was the letter W constantly appearing before her. It was as if the whole meeting and interaction with the apparition revolved around the level of confusion and the letter W over and over again. Everyone's curiosity was spiked by what Lola had to say, me especially. We all then walked over to where I saw the apparition. I explained to everybody what I saw and where I saw it. That's when things got a little bit eerie. I don't recall who noticed it, but in one of the refrigerators directly in front of where I saw the apparition was a name tag and a label. The tag said William Wood. There's no doubt in my mind as to what I saw that day, and reflecting back upon it, I believe my conscious level of thinking was down while my subconscious level was up, having been so involved in working in the cases all morning. I think somehow this allowed my subconscious, or perhaps inner spirit, to perhaps see something that I would not normally see. A heightened level of relaxation or openness, so to speak. Scraping across the lid of the sarcophagus. When I was about 15, I participated in a quote-unquote ghost hunt. I was taking video technology courses, and a classmate had discovered a local paranormal society. He suggested we accompany them on one of their investigations as material for a documentary. My friend made the arrangements, and we met the lead researcher at the location to plan for the evening. The investigation was to take place at a cemetery after sundown. I believe this would have been early fall, at least in the state of Maine. I'm even going to include the cemetery location because the setting plays a big part, and if any of you have ever visited the spot, you can let me know. I want to know if it gave you the same impression that it gave me. This was in the city of Portland, and the cemetery is on Congress Street, not far from Monument Square. It was open to the public by day, but we snuck in after the gates were closed. While we did explore the cemetery in general, there was a particular spot. We had scouted it out during the daytime that was the focus of our attention. It was a fenced-in plot with a small gravestone, or rather several, around the perimeter and a large stone sarcophagus in the center. Sarcophagus might not be the best word. I'm not sure if it technically fits that criterion, but I don't know what else to call it. It was a big stone coffin sitting in the middle of the plot. I'm embarrassed to say I don't recall the name it bore, but I believe there is some text in Latin engraved on it. Nothing unusual about the text. That was probably typical for early 19th century graves, but there was a couple of details I did find very creepy. Mostly, it was the sarcophagus's position in the plot. It was massive, and the surrounding headstones were so small. Many of them were caved in or leaning away from the huge stone in the middle. I couldn't help but get the impression that this thing was bullying them. I know that's dumb, but that's the way I just kind of felt about it. As I recall, many of the graves had different last names, and they all died around the same time. We set up tape recorders to try and capture EVPs. I remember the researcher explained that the sound of the motor in the recorder interferes with the quality of the recording, so he used an external microphone to get around this. It was a small mic with a cord about 2 or 3 feet in length. We placed the recorder and mic on top of the sarcophagus and set out for a walk around the cemetery, using the other devices the researchers had brought. The night was mostly exciting for me. We frequently needed to duck and hide from the headlights of passing cars, and occasionally a police cruiser. The researcher and my friend, who's more familiar with the technical aspects of ghost hunting than myself, observed a few things they found interesting with the instruments they brought. Didn't really find anything that was too impressive, at least to me. Things livened up when a police car stopped in front of the cemetery and the officer got out to shine his flashlight around. We hid while he snooped around, which was definitely exhilarating. But when he finally left, we decided we had pushed our luck and it was time to leave. As we were gathering our things, the paranormal researcher asked me to grab the recorder that we left on the sarcophagus. I'd already been reaching for it, but forgot about the microphone attached. As I picked up the recorder, the mic dragged across the stone of the sarcophagus and dangled from my hand. I was worried maybe I might have damaged it. But it looked fine, so I said okay, turned off the recorder, and we left. We drove back to the researcher's house to review. By this time, it was very late. I was pretty tired. I sat on the couch trying to keep my eyes open while my buddy and the ghost hunter scanned through the tapes and recordings. I must have nodded off. It was because the next thing I knew, my friend was shaking me awake. He looked so excited. The researcher looked less enthusiastic as he was frowning at me. "We got something," my friend was saying. They sort of played me the last minute or so from the sarcophagus recorder. It sounded much like you would expect. That white noise hum of static and wind until you hear voices approaching, getting louder as we came near. An interesting discussion as we pack up, and then the researcher asks me to grab the recorder. There's the sound of movement and then a loud scrape as the microphone drags across the lid of the sarcophagus. And over that scraping sound, clear as day, a voice says, "Okay." It was like that. It was dragging out the O and the K. Nice. Nailed it. The voice had a breathy quality, like when somebody does a loud whisper directly into a mic or receiver. Then you hear my voice, more ordinary and further away, say, "Okay." And then click. The tape shut off. The researcher thought that I had done it. Kind of pleaded with him because I hate when people think I'm lying. I think he eventually gave in and said something conciliatory. Something about how maybe there was something more to it, or might have said "okay" under my breath as I was picking up the recorder. But I could tell he didn't believe me. The thing was, as you could hear the voice as the microphone was dragging across the stone. I would have needed to be bent over whispering into the microphone as that happened. I wasn't, and I was standing turning away with the recorder in my hand. The microphone was dragging from the cord. I'm certain it wasn't me. The doll, the girl in the white dress. When I was around 8 or 9, my whole family went to a quinceanera. I guess we were good friends with the birthday girl. We received a quince doll that's basically meant to look like the birthday girl. To give you an image of what it looked like, imagine a doll with a white dress and curly hair. We kept it in the living room where I slept on the floor. Another story. And my brothers and I always had some weird feelings about it, like it was always watching us. I'd say around 3 to 4 months of it being in the living room is when I started to notice weird things happen. Not only in the living room, but also in both of my brothers' rooms. I'll start with my experience first. Like I mentioned before, I used to sleep in the living room. I'd lay down near my parents' door and start to hear the strangest noises coming from near the TV, or near the small cabinet that we put the doll on display. From things in the kitchen to falling on the floor to hearing a girl laughing on the couch. Pretty much tried to ignore all this with my tears in my eyes, doing what kids do when they're scared, and cover myself with a blanket. But one experience will forever haunt me, and I still get chills thinking about it. I was crying one night for God knows what. My brother tells me it's because I was claiming I heard voices near my ear. My parents didn't believe me and told me that I was delusional. He invited me into his room to sleep. I jumped at the opportunity. Just before entering his room, I went to the restroom. It's right next to it. It's quite literally right next to my brother's room. While I was peeing, I felt someone's hand right at my shoulder. I immediately turned around to get freaked out and decided to flush the toilet and wash my hands and get the hell out. But that wasn't the worst that happened. I entered his room and slept on his bed while he played in the PS3. I slept for maybe around 20-ish minutes before waking up to him coming into the room with food. And I shit you not, the moment he sat down, the closet door swings open, hand with enough force to hit the wall. We looked at each other in disbelief about what we just saw. My dad just bursts in. He's telling us and really asking us what the hell's going on. We tried explaining to him what happened, and he just shook it off and just told us to go to sleep. He walked out of the room, and my brother continued to play, trying her best not to talk about it. That's when we hear the toilet just flush on its own, along with the shower curtain moving. Mind you that no one was in there. We would have known since the door always creaks open and shuts with a pretty distinct sound. That room, I'd like to say, is where the most activity always happened. The guy that we let rent out that room always said he was scared of it, but because he needed a place to stay, he just dealt with it. That was my experience when I was younger, onwards to my older brothers. Ow. So, I want to start with the youngest of my older brothers. Let's call him Dave. Dave slept in the room on the other side of the house. It was completely away from the doll, but with a massive window that had a hole within the curtains. He had things happen in the afternoon, like tools being thrown from one side of the room to another, the TV falling, and unexplainable scratches in his chest. But the one thing that scared the shit out of me, and I'll explain why in a second, was the dream that he had about the girl in the white dress. Let me clarify, not the doll, but a girl. This happened to both my brothers. The dream started off with, as he described it, as a normal dream, until he noticed the white-dressed girl at his school and went near her. She turned around, and as he remembers, she didn't have eyes, it was just black holes. She had a sad expression on her face. He woke up to my parents trying to calm him down. I remember being right outside his room peeking inside. He was legit crying. I had never seen him act that way before. Pretty sure he pissed himself, but I'm not sure. My other older brother, let's call him Mark, I think he had the worst of it. He slept not even 5 feet away from the doll. He also had a dream about the girl in the dress and the doll as well. But his dream wasn't scary, but anxiety-inducing in my opinion. All he remembers is sitting at the diner table. The doll wasn't too far away from the table, by the way. It was right next to, or sort of in front of the table, if I remember correctly. The girl with the white dress sitting across from him with the doll next to the girl. Apparently, the doll was blinking. The girl was motionless, not blinking whatsoever. This is when he started hearing a clock tick. It ticked and ticked before he suddenly woke up in a sweat. The problem was the doll wasn't at the cabinet. It instead was right in front of him. He screamed and threw it toward the closet, breaking the head of the damn thing. My mom came in and thought somebody broke in. Saw the doll with the broken head on the floor, and the creepiest thing was the doll was upright with the head right behind it. While she was extremely angry, she was just glad that he was safe and just threw the doll out. The Silver City Highway. In my 30 years of existence, I've seen some pretty weird stuff. Some things I think if I was smarter I could figure out with logic, but other things I just can't explain without bringing in the paranormal. One of the weirdest experiences I've ever had was when I was 19. I'm from Deming, New Mexico, born and raised. And being from New Mexico, there's no shortage of folklore and ghost stories. There's a lot of places around the town and surrounding places with some dark history. And one of those places is the old Silver City Highway. Since I was a kid, I've heard stories about crazy shit that had gone on in that highway. People seeing witches, strange lights by the road and by the mountains. Even a man with wings walking along the road by a more remote spot by the highway. The highway has seen its share of car accidents and death. But all highways have their fair share of tragedy. But still, even with everything I've heard about the highway, I've never seen anything the times I went to Silver. So after high school, I got a job with Coca-Cola as a merchandiser. I was just training with 2 guys. One guy did the in-town stores, and the other went to Silver City, in the Bayard area in New Mexico. For out of town, we had to leave a lot earlier than everybody. Pretty much had to be on the road by 3 to get to Silver City Walmart first. The weekend guy was Alfredo. I was still pretty new, so we're still in that kind of awkward but cool with each other stage of working together. It was a Saturday before the Deming duck races. We both show up at the plant at around 2:45. We take a company car, stop at a gas station for snacks, and we're off. So we're driving on the highway about 20 minutes in. Takes about an hour to get to Silver City Walmart from Deming. It's still early, so talk was minimal, mostly just listening to the radio. Can't remember what it was about, but we did start getting into conversation about something. While we're chatting, we both see we're coming up to what we thought was a motorcycle ahead of us. To be honest, I couldn't remember if I saw anyone in front of us when we left, but it was early morning, so cars on the highway are minimal. Again, we're just talking about whatever, just staring straight ahead. The light was a good 30 feet from us, keeping a steady speed. All of a sudden, the light starts to slow down slowly. I just remembered thinking, why is this guy stopping in the middle of the road? Alfredo was driving, so he starts to slow down, and he's now getting pretty close to the light. We almost came to a full stop when we saw it. It was red light, like the backlight of a dirt bike. That's all we could see. Everything else was just blacked out, and in a split second the light in the road shot off into a field on the side of the highway. What made it so creepy was how subtle it was. Didn't make a noise when it shot off. The best way to describe it was like somebody moved a laser pointer on a wall real fast. The light when it shot off also turned white and disappeared into a green-like speck. We didn't say anything to each other when it happened. I think we were just both trying to process what we just saw. After what seemed like forever, Alfredo says, "Did you see that shit?" Could tell in his voice he was hoping he wasn't crazy, and hoping that I saw it too. "Yeah, what was that?" I responded. Wish I could say we spent the whole ride talking about what we just saw. We didn't. For the most part, it was awkward silence. The ride there and the majority of the day. Whatever it was, it affected us in a weird way. I could tell Alfredo was still trying to process what we saw. He had this dumbfounded look in his face all day. Didn't really feel like talking that whole day. Just wanted to know what the fuck I just saw. That reminds me of a story that I just recently told on my channel with my whopping 3 views on Supernormal M. But don't stop listening to Paranormal M. But if you want to hear my story, type in Supernormal M and look for the gecko. We finished all of our routes by 3 and we're back home by 4. That next week, I was moved to a warehouse, so I never went back on routes to Alfredo. Or rather, with Alfredo. But I never told anybody at the plant what I saw. I don't think he ever did either. Besides, maybe friends and family. My girlfriend at the time thought maybe we're just still groggy from early morning. My mom actually believed me, though, telling me that she had seen weird things as well when she would drive to Silver, take night classes at the college. After that, I never went to Silver City that much. Not by that event more, just because it's pretty boring of a town. But when I did go, I made sure I never went when it's dark. Late evening, even early morning. Never. Always during the day. I think the last time I saw Silver City was when I was 25, when I went to lunch my friend was giving a speech at. But that experience has stayed with me since then. I know it sounds crazy, and believe me, it is. But I swear I saw something that early morning. Is it possible for spirits to communicate through broken, inactive scales? I have a very old scale that's been around in our house for years. At some point, though, it stopped working. It would read very weirdly when stepped on. We assumed it was the ex-roommate that broke it, so it sat on the floor in the bathroom and was never used. We didn't really bother to put it up and had no space to store it, so we kept it in there for a month or so. Then whenever I'd shower or just be in the bathroom, it would start showing numbers without anything on it or around it. I'd be across the bathroom and it would start reading the numbers negative 1.0, 0.5, 1.0, and 1.2.0. Kept happening only at night, never in the day. Eventually, I'd start joking around and would prompt it to answer dumb questions like which shirt I should choose for bed or if something was using it to show a number. I typically prompted with questions for yes to be like 1.0, no to be 0.5. Every time I asked a question, only those numbers would show. If I accidentally asked an open-ended question or simply wasn't talking at all, 2.0 or negative 1.0 used to show. But now it only shows 1 or 0.5. Other appliances would also act kind of off, like my washer turning off mid-cycle for no reason. Don't get me started. The dishwasher turning off or the TV turned on 3 times in one night before until I told the ghost to stop because I had a phone call. For some reason, that stopped it from turning off and on again. Though there's a chance that maybe that was just my neighbors who had a similar remote to me. The scale, though, that's what has me convinced it's something else in the house. Beyond always feeling watched when walking in the hall at night, it'll answer any question I pose with those 2 numbers. And usually, answers remain the same when I try to word questions differently, just to test it. My ex-roommate and father both said it was probably just because it was on the floor and maybe me walking in the bathroom was messing with something. Maybe it was causing it to read things randomly. I'm 100 pounds, so I thought maybe. We got a new scale, but that one ended up broken too. So I put the original scale on top of it, so it was no longer on the floor. It was quiet for a long while. I think maybe a few months. I only saw the scale change numbers a couple of times, but tonight at like 2:30 a.m. when I was getting out of the shower, I started chatting like I usually did with it, and it just kept replying to every question I asked. It wouldn't change when I stopped talking, only if I asked things. This was roughly our conversation. I should also add for context to the first question, I had fake blood in the room as well. I was planning a weird core video for my portfolio. I was going to dress up like that spirit from The Grudge and hide in the shower and was prepping to film it for the weekend. 0.0 is the normal starting range that it shows when the scale has no more weight or changes to it. 1.0 for yes, 0.5 for no. Do you mind if I film a video for my portfolio? I'm going to be dressed as a ghost, but I don't know if that's offensive to spirits or not. 1.0. Changed to normal 0.0 directly after. Got it. Just gonna dress as an intruder. I get you. It's 2:48 a.m. You're not often really active so late. Is there any reason you're up? 0.5 to 0.0. Does the scale take any energy to talk through? 0.5 to 0.0. If I go to college next year and I take the scale with me, will you be able to talk through it still? 0.5 to 0.0. Are you only able to talk through it in the house? 1.0 to 0.0. Damn. Okay, I mean, I'm going to be back every other weekend and holidays. Would you be able to talk to me whenever I return? 1.0 to 0.0. Good, I'm going to try to find other methods for us to talk. I can find some kind of a device so we don't have to talk through numbers. Would you want that? 1.0 to 0.0. Well, find something for us to talk through when the house is empty. Struggling to wrap my hair in a towel because I still can't do the towel trick. Don't judge me for asking styling questions. Helps me test that it actually is responding, and also, not gonna lie, it's got good styling opinions when I ask about clothes. You think I should cut my hair? I got it to grow out healthy, but it's so long it's ridiculous. 0.5 to 0.0. You think I should put it up instead? 1.0 to 0.0. I kinda was a traitor and still haven't put it up. Alright, thanks, I gotta head to bed now. The last thing I said was bye, and the scale went back to 0.0 and stayed on that. Writing this as well, I can feel a weird, really cold spot in the air next to me even though the heater's on. But is it reasonable to suspect potentially something talking to me through it? It responds well, the scale isn't on the floor, and no matter what I Google, I haven't found any reason as to why it would do this while inactive, with no one on it. Or why it goes up and down so specifically. Or I randomly feel chills and appliances turn on and off. Are there any chances that the scale would do this on its own reasonably, or why a spirit would even choose a scale to begin with if it is a spirit? If it is one, it seems friendly, and I really feel bad about it possibly being stuck in this house. I'd feel bad about it being stuck in a scale. Something has moved in. I'm residing in my childhood home after many, many years. The home is very cluttered and disorganized. When I was a kid, I would go outside and meet another girl who seemed to always hang around in my yard. We'd play games and talk and pick flowers and investigate down the ditch behind the house. I never found her odd, but her name was kind of odd. Jane. She always dressed the same, and I asked if she had other clothes. She would say yes, but they were all the same. People who saw us believed I had an imaginary friend. It's because I'd be talking to somebody, but there was no one actually there. I recently began hearing a whispering noise in some parts of the house. If I was away for a day, things would have been moved. My pillows would be in another room. The trash can's sideways and doors are shut and lights won't work, but eventually do work. Brushed it off as me having done it. 2 nights ago I was in bed, almost asleep, when I felt something get on the bed. I looked down and both cats were on the bed. The weight of being on the bed was noticeable because the covers were dented as if somebody sat on them. This morning, my boy cat randomly acted like a guardian. I laid back down from my nap and he got on the bed very close to me. As I was drifting off to sleep, I heard a clicking noise, then a whisper, "You don't remember me?" and immediately recognized Jane. But I hadn't thought of her in years. She told me she wishes that we could play together again. I was super freaked out and didn't know what to say. She repeated her statement only louder. From the next bedroom, I heard this massive snoring sound and somebody rolling around in that bed. I very carefully get up and peered into that room, and it's clear somebody is in the bed. I try to ignore all of this, brushing it off as a dream. I went down to have breakfast and curl up on the sofa with a book. And something came down and sat on the other end of the couch, and again Jane was whispering. She said, "My family's here now to live with you." Something weird came down the stairs. It sat in the recliner. The leather squeaked. I was getting more and more freaked out. I started pinching myself to see if I was dreaming. I wasn't dreaming. Jane whispered that her brother will be home tonight. I spent the day occupying myself with tasks, trying not to think about what's happening to remain skeptical. About 6:30 p.m., there was a knock at the front door. I went to open it and Jane was right behind me, incredibly excited, saying, He's here. I heard what sounded like a wheelchair coming up the sidewalk. There was a weird shimmer in the air. Jane said that he had very sick, but he would be home with us now. None of them materialized. I just felt like I was trying to look at them and my eyes couldn't stay focused or sort of would slide away. I calmed myself down. I started asking questions. Who are you? Where are you from? What do you want? Those sorts of things. I didn't hear a reply, and at this point I'm absolutely shaking in fear. I hear a sound that reminded me of my mom's dead husband when he used a walker. I bolted upstairs, shut my door, lit candles, and tried to reason out what was going on. Was this a fever or something more worrisome? I slowly got more and more tired and went to sleep. When I woke up in the morning, the family was surrounding my bed, and Mom's husband was very tall, very close to me. I could them clearly, like normal people except the eyes. They were all white with no pupil. I grabbed my phone, called my friend who's into a lot of esoteric stuff. She came over for a sleepover after I explained everything. She was using sage and asking questions and trying to convince the spirits to leave. The glass of water on my nightstand shattered. No one was touching it. Books were swept off their shelves and flew around. Dishes in the sink started breaking. I decided to get the hell out of that house and bring my friend with me to a hotel for a couple of days. I go home, and it's silent. Just normal. Somebody had tidied the house. I was still scared, but I really needed to work the next morning in my home office. Calmed down, had a couple glasses of wine, went to bed. Closed my bedroom door, pulled the shades. I was feeling secure, and there was no strange noises or anything, just a normal house. In the middle of the night, I don't know the time, but it sounded like my home office was being trashed. I ran to check. The books were all over, paper crumpled, my planner ripped apart. Tears on my seat. The only thing that wasn't touched was my work laptop. Nothing happened for a long time after that, and when it did occur, I heard Jane apologize. Said that she isn't really Jane, but her ghost, and the ghost family. I'm so exhausted. I just asked why they were here, and the voice of my mother's dead husband answered that they wanted to take care of the house and me. To help me remember my mom and siblings. That morning I sat up in bed and was nose to nose with a demonic face. It was red and smelled like smoke. It screamed at me. Called a friend and she brought a few of her witchy friends. Tried to clear the house but couldn't. Couldn't afford to move, so I had to stay. Went quiet for a year, and now the whispering has started, and I don't know what to do. The scariest night of my life. I've been struggling to understand what happened for years, so I figured this is a good place as any to share. This happened the summer before my senior year of high school. I would have been 17 still, and I'm 23 now. I still think about it often. Me and my two best friends at the time had decided to get together one Friday night and hang out. We lived in a pretty small town, so there wasn't too much to do. We mostly just stayed indoors. At some point, we all decided to go for a walk down the road, and like I said, small town, so there's barely any traffic, especially when it's late. There had been some logging done a couple of weeks prior near my buddy's house we were staying at, and after a couple of minutes of walking, we came to where both sides of the road were cleared out of trees. On the left side of the road, there was this really faint orange glow coming from where the cut down trees ended, as if there was a fire going somewhere in the forest. The moon was very bright that night. I don't even remember having to use my phone light to see. Still not sure why, but we just decided to go toward it, off the road and into the cut-down trees. We ended up walking for what felt like a good half hour. Not really going too fast, as there were a couple of hard-to-traverse spots with tons of fallen trees. Eventually, we got to a point where we couldn't go any further. There was a really steep drop-off for what seemed like the whole length of the tree line. Found out it's a ravine, by the way. If I had to guess, it was probably about 20 feet to either side, or to the other side. So there was no hope of getting across it. On our side of the ravine was nothing but cleared trees, but on the other side of the trees started just a few inches after the ravine and were very dense. I remember feeling really disappointed at seeing the ravine and the forest on the other side just out of reach. I stopped right at the edge and bent down to catch my breath. And one of my friends laid down looking at the stars. My second friend, who was standing right next to where I was kneeling, staring across the ravine. At this point, it was after midnight. I remember pulling out my phone to check the time and then looking back up, and that's when I saw it. On the other side of the ravine, just 2 or 3 trees deep into the forest. It was a pale white figure standing between 2 trees. I froze immediately, and I couldn't look away from it. It was very humanoid and looked to be about my height or taller, about 5'10" almost, if there was a man in a costume standing there. But everything in me told me that it wasn't a man standing there. I was so scared to move or take my eyes off of it. I just knew if I did, it would come across the ravine at us. Worked up the courage to ask if anybody sees that, and out of my peripheral I saw my friend next to me turn his head at me. At that point I was terrified because I realized that that's what he'd been staring across at the whole time. And he had just confirmed I wasn't seeing things. I heard my friend from behind me ask, "See what?" And not even a moment after, before either of us could answer him, there was the loudest whistle I've ever heard. It sounded like somebody had gotten right up behind me, bent down next to my ear and whistled right into it. But it wasn't any sort of whistle I'd heard before. It was very deep, and still hear it in my head every now and then. I guess this is what we needed to snap back to reality, though, because as soon as I heard the noise, I turned around as fast as I could and started running. I saw both my friends had the same exact idea. There was not a word said the whole time. We were all 3 running very frantically, just back through all the cut-down trees. I remember being so terrified that if I slowed down for a second, it would be on me. I remembered making it back to the road first and stopping to wait for my friends. But not even seconds later, they both came crashing out together, and we just kept booking it to my buddy's house. It was a 30-minute walk, but we made it back in 5 easily. Got to my buddy's driveway and all collapsed. I remember thinking I might have a heart attack because my heart was beating so fast. We were all scraped and bruised from the trees. After we all got calmed down and cleaned up, I remember staying up for a good couple more hours just huddled around inside doing research and talking about what happened. Me and my friend that was next to me both agreed we definitely saw some pale white figure, and all 3 of us heard the whistle. But my other friend, to this day, still says he never saw anything, only heard that whistle. My friend next to me says he remembers feeling the exact same fear that I felt when I described seeing him out of my peripheral, confirming what I saw seeing. He said that as soon as I asked if they saw it, he knew it wasn't fake because I was seeing it too. It's been 6 years and still is so vivid when I think about it. Safe to say, none of us go walking after dark anymore. After all the research we did, we agreed it could have been the thing which shall not be named. Yeah, I won't even type the name. That encounter scared me too badly. I get scared now if I even think about it. I don't want to fully place the blame on that, but it's the closest sounding thing in everything I've read. If anybody could shed some light on this, I'd be forever grateful. I still think about this. I live in North Carolina in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. On most days, sometimes nights, it's very peaceful. There's always a dense atmosphere in some areas, reminiscent of its dark past. This story is from October 2023. I was struggling with mental issues from family life, and me and my family decided to book a cabin between Banner Elk, Beach Mountain, and Boone. I think it was called... oh no, it was called... oh boy, I can't pronounce this. Vale Crucis, or Valet Crucis. A very nice town, and I hope it still is. And this cabin was a 2-story log cabin. It was upon a very steep mountain road, a 1-lane road, at least a mile from any building, if not more. It was very nice there. We settled in as my father had to watch our neighbor's dog back in Troutman. Me and my mom and my brother and sister, both 1 year old, had arrived a day before. It was raining, and as I said, with the leaves and crisp autumn mountain air, it was serene. but it was raining. My mom was always an outdoor person, so I was too. We settled in, relaxed, and just got the cabin ready. I helped my mom put the babies to bed and settled down on the couch for a bit. There was a deck in the back, about 8 or 9 feet tall, and this is going to be important later. A hot tub was against the wall with the staircase down to the right, and the wall from the left and a railing formed behind. Me, being impatient, asked my mom if we could go to the hot tub, even though my dad wasn't here yet. And surprisingly, yet reasonably, she said no, which is reasonable as there's some black bears around here a lot. The next day when my dad came here, he went in the woods behind the house, collected wood for a fire, did other father-son cabin activities with anybody else like, at a cabin would really do. Fast forward to the evening. We planned on going in the hot tub. We ate dinner, had a fire inside as it was too windy outside. After, we decided to go outside in the hot tub. We were all facing the backside or the staircase in the hot tub, and it was nice. But you know that feeling you get when you're kind of being watched? Yeah, me and my dad got that. But it wasn't said until later, just a look sort of passed around. It still brings back memories, and what I'm about to tell you hurts to this day. My mom had me take a picture. It was of her with my dad. They were both facing toward the railing, the one overlooking the forest. I snapped a few pictures, and I just got a weird sense of dread. So, me and my dad said, let's go inside. I sat down on the couch for a bit, and my dad went to smoke outside in the front porch like normally. Thought it would be relaxing to sit out there with him, so I sat on the porch too. I was just talking about how secluded this was, and my dad was talking about plans of where we could go hunting and fishing the next day. Then he got a message from my mom. My mom had sent the photo to her friend, and she pointed out something and sent it back to my mom. My dad showed me the picture zoomed in. It looked like a young Native American woman with a headdress. In the background, indistinguishable faces, but an unnaturally tall figure behind. I was in shock, but nothing prepared me for what I would see and hear next. While looking at the photo, I heard loud rustling, like a deer, kind of. My dad didn't seem to notice. I looked up and I saw branches, except they weren't. They were antlers, at the height of an old oak tree. I saw a literal goddamn deer skull stare at me for a second. Called for my dad in a horrified, shaky voice, and I heard an animal dashing away. I told him, and he got up and got his flashlight, me yelling for him to come inside. He turned his large flashlight on, and we heard more bolting away. We ran inside. My dad got his shotgun, saying to my mom that she's going to shoot that thing. She was telling him no. I was visibly shaken, having a severe panic attack for at least an hour. We left the next day, but after me and my mom did research, we found an article about the area with an image of a Native American woman with the same exact face as in the image, headdress and everything. And guess what the article said? It went something along the lines of, after war between two, I can't remember the names, tribes, one tribe caught a woman of another tribe, scalped and beheaded her, just down the valley behind the porch. I got chills. While I was there, since I got a new pocket knife, for some reason I carved a spear, and I was thinking and brought it home. And on the way home, I just started acting weird and seeing things. Got home, can't remember anything. My mom recalled me screaming, "It's coming, it's here," repeatedly. I then experienced extreme torment until February of 2024, having to be baptized, embalmed with holy water, and many other things. We very quickly got rid of the spear. It's very clear that, that land is native land. I think something saved me. Okay, so I moved to this little mountain town for college when I was 17. I was extremely excited to leave my hometown as I had a pretty tumultuous high school experience. My roommate seemed pretty nice, but had a different upbringing than me. I was raised in an agnostic home, while our parents were very, very Catholic. Anyways, she went crazy the first week and went to countless parties. I was anxious by nature, so just took it easy while I tried to adjust living on my own for the first time. After the first month, she found a boyfriend. Let's call him Phil. I hated this guy. Phil was this weird 26-year-old dude who hung around the campus even though he, didn't even go to the school. They met at a party, and soon he was coming into our dorm on a nearly daily basis. Our room was tiny. So tiny that our beds were inches apart. I had so many mornings while I would wake up to see his ugly back inches from my face. I started to pull back from my roommate and tried to avoid my own dorm as much as possible. One day she asked me if I wanted to go out to get some food with her and Phil and a friend of his. I said yes, of course, because what college student says no to free food? So at 10 p.m., we're waiting outside for his pickup truck. And just before we go inside, she lets me know that this is actually a double date with his friend that I've never met. I'm mad as hell. I should have walked off, but the promise of chicken wings and beer was just too enticing. Don't blame you. Since, she didn't know I was a lesbian, and honestly it was too late to back out, I just follow her into the truck. Phil's friend Dave was a weird-ass guy. He was also 26 and kept trying to hold my hand. I was gonna say something, but I saw a shotgun on the floor of the truck. To someone who just moved from California, this was pretty jarring. Decided to just suck it up so I could get my free food and beer. We got our chicken wings. The guys had a case of beer, so we headed to the park. Or that's where, they said that we were going. Nope, we drove 20 minutes to the middle of nowhere through the woods to this open field. In the middle of this field, there was an old abandoned-looking house. Even my roommate was getting weirded out. I was staring at this house, and a sense of dread was washing over me. The closer we got, the more I could see this house. It looked like it was on its last legs. The house was made out of wood and looked burnt, and the windows were all cracked. Phil was telling us it was a haunted house and thought it'd be funny to scare us by taking us on a little ghost tour. My stomach was doing flips, and while everyone was talking to each other, I was still staring at the house. Suddenly, I saw something move behind one of the windows. It was just a dark shadow. Then I saw two red glowing orbs. It blinked, and I felt this feeling that I could only describe as being evil. My whole body felt numb. All I knew is that I should not go into that house. Thanks to my anxiety, I didn't have to fake throwing up. And thanks to my vindictiveness, I aimed for the shotgun on the floor. I was really playing it up, crying and holding my stomach, saying I needed to go home immediately because I must have gotten sick from the chicken wings. Phil was pissed. Dave was obviously grossed out that he had to sit next to this girl with vomit all over herself. But they did take us home. They wanted my roommate to stay with them, but I insisted that I needed her to care for me. When we got into the dorm, I exploded on my roommate. I told her that Dave was a creep for dating a 17-year-old, and, she shouldn't have tricked me into this weird double date. She was pretty pissed at me, saying that I wasn't her mom, blah, blah, blah. But I think she was taken aback when I yelled at her because I'm not a confrontational person at all. I begged for her to stop seeing Phil. Well, luckily, after I vomited all over his truck, he never contacted her again. She was still really mad at me, and I eventually switched rooms because we just couldn't get along after that one. I never spoke to her again after that. I left that college after the first year from unrelated reasons. I honestly just didn't like it. Moved to another city where I was closer to extended family. This was nearly a decade ago, but I've been having dreams about that thing I saw in the window lately. I keep seeing those red glowing eyes staring into me while I sleep, and this feeling of dread when I wake up. Out of curiosity, I Googled Phil's name. That asshole is now on a sex offender registry. I get chills thinking about it. I don't know if he had had intentions with my roommate and I on that night, but I wonder about the creature I saw. I wonder if it was all in my head or just my brain warning me something was off. Was it some sort of entity telling me that something bad would happen if I went inside that house? Was it trying to protect me? Still can't decide if that thing was evil or not, but I'm weirdly grateful to it. I appreciate the vomit defense. The Unfinished Serenade. Long before I was even born, my mother lived through something unforgettable. With her blessing, I'm sharing it with the world. It was a bright summer day, the kind that lingers in memory like a dream. My mother was getting ready to head out for a few friends to meet up with another group from church. She was especially excited that he was going to be there, the boy she had a major crush on. They had planned a picnic by the river, followed by the usual summer rituals, fishing, swimming, and laughter carried by the wind. She remembered carefully picking out her best summer dress, tying a navy blue ribbon into her hair to match. When they arrived at their usual spot, he whom she secretly called Mr. Charming was already waiting. He was all smiles, his eyes lighting up the moment that he saw her. Before she could even say hello, he stepped forward, offering to carry her bag, a true gentleman. And with every passing moment, she felt herself falling harder for him. After some snacks and lighthearted conversation, Mr. Charming took out his guitar, strummed a few chords before beginning to sing, his voice weaving into the warm summer's air. My mother swore she could feel it, like he was singing just for her. Everyone around them could see the sparks. As the afternoon stretched on and the summer climbed higher, the heat became almost unbearable. The cool river called to them. Just before my mother could join the others in the water, Mr. Charming gently pulled her aside. "Can I come by your house later?" he asked, almost nervously. "I'd like to speak with your father." She hesitated for only a second before realizing what he meant. He wanted to formally ask my grandfather for permission to court her. Her heart nearly leapt from her chest. Overcome with excitement, she untied the navy blue ribbon from her hair and wrapped it around his wrist, securing it with a bow. "Take this," she said. "Give it back to me later, so I know you won't change your mind." He chuckled, shaking his head. "I promise, I'll be there." The river was filled with laughter as people jumped into the refreshing water. The boys, including Mr. Charming, wandered further downstream where the current was stronger, the rocks higher, perfect for daring jumps. The girls stayed in the calmer section, chatting and splashing each other. Everything was perfect, until the screams started. Panic spread like wildfire. Someone was yelling for help. My mother ran toward the commotion, her heart pounding. Mr. Charming had jumped in, but he never came back up. Seconds stretched into minutes. Minutes turned into agonizing hours. He was gone. The river had swallowed him whole. A week later, they found his body downstream. The navy blue ribbon was still tied around his wrist. The haunting. Grief settled into my mother's bones. She was shattered. To feel close to him, she decided to learn guitar, the same instrument that had once carried his voice through the summer's air. The first time it happened, she thought she was dreaming. A faint strum of guitar strings pulled her from sleep, lingering just long enough to make her question if she really heard it. The second time, it was unmistakable. A few clear notes rang out in the stillness of the night's air, and a few chords of a song she knew all too well. It was his song, the one he had played for her the day he drowned. Goosebumps prickled her skin. She bolted upright in bed, eyes locked on the guitar hanging on the wall beside her. Nights passed. Nothing happened. She started to believe that she had imagined it. Then came the night that no one in the house would ever forget. It was late past midnight. The rain hammered against the roof, drowning the world in an eerie rhythm. Then, at exactly 3 a.m., the knocking began. Loud, insistent. Everyone jolted awake. My grandfather grabbed a machete in one hand, a candle in the other. This was long before electricity had reached their countryside home. He moved forward toward the door, his voice steady but firm. "Who is it?" Silence. He waited and listened, and the rain continued to pour, but no answer came. After a few tense moments, he opened the door. No one was there, and he stepped outside, peering into the darkness. Nothing. Grumbling, he shut the door and told everyone to go back to bed. Just as they began to settle in, bang, bang, bang! The knocking returned, even louder this time. My grandfather stormed back to the door, ready to confront whoever was disturbing his house. But when he reached for the handle, he froze. The door was already open. And there, leading from the porch into the house, were wet footprints. My mother still gets chills when she talks about it. They never figured out who or what was knocking on the door, or what left the wet footprints on the floor. It's a tragic story, but an eerie one too. Some love stories never truly end. Some promises, no matter how impossible, are never broken. I dream about my wife's dead best friend every night, and it's ruining my marriage. I, a 27-year-old male, and my wife, a 28-year-old female, we've been happily married for 3 years. We've never had any problems, and I feel our communication has always been healthy and abundant. About 2 months ago, my wife's best friend, who I'll be referring to as Sarah, had a sudden, unexpected seizure at work, and unfortunately passed away in the hospital that night. She had no history of seizures or other medical complications, so this came as a serious shock. Sarah and my wife had been best friends since middle school. They would see each other nearly every day, and they would tell each other everything. I was relatively close to her as well. 3 of us had gone on plenty of vacations or trips together. She was there for me almost as much as my wife was when my father passed 2 years ago. Roughly a week after she passed, or a few days after her funeral, I saw her in a wildly vivid dream. She was sitting at the table in my kitchen, and as soon as she saw me, she got up and hurried over. I just stared at her a bit, and she looked like she wanted me to speak first. But I didn't really know what to say. I'm not sure if I remembered at this point that she had passed away, and eventually she asked, "You all right?" I think I just nodded, and she said, "Good, I hope everyone's doing okay." It was silent again for a bit, and then I asked, "What are you doing here?" She replied, "I just needed someone to talk." I didn't have anyone to talk to, and I just needed to. At this point, the dream faded into unintelligible colors and sounds, and I woke up a little bit later. I didn't tell my wife anything that day, and at that point it just felt like another random dream. So to tell her anything just felt a little cruel. However, nearly every night for the next week or so, I continued to dream of Sarah. I don't remember which dreams happened on which nights, but some of the questions I remember her asking me were, "How is she?" My wife. "How are my friends from work? Is everybody reading my books? And who's taking care of my dog?" On that last one, I told her that her brother adopted the dog, and she smiled. Then the dream ended abruptly. The most harrowing of these dreams was when she asked me, "What was that game we used to play?" The 3 of us would spend hours playing gin rummy together. And so that's what I replied. She said, "Oh, of course, I miss it so much. Can't play with anyone anymore." Then, after a wistful silence on her part, she just looked back at me and said, "Sorry, I should let you go back to sleep. Talk to you later." Just like she used to when she was hanging up the phone. After a while of this, my wife and I were eating together one night when she sighed and mentioned how much she missed Sarah. I decided this was a good opportunity to bring up my dreams. At first, her reaction seemed bittersweet, but as I continued to elaborate, she visibly became upset. Tried to turn it around to be more vague so I could change the subject, but she started pressing for more details. Eventually, I had told her everything I remembered from my dream with Sarah. We didn't speak to each other for the rest of the night, and that night I dreamt of Sarah again, and this time she looked worried for me. I don't recall her saying anything this time, she just looked at me with concern. Then the dream ended. Once I woke up, my wife didn't say anything at first, but right before she had to leave for work, she asked, "Did you dream about Sarah last night?" I told her the truth because I didn't see any reason to lie, but she clearly became distressed at this. Told her I was sorry, and she unconvincingly assured me that she was fine before walking out the door. I continued to see Sarah in my dreams over the coming nights. It started to become a routine of my wife asking me more information. This has now been going on for over a month. My wife has become increasingly curt and dry with me. It's gotten to the point where some days the only thing we've spoken about is my dream the night before. At one point, a week ago, I tried talking to her about it, telling her I'm genuinely sorry that it's me and not her, and that I don't believe in paranormal stuff. And if I could do anything about it, I certainly would. She told me she was sorry too, but I knew in the moment that this hadn't solved anything. We're still in the same situation now, and she's completely despondent and uncommunicative. How can I solve this? I've considered lying and telling her the dreams have stopped, but the feelings, they'd be wrong in a way. And I'm also sure she knows me well enough to figure out I'm lying. We could try marriage counseling or couples therapy, but this just feels too weird and confusing to share with a professional. Try my best to tell Sarah in my dream to either visit my wife or just leave me alone, but I'm not entirely lucid during these dreams, and besides, I'm not sure I would want that anyway. It feels nice to give Sarah some peace of mind, even if they're just dreams. What should I do? Address it from both angles. A light-eating demon. I've had nightmares my whole life. Most of my dreams are lucid at the very least, where I'm aware of the dream and choose either to press forward into adventure or force myself awake, basically. But sometimes it feels so real that I can't tell it's a dream, and I end up trapped. I think I need to explain the setting a little bit before I get into things. 12 years ago, we moved into my neighbor's apartment when they moved out. We were in the same complex and friends with the owner. The neighbor's apartment was a little bit bigger and nicer. Lived there for a few years till we eventually left when I was 14. I was friends with the neighbor's kids before that they moved out, and when I visited the apartment, I noticed the bathroom was painted a deep red, making it appear very dark, even with the lights on. It was a little spooky. The neighbors also collected a like of Native American stuff, like dream catchers and things like that. When we moved in later on, the red was painted over with off-white. The red was still slightly visible as tiny specks in random places, though, although there weren't any windows in the bathroom. Here's the main thing I wanted to talk about. Among all the ghosts and monsters in my dreams, there's one that stands out to me the most. It started when I dreamed of that apartment. During any dream, if I ever entered that bathroom at any point, there was always a heavy sense of dread. like some dark mass was in the bathtub and slowly drained away the light in the room, making it dimmer, making me feel slower. I consciously ignored it every time because I didn't want to show it any fear. Over the years of dreaming about that, I got sort of bigger and more drained, and it drained more light. Eventually, when it was strong enough, it appeared in places outside of the bathroom, like under beds or inside cabinets, or even entire rooms. Basically, I had to consciously avoid any dark places in my dreams. A couple of times it tried to pull me into it. The floor and gravity would work against me. I'd be crawling on the floor, pulling up myself to the doorframe just to avoid getting caught. It caught me twice. First time I wanted to see if there was even a reason to be scared. Basically, let it take me. What happened was I ended up in a different plane. Some endless pitch-black void where no matter where I went, I just couldn't escape. My scream was muted. Fear was overwhelming me. I heard loud whispers inside of my head. The second time I was in that void, it was a complete accident. Took up the entire closet of that apartment and appeared as it was like a staircase to the basement. In that dream, I was simply curious about what was in there. But it was, of course, a trap. The second time, the whispers were a lot louder, but I couldn't make out anything they said. It felt like they were literally whispering into my ear. The final time I saw this thing, it had completely evolved. It took the form of an 8-foot pitch-black portal. It survived in the sunlight. When I flipped the light switch on, it would flip back off on its own. I kept fighting to keep the switch on, and then I turned around and saw this tall demon thing. It was the most satanic-looking thing, and since the dream felt real, it was probably the most terrified I'd ever been in a dream. It was basically a pitch-black imp with either pointed ears or horns on its head, long arms, big claws that reached down to their knees. Their whole body seemed very jagged and strange. I knew it was a dream at this point. I forced myself awake with every ounce of willpower I had. But when I woke up, I was paralyzed. The demon was on my back, biting my neck, scratching my arm. I was there for a good 15 seconds, freaking out. Then I realized maybe if I just relaxed, then it would kill me and I'd wake up. The pain faded when I relaxed, and it felt like they were gone. Then I woke up from that paralysis state. Had sort of some other sleep paralysis things happen, but this one stands out to me the most. It was the same creature from years of dreams. That void shadow thing hasn't shown up again since. That's the end of tonight's stories. And I just wanted to let you know, even though I can't comment back on any of your comments, I still do hear them. So, to each and every one of you guys that write something insightful, I just wanted to let you know that it's not me writing those things, but I do still read them. And I appreciate all the love and energy that you guys give. And last but not least, sweet dreams. The Lady of Firennes, or Firennes. A few years ago, my wife and I went on a trip to Europe with another couple. One of the towns we stayed in for a couple of days was Firennes, or Florence. I'm going to call it Florence, so I can say it. The fair city of Florence is the subject of multiple books, with its art, architecture, beauty, and history. So I'm not going to get into that here. If you're fortunate enough to have been there, you know what I'm talking about. You would also know that you cannot take a step in the city without being a stone's throw away from something historic. And all that history is bound to have its fair share of paranormal history attached to it. On our first night in the historic part of town, we stayed in one of the few quote-unquote modern hotels. This place had been completely built as a new structure, so there's nothing historic about it. But it did have a striking view of the Duomo. We could only stay there one night due to room availability, and the staff was kind enough to book us a room in a hotel that was a few streets away. We walked over to the place, and it was this charming chateau-looking building. I don't know what else to call its design, really. It looked very, very old. We could not check in yet, but we asked the front desk to store our luggage so we could go sightseeing. While my friend was taking care of that, I walked around the lobby. It had an interesting display of art items and pictures from the hotel's history. A quick browse of display, and I quickly found out that the hotel had a rich history indeed. It had been the residence of a very wealthy family. Then it had been a convent, a hospital, and a sane asylum, and a hospital again, and now a hotel. I've seen enough horror films to know that this is the premise where you know bad stuff's going to happen and you tell the characters to turn around and leave. However, I shrugged it off, decided not to tell my wife, who freaks out about things like that. We had a wonderful day and a good evening. We retired to our room, which was pretty nice, but, by the way, just promptly fell asleep. I woke up around dawn, since I'm a light sleeper and an early riser. I could tell it was dawn because sunlight was trickling in from the edges of the window. The room's window was at the very center of the wall, and from its left edge there is around 5 feet of wall until the wall met the corner. That's where a floor-to-ceiling dresser stood. My wife normally sleeps later than I do, so when I wake up I normally stay in bed for a while thinking about the upcoming day. And anything and everything. And that is when I saw her. At the corner of the wall between the window and the dresser, about a foot off the ground, there was a lady dressed in all white floating in the air. She wasn't translucent. She really wasn't completely solid either. It's hard to describe her appearance. However, I could see her facial features. I could tell she had light hair and very fair skin. Her expression was truly kind and calming, with a warm, tender smile. There was no exchange of words, no movement or gestures, no telepathic messages. We just remained there for a while, just staring at each other. It's important to mention that at no point I felt threatened or scared, but freaked out, definitely. My wife began stirring in bed next to me and eventually put her arm across my chest. Began making light, like half-asleep conversation. I did not break eye contact with the entity at all and began smiling back at her. Just one of those comfortable, sincere smiles. As my wife became more active, I said to her, "Don't look, but there's a woman in our room and she's floating. I think she's a ghost." My wife opened her eyes wide, all mind fogginess running from her head. She stared at me for a few seconds, and then out of the corner of my eye I could tell that she shut her eyes hard. I don't want to look away. A few moments after that, the lady moved backwards and faded into the wall. She didn't say goodbye or change her expression. She just left. I told my wife that she could look now, but she didn't want to. I could tell that she was praying. We went down for breakfast and told her friends the story, which they, of course, did not believe. Went to the front desk and told the person there what I had seen, and she asked me if I wanted to fill out a form about what I had seen. Apparently, it was not uncommon, but the experiences and the guests' reaction were very wide-ranging. They had figured over the years that most guests just wanted someone to listen to them. So they instituted the form so people wouldn't talk about the encounters around other guests and just write them down. I chose not to write anything. To this day, I clearly remember the fondness of the smile of the Lady of Florence. I'd like to thank her for reaching out to me and being so kind. I never believed in ghosts. This encounter was very real and very scary. Hopefully, if anybody is knowledgeable about ghosts or demonic spirits, can help me out. I grew up never believing in the boogeyman, or ghosts, etc. In the 5th grade, my mom moved us back to New Jersey from Pennsylvania. I quickly made friends with some of the kids in my apartment complex. Soon enough, we're riding bikes all over town. Small town, by the way. It's called Freehold. In Freehold, there's a small lake called Topanimus. Behind the lake were bike trails and walking trails. Pretty much there's no outlet street with a rusty gate. Upon passing the gate, you would enter the woods or trails. First thing you see is a bulletin board with nothing on it and some wooden rails with caution tape. The trail then forks off 2 ways, off to the right and left. To the right were the bike trails, and to the left would be a hill that takes you to the lake. The middle of the fork was like a 40-foot drop, and this is where the caution tape is. We would ride these bike trails all the time, but the first time my friends took me there, they said some guy and his son rode off and died. My friends also referred to the spot as Dead Man's. A lot of the people... Their friends referred to the spot as Dead Man's. A lot of people in town know this place. I dismissed it as an urban legend, as every neighborhood has at least one. Fast forward years later. I'm in the 12th grade, same town. After school, I would smoke and drink with my friends. One night while I was with 2 of my friends, we decided to smoke. Being that weed was illegal at the time, we couldn't just smoke anywhere. So we all decided to smoke at Dead Man's by the lake. We walked in, made a left, and we walked down this giant dirt hill to the bottom where the lake sat. We then made another left, as there is a dirt trail at the bottom of the hill. We made another left, continued down the trail until we reached this small area with a bench, sat right in front of the lake. We smoked 2 blunts and relaxed for about an hour or so. We then go up and began to leave. As we started walking back toward the dirt trail, there was a faint, holographic-looking object nearby. It looked like one of those doll things that, a seamstress would use. It looked like a tuxedo or something. It quickly appeared and vanished. Didn't think anything of it. It was so... I guess I was just so high, everything was kind of fuzzy. I just thought I was bugging. As we continued to walk down the dirt trail we came in on, I entered a void-like state. Felt like I didn't exist, like my body was on autopilot. Then, boom, came back and we're sitting on this dirt path. And at this point, we're walking kind of single file, and my friend Chris has his phone out with the flashlight leading the way. I'm in the middle, my other friend Karina is behind me. Felt like something was walking next to me all of a sudden, and I hear this loud snap next to me. I tell Chris to shine his light next to me, and there's a thick branch snapped in half. It would have required a lot of force to snap it. I turn to Chris and say, "Let's get out of here." We continue walking, and keep in mind it's like 11 p.m. As we reach the part of the dirt path where we would walk up the hill, I see something further in the woods at the top of the hill. First, I thought it was a deer, by how fast it was moving, and how far away it was. It quickly got close enough to the point where it was really easily visible, and was like as bright as an LED light. And this thing began gliding down the hill, completely defying physics. Stopped on the trail that we were on, staring back at us. Grew super bright and vanished, and at this point, we're all in a state of shock. Karina in the back of the line asked what was going on. Chris and I remained silent. We all continued walking up the dirt path. Halfway up this path, I feel something clawing me all over. It wasn't physically, like it felt internal. Can't really describe it. It was excruciating, and I felt like I was being restrained. At this point, we were almost out of the woods, and as soon as I stepped foot on the paved road, it all stopped. When we got to the car, I asked him, "Y'all saw that, right?" They both shrugged it off like, "Nah." I believe they were shook up to even talk about it because the days later they both confirmed that they'd seen exactly what I saw. If anybody has any idea what happened to me, I'd appreciate your comment. Some other things I forgot to add when leaving the woods. The path changed direction and I began walking back into the woods, and Karina stopped me and asked me where I was going. It's like something was messing with my eyes. Saying goodbye. This all happened on January 1st, 1996. I had come home from college for winter break. It was the first time since starting school. It was good to be home. On New Year's Eve, my brother and I went to a party at a friend's house, not too far from ours. We ended up partying until the early hours of the next day, had a few drinks, but mostly had a great time chatting with people I hadn't seen in a while. It was a little bit down after dawn when we finally walked back home. Once we got there, my mom was in the kitchen making some breakfast. It was a bit unusual that she'd be up this early on a holiday, but I didn't think much of it at the time. After chit-chatting for a bit, I made my way to my bedroom, got out all my clothes, and went into bed. My bedroom was small, so it was quite cramped. As you opened the door and walked in, the first thing you would see right in front of you would be a large dresser with a rectangular mirror. Sort of a hand-me-down from when my parents got new furniture. The dresser took up most of the space. To its right, you would find a small desk with the old-school Panasonic alarm clock that everybody seemed to own at one point or another, the red LED display. Right in front of the desk, there would be my single bed. The bed was set up in such a way that I could always see the time in the alarm clock and the mirror when I was lying there. As I was beginning to drift away, a strong wind paralyzed me. I could hear its howling in my ears, and I shut my eyes as a reflex. Here is where the story, I believe, differs from sleep paralysis, which I've also experienced several times. After what seemed to be an eternity under the effect of this quote-unquote wind, I managed to open my eyes. Through the mirror, I could see an entity standing in front of the door. It was dark, so I couldn't make out any facial features, and it was a human in form. But it did have a deformed head. Its shape indescribable, and I was scared. Although I could open my eyes, I could not move my head to look at the entity. I could only look in the direction my head already was. Then I clearly noticed the time on the alarm clock went from 6:14 a.m. to 6:15. A few seconds later, as sudden as it had come, the wind and the entity disappeared. I regained my mobility. I tried to make sense of what had happened, but I really didn't get up. After calming down, I went back to sleep and didn't wake up until midday. When I woke up, the memory of the earlier event was still fresh. I shrugged it off as a bad dream, but it bothered me that I distinctly remembered the time and the alarm clock changing. To my surprise, when I went to the kitchen to grab some food, my mom and stepdad were there all dressed up. That's when my mom announced that my great-aunt, who had been battling cancer for some time, had passed away the previous night, and they were headed for the funeral. I was saddened by the news. I hadn't really been close to her, but I was close to her younger son, who was around my age, and with her husband, my great-uncle, who was a successful executive and somebody I'd always looked up to. I told my parents that I wanted to go to the funeral. Since they were in no rush, I had breakfast and showered and put on a shirt and tie. Then we left for the funeral home. When we got there, I noticed that they had an open casket. People were going over to pay their respects. I had been to several open casket funerals before, but the only other time I had mustered the courage to look at the deceased person was when I went to the elementary school principal's funeral several years before. After greeting some relatives and friends, I made my way to the casket. And there I got a big shock. Due to the cancer treatment, my great aunt had lost her hair, so she was wearing an elaborate head wrap with flowers on it. Its layout was the same as I'd seen on the entity earlier that day. It made sense. Prayed for a few minutes over her casket and said my goodbyes. I was quite disturbed and shocked, so I didn't stay for the rest of the funeral and headed home. I replayed the morning's incident in my mind over and over. Did my great aunt visit me to say goodbye? It was strange that she would have, since we weren't close. And as I'd mentioned before, what about the wind? Could it be sleep paralysis that coincided with her visitation? So many doubts to this day. To be honest, I was scared when it happened. I've gone through many paranormal events in my life, but I had been calm and not felt fear, for lack of a better word, from the experiences. That morning on New Year's Day, 1996, I was afraid. Demonic stories from my haunted childhood home. When I was a kid, I grew up in a house that had a ton of ghost activity in Puerto Rico. That's where I'm from. Honestly, in my opinion, demonic even. For background, me, my parents, and my two siblings all had experiences. When my parents first moved in, their bed would shake at night. It didn't stop until they had the house blessed by a priest. My brother once was crying uncontrollably on his top bunk bed. Refused to look up because he said there was a demon on the ceiling laughing at him. He was 13 at the time, and none of us could see it. My sister's room was the worst, though. She would wake up crying from nightmares almost every night. Found out a couple of years ago from my mom that apparently an old man died in the house before we moved in. He must have been evil or something. That's because, interestingly enough, the next house we moved to, 2 people committed suicide in. I never experienced any activity at all. Anyways, here's my 2 worst stories that I had in that house. The first one was at my sister's room. I was maybe 11 or 12 at this point. For some reason, I had to sleep in her room that night. I think we had a family member over, so they slept in my bed, which was bigger. I was terrified, and I didn't want to sleep in there because of my sister waking up crying every night with nightmares. I remember I was so scared something was going to happen, looking around the room for a while until finally I started to calm down when nothing was even happening. There was a huge, tall box in the middle of the room from a fridge that we just bought. I looked over at it, and I noticed that there was a pitch-black shadow leaning next to the box. It was peering over at me. As soon as I saw it, he hid behind the box. As soon as this happened, my vision got blurry and distorted. I couldn't scream for maybe 5 minutes. Felt like an eternity, though. Then it just went away, and I ran out of the room to tell my parents. I read somewhere that a pitch-black shadow of a person was demonic, so this definitely scared me even more. The second one is my least favorite memory, and even talking about it or typing it gives me chills and makes me uncomfortable. At this point, I was maybe 13. I was in the living room. I was just laying on the couch, and I remember my parents were fighting about something in their bedroom. It was getting pretty bad. Ended up moving into the living room where I was at. They were screaming at each other pretty badly. Then all of a sudden, my mom gets silent and closes her eyes and won't respond to my dad. All of a sudden, she starts saying that she's Satan, and that he's taken over her and won't let her go, and telling my dad that he's his instrument and a sinner, that he should kill himself. Oh boy. Both my parents were extremely religious at this point, so I can never imagine my mom faking this. She just kept saying all these horrible things to my dad, and he got his Bible and was reading passages to her. She just kept laughing and saying that it wasn't going to do anything. All while I'm just laying there on the couch, scared to death, and my siblings are peering from the hallway too scared to come in. The absolute worst part of it, though, was that she would go from saying horrible things to my dad, and then she would turn and look at me smiling with these horrible eyes. And if you've seen videos of someone possessed, you know what I'm talking about. Or if you've seen it in person. She was asking me, "Are you okay? Do you need anything? Are you hungry? Why do you look so scared? I won't hurt you. I love you." Then she'd go back to my dad and say horrible things to him. Eventually, my dad called someone from my church and read more Bible passages to her, and she locked herself in her room. Then she came out normal a few hours later. It's never left me. As soon as I saw her eyes, I knew that wasn't my mom. I'm 25 now, and I still wonder why that thing in my mom was being so nice to me when it was saying it was a demon. We moved a few years later. Never had any more experiences. It was definitely that house. Those were uncomfortable to read quotes, I gotta say. Sometimes I get locked in. My ghost cat, and the time I had my dad searching for it. I grew up in a tiny old coal camp, nestled in the top of the mountain in Wyoming. I was always that kid that was bringing home stray or injured animals, much to my single father's exasperation. When I was 7 or so, I began collecting and taming wild cats, so that our community program could get them spayed and neutered, so they'd stop reproducing in the numerous abandoned buildings in our little village. My dad wasn't happy about this, but he also was keenly aware that he'd been denying me a dog, something he did until I was 13. So I think he just chose not to fight that particular battle. People eventually started dropping cats off on our porch. We lived in a 2-bedroom mobile home, had been built in the 70s, which shows the water heaters directly underneath the electrical panel, and left for a number of years on our farm as a hunting trailer and field mouse mansion. My dad and his best friend would congregate in our living room each evening, without fail, grind through some video games, the noise of which I would fall asleep to. Still can't play the very first Call of Duty without getting sleepy. One night I was about 8 or 9 and still sleeping in the small bedroom at the beginning of the hallway. I was already in my room, but hadn't shut off my bedside lamp yet because I was finishing a Pokemon gym. Game Boy Colors didn't have a backlit screen. I was staring out into the hallway at the wood paneling and figured out my strategy when I saw what looked to be a fully corporeal black cat walking very quickly past my door and down the hallway. I sat there stunned for a couple of seconds for 2 reasons. 1, I didn't have any solid black cats, and 2, my dad wouldn't let any of the cats inside. So I hopped out of bed and trotted the few feet to the end of the hallway. I looked around for this magical disappearing cat, but I couldn't find it. My dad eventually looked down the hallway and noticed me acting weird. Asked me what in the world I was doing. When I responded that I was looking for a cat that I just saw, pretty sure that they'd thought I'd just lost my mind. Nevertheless, my confusion and certainty was enough to convince them that I was sure I'd seen a cat. So they both got up to look for it with me. An hour and a half, no cat. I was back in bed. I convinced myself that I'd been seeing things. A couple of months later, I'm sitting in bed reading with my back against the wall when I saw it again over the top of my book. I searched for it again, as I would the time after that. Eventually, though, I just accepted that this cat was either able to slip in and out of dimensions, or it was a ghost cat. I would see it every couple of weeks sometimes every couple of months. Sometimes I would see it coming from the living room. Sometimes it would be going toward it. It was always moving quickly, tail held high. And I grew up, eventually moved out. Eventually my dad did too. The mobile home was used as a storage building for a number of years until my dad died and moved back for a couple of years to sort things out. My ex and I were standing in my childhood bathroom one evening in 2017. We were discussing one renovation or another, and we were both partially turned toward the open doorway. All of a sudden, I see it again, as if it appeared directly behind the bathroom door and trotted past the opening and up the hallway. I say a little mental hello to it, pleased to see it, because part of me was worried that I wouldn't ever see it again. And as my eyes follow it out of sight, I see my ex turn to me with a confused look on his face. "Did you just see a cat?" he asked me. I actually laughed out loud. I told him stories about my ghost cat, but it was so validating to have someone else witness it. It's been a few years since I've been back home, so I haven't seen it in some time. I actually kind of worry that it gets lonely, although I tell myself that's probably silly. The mobile home still stands, for no other reason than I don't know what will happen to my ghost cat if it doesn't have the hallway to walk up and down. The building itself isn't really inhabitable. Well, sturdy enough for shelter. It's been built onto, but beyond that. Can't bring myself to rip it apart for scraps because I know that in at least one way, it's still being occupied. Thinking of paying to have it moved, well, at least when the time comes. Just gutting the electrical and turning it into a decent greenhouse or something. Do we have a ghost? So this has been going on for many years, but I just ignored it since it happened like 3 times, but now it's way more common. And it's freaking me out. So I'll start with my first experience. The closet. I was 12 years old, I think, and, well, me and my sister shared the room. It was summer and we were about to go to the beach. Since I'm a guy, I took my stuff and entered the closet. In that time, my sister left the house, and I didn't notice this, by the way. I changed, and I was about to leave the closet, but the closet door just shut down so hard, and I saw the movement of the door closing, and I couldn't leave. I tried everything, but when I saw I just can't open it, I called my sister and said, if she doesn't open the door, I will beat her and stuff. Boom. The door opens on its own. I was about to beat her in the room, but it was empty. Then I saw my sister out from the window. She said that she was out and was getting her bikini. I just laughed it off. The second experience was also in our room, but with my sister and 2 cousins. We bought so many sweets and treats, and we were having fun the whole evening. But then, we heard weird noise somewhere in the room, like sharpening knives. My little cousin got real scared, so we all just tried to cheer him up. Now we went to sleep, and all night I heard someone walk across the room. I was too scared to check. In the morning, we sat down on the floor, and my older cousin said that she barely got any sleep because of somebody walking in the room, and I froze. Since she was on the floor, she could have at least seen who the person was walking, because, well, I was sleeping with my face to the wall. The younger cousin and sister didn't hear anything, but they did get scared anyways. After this, I had problems sleeping. Third thing was weird. It was 2 mirrors breaking all of a sudden on their own in the middle of the night. It's been years, really, and that happened, and the next things happened in the last 3 months. The glass of Coca-Cola just crossed this whole length of a table in front of my room. Sister and me, and we thought maybe the table glass moved. But then why didn't anything else move? My mom saw someone closing the bathroom door, thinking it was me. I was in my room, and she was like, "Luca, hurry. Can't hold it anymore." Then I left the room and said, "What is it?" Mom entered the bathroom, and it was empty. Now, my room is divided by a wall, creating 2 rooms, one for my sister and one for me. And now when we want to talk, we use our phones. I had to study that night, but my sister wanted to play some Tycoon on Roblox. And since all I have to do is be away from a keyboard and save money, I accepted. We were talking and talking, and we heard somebody washing the dishes in the kitchen. We were like, "What the fuck? It's 2 a.m. When we checked, the kitchen was empty. My dad heard loud running footsteps in the hallway in the middle of the night. We don't know if he heard someone of us. My mom, sister, and I went to KFC for lunch, and we made sure everything was turned off, TV, lights, laptop. We closed the windows and locked the house. When we came back home, the TV was on. My mom was angry, but I know I turned it off. And the last one is the scariest. Happened last week. Me and my sister were home, and she was in her room. We were alone, and I was making food. I had some problems, so I really focused on what I was doing. "Come on," said my sister, or so I thought. And my dog barking. Well, I ruined it. Well, I didn't, he did. "Come on," said my sister, or so I thought, and I answered, "What now?" I didn't get an answer. Then something poked me in the shoulder, and I said, "Leave me alone, I'm doing something." Then again, something poked me in the shoulder, and I was like, "Lorena, leave me alone." And again, something poked me. I turned around and screamed, "Lorena!" But no one was there. Then I checked her, and she was in her bed. Or as they put it, in her bed. Hope not. My friend claims she can see ghosts. Never believed her until now. She's my longest and oldest friend since 5th grade. Has always claimed to be a psychic medium who can see and talk to ghosts. Everywhere she went, she said she could see them. Sometimes they're just shadows. Sometimes just a presence. Sometimes a full-blown apparition. The one I remember most was a ghost named Jim or something. He was an old man who she would see in her closet. Not malevolent or anything. To me, that was creepy as hell. But she always seemed unfazed. As a kid, I believed it, but then grew out of it and assumed she did too. I moved states and didn't see each other for a couple of years, till I went to visit for the summer and we reunited. We were sitting in the living room watching TV and catching up, when I popped the question jokingly, "Any ghosts around?" She said there were a couple, but the one that caught her attention most was an old lady outside my mom's bedroom. Yeah, right. I'm going in my head that I'm a firm believer in science and psychology and logic. I also believe that the human brain is powerful and loves to play tricks on us, often projecting our own fears. I've always taken people's experiences with a respectful nod and a grain of salt. I humor her and I ask her details. She says she's some older woman from Texas. She might be related to my mom and I, and she's Native American. I realized that this brief description fit my dead Nana. But that's probably a coincidence because we're in Texas and everybody has a dead grandma, and she knows my mom is part Native. I ask her specific questions. She gets them all correct. The name of her husband, how long I knew her before she died, the gift she gave me as a baby, which of all of her children are dead or alive, and My final straw was when I pointed to a portrait on the wall with her kids, and I asked her, which one of those girls was a party-goer who always got in trouble? She got it right. At this point, I'm properly spooked, but I'm still in denial. I've known her for a while. Is there no chance she stumbled across an old picture album? Overheard a conversation with my mom and I about her? Hell, what if I told her myself and just forgot? We've known each other for 8 years. There's no chance I've forgotten some conversations from then. She tells me there's another ghost who is a man who wants to communicate. I ask him a variety of questions, pushing aside my slight unease as I'm thoroughly entertained by this whole ordeal. Either she's lying and really committed and I want to see how far I can push her, or she's telling the truth and we're actually talking to a ghost. I'm asking questions like how old was he when he died, and what did he die of, and what did he do when he was alive. I even jokingly asked what his type was and if he was single. We stopped talking for a bit and were messing around on our phones in silence, looking down and not in each other's peripheral vision. I suddenly get this inexplicable chill on the right side of my neck, which I try to ignore, chalking it up to some kind of breeze or mental thing. It was so minuscule and obsolete to me, I had no reaction or even looked up from my phone. I will say it felt different than the usual chill. It was almost concentrated, like something icy pressed against me. Then she looks up at me and verbatim says, "I just got an image in my mind of him touching your neck." She mimics the motion. It's on the same side in the spot right beneath my jaw, and my heart sank to my asshole. The sheer coincidence of the placement, the action, the previous shit before this. I genuinely was so freaked out. And while it's not as major or scary as other people's stories, it's enough for me to question my beliefs. I am kind of a skeptic. I chalk most things up to just figments of our imagination, but I take people's stories more seriously now. A lot of people who fake being mediums and psychics usually do it for attention or money. My friend gets nothing from it. In fact, she is very much kind of just ignore it sort of an attitude. This is what makes me think that she might not be lying. She doesn't want anything from it and actually doesn't talk about it a whole lot. She's not trying to creep anyone out at all at the campfire, and she's not trying to get internet fame or scam some people into buying a palm reading at a little table. It's just something she lives with, and goddamn, what a shitty thing to live with if she actually does. Held hostage by a song. I still don't know what that was. At the time, I was practicing therapist, US-based. Feels important to mention I don't use drugs and was not on medication. Most of the work I did involved all sorts of meditation, or meditation rather, and breath connection. On top of basic cognitive behavioral therapy. My clients were ages 12 to 18, so it was very basic 101 type work, helping kids get tools for grounding and building coping skills all day long. I was 2 years in. My prior experience was institutionalized adult work, like prison and psychiatric hospitals, so this felt like a breeze. I used Spotify for guided meditation, and both for music with clients and for my own breaks and self-sessions, so all frickin' day. I had a headband that covered my eyes with sewn-in earbuds I loved. It was April 2020. The world was in flames and work was getting extra heavy. I was getting ready to make dinner for the family and decided a 10-minute meditation reset would help get into a good space. Popped on the headband, turned on Spotify, and hit the first meditation song I saw. Slipped it over my eyes and laid on the couch. The music started as a single frequency that grew louder. Chimes started, and that's when I started to feel warm all over. It felt like laying in sunlight on a summer day. As soon as that thought crossed my mind, I started to see a bunch of fractured light shapes. It was like being inside a kaleidoscope. Rainbow lights danced all around, and the thought, this is what seeing sound feels like, crossed my mind. The base of my spine started to tingle, and the sensation grew until I reached my forehead. Suddenly, the middle of my forehead was hot and tingling, starting to do it again as I think about it. It felt like the top quarter of my head opened up and a rush of hot crawled down me. It was like a snake was crawling from my tailbone around my spine and out of my head and back down. I was paralyzed, but not scared. It was incredible, but I also had no control over my physical body at that point. This went on for about 10 minutes. But time felt warped and longer. The sound never changed from the single frequency and chiming bells. The bell rang loudly and everything stopped. My awareness zapped back to laying on the couch, and I could hear the kids running around their rooms playing. As awesome as the experience was, it freaked me out just as bad. Ripped the headband off, and it sat on my nightstand since. I made dinner as the family needed it. Went back to Spotify after to find the song on my recently played list. Nothing was on my recently played list. It was like I had just opened the account. I slowly stopped using that app. Life has changed drastically in the last 5 years. I quit the 18-year mental health career I thought I loved and spent a ton on a degree for it. Anytime I get asked about returning to practice, it feels like my body physically repels the thoughts of it. It's beyond burnout, or something I now call passion paralyzation. I know I had passion once, but I'm paralyzed at the thought of it now. I can pinpoint the start of it into that evening. I battled an endocrine issue where my thyroid tried frying itself to death. Currently in remission. I have zero interest in work, as it, sort of defined it before. Work was an addiction I battled with. Now it's just something I do to pay for food and shelter. I work small construction jobs now. Total turnaround and nothing I ever thought I would do, especially at my age. But I'm actually happy with it. Just get a job done, get paid. Go home and be with the family, which is what feels most important. It's never happened again, but I do feel the forehead tingle from time to time. The closest information I could find was about Kundalini energy. But I still don't know if that's even right. Could a song through an app force Kundalini? I've also wondered if I was abducted and had no idea. That doesn't seem right. I'm not mad or sad about it. I actually feel pretty neutral about it. Just curious. I will say I know 2 double masters therapists, and they both have thyroid issues as well. Kind of weird. Silhouette inside of mirror in motel room in Serbia. I've kept this story mostly to myself because I'm not much of a believer, and still to this day I don't know if I believe what I saw. But maybe somebody's had a similar experience, so please tell me if you have. I was born and raised in Denmark, but I originate from Macedonia. My whole childhood, we mostly visited Macedonia by car, rarely by plane, which is a 2-day trip. We always either ended up sleeping in Hungary or Serbia. My parents always preferred to spend the night in Subotica, Serbia, the first city after the Hungarian-Serbian border, because many travelers had had bad experiences, including my grandparents, with a robbery in the region of Hungary. I was about 8 or 9 when this happened. We got to a motel in Subotica. Don't know which one, though. We got 2 rooms. My brother shared the room with my father, and I shared it with my mother. The motel room was pretty standard. Right to the entrance was the bathroom, and the entire wall on the left of the entrance had wardrobes, drawers, and in between those there was a table with a mirror above it. There was 2 twin beds, which I didn't like because when I was a kid I couldn't sleep without feeling like there was a person behind my back as I sleep on the side, and Used to sleep in my brother's room even though I had my own room. My mom slept on the bed closest to the entrance. I slept closest to the windows, and as I said, I couldn't fall asleep because I was scared to turn back, or rather my back, to the open. So I'm just laying there on my back listening to my mom snoring. I was awake for a long time trying to fall asleep on my back, and at one point I heard it crack near the entrance. But I calmed myself down because it's old furniture and it does crack. Plus, that often happens at home too. But then the drawer closer to the beds on the left of the mirror cracked even louder than the one at the entrance. And at this point I was really scared. I probably stopped breathing to hear if anything else would happen. I always hold my breath when I'm scared and focus at the same time. But it was quiet. Instead of seeing a silhouette in the mirror, not on our side, but inside the mirror, passed slowly. It was like a gray smoke. It went from left to right, and when it went out of frame, it was very quiet for a couple of seconds. Then the wardrobe on the right side of the mirror made a loud bang, as if somebody punched it with all their force. I was really scared, and I didn't move, nor close my eyes. I just stared at the wall for hours. Eventually, I fell asleep, though. You might wonder why I didn't wake my mom or start screaming, and tell you the truth, I don't know either. My parents always told me ghosts aren't real. So I'm guessing that was the reason. Because I am mostly scared of not being believed, which is also the reason I haven't spoken about this to many people. Other reason was also that I'm a boy, and when I was little I had been told to man up a lot. So I didn't want to show a sign of weakness. And yet another reason was probably also the fact that I was too scared to move or do anything. I froze completely. Today I wish I had said something to my mom. As a kid, I thought that both my parents didn't believe in the paranormal. But now I know that my mom does. My dad doesn't. So, in recent years, I told her, and she said that I should have woken her up. But she also said that I was a kid, implying I don't remember the situation that well. I've also told my brother about this, and he believes what I saw. But he thinks that it was my mind playing tricks because I was scared, which is a possibility. Another possibility I thought of was that I had sleep paralysis. But that was an ongoing theory of mine up until the point I actually experienced sleep paralysis. It wasn't the same as the time in Serbia. In Serbia, I was wide awake the entire time. Never fell asleep prior to the event with the silhouette. I have had other creepy encounters, but for all of them, I always thought of a rational explanation. This one just bugs me. It's because I don't know what to make of it. After my experience with sleep paralysis, I've started to believe a bit more in this stuff. Not because of the sleep paralysis itself, but because I know that the encounter in Serbia was not sleep paralysis. I need someone's advice, please. This all started back in 2017, when I moved into my first bachelor apartment. One day I ended up getting inappropriately touched by my next-door neighbor, called the cops, and then a really handsome cop came and arrested the guy. Wow, was he ever so handsome. Then I got into some illegal activity, I won't say what, but I ended up getting a text message from a number on my phone that found out what I was doing. I asked who it was, and they wouldn't tell me. But they said I met him not too long ago, and thought he was really sexy. So I figured it was the cop. I asked some questions only he would know, and he answered. Long story short, he was acting weird that night, saying some disturbing things like he was going to destroy everything I ever owned, said some horrible things to me and some disgusting things he's into. Yuck. I tried helping him. Alrighty then. The next day, he messaged me saying sorry, and he was all drunk last night, so I left it alone. I also told him who I was in love with, which was a social worker. I knew he said he knew him, which I highly doubted. A few months roll around, and I'm planning on leaving my bachelor apartment for a bigger one-bedroom condo. My landlord and I are arguing, so I called the police station and the cop that I met picked up the phone. Suddenly, he was arguing with me, brought up the illegal activity I was doing, then manages to bring the social worker on a three-way call telling him what I was doing. None of it made sense. Then I moved into my new apartment. He ended up coming into my apartment when I was home one day, looking through all my stuff. My new landlord tells me he's on my couch crying over me, saying he's worried about me and that he said that I should date him. Man, this story is crazy. I was very confused. Later that year, I ended up running away from my apartment. I go into the homeless shelter and I saw a guy with black eyes and hearing demonic voices. One demonic voice took a form and a voice of my sister's crying and yelling at me, and I'm not on good terms with that sister. She's done a lot to me. I also saw the cop who I met in his car giving me an evil smirk, and it didn't look human. I also saw someone's eyes roll at the back of their head. I saw a lot of things. Then I move in with my dad. 2 years roll by and one of my friends passed away and drowned in the tub. I was really upset. That's when it all started again. When it was Christmas time, I asked God to show me if he's real, and the church bells rang at 12 at midnight, and it never does that. Then my body later on felt very weak. I had to call the hospital and get admitted in. I saw demonic eyes on people again. Not everyone, just certain people. Then I would hear demonic voices again. It was a very weird experience. But when I was at the hospital, that time the doctor told him, and, he said that I were very good business partners at one point. I never met him in my life, and I didn't know what he meant, but I felt like I was talking to the supernatural. So I move out of my dad's house and find another place. One night I was outside, and I was yelling at God and karma in my head. I was outside very late at night, and a hotel was facing me. No one was there. I saw 3 black shadows of men at the window waving at me with no faces. It was very creepy, and for a good 5 minutes, they had just disappeared. Then I saw a black shadowed dog outside during the day staring at me with white glowing eyes and didn't look real and then disappeared. Also, when I was at the hospital last time, I saw that cop and it looked like him, but in a different form, staring at me with big black dark brown eyes. I know Gecko. Staring at me for a while and didn't say anything. Lately, I've been feeling depressed and sad and started drinking a lot almost every day. I'm just wondering what's going on. Hope this doesn't happen again. But does it sound like something out there is trying to ruin my life? Every time this happens, I lose something, or I'm ready to leave my place and it just happens. There's something out there wishing bad upon me. It doesn't seem like there's a lot wishing you good. I'll say that. That was a roller coaster. Phantom Road. Back when I was in college, I had to take a few night classes to finish my program. I was going to school for drafting. One of the classes, covering inventor, is what it was called apparently, was only offered at 5 p.m. This was a bit of a pain for me. I lived with my parents still, and the college was located about an hour away. So getting off at 3 p.m. and driving home and heading back was pointless. That's why I typically stayed and just killed time at school until I was time. Sometimes my dad, who worked down the street from the school, would wait around. My mom would then meet us for dinner, but other times it was just me killing time. Yeah, it was a pain, but you do what you have to do. One day, near the end of the semester, both of my parents decided to meet up with me just like we had before. It was getting close to Christmas, and this town happened to be where our closest mall was located also. So they decided to use the chance to get in some Christmas shopping. And after we finished eating, they did just that. Went to school, they went shopping. And that was that, or at least I thought. With Inventor, despite it lasting a few hours, you could leave whenever you wanted. We were allowed to work ahead, and didn't really care when you left as long as your assignment was done. Being somebody who picked up on the program and 3D modeling quick, I was in the group of kids who was constantly 10 or so models ahead, so it didn't matter when I left usually. This being the end of the semester, however, I was out of work to do, and I reached the end, so I ended up leaving class extra early. So I called my parents to let them know. They were still in the mall, so I drove over there to meet up with them. I did some shopping myself, and we just packed up the 2 cars to leave. Since they had gifts for me, my dad decided to drive 1 car while my mom went with me in mine. Dad left first, so I didn't see what they had inside, and I just took out after him. Back then, I still hated driving at night, and heck, I still do. So I followed him closely on the way back. My dad is a crazy safe driver. He drives slow, annoyingly slow. So it took longer following him. But it was okay. Felt safer with him in the lead. Getting close to home, we arrived at the T outside of the town that I'll call RL. My dad's at the stop sign ready to turn left, but the car was coming. So my dad, being an extra safe driver, he proceeded to peel out and cut the guy off. Now, RL isn't the safest town around, and when the guy slammed on his brakes and stopped in the road, I was scared. This is where people would get shot, and the guy stopping terrified me. I sat at the stop sign myself and had no idea what to do. Like, do I go or do I wait? What is this crazy guy going to do? I sat there for a few minutes freaked out before my mom finally said, just go. So I did, and the whole time I kept my eyes on the gray cars. I slowly pulled out and passed them. They're gone. My mom screamed, just shocked me. I remember saying, what are you talking about? That was as I too realized the car I was passing was not there. In fact, another car then passed through where the first car was sitting. The car was gone. Where I was looking was empty. Later, when I got home, we asked my dad about it, and he was just confused. Wouldn't answer a cell phone call while driving, so according to him, there was never a car. He wondered why we stopped and just said that we were the only ones in the road, minus the guy who passed down the road a ways 5 minutes or so later. So what did we see? Every time I passed that road, I looked to see if maybe something could have reflected light and made it look like a car. There's nothing there. Just a cornfield. I have a bone to pick with cornfields. A weird dream before my nephew was found dead. I was living in Asia at the time when I had a strange and unsettling dream. In it, I was back in my mom's house in England. That's where my nephew had been staying for the past 2 months after going through a difficult time. My sister was there too, and we'd had an argument. I usually stayed in her room when visiting, but she wouldn't give it up for me. So I was left wondering where I could sleep. My own old bedroom was out of the question because I was allergic to something in it. And in the dream, I asked my mom, "Can I stay in my room?" And she responded, "I don't know where your nephew is. He's either asleep or he's dead." It was so unlike her to say something so dark. I woke up suddenly at 2 a.m. My heart was racing. I was thinking how strange it was. I checked my phone and saw a message from my brother, sent just minutes after I woke up. He told my nephew I had gone missing again. He'd disappeared before, but always came back. The first thing I asked was if he had taken his phone charger. When my brother said no, I felt a deep sense of dread. My nephew lived on his phone. It was unusual for him to leave without a charger. We launched a social media campaign that went viral. I had people praying for a safe return, and for a few days I tried to convince myself it'd be like last time. He'd come back. I attended a church retreat, and during the service a speaker kept talking about suicide, seemingly directing his gaze at me. Even my friend noticed it. Still, I didn't connect it to my nephew and kept believing everything would be fine. However, something shifted after that night. I returned home and suddenly felt certain that something was wrong. My nephew wasn't somebody who could rough it outside for days. I texted my sister for updates, feeling uneasy. Moments later, my mom called, asking if I was alone and sitting down. I knew immediately something was wrong. She told me they had found my nephew's body washed up on a beach several cities away. He had gone missing at 6:30 a.m. the day I had that dream, and his body had actually been found the day after he disappeared, but it took time to identify him. We struggled to get answers and still don't know really what happened. At one point, I started praying just to get his things back. He had left with his bank card, passport, and phone. Miraculously, the very next day, 3 months later, the police called out of the blue to say they had found his passport and bank card. I prayed again for answers about what happened and why he suddenly had done this. The next day, I was told that his friend had been meeting up with his mom to share information that might explain what led to his death. We still don't know if he fell by accident or intended to jump, but it gave up some additional light. Another time, I prayed for more information, like where he was at the time of his death and what happened in his final moments. The next morning, I woke up feeling an urgency to check old WhatsApp groups. I found one with just me, my mom, and my sister, where my nephew was still listed as a member. I asked my sister to go through it to see if she could find any old pictures or maybe a message. Then at exactly 11:42 a.m., a notification appeared. Had my nephew's name in the top left of the chat. Had my nephew's name and it said, "has left the chat." My sister was shocked. We checked other group chats, and although there was no notification, he was no longer listed as a member of any of them. I tried calling his WhatsApp. It said the number's no longer registered. Later discovered that WhatsApp automatically deletes accounts after 120 days of inactivity. When we backtracked the date, we realized 11:42 a.m. was the exact time of his last activity on the day he went missing. It suggested this was likely the moment he made his final decision. While it's still heartbreaking, knowing he probably didn't suffer for long was a small comfort. I continued having dreams where my nephew would tell me things or even apologize. It makes you wonder whether there's truly an afterlife or if our minds somehow pick up on information we're not consciously aware of. He was already dead at the time of the dream. The Shadow, the Deadbolt, and the Wooden Rocking Horse. At some point in the early 80s, and I must have been 8 or 9, my family and I used to live in an apartment downtown in a big city. The apartment was on the ground floor of a 3-story building, facing a very busy street. The best way to describe this apartment is that it was narrow and very long. I recall it as being quite large, but then again I used to think my old grandparents' house was huge until I saw it as an adult and realized it was tiny. For some reason, our perception as kids made things seem larger in our memories. I think we might all know the reason. At the back of the apartment, there was a private patio in the backyard, which had a storage shed. We were the only apartment to have access to it, and it was completely enclosed by the tall outer walls of adjacent buildings. The shed was large and would double as my mom's craft room. That's where she kept a sewing machine and other things. The shed was only accessible through a sturdy wooden door, secured with a deadbolt that could only be opened from the outside. The deadbolt would not secure itself, meaning that somebody would have to lock or unlock it manually. When my mom worked there for long, I would accompany her and do crafts of my own, like paper planes and such. Among the things stored in the shed, there was a wooden rocking horse that I'd gotten as a toddler and had later passed to my younger brother. Sometimes, as we hung out with my mom, my brother and I would fight over who got to ride the rocking horse. As happens with most siblings, we would only want to play with it if the other also wanted to play with it. An important part of this story is that right next to the house's entry door there is a rotary phone. We did not own a cordless phone at the time, and it was the only phone in the house. And this meant that if you were on the phone, there would be 60 feet between the phone and the shed. There was no direct line of sight from the main door to the door or the patio. So the walls and furniture acted as sound barriers. There was no back door. Next to our place, there was a convenience store. The owners were very nice people. They had 4 kids. The youngest kid was my age, and we would hang out there quite often, especially during sort of off-school months that we would have. That's when we'd tag along with his parents as they tended the shop. One day, my mom was on the phone while I was looking out the front window. That's when my friend came out of the store and asked me if he could come in and play. My mom wasn't a big fan of having other kids over, but since I kept pestering her while she was chatting, she just motioned to go ahead for my friend to come in. She went to the room for a while, then to the patio to kick a ball around. I remember that I'd just made a bunch of paper airplanes, which I thought were pretty cool. So we went to the shed so, he could check them all out. My friend liked the paper airplane so much that he offered to trade me for sweets. So, ran back to his place, locked the deadbolt from the outside as he left. I started banging on the door and calling his name, furious at the prank. Later, I stopped calling for him and began calling for my mom. After what seemed to be an eternity of banging on the door and yelling, I gave up, assuming that my friend was just going to come back soon. My eyes caught the rocking horse, and out of boredom I started to ride it, waiting for my deliverance from the locked shed. As I sat there with the back and forth motion, I noticed a shadow coming to the door from the outside. Then I heard that it unbolted the door, which made a squeaking sound as it slowly swung open. Figured it was my friend who had come back. I was ready to kick his butt. I ran out of the shed. There's no one there. I looked everywhere, even the lower cabinet of the patio's sink. When I walked toward the front of the house, my mom was still on the phone, and she can still hold a 4-hour phone conversation to this day, by the way. I knew she was not the one who unlocked the shed, since she would have given me an earful. I kept asking her about my friend until, clearly annoyed, she put her hand on the mouthpiece of the phone and told me that he had left over 30 minutes before. Someone or something was looking out for me. Did I imagine a real ghost during a friend's prank? I'm 28 now, and this happened over a decade ago when I was in middle school. To this day, it stays with me. It's never felt right. In middle school, I had a close friend. Let's name her Beth. Beth and her father were extreme horror and Halloween fans, to the extent that they had an entire garage filled with horror and Halloween decorations and collectibles. They also had a collection of horror movies banned in other countries and won awards for the scariest haunted house in their neighborhood during Halloween, which they always hosted for free every year. Often I would spend the night there, which of course always ended in a scary movie or two. It was also common for them to play pranks on me and scare me because they found it funny. I would usually yell and jump, of course, but thought it was all in good fun. One particular night, we finished watching a movie. Then me and Beth went to her room to hang out before bed. We played some video games, chatted like usual. At one point, she brought up the fact that the previous owner of their house died in the home, an older man who hung himself from a fan. She said sometimes they'd notice some voices or see things out of place. The discussion was very nonchalant on her end, but I was finding myself pretty creeped out. Later, when we had settled into bed, I couldn't sleep, and as I was tossing and turning, I kept hearing what sounded like heavy footsteps outside the room. Beth was just sleeping. Suddenly, there was a loud bang that startled me. I woke her up frantically before getting up and turning on the light. Beth kept asking me what was wrong, and I was panicking, telling her the things I'd been hearing, and then as I spoke, something hit my foot. Looking down, I saw a piece of paper that had been slid beneath the bedroom door and bumped into my foot. I picked it up, and simple writing it said, "You don't belong here." I tossed the paper at Beth and yanked the bedroom door open. No one was there. I even insisted she go check on her father in the room beside us. And when we did, he was in bed. I settled back into her bed, sitting up and leaning against the wall. At this point, I couldn't sleep. Kept telling her if this was a prank, it wasn't funny. Beth continued to insist that it wasn't, and she joined me in bed again, and we both heard those loud footsteps, followed by a repeated banging noise. I was nearly crying at this point, as it had been happening for over an hour now. What broke me, however, was after the third time hearing the loud banging. I heard a deep male voice in my ear telling me to get out. Terrified me. I started sobbing, yelling that I wanted to call my mom and I was going home. Beth quickly left to get her dad. They both came in to reassure me that it was in fact a prank. He said he'd tossed the letter beneath my door and that he had speakers in the bedroom playing noises that I heard. He even played them again for me using a remote to see, except none of the noises included a voice. I felt unsettled, but just accepted that it was a prank and tried to get rest before leaving the next morning. That's a dick move, but kind of funny. However, to this day, I don't have an explanation for the voice. I did confirm with Beth that yes, the previous owner did in fact die in their home, but nothing had ever happened to her or her father. The voice I heard also wasn't in the recordings he showed me, and even if it was, it just wouldn't have made sense. The speakers they showed me were at the window in front of me, several feet away. I'd been leaning against the wall on my right and heard that deep voice in my right ear, as if someone was practically on top of me, speaking into it. To this day, I can hear the voice loud and clear. Never forgot how it made me feel. I was immediately unsettled and a chill had gone through me. It just felt wrong. Never slept over at Beth's house again, nor did I have another incident. But I'm hoping that whatever I heard and felt was simply the imagination of a scared middle school girl. I believe that is what that was. Don't mess with antiques. Back in 2000, I was 13, living in the Midlands of England in a small town between the cities of Coventry and Leicester. While out with two other friends, one my age, the other 2 years older, we decided to explore the younger friend's great-uncle's house. My friend used to boast about how old the house was, and the fact that this great-uncle, who was named Jim apparently, had kept a lot of keepsakes from his past, and other antiques. We all rode our bikes over to the house and explored the garden first. There was little here, an old gnarly tree, overgrown grass, and weeds with an unkept greenhouse. We decided to go in. It was known that Jim the owner was out for the day, and so we poked around inside. There was indeed a lot of old items and antiques. None of us are well off, so the house was small, and Nothing incredibly valuable inside, just things of personal worth to Jim. We decided to look upstairs. This is when it got real. We found ourselves in the bedroom and we were looking through an old bedside table with the dresser and mirror. Curious, we opened one of its drawers. We looked at an old pocket knife. This was left on top of the dresser. My younger friend then opened a picture. It looked like a locket with no chain. He opened it up and placed it in the dresser, put it on the top in front of the mirror. I'll never forget the picture. Hand-painted and very well done. It was of a woman 30 to 40 years old wearing a low-cut and fancy white dress. Round her neck, a big silver necklace with a turquoise jewel at the center. Her eyes seemed to follow us, seemed to know where we were, that we were there. Her expression unapproved and unmoving. We were starting to freak out at this. Just as the three of us had agreed that the picture was odd and it was time to pack up and stop exploring, the room went very cold. Cliché as it was a clear sign. We all started to fret. The picture, knife, and everything we had gotten out went quickly back into the dresser. We went to the back door, opened it, slammed shut. Then footsteps were making their way toward the stairs. "Jim," my friend shouted. No reply. He shouted with no reply. We were on the landing at this point, looking down the stairs toward the lower rooms. You could still hear the footsteps, close now, really close. Then the footsteps were on the stairs, which we could all plainly see. And I must clarify, these footsteps were loud and it was clear. It was definitely not a neighbor or a similar noise. Something was coming up the stair, right in front of us. There's nothing to be seen. I don't know how, but I knew there was something on the stairs, even if none of us could see it. At this point, we all panicked. We ran toward the back door of the house. We had to run through this invisible thing in order to get downstairs and out of the house. I should have jumped over the stair banister. The footsteps were at the landing, and just at the point where we would have touched whatever it was, I and the two others were frozen in place. We were running at full pace and had a lot of momentum between us. But we were just frozen. We just stopped dead like somebody had hit pause on a remote. Impossible as this was, I remember straining against whatever was holding me, trying with all my strength to carry on running. I couldn't move a finger. It must have lasted no more than 3 seconds, but it felt much longer. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, we all started moving again, because we were all fighting whatever was holding us up, and we just landed in a heap at the top of the stairs. Pushed my way up and ran outside with two friends. We biked to a nearby park at top speed and tried to make sense of what had just happened. Never had such a frantic conversation. Safe to say, no one could rationalize what had happened. And needless to say, we didn't go back to Uncle Jim's. Scariest 5 minutes of my life. Across and a bit further up the road from my home family in England is a woodland known locally as No Joke Wood. We used to drive past it pretty much every day. My dad always made half-jokey comments like, "You don't joke about No Joke Wood." And so I always had the idea that there is some funny business about that place. Over the years, I'd learned a few bits of info, such as a plane crash during World War II in which the plane crashed in the woodland, killing the crew who were then buried in the next village along. A few suicides had happened in there in the past, and the wood also sits atop a hill called Hangman's Hill, named as such because it used to have a set of gallows at the peak, immediately next to the woodland entrance. I told some of my friends from out of town about this place while they were visiting. Terrible idea, because instead of creeping them out entirely, it more so intrigued them. It was about 10:30. There were 4 of us, and my mates made me take them to No Joke Wood. I did so reluctantly, although I must confess that I too was also relatively intrigued, for the fact I had a group with me only boosted my confidence. We entered the woodland, phone torches on, me and my mate Archie take the lead. It's dead silent, no sound at all, bar the whistling of the wind rustling the leaves and our feet treading over the ground. We passed a certain point somewhere in the wood and must have disturbed the birds, as one by one they all started to pipe up cawing at us from their nests. Over the next few minutes the cawing became louder, became more intense and denser. It was as though more and more birds were awakening and expressing their frustration to us, until it reached a point where it sounded more like distress or panic as opposed to anger and annoyance. It was loud to the point where we couldn't even hear each other speak. And as you can imagine, the near pitch darkness or phone torchlit woodland combined with the sound of hundreds of anxious birds cawing at 100% volume in our ears very quickly became very unsettling. We'd reached a clearing in the woodland and stopped. I felt a very strange, unexplainable energy of sorts. It was projecting itself from the northwest direction to my position. My other mate Ellie felt this too. We all kind of read each other's minds and quickly agreed to turn back and leave. Archie and I were at the back, and after a few steps we both heard what I can only describe as what sounded like someone wearing a large boot attempting to aggressively kick a tree stump. But their foot slipped, and the sole dragged across the tree instead. It was loud, like immediately behind us. We even heard it over the birds. And being real, we shit ourselves, bolted out of those woods full steam. At some point on the way out, while we're still in the woods, the birds randomly stopped. Like they didn't phase out. They quite literally went from 100 to 0 in a millisecond. So quickly and bluntly that it felt like a smack to our ears. My ears were ringing afterwards. Now, if you've ever read about Missing 411, some of this next shit might sound a little bit familiar. I shared this story with a few friends from the village. They told me about a time they were in those woods taking shrooms and listening to music. In this one song, they heard a woman screaming, which confused them, and they'd never heard this before. They replayed that section of the song and heard nothing. Freaked them out, so they left. A few months later at Halloween, I posted in the local community Facebook page inquiring as to whether any locals had any paranormal experiences anywhere in the village. This one dude who actually went to school with my dad left a comment about an experience from the time when he was in the army. He used to go on runs in the morning around the village. This one time he decided to go through No Joke Wood. When he reached the middle of the woodland, something compelled him to stop and slow down. As he did so, he developed a sense of tunnel vision, then described the sound of a woman screaming, loud enough that it could have been in his ears, but sounding distant at the same time. He never entered the woods again, and if I'm being real when I read that comment, it low-key gave me a little bit of anxiety. My dead roommate. We moved into our first home in February. That was in 2016. It was an old home. It was built in the early 1900s. It was in the historic part of town, and I loved it. All the hand-carved woodwork and glass doorknobs with skeleton locks. It was exactly what I wanted and perfect for myself, 22-year-old female at the time. My husband was 27 at the time, and I was 3 months pregnant with our first. We were so excited to start our family. As we got settled in, we noticed the house was very noisy. I rarely have my home quiet due to having tinnitus and always needing some kind of background noise to drown it out. I hear you. On the rare occasion, the house was quiet there. There was always a lot of creaking and moving, mostly coming from the loft-style attic that we had. We shook it off to the house settling and, being old. At least that's what my dad told us. So we moved on. Spring came and we're scrambling to get ready for the baby. The house needed a lot of work, but we were determined to get it done. The first major encounter was on a beautiful spring day. It was the weekend, and my husband and I were spending our day off working on the house. I was cleaning the kitchen, and he was working on my car in our detached garage. The way this home was built is you could see the detached garage from the window that's above the kitchen sink. I would glance out every now and then to see what he was up to. A little time passed, and I hadn't looked out at him. I started doing the dishes when I heard him walking the living room toward the kitchen. I could feel his presence, and without turning back, I said, "Hey, babe." There was no answer. Wondering why he didn't answer, I just looked back over my shoulder, only to be met with the dark silhouette of a man standing between the living room and the kitchen. In the blink of an eye, the figure was gone. Unsure of what I had just seen, I yelled through the window for my husband, who was still in the garage. He came in, and frantically, I just told him someone was in the house. Immediately, he went and grabbed his weapon. He checked all over the house, and nothing was there. In all the years that we lived in that house, not once did my husband see our roommate. I saw him all the time, out of the corner of my eye, peeking around the corners. But more than anything, I saw him looking into the living room from the staircase that led to the attic. In the beginning, he frightened me, but after a while, I got used to him being there. I even spoke to him sometimes, telling him that I'm okay if he stays in the attic, and just kind of trying to ask him to leave my baby alone. He seemed to have agreed, since in the 5 years my son lived there, he never saw him. When we went to sell our home, the realtor brought us some historical information that she found regarding the house and our neighborhood. We found out that our house and our neighbor's house was built by brother and sister. Our home was the brothers. Their last name was the same as our current neighbor, so I figured he was most likely a descendant of them. So I asked him one day if he just told me the sister and his mom and his uncle owned her home. He said he was a kind man who lived alone, died in the home many years ago. So I asked him about the attic. He said that it was his uncle's favorite place in the home. He kept all of his trinkets and projects up there and would spend hours working on things. I didn't tell him I believed my house was haunted, as he didn't seem the type who would believe me. Our home was listed and sold within the same day. Sometimes I wonder about the man in the attic, if the new owners are nice to him, or have even noticed his presence. Hope they'll give him space, as, well, they're only passerbys in his home, like we once were. Very physical thing. This experience took place between the 8th grade and freshman year of high school. During my 8th grade and high school years, I was an extremely depressed kid. My mom was an abusive alcoholic, and because of that, there's a lot of negative energy that not only filled the house we were renting, but seemed to hover over me. I was stupid at the time, even more so than I am now, and I'd like to give this negative energy a lot of attention. While I had a lot of minor experiences like hearing voices, lucid nightmares, and scratches on my body, one experience really sticks out to me in my memory. I was spending the night at my grandparents' house. I wish I could remember the reason, but it's hard for me to recall a lot of memories in that time, probably due to my trauma. I was raised for a good portion of my life in my grandparents' house, and so I was spending the night in my old room when I was very suddenly and very aggressively shaken awake. I quickly brushed it off as me having one of those nightmares where you feel like you're falling. But as I got comfortable and tried to go back to sleep, I heard snapping. No rhythm, just very aggressive snapping all around the bed I was lying in. At this point in my life, I was so desensitized to having weird things happen to me, I just sighed angrily, went back to sleep. I don't know how much time had passed, but for a second time I was shaken awake. This time the bed was shaking a little too. However, I knew it wasn't one of those fallen nightmares. I remember sitting up this time out of annoyance, just looked around. I had a night light in the room because I'm kind of scared of the dark after certain experiences that I might share here later, so I could see everything fairly well. The snapping started again, and it came from all around my bed once more. Once again, I grumbled some obscenities and angrily went back to sleep. Finally, for a third time, I was shaken awake. This time, I was still being shaken after I'd woken up for a few extra seconds. I sat up again, and this time the snapping noises were louder, and somehow felt even closer to me, much more all over the place. I was pretty pissed now, and I glare around my room. I suddenly see something whiz past the front of my bed, smack the tall metal lamp on the left side of my room. For whatever reason, this sent me over the edge, and I remember saying some pretty choice words to whatever was waking me up and threatening them before throwing myself back onto my pillow, turning onto my side, yanking the blanket over my head to sleep. I wasn't awoken again after that. The following morning, I looked around the lamp to see what could have been thrown. I found nothing. It sounded like metal hitting metal, so I assumed it was a coin, but I couldn't find anything. I've also had some other experiences in my grandparents' house, and my own, but let me know if you want to hear about those. Finally, to talk about how this could be debunked, I am diagnosed with PTSD, anxiety, depression, and borderline personality disorder. There is a chance it was all hallucinations. I also was having extreme nightmares around this time in which I could feel things. However, in these nightmares, I was always lucid. I'm not going to deny that this totally could have been made up in my head and that it could have just been my mental illness freaking the fuck out, throwing random crap at me. But certain things don't match up. If it were hallucination, why and how am I being shaken by an outside source? Me dreaming could make a lot more sense. But there's two things that don't add up. I was relentlessly tortured in my dreams, physical torture. So why wasn't this dream like all the other ones? Secondly, I was only ever physically tortured once, and I realized I was in a dream. Not right off the bat, and I felt a lot more in touch than whenever I was dreaming. Unexplainable scream during night on my night shift. So this happened about 7 years ago, but I still think about it every so often. Back then, I worked as a security guard, the type of security guard that travels around in the city to do these routine checks on objects. You know, making sure that doors, windows, and gates are all locked properly, that no people are on the property, and checking for fire hazards and attend to SOS/robbery alarms and so on. There's this mall in the city, and per our contract, we did 2 security walks in the mall. The first one when the mall's closed, where we basically emptied the mall for customers and locked doors and entrances and checked all the alarm systems. We end the first round by making sure the mall's empty of both customers and employees. We check surveillance and turn on all the alarms. The second walkthrough usually took place many hours after in the middle of the night. That's where we made sure all the entrances are indeed locked, but also took another sweep inside to check for people and so on. This particular evening, the first security walkthrough went by without any issues. Just the usual few customers taking forever to get out. The second walkthrough, however, something really weird did happen. I started off by walking around the mall. making sure nothing's out of the ordinary and that everything's locked. I step inside, check the alarm monitoring when everything's turned on, no error codes or logs of people being inside after I left the mall my first time for the shift. I go to the top floor, and I work myself down each floor, and everything's looking good. Eventually, I end up in the cellar floor, which consists of this toy store on the side, and opposite to the store is this huge playroom. Both the playroom and the toy store have this sort of see-through glass wall separating them from the hallway in the middle. Anyways, I got down there and did my usual walkthrough of the cellar. The toy store had this sticker on the door saying something about collectibles 50% off, or something. I walk up to the glass door and shine my flashlight toward the collectibles section. As I'm focusing on the collectibles, I hear this sudden loud scream behind me. And I mean really loud, like I wanted to cover my ears loud. The scream sounded like a little girl, and it screamed "Mommy," with a sort of rasp and desperate tone to it, like a death scream, if that's the way to describe it. I quickly turn around, freeze in place, while shining my mag light in the hallway and into the playroom. I just stand there for a solid 10 or 15 seconds trying to see who screamed. After collecting myself, I immediately think that somehow a little girl must have left in the playroom when the mall was closed. So I run into the playroom, start looking through all the toys and plushies, but no girl was found. I then double-check every little surface in the cellar, but no one was there. I began to think about my colleague who ended his shift many hours ago. Maybe they're playing a prank on me. So I go upstairs to the alarm and surveillance monitoring, but again there's no logs of anyone. At least anyone but me entering different zones and using the key card. I then check the surveillance. There's no one but me on all the cameras. I also started to chuckle at myself as I thought I looked like a coward when it happened. I settled my mind to it being some sort of doll in a toy store with a broken voice box or something. But weird that the scream came from behind me from the hall and playroom. I leave. I visit the store the next day and ask about the doll that screams. They don't have any dolls with any kind of a voice box. They also tidy up and clean the playroom every morning, and if they find toys left behind that they themselves do not own, they make a list and put it in a storage box. No dolls whatsoever. I also ask if they have a baby monitor for sale, but they didn't. I'm very skeptical by nature and absolutely do not believe in ghosts and will always find a natural or logical, non-supernatural explanation when stuff like that happens. But what happened during that night shift, I just can't explain. My grand's house. I'll get the first incident out of the way. Probably happened first to my knowledge. My granddad died roughly 10 months before I was born. My cousin is the youngest in the family to have met him. She claims that when she was staying at my grand's house one night after he had died, she woke up and he was standing at the end of the bed watching her. I say, "Get it out of the way," because that's literally all I know, and frankly my cousin is a prick, and, well, she lies. So who knows? Anyway, moving on. The remaining events occurred in a different room to the one my cousin claims to have had an experience in. This room was the smallest bedroom, and I hated this room. For as long as I can recall, I hated how it made me feel, and I used to always say that it was haunted. Even before I had any experience. Couldn't quite explain it. One of the weird feelings came from behind the door where there was a narrow recess into the wall. It was maybe 15 inches across, and my gran used to store loose ends and knots and flip that around, like rolls of wrapping paper and such. But for some reason I always felt like something was watching me out of that little gap in the wall. One time, when I was probably 5 years old, I was staying the night at my gran's. I had to sleep in that room. Despite every effort to make the room friendly by putting up Barney wallpaper for the non-UK or perhaps younger UK readers, This wasn't Barney the dinosaur, but a cartoon from the late 80s and 90s about an old English sheepdog. I still hated the room. I got told it was time for bed, so I made my way up the stairs at the top. Turned to the right into a short landing. I had to come back on myself and get to the room at the end. But as I turned, I froze. On the white wooden door in front of me, I could see a face with the horns looking back at me. The only way I can describe it was that it was almost like seeing it in my mind's eye rather than a physical mark. But I would swear to you it was right in front of me, looking at me from the door. Now, it could well have been the product of a child's vivid imagination, but it sufficiently freaked me out enough to make me cry with fear and panic. Ran back downstairs to get an adult and said that there was a face on the door. When we was brought back upstairs, it was gone. The third incident happened when I was about 13. My gran was the only one in the family who had Sky TV, so I would regularly go and just visit so that I could watch wrestling on the TV. On this particular day, I was downstairs watching and my gran was upstairs. Usually she was sewing when she was upstairs, and she had one of those old Singer treadle sewing machines. A big cast iron unit with a solid wooden frame. And for further context, my gran was easily 4'9", a tiny woman with her healthiest years behind her for sure. Anyway, I was downstairs watching The Rock do his thing. Heard a terrific bang from upstairs. Rushed upstairs to check my gran, that she was okay, and when I saw her come out of her bedroom, the sewing machine, which easily weighed upwards of 30 pounds, was on the floor, having tipped itself over. Lastly, some years later, I was speaking to my aunt. She had spent a lot of her childhood in the 70s and 60s growing up in that house. She said that room had been her bedroom. She told me that she also hated the room and thought it to be haunted, and that she'd had an experience of her own. The bedroom sat at the front side of the house and had one window, which was directly above the front door. She recalled that one day she was out in the street playing with friends while her siblings and parents were at work. She's the youngest of 4. And something made her look up at the house, and in the window she could see the figure of a man standing looking out into the street, despite knowing for sure that there was no one home. So that's the story of my grand's house. Unfortunately, we have no ties to the house anymore. She moved out at around 2010 and died in 2012. But I still regularly think about the house and the weird feeling I got in that bathroom throughout my childhood. And the only one in that bedroom, not the rest of the house. My experiences of possibly being haunted. Kinda just never took it too seriously before. Felt most people don't believe me. But I think I've been haunted or cursed for a few years now, ever since the pandemic. I had had a feeling of something or somebody watching me. It started with insomnia and sleep paralysis. The first time I ever experienced anything, I was sleeping. Then I felt something, like hold my arm behind my back, and I could hear somebody screaming in my ear. Lots of things have happened over the years, but it was always the same. I'd try to sleep paralysis kicks in, and then I would feel helpless. It's like somebody was pinning me down. Sometimes I'd make out somebody's voice. Hard to hear or understand them, but it was always terrifying. I'd shoot up immediately awake because I'd be scared. Later down the line, I moved out of my house, and for the time, things settled down. But some nights at my new spot, I would see things creeping around my bed. I would even feel things moving on top of me. Then one day, very violently, I felt something grab at my neck. I could distinctly feel what felt like something kissing me. And then these actions became a regular occurrence. I remember opening my eyes in the middle of the night, seeing shadowy wisps floating in the air. There was one time I could, distinctly hear what they were saying. They mimicked my little sister's voice, and they stopped to, Or rather, they yelled stop 3 times. And each time she yelled, it grew louder, more worrisome, and then completely distorted. I had documented all these encounters in a journal for myself almost immediately afterwards. I've had roommates say that they felt some strange things in the night, as well as after staying with me for an extended period of time, and lately it's been getting stronger. At work one day, unexplainably, I've had things tip over without any reason. I've had others witness it as well. I had seen some figure creeping at the foot of my bed, and then immediately after, another voice laughing in my ear. Probably the worst encounter today alone. I'm currently home alone all week, since my grandparents are gone on the trip. So I was worried something like this might happen. But it started with an overwhelming sense of dread and fear, causing me to wake up at around 3. I tried to calm down and go back to sleep, but shortly after I felt something pulling at my heart, like it was trying to pull it out. I fainted, and the next thing I knew, I felt something grab at my face. It was trying to force herself on me. I could see a shadowy figure similar to the wisp before, and it appeared like a woman who may have had horns. And this was the first time I could make any words, but could only weakly say no as if the air in my lungs was being sucked out. An hour or so later, after I calmed down, I tried to go back to sleep with the light on. That's because I'm terrified. I can very clearly see a translucent figure bouncing on my stomach. This time it's a girl in what looks like a white sheet. Then she disappeared. I could still see some distortion moving around against the TV, but that's turned off, so no explanation. And like 30 minutes ago, I tried to fall asleep one last time because I have work in an hour or so. I could very clearly hear a girl saying to me in my ear, "Yeah, give it up," or "Eric and Isabella, the greatest. I love your, it's so nice," and I can make out everything, but I can't recall knowing an Isabella, let alone one that passed. I usually just played it off since it didn't feel all too real, or maybe I was imagining it. But it's getting out of hand, and it's always consistently a shadowy, wispy figure of a woman's voice. Or something in the fact that I had 3 experiences all within a single night put me on edge. Please tell me I'm not losing my mind, or if anybody's experienced anything like this. Co-workers said witch, skinwalker, or maybe somebody just trying to make me uncomfortable. Help. I've been working in the hospitality/service industry for 7 years, and I just had the weirdest encounter, and weird is an understatement. It was unsettling. Today I served a woman who looked like she was in her late 20s. She was alone, and at first I thought she was very pretty and kind of classy. Walked up to her and asked her if she'd been to the bar before. She said no and asked me for the drink recommendations. As I started listing some, she cut me off mid-sentence and told me how adorable and beautiful I was, staring at me intensely, unblinking pupils super dilated. It was creepy, but I just said thank you. The way she said it felt flirty, which I initially brushed off as her just liking women. But the staring never stopped. Every time I looked over, her eyes locked onto mine, unmoving. Then, mid-conversation, she suddenly asked, "So, what do you do?" I was confused and asked what she meant. "For fun," she clarified. I told her I mostly worked and studied, and she immediately replied, "Don't do that." I laughed nervously and asked, "Why? What do you do?" She stared deep into my eyes, so deep it felt like she was looking into my soul, and said, "I do self-care. I'll get back to you on that one." I tried shifting the conversation, asking what kind of alcohol she liked, and so maybe I could recommend something. She smirked and said, "I like all animals." I froze confused. So did the narrator. Was she joking? But her expression was serious. Maybe she didn't know what I meant by spirit, so I clarified, asking what type of alcohol she preferred. She repeated, "I told you I like everything." I was so uncomfortable, I pointed at a few popular drinks and she responded, "You can give me whatever you want." I took her order and I left as fast as I could. I had my coworker bring her drink because I didn't want to go back. My coworker later told me the woman complimented her lips but seemed angry, refusing to make eye contact. That's when it got weird, as if it wasn't already. I had to return to her table later. Again, unwavering eye contact, no blinking. I asked if she wanted another drink and she said yes. As I served her, curiously, or rather curiosity got the best of me, so I asked if she lived in the city. She smiled and said, "I like to live in the moment." I laughed and asked, "So you're from here?" Instead of answering, she lifted her drink and said, "Cheers." She was avoiding the question, and at this point I was beyond creeped out and walked away. Later, when my coworker dropped off her bill, the woman wouldn't even look at her. She would only talk to me. I had to process her payment myself, and as I did, I asked, "What are your plans after this?" Take in, it's almost midnight. She tilted her head and asked, "What are you doing after this?" I laughed nervously. "Well, I have to clean and close." She smiled. "Me too." My stomach dropped. I asked what she did for work, and she replied, "I'll get back to you." It wasn't a joke, it was chilling. After the transaction went through, I asked her name, and again she smiled and whispered, "I'll get back to you." At that moment, I felt pure fear. Her intense, unblinking stare made me feel like I'd see her again, whether I wanted to or not. As soon as she left, my anxiety skyrocketed. My coworker said they felt chills just being near her. Her energy was off. She had manic, dilated eyes but didn't seem drunk or high. And then I learned something even stranger. The hostess never saw her come in. She entered through the hotel employee exit. No one uses that entrance, and it's 3 a.m. and I can't sleep. What did I experience? Sounds like a lady on crystal meth. To me. My house on Hampton Road. Older women seen in my mom's bedroom. Story time. So we moved into this house in 2006, 2007. Somewhere around that time. When we moved in, nothing was really happening. But slowly we started realizing stuff moving or not being where we had left it. Me and my sister had made friends with some kids who lived 3 houses down from us. They would tell us about how their grandma used to live in this house, and how they would always be over here during the day and after school. We never had really put 2 and 2 together, the possibility of it being their grandma and everything. We would hear sounds coming from different rooms in the house. We never really thought anything of it. Just the house settling or something. We had 3 dogs when we lived at this house. So sometimes we would just say that the dogs were doing something or just playing around and making a lot of noise while doing it. One day, me and my mom had to go to Walmart. We had just gotten home and I had toilet paper. She had asked me to go put some in her bathroom and some in the bathroom in the hallway. First, I had gone to the bathroom in the hallway to put it up. Then, I was walking into her room. When I walked through her doorway, it instantly stopped. I looked because there was a woman sitting on her bed. She wasn't doing anything, just sitting there. She stopped and looked at me, and then she smiled and disappeared. I put the toilet paper on the bed and ran back into the kitchen. My mom asked me what was wrong, and I said, "Please don't think I'm crazy." And she told me. Well, she told me she wouldn't, and that I could tell her anything that I needed to. I told her about the women and how she just disappeared. My mom said that she had seen her too, but didn't really worry about it because she's an older woman. Or an older woman. She'd always been really nice if my mom had seen her, although this woman had never done anything to hurt us. I'd seen a lot of ghost shows and knew that it could only be a matter of time before something bad could happen, because even some mean ghosts seemed nice at first. My mom used to be in this paranormal investigation group. One of the members was a sensitive. She could talk to people who had passed on. She said it was like a play-by-play of a movie in her head, like when she would talk to somebody who had passed. She came over and did a reading of me and my mom. Then she walked through our house. We hadn't told her about the things that we saw or that happened to us. And we definitely didn't tell her about the women who we had been seeing. After she walked through, she came back outside and said that she picked up on 3 spurts that would come in and out all the time. One was my uncle who passed away when I was 7 due to a car wreck. One was my mom's sister who had passed away as a baby due to kidney issues. And then the other was the lady Mrs. Winters, who had owned the house before she had passed. She said we had nothing to worry about with Mrs. Winters, that she was only there to make sure the house was being taken care of because she loved it so much. My uncle would pop in from time to time to make sure that I was okay. He was my father figure growing up. My dad wasn't really ever around. He said that he loved me and was proud of everything I was doing in life. My mom's sister was there for the exact same reason, and just to watch so she could help us stay safe. Christy said that they would come and go as they please and that we didn't need to be scared if we saw them. We ended up moving out of the house in 2009. Now it's got new owners. I've always wondered if they've seen Mrs. Winters and how she likes them. Hope she's happy. FaceTime nightmare. Unexplained paranormal activity. I, a 24-year-old female, encountered the most horrifying and unexplainable paranormal activity when I was 13. Long, but a wild ride. Fake names, too. Haunts me to this day. Maybe somebody can provide an explanation, but I have yet to find one myself. My best friend Jordan, female the same age, and I were FaceTiming on a casual summer afternoon. We often would do our own thing while on call just for company's sake. For illustration, she had a vanity in her bedroom which she would keep her iPad propped up that gave a view of the chair that she sat on when using the vanity on the blank wall it faced. On the other side of the vanity was a wall that was shared with her closet. She was organizing her clothes and I was minding my business, playing with my dog while my iPad sat propped up on the kitchen table. Occasionally I would glance over at the iPad, but it was always my peripheral view. At some point, I noticed the chair was no longer kissing the vanity, but was pulled back an inch or two. Didn't think anything of it, so I continued minding my own. A couple minutes passed, and I looked over and I saw it was noticeably farther from the vanity. About a foot away now. I thought that strange, but maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. Another minute passed, and when I looked back over the chair, it was a solid few feet from the vanity, and at this point I knew something was weird. She was playing tricks on me. Was I, not noticing her coming into the camera view? I thought I would have noticed my peripherals. I could also hear her moving things in the closet the whole time, but maybe I was wrong. At this point, I said something along the lines of, Jordan, why is your chair moved so much? She then walks out of the closet to where I can see her and looks visibly distressed. She's never been the type to play pranks or lie. We're best friends to this day. She's virtually incapable of lying. So I believed that she didn't do it. For context, I could see the entire chair at this point, the floor around it and everything. So I could see that nobody was moving the chair. She was also home alone, by the way. Then, all of a sudden, the chair flies backwards into the wall, We both screamed bloody murder. We've never had such a visceral reaction to something in my life. We didn't know what to do or say for a minute, and we just sat in deafening silence. She moved the chair back to its proper place. We decided to carry on and ignore what happened, probably out of fear to acknowledge it. She then tells me that she needs to grab some trash bags from downstairs and that she'd be right back. And now this is where things get pretty intense and pretty unbelievable. It's so out of this world that I truly can't comprehend to this day how or what happened. I went back to playing with my dog when I got a sudden urge to look at the camera. A goddamn rope, think noose-like. It drops and hangs from what I assumed to be the ceiling, but I couldn't see it as the camera's out of view. I hung up the call, started bawling my eyes out. It felt demonic. I got a call back from her a few minutes later, still in tears. She looked concerned and asked what happened. I said, "Do you own a rope?" She said, "No." I said, "Did you drop a rope in front of the camera?" She said, "No." I then explained what happened, and she didn't believe me at first, but the measure of my distress indicated to her I was telling the truth. Now, she very well could have been the culprit, but this was 11 years ago, and she wouldn't have been capable of holding on to a lie for this long. Still talk about that day a lot, too. I know how insane this sounds, and I know this feels like a scene from The Conjuring. Couldn't possibly be real. But I swear on my life, on my dead brother's grave, this event is real. I struggle to tell people about it because of how insane I sound when I say it. I've had many other paranormal interactions, but nothing to this intensity. Happy to sound insane on your behalf. Something bothering me when I tried to sleep throughout my life. The first time I ever had a paranormal experience was back when I was incredibly young. My sister and I share a mom, and on this particular night, my sister went to her dad's house to spend the night. I asked my mom to set up this full adult-sized camouflage tent in the playroom, and it's because I wanted to play camping in it. I don't think it was an actual camping tent because the fabric was super lightweight and poor, but it was easy to set up and full-sized, so I liked to play in it often, especially when my sister was gone, and I had nobody to play with. I set up my sleeping bag in the tent and all my toys, like a plastic baby swing I had for my dolls, and a few other toys for my dolls like bottles. I set all my things along the walls of the tent. I don't exactly remember going to bed, but I do remember waking up to a very loud sound of someone brushing up against the tent while walking outside of it, like walking around in the playroom. I opened my eyes and I looked to the wall. I looked to the wall I was hearing it from, and no joke, the baby swing I had in there was swinging full force. I was so young that I had no idea what to make of it. I literally got up, looked around the tent, and saw no one, and then went to my mom's room and slept with her the rest of the night. I never mentioned it because I was so young I didn't understand it. I just brushed it off. When we moved into a new house, I was 4 or 5 years old. 5 was the first number marked on the wall for my height, so give or take around that age. My older sister was having a sleepover with 2 of her friends, and being the little sibling who's annoying, I begged to join, and eventually they gave in and let me. Nothing interesting happened until the morning. That's when I woke up on the couch, realized that everybody else was still asleep, and I knew they'd be mad if I turned on the TV or something and woke them up, so I decided to go back to bed. Maybe 30 seconds after I'd closed my eyes, the blanket that I was using was almost whipped off of me. I remember feeling the air of the blanket when it was coming down, like you shake a blanket and it creates an airflow. It was the craziest experience ever, and I do remember being very scared and confused, but again, I was so young, didn't fully understand what was happening. Cut to today. I'm now almost 21. I still live in the same house the blanket incident occurred in. Since then, a few things have happened. A normal person would probably find them weird and kind of uncomfortable to live with, but I've learned that as long as I don't acknowledge it, at some point it goes away. About 2 weeks ago, maybe around 11 p.m. or 12 a.m., I was just about to fully fall asleep. That's when my mattress was partially yanked off of my bed frame. My bed is set up in the corner of my room, and I have a very small room, meaning I have to move my trash can. My lamp and my nightstand actually move my bed comfortably off the bed frame, to change the sheets and stuff. When I looked at my lamp, the nightstand, and trash can, everything was seriously crooked and smushed together like I had tried to, take the bed off the frame without moving them. My bed was at least a good 8 or 10 inches away from the wall. I think I was so scared that my body didn't let me process it. I was naked and half awake in my own bed home alone. I didn't know what to do besides fix everything and go back to bed until the next morning. I started to verbally demand it out of my house and off my property. Told it that it's not allowed here. Starting to think that something does seriously visit me on occasion, but it only happens when I'm resting or about to go to sleep. It doesn't happen very often, but it has happened enough to where I'm making this post to share my experience and to see if anybody else has experienced something like this before. An entity or energy bothering you while you sleep. I just found this thread and I'm curious to know if anybody else has dealt with this. And did it ever stop? And how did you make it stop? Yes, no, and it didn't. Was I possessed? Over Valentine's Day weekend, my new wife, a 28-year-old female, and I, a 41-year-old female, spent our honeymoon in New Orleans. We stayed at the St. Charles Hilton near the French Quarter. Happens to be an old Masonic lodge from the early 1900s. The building is beautiful and had been rebuilt and added onto over about 100 years. It's an 18-story hotel with ballrooms, a Masonic chapel, and a secret theater. The first night there, we had bad dreams. I don't have bad dreams. I tend to have more lucid dreams. So it felt strange. But things got stranger. On Thursday, February 13th, my wife and I woke up early. I took the streetcar to the Garden District and wandered through the streets. We visited the old Lafayette No. 1 cemetery, checked out the architecture and some shops on Magazine Street. We had such a great time walking the streets, we wandered back to the French Quarter on foot. We kept exploring the town and had food and drinks. We got a bit pissy with each other at the end of the night and returned to the hotel around 1 a.m. tipsy, but not out of line for us. We promptly went to bed. Around 3 a.m., I found myself in a dream on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Our room's on the 5th. I just came off the elevator and peeked around the corner to a seating area outside the ballroom. There was a woman dressed in black lace high-collared dress sitting on the couch. It looked as if she were cradling something. Her dress was old and she was dim in color, and her dark hair was up in a coiffed bun. I stared at her for a bit, pulling back and then peeking again. Next thing I knew, I was on the elevator again and the doors opened to the 1st floor where there were 3 big lights glowing purple, green, and yellow. The Mardi Gras colors. At this point, my dream seems to change, and I realize I'm not wearing any clothes except my big pink granny panties, like the dreams most folks have in high school or college. I started to panic, but it's not a full understanding of the space. The only thing I can think is there's bathrooms on the 2nd floor. The dream fades again. I'm trying to open the bathroom doors on the 2nd floor, but they're also locked. At this point, I remember we have a room on the 5th floor. Hurried to the elevator, cupping my boobs. The first time I got to say that sentence. I get to the room, pounding on the door, calling my wife's name. After a minute, she lets me in. We both freak out as I tell my story. It was 4 a.m. at this point. And yes, I'm wandering the hotel in the middle of the night naked for God knows how long. She didn't hear me leave, and the door was heavy enough I had to work to open it. After a good panic attack, I called the front desks. The gal didn't want to talk about it, but assured me nobody could get the videotapes without a subpoena. We both took time to calm down, and I got back to sleep at around 6 a.m. I haven't sleptwalked since I broke my arm and collarbone when I was 4. I tried talking about the incident with the night security gal on Friday, but she just said she doesn't mess with that stuff. On Sunday, I asked the evening front desk gal about ghosts in the building. She told me of a man on the 5th floor, a woman in black on the 3rd, and a woman in white that was anywhere between the 2nd and 14th, technically 13th due to skipping it. She told me about the building's history and the Masonic Lodge and gave me a cool printout of the history of the building. I told her my story and she was creeped out but wanted more details about the woman in black because she wasn't seen much. She believed me and it felt great. Over the rest of our stay, we still had rough dreams and sleep only came to us at 4 a.m. The TV also turned on by itself multiple times. Possible demon. I'm 20 years old now, and I experienced a possible demon when I was growing up in my old house. For some context, witchcraft is very common in my culture, and I do believe that there is also a cause because my grandpa had a mistress in El Salvador who wanted us out of the picture. She regularly practiced witchcraft. My mom is my grandpa's favorite child, and throughout my childhood she had many near-death experiences. And it would make sense since if my grandpa dies, his money goes to my mom first. The first time I noticed something was off was when I was around 6 years old. My family had just picked my mom up from dialysis and we were all sitting in the kitchen eating. And all of a sudden I hear a whoosh sound from behind me. We all turn around because we heard it and it was weird. The second instance was when I would see shadow figures in my room and my door. I was never allowed to close my door, and when I would wake up in the middle of the night, I usually saw a shadow standing in the hallway, and sometimes in my closet, since I always keep that door open. Sometimes I would see the figure sitting in the chair I had in my room. We would just stare at each other. I believe it's the top hat man because I always saw the hat. The third instance was when we had a family living with us in our basement. And for context, corporal punishment is very common in Latino and Hispanic families. We would often hear the mom discipline her son and hear his screams. We would check on him all the time because something sounded like he was being murdered. One night, my mom, grandma, and I came home from church at around 11 p.m., since Saturday service was at night and it was 3 hours. We were talking in the kitchen when all of a sudden we hear the loudest scream. It sounded like the boy, but this time it sounded like he was being stabbed to death. We immediately ran downstairs, but to our surprise, no one was there. We checked all the rooms and the family wasn't there. The fourth instance was when I was still little and I couldn't stop crying. I don't remember much of it, but the pastor at my church came with his wife to pray over me. We went to a room downstairs and the door was left open. He put oil on my forehead and began praying. I never closed my eyes for prayer, so I just stared outside the door, and that's when I saw a black shadow figure walk by the door. It looked inside before disappearing. The fifth instance was when I was around 11 years old. I began feeling like someone was watching me all the time. I felt intense fear and hatred being home. I felt anxious and paranoid every time I was home, which is something that I really never had happen. The sixth instance was the scariest because it was physical. I came home exhausted from a soccer tournament, did my night routine, and fell asleep on my back. And for context, my bed had plastic on the mattress since little kids often slept on the bed when family would come over and spend the night. During the night, I woke up because something was pulling on my left arm and leg trying to pull me off of my bed. I could hear the plastic moving and felt someone breathing on me. I heard a bunch of whispers, but I couldn't understand them. Then I heard a woman begin to laugh in my ear. I couldn't move, and something was on top of me, and I felt a strong urge to open my eyes, but I didn't. I began praying, and then it went away quickly. I didn't open my eyes for the rest of the night, and the next morning I told my aunt about it because it terrified me. She told me something similar had happened to her, but she was laying on her stomach. She said she woke up and felt something sitting on her back, heard the woman laughing. Then she said something like, "Who is your God?" So she started praying, and it all went away instantly. The dream I just had might have been inflicted by a demon. I don't know. X. X just feels right for some reason. Something like that was their name. Dream 1. Tried to tempt my character, bringing people in my life that would force me to do things I didn't want to do. And when I resisted, they made the challenges harder based off of my strongest desires, tried to punish me by threatening to take away the things I care about the most, starting with threatening to take away my career, then proceeding to take away my friends. 3 a.m., I wake up at 3 a.m., I get some water, fall back asleep. Dream 2, I start the dream by waking up in my bed as I would a normal day. But when I wake up, there are 3 golden coins and 3 silver daggers underneath the skin of my hands. I try to tell my roommate and close friend Josh about it, even showing him the coins and daggers. But he's weirdly out of character, unimpressed, and seems like he's pulling a prank on me to lead me astray. Then I wake up from that dream to another, 3rd dream. Dream 3. I'm now at some history lecture with Josh. Neither of us actually have any classes together. I try to ask this professor about the coin and dagger dream I just had, and he plays it off as I'm being delusional. Second person to do that now. But he mentions saying something along the lines of, "It's not as if Q, or some name that has a fashion like the other ones up top, isn't real." Then when I return to my seat in the lecture, I get a call from one of my closest friends ever, and another roommate of mine, Michael, and I start telling him about what just happened. But as he starts to speak, his speech turns into undiscernible sounds of horror and agony. Sounds like a threat of some type. Then I wake up. Real world. When I wake up in the real world, the same world I'm typing this dream journal on my phone in. I have my phone, it's up to my ear, being held by my hand in the same way I had it in my dream. In a cold sweat and very hard to breathe. I don't know if this is important to the story, but the sun still hadn't risen. But yet there are birds chirping outside very loudly. I don't know if birds normally are up this early, around 5:40 a.m., Virginia, Appalachia. Yes they are. Additional knowledge to know. I don't want to make note, or I do want to make note that this is not the first dream or experience of the supernatural type I've ever had. I've had ones where I've experienced the entire day yet to come before it even happens, even seeing places I've never seen before down to the most perfect minute detail. I've had dreams where it felt like I've seen almost entire worlds or the past, even different realities, somewhat similar to what just happened this previous night. Seeing my family and friends gaslighting me not to worry about it and then proceeding to see them die or suffer when I do worry about it. But this was the most vivid dream of this type I've ever had. I felt the coins and daggers under my skin. I felt the cold of the snow and the ice. And that isn't even currently outside. The environment in the first dream, whenever I was outside. And in the 3rd dream, when I picked up that phone, I felt the heart being squeezed and tight. While all this may sound like some made-up bullshit, I promise you it's not. I'm genuinely scared of what this means and if I should actually be concerned. Nonetheless, I have to type this out in case the memory of the dream fades away and makes it easier to share. The only thing that makes me question you is your lack of knowledge of birds chirping in the morning. I don't know where you are in the world, or I guess well, let me rephrase that. No matter where you are in the world, there will be birds chirping in the morning before the sun comes up. Or if you're unfortunate, roosters. Little girl haunting office. I began working for a company whose corporate headquarters is located in 3 separate buildings in the city's first square. When Savannah was built, it was built in a number of squares. This one saw public markets, slave auctions, and public hangings, at least in colonial days. When I began making friends, I'd hear that the main building was haunted by a little girl named Gracie. I assumed that they just referred to her as Gracie. That's because everyone from Savannah knows the legend of Gracie. See link. I don't see it. My friend who gave me express permission to share told me that the ghost was indeed Gracie, though I never really believed it. She was one of the company's first employees, and she had entered the basement-level office many times before anybody else was really in the mind to, was into mind the music blaring, whatever that means. She would turn it down and later would rise again. She got used to it and would tell the spirit, "Okay, we can't play anymore now, it's work time." Gracie Watson, a young girl buried in a famous Bonaventure cemetery. She was born in 1883. Gracie's father took a job managing the prestigious Pulaski Hotel, now long gone, and he, his wife, and Gracie, their only child, lived in the hotel. Gracie was known as the life of the hotel, loved by guests and staff. In 1889, she came down with pneumonia and passed away. Gracie's grieving mother soon began claiming that her spirit was still in the hotel. She could still hear her daughter giggling and bouncing a ball on the back stairs. Her husband was convinced that it was grief that took her job to another level, then eventually leaving Savannah altogether for his wife's mental health. Excuse me. I'd known of Gracie all my life. As kids, we would go to the Bonaventure to see her grave, where people still leave toys. Legend was that if you rubbed the statue's right hand at night, her eyes would open. Everyone had a different version of our little urban legend. I worked in the basement for 2 years until the apartment has moved. After my move, another friend who also gave me his permission to share had an experience. He, in his early 50s, and a church-going Catholic who's extremely well-rounded, and in a senior position. One day, standing at the desk of another employee, he saw out of his peripheral vision a little girl in a white dress walk out of the basement. It was in the conference room, walked into a wall and disappeared. The person that he was standing by said, "You just turned white, are you okay?" He was in shock. When he told me what happened, I asked him if he'd ever had any experiences before. He said never. He wasn't scared when he saw it. It was just shocking. On the couple occasions that I've seen a spirit, that was my reaction as well. Not scared like I'd expect. Just happened matter-of-factly in the middle of a workday. I was fascinated and I began researching the location. Turns out that particular building has indeed been the old Pulaski Hotel. And on top of that, the bottom of the back stairs of the old hotel would have been that basement conference room. It's worth a Google search to see the old hotel. The night I'll forever remember. This happened 8 years ago at my grandparents' ancestral house. Apart from the usual mischief of the duende, which is Spanish and Latin American counterparts of gnomes, I think, our house rarely displays apparitions from the other world. We have a superstitious belief that we should never leave a house without any person or people for a long period of time. If you do, someone or something might live there, i.e., malevolent spirits. Our house was built in the later 70s. The ground floor was used as our living quarters, while the upper floor just gathered dust. That's because I have only my mom and my brother residing there in a single room for the time being. This is how our second floor looks like. Sorry for potato drawing. I want to see it. One night I was talking to my significant other through the phone, and I was on the second floor of her house. I went there because of privacy while also maintaining the silence on the ground floor. The time, if I recall, was past midnight. We'd been always talking like this from the evening till the wee hours in the morning. As I'm trying to make her laugh, I saw a tentacle-like white, grayish, long, thin fitting through the jalousie window, or jalousie. The one colored brown. I'm describing it as a tentacle because of the motion it makes. It's a slithering of what I thought of at the time of its whole body forcing its way to come in. At first, my brain is still not that afraid because it might be a snake, for we have lots of trees inside our property. Notice I said tentacles, because I can't for the life of me relate that thing to a human hand. I just saw it as a long, white thing. Know how a grandma uses her hands to do Tai Chi? That's the way it was moving. Next thing I know, there's another long thing, which I now realized is its other hand to get inside also. But fucked my brains out was its head trying to get inside also. I'm afraid that's why I can't look at its face. My breath is not shallow. Oh, I think my breath is now shallow. I can't think of anything. I'm stuttering, and my significant other noticed it too and asked why. I told her what I saw and said, keep talking to me. I shut my eyes, but once it opened, it just was still there. Now it's waving its hands and shaking its head vigorously. So it knows that I can see it. From my illustration, you could see that I'm sitting at the edge of the bed. I muster up my courage and I nudge myself a little so I won't be able to see him. I think I moved 12 inches to the right, just so I could remove him from my vision. Know what it did? It also moved to its right, which is another window, just so I could also see it. This thing knows that I'm afraid, and in the beginning, the motion of its hand is like a Tai Chi grandma. Now it's dabbing to its right so I can see its both hands. Once that happened, I steeled myself and almost jumped to the stairs to go to my brother and mother. After a few moments, I asked him to go with me, but we didn't find anything. Seems nothing out of the ordinary happened. What bothers me up to this day is I can't remember if I looked at its face or just the peripheral vision, because every time I try to remember its face, I just see a blank face. No eyes, no mouth, no facial hair. Just blank. Up to this day, I don't know what kind of ghost it is, but typing this up until 3 a.m. gives me the chill. Haunted office in historic Savannah. First-time poster. Please be gentle. 42-year-old male here, in case that matters. I was born, raised, and still live in Savannah, Georgia. I've always believed in ghosts. As a kid, my aunt lived in a very haunted house. She and my mom had lived in haunted places before then. My aunt's house was historic. It was gorgeous, and my mom and siblings and I all hated it. Point is that I grew up with a close family telling me stories about their old houses. Okay, so I'm going to try to keep this brief. In 2011, I took a job at a haunted row house. It was on Mary Marshall Row. You may have heard of the haunted Marshall House Hotel. I got to go to the basement one night, and, well, this is the same Mary Marshall. It's diagonally across from the Colonial Cemetery, which has a mass grave for yellow fever victims, as well as broken tombstones just leaning against the gates. From the first day, I was horribly depressed. I have depression, but I felt crippled. I also had the urge to jump off the back balcony repeatedly, as crazy as that sounds. Our office manager told me she felt so bad there that she said protection prayers on her way to work daily. Plus, she had the cabinet door and the supply area scare her badly numerous times. She would close all the doors, walk out of the room, and return to find them open. The house had 4 level basements. Or 4 levels basement. Main had to walk upstairs to access the 2nd and 3rd. My tiny office was on the 2nd. It was right by the stairs. Up until this time, aside from gut feelings, I'd never seen anything but once. 1. I was returning from my lunch break. I was entering the main floor from the back door. I got in, reached into the mini fridge on the floor to get a drink. Needed to go to the bathroom, but out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone I thought was a man go into the bathroom and close the door. Figured I'd wait and just talk to our office manager, and after 5 minutes she asked if I was waiting for something. I said I need to run in the bathroom. She said, well, no one's in there. 2. I was smoking a cigarette in the back balcony. I was just on the floor, and through the glass door, I was seeing the back of a man walking down the hall into my office. I saw pants, shirt, and dark hair. While it looked taller than my boss, I rushed back in thinking he was looking for me. Walked down the hall, and my tiny office was in the middle of the far end of the hall against the front of the house. I looked in expecting to see my boss, and I saw no one. I turned, went into his office to see if he was looking for me. He had his feet on his desk and said he hadn't moved in 30 minutes because he was eating his lunch. 3. Our runner was picking up everyone's mail. It was in front of my office. About to step out to the stairs to go up to 3, and she was talking to a coworker also standing in the hall. And all of a sudden, she screamed, and all 3 of us watched a black shadow float down the stairs toward us. It was against the wall, and it disappeared. I hated the job. Hated. I was there 8 months. And this all happened in that span. And all in the middle of the day. I grew up in Cairns, and there's a house nobody talks about. I finally understand why. This happened in Cairns in Queensland in 2005. I was 14, and my friends and I were in that phase where we loved scaring the shit out of ourselves. Every town has that house, the one with the story. Ours was the Barrett house. The family vanished in 1998. Mom, Dad, 2 kids. One night, their neighbor noticed the house was just still. No lights, no movement. Mail piled up, grass overgrew, and when the police finally checked, they found dinner plates still on the table. Half-full coffee mug and no sign of struggle. Just an empty house. Except for one weird detail. In the kid's bedroom, scratched deep into the wooden floorboards, was a single sentence. We heard the whistle. It's coming. The case went cold. People moved on. But as kids, we loved that shit. We dared each other to go near it to peek through the windows. One night we took it further. It was me, my friend Jake, and his younger brother Matt. We decided to sneak into the property, see if we could get inside. The doors were locked, but the back window was busted, so we climbed through. Inside, the air was thick and stale, smelled like rain, even though it hadn't rained in days. We crept through the house, whispering, laughing nervously. Everything had been cleared out years ago. The floor still creaked like somebody was moving just out of sight. Then Matt called from the backyard. "Oi, where'd those come from?" We stepped outside, and that's when we saw them. Train tracks. They ran in a straight line from the back fence toward the house. They hadn't been there before. We'd been talking about this place for years, riding our bikes past it, sneaking to the property. There were never any goddamn, train tracks. They didn't go anywhere. They stopped right at the house like the destination was inside. Jake swore, suddenly freaked out. We should go. But Matt was already walking the tracks, shining his shitty Nokia phone light ahead. "Matt, come back," I said. Then we heard it. A whistle. Distant, but getting closer. It wasn't the sound of a modern train. It was older. Like one of those ancient steam engines they use for tourist rides. But it was coming fast. Matt bolted back to us and we ran, scrambled over the back fence and didn't stop until we hit the road. When we turned back, the house was silent. The tracks were still there, gleaming faintly in the moonlight. The next day we went back and the tracks were gone. We never talked about it again. Not really. Matt refused to, and Jake got weird whenever I brought it up. A few months later I moved away, and life went on. Then, last week I got curious. I started digging online, looking up old records about the Barrett's property. The land was originally part of a sugarcane farm owned by a guy named William Kiernan. He lived there alone, for decades, never selling his crops, never leaving town. People said he was odd but harmless. Then one day he vanished. In an old newspaper clipping from 1987, a neighbor was interviewed. She said she wasn't surprised he was gone, that he always said the same thing. "It ain't mine to leave, the train still runs, you just have to listen." I don't know what we saw that night. I don't know if it was real or if we caught something up from a story and let our imaginations run wild, but sometimes late at night, I swear I hear it again, that whistle. Something joined us to play hide and seek. The year is 2007. I'm 9 years old. My brother is 7. Our parents are out working. Our grandmother is out buying groceries. So we're left alone in our 3-story home. Bored and quite energetic, we decide to play hide and seek. The family house is too big and too old, so we have plenty of space to play around and have fun with. After a few rounds of playing, the turn to seek is mine. My brother has to hide. Counting up to 10 against the wall, I shout out, "Ready or not, here I come." I begin my search. Despite both of us being somewhat good at choosing difficult and creative places to hide in, my brother went for the most obvious spot. Most obvious spot I can imagine. On the first floor behind a curtain and against a wide window. That's where light reflected his body. His silhouette giving him away at first sight, and his tennis shoes showing at the base of the curtain. Victorious, I tell him. "Come on, that's a real easy spot. It's your turn to seek." He doesn't move, and he doesn't answer. So I get upstairs and wait for him to come, sitting in the sofa against the wall with clear vision of the stairs. After a good 20 minutes or so, I see my brother come down from the 3rd floor. Confused, he asks me, "Why'd you Why didn't you come and seek for me? I stay silent for a moment and I ask him, did you put your runners at the base of the curtain? He answers firmly, no. He tells me he heard me talking from the 3rd floor and assumed Grandma arrived and I was talking to her, which was not the case. I tell him I thought he was behind the curtain on the 1st floor. I ask him to come with me to the curtain to investigate. Slowly, we descend the stairs one by one, always keeping our backs to the wall and our eyes on the bottom of the stairs. When the curtain is within our vision, there's no figure there anymore. Yet the shoes are there, still at the base. Closing in, I reach out with my hand to the curtain. But there's just air. I keep pulling the enormous curtain trying to feel something, but an earwig falls from it and lands on my shoulder. Scared, I slapped it away and stepped back. Both of us go upstairs quickly. I tell my brother what I saw. He reaffirms me that he didn't put the shoes there, and that we should stay put on the sofa until Grandma arrived. So we did. Up to this day, I don't really know what I saw back then. Since 3.5 years ago, we moved out of the home because of financial problems. And we never experienced anything similar ever again. I always took my brother's word as truth since the last round before he hid, I was the one to hide. And I don't remember seeing the shoes on the 1st floor when I did. There's no way he could go from his room in the back to the 2nd floor to the 1st floor, then to the 3rd floor in just 10 seconds without me hearing him run. Perhaps my memories are blurry. Perhaps my brother lied and somehow pulled it off. Or maybe someone or something really manifested then and there. Maybe it was just something wanting to play with us. Maybe their motives were more sinister. Whatever it was, I still keep it as a memory from the house I grew up in. I still wonder exactly what played hide and seek with us that day. The ghosty throughout my life. Throughout my life, I've had some weird experiences. Seems this is the place to write about them. I've given them names which might sound silly, but at the time I was scared shitless, and this is probably a coping mechanism. One, when I was still living at home and was around 16, the first ghost appeared. Me and my sister have dubbed them Sweetie Feet, or Sweaty Feet. At night, when all the lights were out, sometimes we could hear something walking in our rooms. They were named Sweaty Feet because it sounded like a person with wet, sweaty feet walking. You would hear the feet rising from the floor and making the slurpy sound only wet feet make. If this doesn't paint a picture, imagine being sweaty and standing up in front of a leather couch. This is the only ghost multiple people heard. Me and my sister on different nights in different rooms over many years. 2. I was around 16 as well. This one only happened once. Didn't sleep for a few days after this one. This one is called Freddy. When trying to go to sleep, I hear scratching on the connecting wall between my bedroom and my second sister's bedroom. I sounded like something with Freddy Krueger knife hands sliding his knives slowly over the wall. I knew my sister wasn't at home that night, so the room should be empty. I was too scared to move, so I called my mom and my sister, who didn't pick up because, well, 3 a.m. is not a good time to call people. They asked me about it the next morning. I told the story. Never one heard anything, but went to go take a look at my sister, 2, in the room where I heard the sound. There was nothing visible on the walls, but there was a water trail leading from the middle of her room and stopping at my room. This water trail passed a door and defied gravity to reach my door. Because we were first thinking it might be a leak wouldn't explain the impossible route the trail took. 3. I was 20 around this one, and I named this one Talker or Toker. This translates to something like tapper from tapping on something. I was staying up way late playing computer games on the family PC downstairs, and at a certain point I heard something tapping on the window. About one tap every 5 seconds very consistently. First thought was the wind, but after a few minutes and the consistency of the tapping once every fucking 5 seconds, I got scared and just ran upstairs to my bedroom. I think this is the only night in my life I did not brush my teeth because moving to the bathroom would move me closer to the window. All was well when I was in my bed on the 3rd floor, until it started again. One tap every 5 seconds on the bedroom window, a place that should be unreachable. 4th and the last one, and the first one since moving out of my mother's house, Mr. Echo. I was 22 at this time, just standing in my apartment, just smoking out a window, and all of a sudden I hear something. It sounded like whispering, and a volume of someone talking, so pretty loud whispering. This is harder to explain. English is not my first language. I couldn't see anything, but the origin of the sound was clear. I heard the whisper, and I could follow my eyes where it was originating from and where it was going. It moved through my living room in a straight line. When it passed my dresser, a picture frame fell over and broke. When it reached the windows, it took a turn to the left and then stopped when reaching an open window. Your English is better than others. A light. To share my experience, I was about 12 or 13 when I was in a very bad place in my life. I was filled with rage and negative thoughts. I had an abusive father and I was planning to kill him. The reason I'm sharing this is to share my state of mind at the time. I always liked drawing and I kept drawing dead people and I was fascinated with death. One day I'm home drawing, and while I used to draw just black and white and red, and that day I started to draw a flower. And that's when I noticed that was kind of odd. It was colorful. My drawing process, I don't always think of what to draw, I just let my imagination flow. When I started to notice that was odd, I saw what seemed to be a spotlight. It was very bright light, and it was in front of me, and it spoke. I was fully awake, and it felt ancient. It didn't speak with actual words. I don't even know how to explain, but it was in my mind. Sometimes it would speak through projecting images instead. It asked if it could come in. I don't recall my exact reaction. I remembered thinking if it could be a bad choice to say yes, but I agreed to let it come in, not even understanding exactly what it meant. It was in front of me. I think I agreed because it didn't seem like a threat. I recall very little of what we talked about. I remember bits and pieces, and it didn't tell me in the end. Maybe I was meant to forget. I'll try to describe it the best way I can. When I agreed to let it in, I felt a huge, overwhelming, powerful feeling of love. Truly loved in a deep and infinite way. Next, I asked it if it was an angel. I went to Catholic school, but I wasn't religious. Still not. To which it replied no. I asked if it was God, to which it also replied no. I asked what it was, and it showed me, but I don't understand it. Seemed like a very ancient being, older than what I could imagine time is. Like if it existed before time existed. I asked more things and curiosities of a 12-year-old, like why is there so much pain in the world? Why are we here? What's the point to all this? To which it replied, I don't remember all the answers. I distinctly remember seeing parts of the world like if it were in real time. Some appeared to be visions. In the end, it went away. I remember my mom coming into the room and thinking, why can't she see it? That's how I realized it was in my head. When it went away, it told me one day I was going to try to kill myself and not to do it. It made me promise I wouldn't, which I did. Such thought never entered my head at the time. Also asked me not to waste time trying to learn more about it and to move on, to which I agreed, and finally once it left, I felt clean inside, like all the negativity was washed away. This experience was very deep for me, changed who I was since then. I remember asking if it would, or rather if I would see it again, but don't remember the answer. Most likely no, because I haven't seen it since then. I did try to kill myself many years later, and I remember promising I wouldn't, and that's how I'm still here. I also failed to not try and find more information about what that was. I did look for more people who might have seen the same, and found odd connections. A few unexplainable ghost stories from my life. Story number 1. Car accident. My parents got divorced when I was 7. So much of my childhood was visiting my dad a few times a year, several states over for holidays and part of the summer. He was driving me home, and on a long, flat strip of highway it was raining very hard. The car swerved a tiny bit, then a little bit later, full-on hydroplaned down a hill and hit a bunch of trees sideways. My dad had an F-150, and the front section, where we both were, was fine, but the back was mangled. We were both conscious and unharmed. I looked to my right, and there was a guy just standing there at my window. I rolled down the window and just asked if, we were okay. I said yes, and then looked at my dad, who was calling 911. Then when I looked back, there was no one at the window. There was no cars up the hill, and I could see the side of the road for hundreds of feet in both directions. Just gone. There's no way somebody parked and ran down the hill this fast. I asked my dad, "Did you see that guy?" And he said, "What guy?" When paramedics arrived, they said they always get crashes when it rains hard in the strip, so I'm guessing it was somebody who never made it out checking on us. Story 2. Ouija boards are bullshit. I worked overnight at a drug rehab, and the start of every shift was to go to each of the men's dorms and turn the lobby TVs off and tell them to go to bed. Come into one of the dorms, and a few guys had made a makeshift Ouija board and a planchette. I made fun of them and said, "Oh, that shit's not real, you guys. Just move it on your own subconsciously then." They swore, "No, it is. Ask it something we wouldn't know." So I said, "Okay, what's my middle name?" They then spelled out my middle name correctly, which is Alan, instead of Alan with 2 L's. I was a little bit shook, but I wasn't convinced. I asked, "Okay, what street did I grow up on?" They then spelled my childhood street correctly, which is also a very uncommon name. About 4 letters into the street name being right, I was convinced that shit is real. And the final story, the roommate. I've had this friend for almost 10 years now. I needed a new roommate, so I moved him in, and very minor poltergeist activity almost immediately starts. Things moved, lights on and off by themselves. And one time, when I was half awake, I heard and can feel someone watching me from my cracked bedroom door. I wasn't looking at it. I assumed it was him, seeing if I was awake, then found out he wasn't even home that night. We had a shelf in our living room. I had several action figures on it and random shit. Come into the living room, and once just in the middle of the living room, or rather, one is just in the middle of the living room. Finally asked my roommate if he's noticed all the weird shit happening, and he says that he is a spirit that follows him everywhere. But it isn't dangerous. Pretty skeptical and don't really take him seriously, but flash forward a little bit and we both end up at the same job. He ends up dating a girl there, and they move in together, and all the shit stops abruptly. Another coworker who's friends with the girlfriend, just randomly without me telling her any of my stories, just says, "Did you know Rob and Kate's apartment is haunted?" They came home, and the furniture was all moved around. Weird stuff, man. Met someone in my dream, or astral realm, or something. Need help figuring it out. I've always had very vivid dreams, and I immediately write them down when I wake up. Some have predicted natural disasters, not to an exact date, but once I had a dream about a tsunami in the Philippines. There was a tsunami in one of the island countries near 2 days later. I have a presence in my apartment. Seems harmless. I can sort of communicate with it. It does this yes or no type of thing where it'll give me chills on my back from head to toe. But only on my back and my front. It's completely normal. This happens when I ask a question and the answer is yes. I feel the presence a lot more when I'm drinking. I don't try and speak to it too often, but sometimes I'll ask it if there's or rather if it's there, and it'll just give me the chills. I'm at work right now, and as I type that question out, my body got those chills, and now it's getting even stronger. Almost feels like a light electric shock. Anyway, lately I've been taking naps. It feels like I never went to sleep. Like my eyes are closed, but I can still see around me. Almost like I can see through my eyelids. I've napped like this with people around, and I saw what they were doing and even remember what was on TV. But when I wake up, I can tell I was asleep because I feel rested. But I also am in a completely different position than I was seeing. Also, my friends have said that I was snoring. So I was definitely asleep. All of that to say that the other day I was napping on my couch. It was one of those naps where I can see around me and look to my right and somebody's sitting right next to me. Freaked me out and I could hear her thoughts. She thought, "Who the fuck is this guy?" I thought, wait, is this my ghost or presence that is here at my place? I say, "Hey, are you real or are you dreaming?" She didn't speak but thought, "Oh my God, is this a dream?" I told her I heard your thoughts and think we're both dreaming. "Are you a real person? What's your name?" Again, she didn't speak and thought, "Do not give this thing your name." Then I said again, "I can read your thoughts," and then she thought, "Oh shit." I laughed and she kinda laughed because she realized I heard that, but then told her my name and where I was from and that we were on my couch. She told me her name was Niti Atalo, or Nidiateo, or some sort of spelling like that. She made a joke about her name being silly, but the communication was short. She looked like she could be a mixed race with tanned skin. Almost looked like there could have been some East Indian or African blood. She made a joke about her name and joked that her name was Ote with me. Then I woke up. But I woke up in the exact position I was in my dream, unlike those other times. I tried looking up the name and didn't come up with anything, not sure what that was or who that was, but I'd never seen that person ever in my life. She was wearing modernish clothes like a red tube top and denim pants. I've never heard that name ever before in my life. Hoping somebody can shed some light on who or what that was, and if I could, maybe it could just be someone who's alive right now and we just merged in the dream. Or if it could be something else. It's completely benign. Zero scary vibes or anything like that. If anything, they were scared and confused about me. Can anyone shed any light on this? It's unlike anything I've ever dreamed of or experienced ever before. Possible doppelganger. So for some context, I, a 30-year-old female, work at a warehouse from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. and my commute is about 30 or 40 minutes depending on traffic. Usually after work, I stop at a grocery store and get stuff for dinner or snacks for my kids. My brother is one of the managers in the morning shift. There's another 2 coworkers with him. At that time of the morning, they're working on produce, which is in the back part of the store. That's where there's a swing door with 2 large windows. So sometimes I'll tap on the window, say hi to them, and go about my day. About 3 months ago, I had to go on an LOA due to personal reasons. I was supposed to return to work a week ago, but my return to work paperwork is still pending. I never really told anyone at work that I was returning since they're not the ones that deal with that. It's a whole different department that's in a different state. Last night I got a message from a team leader telling me that she was reaching out to me to understand my intentions on returning back to work that's what they wrote. Thought it was weird because, to my understanding, they can't reach out to ask any questions if you're on a medical leave. I just texted her back that my paperwork was pending, and that the department in charge would reach out to her. She said thank you and asked if I had forgotten the doctor's paperwork. I was confused, and I told her I'd reach out to the LOA department. I went to bed, and at around 5 a.m., a coworker messaged me asking me why I left earlier. I thought that she had sent the message to the wrong person, so I ignored it and tried to go back to bed. 30 minutes after, my friend and coworker texted me saying, "Hey, I heard you come back to work, but left." I replied, "No, I haven't returned to work yet. Who told you?" At this time, I thought it was probably somebody that looked like me, but she replied with, "Anna told me she saw you were walking to the office." The thing is that we have to scan in a key to go in, and since I'm on LOA, even if I return to work, I wouldn't be able to use it for 2 weeks, which is the time it takes for them to have all my information in the system again. On Sundays, there's only 20 people compared to the 200 plus Monday through Friday, so everybody knows each other pretty well. I found out the reason the team leader messaged me was because she saw me go to the office and leave. The 2 other coworkers that messaged me thought they saw me too, but at a different time, and one of them saw me go to the office, looked around, head back to the parking lot. It was weird, but I convinced myself maybe it was someone else. My brother texted me about an hour later asking me if I was just by the union table and asked me why I didn't say hi today. I told him that I was still lying down and that I wasn't back to work yet, so I wouldn't be there this early right now. He thought I was meeting with him since I told him I was returning to work last week, but I had forgotten I never told him about the delay. He told me that all 3 of them saw me by the union table, and that I just looked straight ahead and kept walking. He messaged me at 6:20, which is the time I would normally be there after getting off of work. That means 6 different people saw me at separate times in different places doing a routine I usually do while I'm at home the whole time. I started feeling panicked and called my mom to try to calm down, but I can't stop thinking about it. Some local folklore from my home country. Personal experience. I live on an island in the Caribbean. Lived in the suburbs, but had family out in the countryside. So I've had my fair share of scary stories. But this was an encounter which I never forgot until today after 13 years. So there's this local legend of childlike creatures that live in the forests and kidnap children. They look like little children from a distance, but their most distinct feature is that their legs face opposite to their bodies. Their footprints always appear as if they walk away from anywhere. So unsuspecting victims follow them, thinking that they were a missing child only to end up lost themselves. Good thing is they only show up at around dusk, so usually at our curfew. When I was 7, I went to visit my cousins who lived out in the countryside to spend the night by them. I never believed in the paranormal back then, nor do I believe in it now. I love science and technology. But from what I saw, not something science could explain. My cousins, one older, one my age and 2 younger than me, really enjoy playing outside. Me, I like video games and would hide away with my Nintendo DS if given the chance. But this time, however, there was another girl joining us who I liked, so I went outside to play with her. She was older than me by about 3 years, so she was like way cooler than my cousins. We played hide and seek, then catch and rescue. It's like a game similar to Cops and Robbers, but without the titles. That was until about 5:30 p.m. That's when the sun was setting. The yard we played in was big and had lots of places to hide, plus an old shed where my great-uncle used to live before he moved in with my grandmother when he became an amputee. Past that shed was a large forest where my dad and his family used to go hunting and when he was in his teens. I remembered my uncle told us to never go near the forest when it gets dark. Else we got lost and ended up missing. That's when my older cousin and the older girl tried to scare me by telling me the story of the creatures known as Dwen. Like my description said, they're childlike in appearance, but are actually spirits of dead children who weren't baptized and would take naughty children away to never be seen again. I didn't believe them, I just said those were just stories and ghosts and stuff like that wasn't real. When my uncle called us back inside on the way, I saw it's like I guess you could say a short figure near the edge of the forest. I called out to them, thinking it was one of my younger cousins. No one answered. I called again and again, but the figure didn't answer. Hearing my uncle still calling us, I walked by, thinking he would just follow me to the house. I heard footsteps behind me, so I assumed that was my cousin. When I got closer to the house, I saw my uncle, the older girl, and all of my cousins. The oldest, the one my age, and the 2 younger cousins. When I turned around, all I saw were footprints about 5 meters behind me leading back to the forest. Everyone saw them too and were reasonably scared, and after that day we stayed inside until my parents came back to pick me up from their house. I told them the story, and my dad said it must have been a Dwen, and that I did really good not turning around or following them into the forest. I asked my older cousin about it some years later. He says it was a spooky experience and that his dad told him that years before he was born, children would go missing in that forest. They could have ended up with those spirits. I don't expect this to get much attention, but oh well. Little girl ghost at hospital. I want to start off that I only talk about this because it's part of my healing process. It helps me to deal with the trauma of losing my infant son. In 2007, I was 9 months pregnant. I was with my last child. I'd had preeclampsia with previous pregnancies and a placenta abruption with a pregnancy 7 years prior, so I was being monitored closely. Not as closely as I should have been, but that's another story for another time. The evening of December 12th, I became ill. I felt dreadful. I looked at my abdomen and thought it looked rigid and strange. Instantly, I knew I was dying. I can't explain it, but simultaneously I heard a whisper in my left ear. A soft, gentle whisper that said, "The baby's died." I instantly thought I was losing my mind and yelled at my son to call 911. We were in the middle of a winter storm, so our phones were dead. I finally got a neighbor to call my husband, who took me to the maternity ward of a large hospital. One of the most experienced nurses happened to be on duty, thank goodness, because when I coded, I just got to the floor. I'd had 3rd-degree abruption. The 4th degree is death, by the way. I spent 2 weeks in the hospital. I had to go on dialysis for a while. My ammonia levels were high, so I thought I had given birth. I did get to hold him, and he was beautiful with dark curls. When I'd got to the med surgery floor, I was coherent and trying to come to grips about why this had happened to me. One night I awakened to voices. Thought it was my family in my room. My eyes were closed, but I was awake, and I heard what sounded like 20 people talking about me. I was lying there trying to understand what they were saying, talking to me. All the people were talking so fast and in a hushed tone. I opened my eyes to find no one there, not one soul. What scared me was as my eyes opened, one person said, "Shh." The second person said, "Shh," and then there was a collective shh. I was terrified in a dark room with the door shut. I had a hard time moving around because of my emergency C-section incision. Started calling for my husband. He didn't answer. He often would sleep on the floor beside my bed on a sort of pull-out sofa chair. Suddenly, a small olive-toned girl, maybe 6 or 7 of age, they appeared beside my bed. She had 2 curly ponytails. She was dressed in 1970s type clothing. I couldn't see her eyes, just dark shadows. She pointed to the other side of my bed and said that he's over there. Husband had been on the left side of the hospital bed and was asleep. I turned back to face her and she was gone. Having that experience in the hospital helped change my insight about death. I know I'll see my infant son again one day. I also think the people and voices I heard may have been people that had passed at that hospital as well as a little girl. I felt no threat at all, but I was scared because it was so unexpected. All of that was hard for me to hear. Hope you're doing okay. This is Paranormal M, where haunting stories and eerie mysteries take the spotlight. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications for weekly chills. Let's unravel the unknown on a trip to a quiet beachside town. The town was basically one road banked by an estuary which could be walked around. It was huge, and about the only interesting place in town. On the far side of the estuary, away from the town, is a memorial walk dedicated to some king of old. It's lined with many benches with memorial plaques. It's backed by a road of detached expensive houses. You could tell many of the locals enjoyed taking walks around this estuary, which was sort of the heart of the town. The estuary is very quiet and peaceful at night, beside the odd walker on the far side, far away from the town. We were sat late at night, around 12. We were on the far side. We'd been there an hour walking up and down, but stopped in this sheltered bench, the darkest spot we could find. Behind us was a garden, detached from many houses with 2 holes in the verge beyond that went into the woods beyond. For most of the time we were sat there, we could hear rustling footsteps, and I had a feeling of being watched. This bush with big heavy leaves next to me rustled as if someone brushed their hand through it, or an animal went past. There was nothing else, no sound or movement. We continued hearing footsteps behind us mostly, seemingly from nowhere, like people walking on gravel but separated by periods of time. We were getting quite spooked, especially after the bush, though I was fairly calm and unfazed. Ghosts can't hurt you, especially ones that are just out to enjoy the estuary. I was just staring off to my right. This path along the estuary, which was lined on both sides by 2 low verges of plants. As I'm looking down at which this path goes at a vision because of the verges, I see what appears to be a shadow of a man. His shadow was cast on the ground, as if produced by the street lamp shining down from above. I could see the profile of head and shoulders, but no lower because of the verge. I'm getting shivers right now just recalling. As I'm looking, I don't really notice it. I thought it was a plant shadow. The shadow slowly disappeared, RD behind the verge, but what startled me was the footsteps. The exact same footsteps we'd been hearing, only this time they'd come from that shadow. 1, 2, 3. This time, one after another, as if produced by someone walking sort of casually. The crunch of gravel is unmistakable. It all happened as if somebody was walking. This is what made my mind jump to first, and I thought some local had been staring at us. I immediately jumped up and went to have a look down the path, and of course, though, there was nobody there or in the bushes. Had it been an animal or a person, we would have heard him rustling the bushes or gravel as they walked and ran away, and I know what I witnessed, though. Can't explain it in any other way. We didn't stay for that much longer after that, as my girlfriend was really freaked out. She wasn't looking in the same spot, so can't say she's a witness, but she also heard all the footsteps, including the ones that accompanied the walking man. Someone had a few drinks while writing that. Demon in my room. My parents divorced when I was 7 years old. My mother was left with 5 children to raise alone. We lived on the brink of homelessness for a few years. My mom applied for housing assistance, and we were accepted into public housing. We were all so happy. House was huge. 4 bedrooms, 2 full baths, a large living room and a dining room and a large kitchen. The house was originally a duplex. I recently found out that these homes were over 100 years old. So we're all happy to have our own rooms. My room was different. The hall in front of my room was always dark and cold. My room was freezing, and every time I put a light bulb in my closet or room, it would just immediately flicker out. One day, I was babysitting my siblings. They were on the side of the house, just sort of writing with pavement chalk, so I went to my room to read my latest Nancy Drew book. As I sat there, I heard someone call my name. It was faint, like someone was yelling my name from a distance. I checked the windows, no one was there. I thought it was the boys next door playing a trick on me. So I continued to read my book. I again heard someone call my name. This time more forcefully. I got up, checked the windows, no one was there. I just went outside to check on my siblings, and they're all still writing with the chalk and having a good time. I went back to my room. I continued to read. Several minutes passed, and I heard the most terrifying voice. A demonic, vile voice screamed my name, and the voice sounded like it was right close to my face. The voice was so angry that I imagined that whatever it was had to be shaking. The voice was shaky and angry and calling my name. I threw the book down. Me and one of my younger sisters moved everything I owned out of the room the next morning. And I want to add that underneath my room was a locked cellar. We'd never really been able to access that. That side of the house where my room was located was always dark and cool, even on the hottest days. I was so glad when we finally moved out of that house. I drive by the house from time to time, and it just still gives me the creeps. My younger brother was 5 years old when we lived there. Told me when we were adults that he saw a midget with a lion cloth. It climbed from under the heater in the floor and looked at him and laughed and disappeared. It bothers me to this day because this thing called my name. I was troubled and sad, and, well, I was a teenager, and sometimes I think that the evil spirit was trying to entice me to converse with it. I grew up in a Pentecostal church, and maybe a year before this happened, my pastor came to me. He said, "Tony, if a spirit talks to you, don't answer." I don't know why he said that to me, but I remembered what he said, and when that entity yelled my name. I purchased a house last year. It has a little wooden church glued to the wall, and for now it'll stay. A whole church. That's some good glue. What is what I'm experiencing called? I've always had a very detailed, realistic dream and night terror since childhood. Usually they're pretty random and cool after the fears wear off, and have inspired a lot of my art, honestly. Anyways, I'd had this dream when I was 18, about this guy in a void staring at me. And he had this quartz crystal necklace on. I remember that catching my eye first, and I asked him if I could have it. He gave it to me. It was so random, I thought nothing of it. It's kind of a dick move. So, a couple of months later, I got to this program for trade school, and I'm outside of my dorm, and I see this man that looks exactly like the person in my dream. He's wearing a quartz necklace. It freaked me the fuck out, especially because when I looked at him, he turned and stared at me. It was like immediate recognition. He called me over, and we immediately clicked, at least as friends. It was as if I already knew him. It was so freaking weird because he went, "We've met before in another life." Like, "Fella, I don't even know you, that's so weird." He gave me the necklace too. I told him a few months later that we all lived at this trade school and it takes a long time to complete the program about the dream. And he 100% believed me and thought it was so strange but also really cool. Around 2 years later, my best friend and I lived in a house with other friends and stuff. My friend has a younger brother who's not exactly the fan favorite among us. He has a lot of mental health problems that cause him to lash out, but when he's calm, he's a real joy to be around. There'd be times when I'd be outside in the backyard smoking and painting, and I'd see a black dot in my head. I'd feel his presence. I'd ask my friend, "Do you invite your brother over?" She said, "No, why?" I told her because he's here. And she was very confused. Then the doorbell rang. I didn't hear him say anything or anything like that, and it happened multiple times. Even if I was in my room just doing my own thing, listening to music, I'd just know he was there. It was like this very heavy feeling and kind of a sense of fear, I guess. My family member went missing for over a decade, and nobody heard a word from them. We all assumed that they were dead. Recently, I started thinking a lot about them, like intensely. We weren't close at all, and they were very odd, honestly. But I asked another family member if they'd heard from them recently or not. They said no. We don't think they're dead. That week, that family member showed up in town. Could totally be a weird coincidence, but after not even thinking about them for years to suddenly thinking intensely about someone for them showing up is super weird. No, I'm not schizophrenic, and no, I don't have any desire to be a witch or something like that. I don't mess with tarot cards or Ouija boards. My family is seriously Christian, like old values. Men can't have long hair or unshaven faces, and dancing and music's forbidden type of Christian. They don't even believe in ghosts. My friends have seen the weird stuff happen, or me knowing something before it happens, so they believe me and think it's cool and weird, but I don't know what it's called. The other half of my family believes in all the stuff my Christian half doesn't, and they say that we come from spiritual people. My childhood attachment. You may have seen my boyfriend's story about the mushroom tunnels, but I have my own unique story. It all started when I was about 9 years old. At the time, I attended a small Christian school with fewer than 100 students across 10-year levels. For our annual school camp, years 4 through 6 went to Barry Sport and Recreation Center for 2 nights. I was excited but nervous. This was 4 hours from home. I'd never been away from my mom without an older relative. Thankfully, my sister, just a year older than me, was also attending. When we arrived and unpacked, I felt an unfamiliar sensation in my chest. After lunch, we socialized with students from other schools, and that evening after dinner and night games, we returned to our cabins, which were more secluded than the other students' accommodations. All the girls in my cabin talked about how the place felt eerie. When the lights went out, I saw a tall shadow in the doorway. Terrified, I moved to another girl's bed in the next section. I eventually fell asleep until I woke up to a woman's voice calling for Max and Luke, reassuring them it was safe to come home. Barely slept after that. The next night, we left our cabin tidy. That was before heading to the gym for night games. When we returned, everything was trashed. Items thrown around, lights on, nothing as we left it. Suddenly, screams rang out. "Demon, it's a demon!" followed by crying. Teachers rushed in to console us, and no one slept that night. On the bus ride home, I was filled with fear and curiosity. What had we encountered? Even weeks later, I felt uneasy. Then small things started happening at home, like a door rattling with no draft or footsteps when no one was awake. And soon it escalated. My family, being believers and skeptics alike, witnessed unexplainable events. We heard children running up and down the stairs, and twice a clock jumped off the wall at my mother. My guitar strummed itself, but the worst part, whatever it was, it focused on me. My bedroom was downstairs near the front door. I heard tapping on my windows, scratching on the walls, footsteps on the gravel outside. That's where no one could have been. Banging on the front door, which would wake me up in the middle of the night, but the sleep paralysis was the worst. I woke up between 3 and 4 a.m. every night, unable to move, often feeling a presence sitting on my bed. One morning, I found my door unlocked and wide open, though I hadn't touched it. At 11, we moved, and everything seemed fine at first. But in our new home, strange things continued. My sister's bathroom was connected to my room. I would see one of them enter, but never leave. I heard the shower run, but no one was there. When I asked, they said they hadn't even been in the room. After moving again, all activity stopped. Years later, curiosity led me to research Barry Sport and Recreation. What I found was shocking. It had once been a home for misbehaved boys where they had been beaten, some possibly to death. In my cabin, it had been the punishment room. Others who visited reported similar terrifying experiences. I still wonder why I formed an attachment and what it wanted from me, but it explains my lifelong fascination with the paranormal. I saw my cat, but it wasn't my cat. Twice. Okay, so I have 2 cats. A fat gray one and a long orange one. One is B and one is L, so I'm going to call one Barry and one Larry. That'll be easy. I'm putting that out there first because I feel it's important to specify that they look nothing alike and there's no mistaking one for the other. Not to mention their personalities. They're basically polar opposites. Anyways, this is mostly about Barry, and it's happened twice now. The first time I was alone. My daughter was at school, my partner was at work. So it was just me and the kitties. I was tidying up and I was in the living room in the front of the couch. I distinctively saw Barry crawl under the couch. There's no mistaking it. I've seen him do it 100 times before. He loves it under the couch. I saw his hind legs and his tail disappear under there. And the couch skirt. I don't know what it's called, but you know what I mean. I think it's called that. I saw that flap down behind him. But then I looked up, and seconds later I saw him across the room. He was asleep on the dining table. Stopped in my tracks. Convinced myself maybe I'd mistaken the color somehow, despite gray and bright-ass orange being two completely different colors. I went into the kitchen to throw away the trash, and I just gathered, and, well, Larry was in there eating food. I would have seen him, leaving the living room if that had somehow been him under the couch. He would have had to walk right past me. I chalked it up at the time to being a visual hallucination as a result of a manic episode. Even though I've had far worse mania, I've never experienced visual hallucinations before. But I tried to get over it. That wasn't the end of it, because yesterday, about a week after the first incident, the same exact thing happened to my partner and a daughter. They both saw it. They were in the bathroom getting our child ready for bed. I was in the kitchen and I was feeding the cats their supper. And when I had walked from the bathroom to the kitchen, I chased Larry in there playing with him, and Barry was sitting right in the kitchen doorway cleaning himself. I remember this because he jumped when I ran past chasing Larry, and it was funny. But he went straight to his bowl with Larry and, well, just waited to be fed. Fed them with both of them sitting right there staring. They started eating right away. They were both at their bowls when I left the kitchen, so both of them were in my sight the entire time. The entire time, my partner and daughter say that this happened. As they're brushing her teeth, they both saw Barry bolt across the living room and crawl into the couch. My daughter even reenacted it for me. She's 4, so what reason would she have to make it up? This really freaked me out. I don't trust myself, but both of them saw this. And they didn't say it just to try to scare me. They didn't even realize Barry was in the kitchen. They thought he took off chasing a bug or something and thought it was funny. My partner even checked under the couch for me, and of course nothing was there, but I was so freaked out. I don't know what to think. I've tried looking it up, and I can't find anything about this online. Anyone here have any similar experiences? The weirdest week of my life made me question everything. About a year ago, I had one of the weirdest weeks of my life. At the time, my older sister was living at home, and the first strange thing that happened was with her grandfather's old wall clock. It randomly stopped one evening. We didn't do anything about it right away, as we were all kind of busy. But when we returned home hours later, we noticed the clock had somehow sped up, and it was now ahead of the actual time. Just to clarify, we were the only ones, or rather, not the only ones, we were only gone for a few hours. For some background on my family, before my grandfather passed away, he owned a shop where he fixed and made clocks. And he also worked with jewelry, but his clock expertise is what matters here. So we trusted his knowledge. That evening, my dad, who's usually a skeptical and calm person when it comes to anything spooky, was genuinely freaked out. He proceeded to explain how clocks work, saying that they don't just randomly speed up after stopping. Clocks simply don't do that, he said. Since my dad shares many interests with my grandfather and learned a lot from him, I trusted his knowledge. But if anybody has an explanation for what happened, let me know. The next strange thing that happened that week involved our solid wood door, which had never been slammed by strong winds and slamming shut on its own more than once. Don't judge us for not fully closing the door sometimes. I know it's not the smartest habit, but I live in a small town. First time it happened, we were all watching a movie together in the living room. My dad, my mom, older sister, younger brother, and me. My dad usually leaves the door slightly open so he doesn't forget to lock the garage before bed. About halfway through the movie, we heard a loud slamming sound. We immediately went to check if somebody had, maybe closed the door, but no one was there. The door, our solid wood, almost windproof door, had slammed shut on its own. That wasn't the last time it happened. Later that night after the movie, I went downstairs to my bedroom. The outside door to the stairs was right by the staircase. I quickly fell asleep, but the next thing I remember is my sister turning on the light. My legs were somehow in the air. My sister was freaked out and explained when she tried to wake me, she expected to touch my knee, but it was bent up. Instead, she felt my foot. This meant that my knees would have been close to my face to make that position. When we looked at the picture my sister took of me, it was clear that my knees were nowhere near my face. After talking about this odd incident, my sister explained the reason she came down to wake me was because the door had slammed shut, again for no apparent reason. The next morning, we checked the door and swung it, checked the hinges, and everything seemed normal. These were the strangest moments I remember from that week. Now here's why I'm bringing this all up. Recently, I was bored. I decided to go through the messages and photos between my sister and me. Been feeling kind of lonely since she left home, and I missed her that day. But when I tried to find the photo my sister had sent me of the strange moment with my legs, I couldn't find it anywhere. Not even in the trash. Curious, I asked my sister to send it again, thinking it had been deleted. To my surprise, she couldn't access the photos from just our conversations. Her phone wasn't letting her open them. Isn't that weird? I believe my childhood home was or is haunted. Wow, shocking title, I know, but this still gives me the chills. As a child, I had a lot of bad experiences at my childhood home. A lot of abuse, incidents, and overall just bad vibes. Very rarely did people feel at ease. I was always terrified of the basement of that house. I don't know why, but growing up, it was the scariest thing ever. I'd also refused to sleep alone until I was probably 9 years old. I was terrified of the mirror hanging over my bed. Mirror hanging over your bed. I remember being downstairs and walking past a cabinet that held my grandmother's fine china. It flew open at me and shattered in the ground. None of it had hit me somehow. Still shocked to this day how that had happened, as the cabinets had been jammed and impossibly hard to open. Something similar to this was a large, heavy portrait of a bullfighter falling behind me. You could argue it just gave out after years of being hung up, but the nail was fine. After my grandmother had died, things had gotten weirder. That's when I finally agreed to sleep alone. And when I'd sleep in my bed, I could feel large hands stroking my back. I reported this to my mom one year, and she said that she had felt that too before. Sometimes it made me incredibly uncomfortable. Other times it would feel calming, as if someone else was trying to soothe me to sleep. I also began to hear voices call me from downstairs. Specifically my mother's, which I'd never lived with my mother until I was about 12 or 13 since they were divorced. So, being the freaked out kid I was, I'd yell back down the stairs or taunt it back. This probably was kind of even worse for me. Then my father died. It was just me and my grandfather alone in the house. Can't remember if I'd hear the voices calling out to me or not, but I began to have terrible nightmares. I had nightmares from the perspective of something that was watching me sleep. Its vision was green, almost like night vision. It was standing in my doorway just watching me. It had left and turned the corner down the hallway that led to my deceased father's room. In my dream, I woke up from the nightmare and screamed at it from the room. This prompted it to turn back around and start returning to my room. I woke up from that nightmare. Eventually, my grandfather got too sickly to care of me, so I moved out to live with my mother. To this day, that house has been the only place I've ever had experiences like that. I once visited it with my uncle before they renovated and cleaned it up. Toured the house again and realized it was even more disgusting than I realized. The floors were rotting. The sinks were full of dirt, and just overall the house looked terrible. When we went through the basement and turned around to go back in, I realized we'd been locked out. We had to go through the gate that surrounded the backyard. I realized that the house, or whatever was in it, clearly didn't welcome me there anymore, and I'm fine with that. Years later, I've never visited that place again, and I can only wish the family currently residing there the best of luck. LOL. Have I got an attachment, or just a friend? I recently moved into my boyfriend's house with him. Every night when I tried to sleep in his bedroom, I had trouble breathing, like something was pressing on my chest. I had some sort of visions every time I closed my eyes, nightmarish things that would appear for a second and they'd change to something else. I kept waking up with random bruises almost every morning. One night I went to sit outside in the grass to get some fresh air around 1:30 a.m. My boyfriend's car was close to where I was sitting, and suddenly, the hazards start going off. His hazard button is broken. It only works if you hold the button in. We left it for about 2 minutes, then the light started flashing irregularly, like something was playing with the button. My boyfriend said he saw a hand move near it. We got up and walked over to the car, and as soon as we got within 5 meters of it, the light stopped. He opened the door, checked that the button was still not working, which it wasn't. Plus, we live half an hour from the closest town, so there's no way it was a person. You can't write that off. Later the same night, we're standing in the kitchen, either side of the bench. I felt something touch my back, almost like nails gently grazing down on it. I went to do something, and my boyfriend moved to where I was standing when it happened, and felt the same thing. We moved the bed into a different room, and the breathing difficulty and bruises and visions have stopped. But still, any time I go into the old room at night, and sometimes during the day, I see things and have visions. I feel something that isn't there touching me. I'm having the difficulty breathing again. My boyfriend said he often sees something in the wardrobe, which is where I feel the energy coming from. We slept in there again a couple of nights ago. I had all the same things as before, as well as something touching my arm and my leg when I had them out of the blanket. I also had a dream about a ghost that night. In the dream, I talked to the ghost and got a name, though it was a very unique one, and I don't remember it now. I think they may have been related. Last night when I was in the shower, the light was flicking on and off. Not flickering, like turning off and then turning on again quickly, which at first I thought may have just been the power. We're on solar, but it keeps going constantly until I asked my boyfriend to come in with me. That's when it stopped completely. Today I was in the bedroom standing to look at the door. There was a strong wind coming in through the window, and the door, which opens inwards, the wind through the window usually slams it shut, by the way, suddenly opened as if somebody pushed it open. I could see straight down the hallway, and there were no dogs or people near. Haven't had any experiences, or at least that I've noticed, outside of the property. My boyfriend originally said that they believe there's a ghost living in their garage, and it comes into the house sometimes. He also said that he and his mother have some family who visit them somewhat often. My boyfriend's aunt and brother, that my brother's very mischievous, by the way, and our current theory is that it may be him. I'm going to try to talk to whoever it is soon, but I have no equipment whatsoever. If anybody has any advice or anything, it would be awesome. Shadow people at my friend's house. I was talking with my girlfriend about ghost stories and encounters. It made me think of my experience and really felt like sharing, as I haven't thought of this memory in ages. To preface, I'm generally not a skeptic individual, nor have I had any firm beliefs in any certain religion. While I do believe in life beyond and something higher, I can't firmly say I just, subscribe to any ideology. To set the scene, I was in 6th grade, fresh into middle school and very much an awkward, chubby kid. Needless to say, I didn't have very many friends except for a few. This story includes one of them that I will refer to as Jay. Me and Jay got along well. He didn't have very many friends, same as me. We mostly bonded over shared interests, such as Skyrim. It was still a relatively new game, and we were both obsessed. His mom would drive to school, or rather drive me to school. I would usually spend time at his house in the mornings as well as some evenings. Though I didn't sleep over except a few times, mostly due to Jay's dad not being the nicest individual. Not abusive, just mean and the stereotype of a dad who didn't like his job. So he came home grumpy and in a bad mood a good bit. Anyways, the first time I slept over, me and Jay were sitting in his living room. His house was a little bit smaller, but had a cozy vibe. Next to the living room was a hallway that had doors on each side, maybe 10 or 15 feet long. Anyways, Jay mentioned to me that his house was a little haunted, and at first I thought he was trying to just scare me. Though he was sincere, he was not one to lie to get a reaction. Was and is not in his temperament to do so. In addition to this, I have experienced my own interesting events at my stepfather's house that already set the belief of ghosts in my mind. He mentioned that occasionally you would see ghost figures come from the hallway and appear at the corner of your eye, that when you looked directly, they would not be there. Took it with a grain of salt and just continued to play on his copy of Skyrim and other games on his Xbox 360 along with him. Later into the evening, I can't recall what time specifically, but I believe around 10 or a little after what he described, so out of the corner of my eye, I would occasionally catch silhouettes of these shadow-like figures, some taller, some shorter. No real defining features. I found it odd, as when I mentioned it to him, he just seemed like, "Yeah, I told you," in kind of a more calm, matter-of-fact tone. Though I had witnessed these shadow figures, I strangely didn't feel afraid that I was at any risk. To be honest, it felt more like observers with no real intent to directly interact or frighten us. Kind of like a person just checking in with the mindset of, "What are you guys up to?" Again, didn't feel threatened, and honestly was just more fascinated than anything. The shadow occurrences were not entirely frequent, but happened enough for me to understand it wasn't a one-off thing created by shadows from the light of the TV. Even though the light did set an ambiance and lit up the living room, these figures had enough of a distinct shape and movement where I don't believe my eyes were playing tricks on me. I was able to sleep all right and didn't lose my real shut-eye from the knowledge of what I'd seen. I suppose regularly sleeping in a house in the woods in an old Catawba Indian land helped fortify my resilience to such matters. Chased a shadow figure twice. I've had at least 2 encounters with shadow people. Both times were when I was asleep. The first, I know without a doubt, I accidentally astral projected. I don't know how, but I could just feel that I was. Keep in mind, the room I slept in had like this full standing mirror. Well, rather, there were 4, and there were doors. They were on my closet directly across from my bed. Yeah, not great. One night I woke up, and my body, if you will, at least, without looking at my body, and I looked over to my right only to be met with a young woman next to my bed, clearly in distress. I could see her distinct features like I'd be looking at a living person. She didn't say a word to me, but I could feel she was terrified and she needed my help. I turned my head to look in front of me, and there was a shadow figure standing at the front of my bed. It definitely startled me. I immediately felt he had dark intentions toward this woman. And yes, I said he because it absolutely felt masculine without a doubt. I didn't see any eyes or distinct features, only what I was feeling from him. I don't know why, because I've been made aware that it isn't a common reaction. Instead of cowering in fear from the shadow figure, I flew out of my bed and chased that fucker out of my room and down the hall into my parents' room. Only to then feel myself get yanked back into my body. It's the best way I can describe that sensation. It had felt like I wasn't bogged down with a physical body, and the feeling I experienced was like flying after the shadow person. It felt so natural, like I didn't even have to think about how to do it. I could move more freely, like however I wished, weightless. It was like I was all of my consciousness. Then I woke up physically after being pulled back, if you will. The next experience felt like a shadow figure was invading a dream I was having. That's because I felt my awareness shift to where it didn't feel like a dream anymore. I was dreaming that my husband and I were watching TV, and then he said something that was completely basically left field and a little bit dark. Then I turned my head to look in front of me, and there's another shadow figure right in front of me just watching me. I'm looking directly at them. I can feel that this part was real. I could feel that the shadow figure was interfering with my dream. I asked quite demandingly, "Who are you?" I didn't say a word, and just observed. Then they turned, and I could feel that they were intending to leave without answering me, and again I felt myself fly and lunge after the shadow person, to which they then disappeared out of the wall. Then I woke up physically. Can anyone give me insight to any of this? I know it wasn't sleep paralysis because I wasn't physically awake. It's like all of this was happening when I was asleep, but not asleep. I was definitely astral projecting the first time, and then the second time I was at least lucid, if not astral projecting as well. I think that's the best way I can describe it. Has anyone experienced this type of thing along the same lines I have, meaning with how AI reacted by going on the offense? I hope you mean I. I'd love to know more about these shadow people. Like, what do they want? Or are they just observing? Childhood house haunted by skull. So I just wanted to share the story of my childhood home in upstate New York. I thought you guys might like it. I personally don't know if I believe in the paranormal because other than this house, I haven't experienced anything paranormal per se. When my dad and mom first bought this house, my dad was working at a nearby music store, I think. While working, he said that a very suspicious old man would come in often wearing bones on his necklace. My dad, being punk and 20-something, thought his necklace was awesome, asked the old man about it. The old man told him they were real bones. My dad, fucking with the old man because he didn't believe him, told him that he wanted a human skull. The man said he could get him one. My dad thought this was hilarious, and after a couple of weeks went by, he started to forget about it. One day the man came in and actually gave my dad a skull. My dad was very surprised, but assumed it wasn't real and took it home. Bold move. My mom, who is very superstitious, was very mad at my dad and told him to get rid of the skull. My dad decided to put it in the basement and forget about it. After this, the house was never the same. My aunt told me that she saw my brother, who was probably a toddler around this time, being held by a little girl out of the corner of her eye. My mom also claims to have seen this little girl hanging around me in my brother's room when we were toddlers. My mom soon began to have horrific dreams, would see people standing by her bed. She woke up on multiple occasions screaming bloody murder, and claiming that there were men in her closet. Sometimes she wouldn't even remember these fits. When I was around 5, I started to have extreme night terrors as well. I would also sleepwalk. So one night my mom woke up in another scared frenzy. She quickly went to my room to see I wasn't there. She went downstairs to see me sitting crisscross applesauce in front of the TV that wasn't on. When she asked what I was doing, I told her I was watching my show and that I wanted to hang out with my friends outside. I did not remember this, by the way. My mom carried me upstairs and put me to bed. My brother played with the Ouija board, claimed to see my mom standing straight up in bed with her eyes staring forward. When he tried to talk to her, she simply got back in bed and went to sleep. Another thing that would happen is you could hear people walking up and down the stairs. Even when home alone, there was often knocking on my walls as well. After my parents got divorced, my mom decided to move out of this house. The basement was very big and cluttered, so we called someone with a big garbage truck to help us empty it out. When my dad moved out, he didn't go looking for the skull because he had forgotten where he'd put it down there. After cleaning out the whole basement, going through everything, we never found that skull. There was no creepy history in the house, at least I think, and we actually knew the woman whose father built the house in the 80s. Other than this woman's family, we were the only other people who lived there at the time. And the last time I was in the house before leaving, I felt terrified, like something or someone was telling me to leave. I ran out of that house. Now my mom and I sleep just fine, and I have not experienced anything else paranormal. Something grabbed my foot while sleeping. The title says it all. For context, my family and I live in military housing in the northeast region of the U.S. And I've been in this specific house for about 3 years now. Ever since we've moved in, there'd been a very weird, almost eerie feeling to it that we couldn't explain. Almost as if something is watching you, but never makes itself known. I've had my wife search on the community Facebook page a while ago to see if anyone else has paranormal issues, at least with their housing, and apparently it's pretty widespread. Yay. Here are some things my family's noticed up to this point where physical contact has now been made. After about 4 months of living here, I've seen some black figure peeking out from behind the walls, and it's always out of the corner of my eye, my peripherals. And by the time I look, it's already gone. There's always some thumping and creaking noises upstairs. We hear it all the time from the downstairs when no one's upstairs. I usually chalk this up to the house being slightly older, but now I'm not so sure. My mother came to visit one time, and I didn't tell her anything about the paranormal stuff in the house. So I, don't freak her out. Well, turns out she saw something in the house in the form of a black misty shadow just floating there, as she put it. It was in the guest room that she stayed in. She's significantly more in tune with her spiritual side than I am. I've distanced myself from that realm due to my father. More details on that further in the post. And now today I was dead asleep. The time was about 5:27. Checked the time after the encounter. I was woken up by something grabbing and squeezing my foot. I remember the exact dream I had and everything, albeit it was maybe a stupid brain-made-up dream. The grab was so prominent it woke me up immediately. I snatched my foot back, sat up and scanned the room. There was nothing there. The only thing that happened after that was a creaking noise near the full-length mirror. I started to try and rule things out, like maybe my wife accidentally kicked my foot or something, but nope. Her feet were about 3+ feet away from mine at the time, and she was still racked out and doesn't really move in her sleep. That would be the only explanation. It felt like a straight-up grab. There was pressure put on both the top and the bottom of my foot, almost as if something were trying to shake my hand, but grabbed my foot instead. Additional details unrelated to the encounter, but provided even further context. Part of me thinks I'm hexed, if that's even the right word. My father practiced black magic when I was a kid before he went to prison, and ever since then I've seen and experienced a lot of paranormal activity in my life. Books flying across a room, seeing actual 7-foot-tall black figures, and more. I used to see people's auras very, very clearly, but I've tried to disassociate myself from the spiritual side for years to where I don't see them that often. I try to categorize my experiences in this house as happenstance, but now, since I've literally been grabbed, I don't really think about it anymore. House built on an old coal mine. My house, where I've always lived and still do, it's built on the site of an old deep pit. In 1874, the pit collapsed and killed 100 boys and men. My house is around 100 years old, I think. Anyway, weird things happen here. It's not just my family who've noticed it. The sightings started when my sister was young, around 9 or 10-ish. She was woken by the feeling of being stared at. When she opened her eyes, she was greeted by the clear face of an old woman. As you can imagine, she jumped out of bed and cried at my mom's door. I've heard both accounts of this story, and she still swears by it to this day. When she was older, I want to say late teens, early 20s, she was in the kitchen with her then boyfriend cooking food. A white apparition swiftly shot past them as it was walking down the hallway. Both her and her boyfriend looked at each other in disbelief and asked each other, "Did you see that?" My sister isn't the only sibling. I'm the youngest of 3. I also have a brother who's slightly younger than my sister. They used to have a house full of people drinking and partying on weekends. And this is where it gets interesting. On several occasions, friends would ask, "Who was the old woman?" Or say things like, "I swear I saw an old woman." One occasion in particular was a close family friend of ours who randomly mentioned one day that he'd been sat in our living room during one of the parties and saw said old woman sat at the end of our old corner sofa. At the time, he was drunk, confused, and probably a bit scared, so didn't really act on it. However, mentioned it a couple of days later during a conversation. Now, this is where I come into it. When I was a kid, I had one of those old-type TVs that give off a fishbowl vibe. A tube TV. I woke up in the middle of the night randomly, but what I saw wasn't an old woman. I opened my eyes, and in front of me was my fishbowl-like TV, and in the reflection was a girl. Can I just make it clear? The girl was not me. She was sat upright, just staring back at me. I was laying down in bed. We still have weird things that happen around the house, and it's only me and my mom here now. But things like the Alexa randomly playing the radio at 3 a.m., several occasions. Things going missing, random bangs, cold drafts, and light bulbs dying quickly. I often feel someone watching me when I'm in bed. When I convince myself it's paranoia, I ignore it. There's sometimes a bad smell that can't be explained around the house. My mom first moved in almost 30 years ago. A neighbor asked her if she could smell it. We have no idea what it is. And it might be worth mentioning that my mom had a clairvoyant tell her one of her daughters would be gifted many years ago. Could be why she saw it the most. Should we return? What are the risks? My friend group and I got into a ghost hunting. Most of all of us were skeptical in the beginning, but definitely believe it now after the experiences. First time we go there, I was scared shitless. Even more scared after once we looked at the videos and saw something. It looked pale and yellowish. There were 2 eyes, a mouth, and I could say a nose, but it didn't have the shape of a nose, just 2 holes. Peeked around the corner where we were and then quickly went back behind the wall. We thought, well, maybe it was a tree branch or something. Went back in during the day and there was nothing around where we saw the figure. No trees, no nothing. Before knowing all this, we used a spirit box using the Estes method. I never know how to say that. Estes or Estes? It was saying things like leave. It even said my buddy's name. Like we were in big trouble. Like Jesus Christ is a sinner and a bunch of whack shit. Now I know this guy. He wouldn't fake some shit like this. And during it, he literally started nodding off, it seemed, and his hands started reaching out in the air, just a grasp of nothing. I took the earbuds off him, and he removed his blindfold, and he was crying. This dude's not the type to cry, and especially about something that seemed so little. He immediately said that we need to leave as soon as possible. My other buddy wanted to try it as well, too. It did the same, said his name and everything. He takes the blindfold off and is tearing up as well. They both said that they just felt an insane sadness overcome them. We didn't go for a while and randomly decided last night to go, though. We didn't even get inside the building. We set up an REM pod in my car on a flat surface. Made sure it was good to go. We invited any spirits to come communicate with us and go near the REM pod to show that they were here, and immediately lights up. My friend then went, if there's any spirits here, turn the lights on in 3, 2, 1. Then it just started going crazy. We asked jokingly, asked the spirit if we needed to open the door and let them in, and here's the scary part. I had to turn off my car completely so my lights would be fully off so we wouldn't be seen as much. My doors are locked, and sat there for a few minutes like this, and all of a sudden the unlock goes off on the car. I immediately turned the car on and left. My buddy randomly got sick and had to puke, so I pulled over further down the road, and my car never does that. No one unlocked the door themselves, I know it for a fact. I've sat in places before with my car off and locked it, and it's never done that. Maybe the lights that illuminate the unlock button will go off and the car doesn't fully unlock the doors. Scary shit. And I'm still spooked. There's more stories, but it's too long to type and you get the gist of it. Seems possible that there's more than one spirit there. Multiple people have died there in the late 1800s. We want to go in deeper, and there's more houses and a grave near one of the bunch of satanic writings in the basement. We've just been too scared to walk all the way out to do it. Even ghosts use the bathroom. This story isn't personally mine. I came in after the fact. I'm a custodial supervisor for about 30 employees at a college. I have this one employee who is a skeptic. She doesn't believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. She had made that very clear on a few occasions. I had her cover the library for a week when somebody was on vacation. So it wasn't a building that she spent a lot of time in before. But she still knew it enough that she was fine on her own. One morning around 4:30 a.m., she calls me and asks, "What time did the staff start to show up here?" I go on to tell her. They start to show up between 7 and 8 a.m. I could then tell that she was flustered by her reply. No, you're wrong. They're here now. Someone's in the bathroom. They're in there making noise, walking around and flushing the toilets. I hear them. I'm like, yeah, no one should be in there. Go in and see. No, I'm not going in there. Get over here. Tell them to get out. That was her response. So I'm like, okay, I'll be there in 2 minutes. I'll stop by. I get there and she's standing in front of the bathroom and yelling at me to go in there and tell this person to get out of the bathroom and that they shouldn't be down here. I walk in the bathroom and I check every stall. I come out of the bathroom and I look her in the eye and tell her, nope, no one's in there. She then accused me of lying, said that there's no way she'd been standing in front of the door the whole time, didn't see anyone leave, heard the same noises till right before I got there. I told her to relax and it wasn't a big deal. There was no one in there at all. It was more than likely just the normal library ghost. Of course, at first, this didn't get me anywhere. She still didn't believe me that there was no one in there. I then went on explaining to her why I say that it was the ghost. Years ago in the 70s or 50s, I won't lie, I can't remember right now, they'd been doing work on the elevator, and unfortunately a little girl who was at the library with her father fell down it, and they died at the bottom, or the basement in other words. I even showed her the plaque that was for the little girl. This bathroom that she heard everything in was in the basement, right across from the elevator, no more than 10 feet from where the little girl died. This happened a couple of years ago, and just last month the same employee was going on about ghosts are not real. Then I reminded her about her time at the library. She then admitted that every time that she's in that building cleaning in the morning, she makes a point to tell them not to bug her and to leave her alone, or they have to help her work, though she still sticks to the same that they don't exist. Welcome to used to hear my deceased dog, where we dive into the most thrilling and unexplained mysteries. Subscribe now and stay as you read. My family had put my dog down in 2020. Are you ready to face the unknown? I grew up with them. My parents had him before they had me, and I was honestly really close with him. He was very attached to both my mom and I. He would constantly follow us and wanted to be around us all the time. After he passed, which was during COVID, I noticed a few months later that I'd started hearing him around the house, specifically when I was alone. During COVID, I often left home alone since I had I had an online class and my parents were out working. The first time I heard him, it was the distinct sound of his collar jingling. His collar was really loud because it had quite a few tags on it, and it sounded like it came from right in front of me. I thought I was being delusional, so I went to my room, which was down the hall, to make sure his collar didn't fall, which I had on my shelf, and it hadn't moved at all. I thought maybe I just imagined it since I was still missing and thinking about him, but it kept happening every so often for 2 years straight. One time, I'm downstairs in the basement, home alone again, and I heard the sound of him walking on the floor above me, specifically how it sounds when a dog's nails click against a wooden floor. The sound went on for probably maybe 20 seconds. I literally ran upstairs because I thought maybe my mom came home, but again, I was alone. I heard his collar sounds until around 2022. My parents separated in 2020. Not long after he passed, and my dad moved to a new house. I not once heard him at my dad's place, only at my mom's house. My mom moved houses in 2023, and I haven't heard from him since. And oh wait, there was only one time I did hear him when others were around me. I was at my mom's house, and her, my sister, and I were having a conversation at the dinner table. In the middle of my mom's sentence, I heard his collar so loudly that I was 100% sure that, well, they would have heard it too. I literally shushed her. I asked if they had heard it too, and I will say they most definitely thought I was crazy. I never mentioned it to them or anyone else again because I think my mom thought I was a schizophrenic. At this time, I had the collar at my dad's new house, and I don't know if I really heard him or not. Don't really have a logical explanation for hearing such a distinct sound over and over for 2 years in a row. I think I'm more, well, I guess you could say, in tune with the paranormal compared to my family. I used to see people a lot when I was young, which I clearly remember and have been repeating the same stories since I was young, and I've had a few experiences as I got older too, actually. So maybe I imagined this all. Maybe it really happened. I'm not sure. I'm open to everyone's opinions on what they think happened. It gave me comfort at the time to think that he was there with me. Even if there is a logical explanation for this, I'd like to imagine that he was there with me. Truly, my soul dog. Guys, how do I get rid of this thing? The roommate who has the room next to me, Jay, has been hearing shit and seeing shit almost like maybe 2 months ago. I spent the weekend at my girlfriend's farmhouse, about 3 hours away. And while me and my girlfriend were spending the night, I heard something. Essentially, my girlfriend is asleep. I'm still awake, starting at the ceiling, or I'm assuming staring. I'm about to drift off when I hear a creepy, tiny voice say my girlfriend's name. My first thought is, well, at least it's not talking to me. And then it says my name and proceeds to say, I know you're awake. As scared as I am, I chalk this up to me having a very hyper-realistic nightmare. Close my eyes and try to ignore it. Fast forward to a few weeks later, my roommate reports she's been seeing stuff, like shadows and such. I wasn't too worried about it at the time, but it keeps getting worse. She recently reported hearing me talk when I'm not home. The first example was a few weeks ago. She texted me saying, "Hey, you home?" Which I responded, "No, I've been in class all day. Why, what's up?" She then informed me, "I just heard you knock on my door and call my name." Which, again, is scary as fuck because I was very much not home. Fast forward to today. Jay texts our roommate group chat and asks who's been refilling the water filter. I then respond that it couldn't have been me, just really not paying attention, and I'll be more attentive. Then she asks, "Hey, you're home right now, right?" And of course, no, I'm not. She then says, "Dude, I've been hearing your voice in your room. I've been hearing you all morning." Which is creepy as fuck because I'm literally in class while I'm typing this. Some other things that have happened are Jay heard one of our mutual friends in the dorm. She texted asking, if so-and-so was at the dorm visiting. And he was not. I've never had that specific friend in the dorm ever. Another example is just what I've been experiencing. I hear just weird noises, like stuff moving around. And the other night, I couldn't sleep, so I went to the fridge to get a snack, and I heard someone pacing out in the hall. I went out and I checked, and no one was there. I also just hear random dragging noises or tapping. I'm always too paranoid to close my eyes for long periods of time. Anyways, so essentially, we think we have a mimic. How do I get rid of it? I'm not even scared, I'm just annoyed. I've tried cleansing with music, but that doesn't work. I also can't use incense or sage in the dorm because of the fire alarms. Seriously, is there some salt I can throw at it? I'm so tempted to just tell it to fuck off and tell it to just kill itself, but I figured talking to the spirit would just make it more attached. How do I get it to go away? The man vanished. Some backstory. This happened when I was 14. My friend lived in a very rural area of western Quebec. Her father owns a dairy farm with lots of land. I was basically there every weekend or so. Every year, her father would buy acres of land. There were some creepy abandoned houses in the middle of the acres surrounded by trees. But this incident really got to me. On a snowy afternoon, we decided to explore one of the new acres of land via snowmobiles. We did this all the time, including summer with four-wheelers, of course. We were 3 girls with time to kill. When we explored, her 2 dogs would always be running behind us. Basically, they went everywhere with us. She had a German Shepherd and a Pit Bull who were the biggest babies on Earth. So we went into this new wooded area, which we had never really been in before. There was already a path for snowmobiles. Everything seemed normal until we saw something out of the ordinary. On the side of the path, an old man was just standing there, staring at us. In the middle of the woods, while it was snowing. I looked behind him, and there seemed to be an old mansion. We stopped and just let our dogs sniff the man. He didn't react, but he kept his gaze fixed on us. I remember his eyes being dark and empty. We asked him if they needed help, but he didn't react. He did look down at the dogs, however. We had to physically pull the dogs away from him as they were curious and wouldn't stop sniffing him. I remember there were footsteps in the snow that weren't ours. We got back in the snowmobiles and drove off. About 10 minutes or so, we hit a dead end. We decided to go back the way that we came from, since it was the only way we knew back. We were very spooked out, but we went. When we did come back, the man wasn't there. The footsteps disappeared, but the tracks were still visible. It's important to note that it wasn't snowing that hard. There was no mansion in sight, just trees. The dogs sniffed where the man was, and they were as confused as we were. We all looked at each other and didn't understand what we had just witnessed. After a solid 5 minutes of confusion, we drove back home. We didn't sleep that night. My friend later told me she went back to investigate with her brother a few days later. There was nothing, only trees. I kind of just buried that memory, went on with my life. It scared me so much that I didn't speak to anyone about it. And of course, we lost touch when we finished high school. Recently started talking to these friends again. One of them brought up the incident. Craziest part is that we all remember that day very vividly. However, when I try to tell people this story, no one believes me. It really sounds like I made this up, but man, has this experience scared the hell out of me. I have not experienced something similar to this ever since. Scares me just to type this out. That's not that strange. I've had similar things. Things I can't explain. Can you? I've grown up and gone on spending the night at my grandma's house ever since I was born. I've never had anything weird happen there until maybe the last 6 to 8 months. For backstory, my grandpa did pass in this house in 2019. It was due to a sudden heart attack. But even so, I've never felt anything off until almost a year ago. It started with waking up in the middle of the night and just feeling scared. Scared to the point I would open up the Bible app on my phone and start reading and praying. Note, I've never felt like doing that before sleeping anywhere. I'm a Christian, and I read the Bible and pray daily in that house. and that's with my grandma. We also watched church together on Sundays. Some weeks after that, I had a weird dream. I saw a face that had white paint on it with black around the eyes. I simultaneously felt my pillow being pulled from under my head, and then I instantly woke up. One day, we're sitting on the couch. One of my grandma's big fake plants just fell over with no one around it. My mom jokingly said, "Oh, you have a ghost here." I woke up with a large scratch mark on my throat and back. I don't have long or sharp fingernails or sleep with any of my pets. Out of the corner of my eye, I feel like I constantly see a shadow or something move in and out of my grandfather's old office. He pretty much stayed in all the time. There's a small wooden cross that's in the guest room I sleep in. I started to put it on the pillow next to me while sleeping after these incidents occurred. I went to bed and I woke up with the cross still on the pillow. No one went into that guest room the entire day, and that night the small wooden cross that was not on the pillow was on the shelf clear across the room. I've heard weird knocking sounds coming from my grandma's closet. And more recently, when I was coming over and bringing in groceries, I heard something fall over that was loud. Didn't know what it was until I was washing my hands and realized my picture from my high school senior pictures that's in a frame on my grandma's counter was knocked over. No one was around when it was knocked over. I haven't told my grandma about any of this. It's because I don't want to scare her. I'm more so asking to see if what I'm feeling is real or just being dumb about it. I've tried to pray it away, but stuff keeps happening. And I don't believe in ghosts, but I do know that demons exist. I just can't understand how or why would be a presence in a place that has my safe haven, at least since I was a kid. And why it's starting recently all of a sudden when we both are Christians who routinely pray and do devotions openly, and even watch church together. I didn't know that was a show. I don't want to be afraid every time I go there and spend the night, but now things are adding up seemingly. I just can't justify all of them being coincidences anymore. Happy Smiley. My sister is 6 years older than me, 23-year-old female. So, when I was in middle school, she was a year or two out of high school. At the time, she lived in an apartment close by that was kind of weird. The building was split up, the downstairs was a family business, and the upstairs was split in two, one half being her mom's studio and the other half my sister's apartment. She was the only person living in the building. She had some creepy experiences there. She described hearing footsteps and sounds of people moving around downstairs in the middle of the night. There was a cuckoo clock downstairs that was broken, had no batteries anyway. She said that she would hear it go off in the middle of the night around 3 a.m. One day, I'm hanging out with her in the apartment and we smelled something foul, like absolutely rotten. The smell was coming from the kitchen area. We couldn't for the life of us find the source. We took out the trash, sniffed everything in the fridge, and nothing. There's a long, narrow closet in the kitchen that was unfinished. It had extra construction materials from when the apartment was renovated. Some planks of wood and nails. My sister just used it to store her bags of recycling. But we decided to check it anyway in case an animal had somehow gotten in and died or something. We opened the closet and we saw something we hadn't seen before tacked onto the back wall, but couldn't see it completely in the dark. My sister and I were both scared to go closer, so of course she made me go to the back of the closet to grab it. I ran, snatched it off the wall, ran back to see what it was. It was a small piece of paper about the size of a book page with a smiley face drawn in what looked like purple crayon. The paper was old, yellow, and stiff, like it might break apart if you weren't careful. We decided to call it Happy Smiley. She claimed that it had never been there before, It was way too old to have been put there recently. We also couldn't think of anybody that had been in the apartment that would or could have put it there. My sister was clearly scared, so I don't believe it was her pranking me. If she was, she never came clean. We also noticed that the rotten smell was gone after I grabbed the paper off the wall. We took the piece of paper to my grandparents' house to ask them if they knew anything about it, but our grandma took the paper and threw it in their wood stove. She's quite religious and did not want to have anything paranormal or related in her house. We worried that this would be anger, or rather would anger whatever was in the apartment, and luckily it never escalated. But my sister and I continued to have weird experiences in the building. I worked at the business on the bottom floor. Constantly felt like I was being watched when I was the only one in the building. I also heard weird noises from the studio above me in the back room. One time I heard the sound of something like glass shattering. Thought it was the huge mirror that we had at the time, but when I checked the whole downstairs, there was absolutely nothing out of place or broken. It was an old building, so I'm sure some of these experiences can be explained away, but we still have no clue where Happy Smiley came from. I saw a Wendigo, and I wish I hadn't. This happened in December last year. I was visiting my uncle in northern Minnesota, near the Canadian border. He's the kind of guy who prefers solitude, lives in a cabin deep in the woods and no close neighbors. Just the trees and whatever lives in them. I never minded visiting, I like the quiet. But after that night, I don't think I'll ever go back. It was the coldest night of the year, at least negative 30 degrees Fahrenheit. My uncle had gone into town for supplies, so I was alone. The cabin was warm, the fire crackling, and I was scrolling on my phone when I heard it. Something moving outside. Not footsteps, more like a dragging sound, slow and deliberate. At first, I thought it was the wind. But then came the knock, not at the door, at the window. 3 slow, deliberate taps. I froze. My uncle's nearest neighbor was miles away, and no sane person would come out in that cold. The knocking came again. I reached for my flashlight and shined it through the window. Wish I hadn't. There was something standing just beyond the tree line. It was tall, at least 7 or 8 feet, but emaciated with long, bony limbs. Its skin looked frostbitten, almost blackened, and its eyes were glowing. Not reflecting light, glowing on their own, like embers buried in a dying fire. I should have looked away, I should have closed the curtains, but I was frozen, staring, unable to breathe. And then it smiled. Its teeth were too sharp, stretched across its face. It opened its mouth wider than any human should. Then it spoke. "Let me in." The voice didn't match the body. It sounded wrong, like a recording played at the wrong speed. Too deep, too garbled. I ran, I grabbed my uncle's rifle, locked the door, backed into the farthest corner of the room. The knocking stopped, but I could hear it scraping against the walls outside. Slow and patient, like it had all the time in the world. I sat there for what felt like hours, rifle shaking in my hands until my uncle finally came back. The second his headlights swept across the trees, the noise stopped. He found me pale, sweating and gripping the gun like my life depended on it. Told him everything. He didn't say a word, just nodded and checked around the cabin. When he came back, he looked unsettled. "There's no tracks in the snow," he said. "Nothing." That was impossible. I heard it and I saw it. But there was nothing outside, no footprints, no marks on the walls, just the untouched snow and the silent watching trees. I left the next morning and haven't been back since. My uncle still lives there, but he told me something before I left. "If you ever hear it again," he said, "don't look, and whatever you do, don't let it in." Haven't told anyone else until now, but I know what I saw. and I know it's still out there. Who have told others in their dreams that they know that they're dreaming? What happens next? Last night I had a dream so strange and scary and mostly disturbing that it's still lingering in my mind. It wasn't just an ordinary dream, it was one of those that leave a strong feeling behind, even after waking up. What made it different was the moment I somehow realized I was dreaming. Normally, this realization would excite me, but this time, instead of simply enjoying the experience, I felt an overwhelming urge to tell everyone around me that I knew it was a dream. As soon as I spoke those words, something changed. The atmosphere shifted in an unsettling way, and suddenly, eerie images started appearing around me. They were outright terrifying, but significantly, their randomness and the way they emerged made them deeply disturbing. It was as if the dream itself didn't want me to be aware that it was a dream, and by acknowledging it, I'd triggered something sinister. One image that truly haunted me was of a figure with a head shaped like a clock. At first, it seemed like a strange and harmless concept, but in that dreamlike state, it was incredibly unsettling. The ticking sound coming from its head grew louder and more intense, blending with an overwhelming sense of dread. It wasn't just the sight of the figure that disturbed me, it was the feeling it carried, an unexplainable heaviness that filled the entire space. No matter where I turned, the dream seemed to react to my awareness, warping itself into something darker. The people around me who had seemed normal before started behaving oddly, some staring blankly, others whispering things I couldn't quite understand. It felt as if I had broken some unspoken rule of the dream world, and now was facing the consequences. The air itself felt thicker, making it harder to move, as if the dream was trying to trap me inside so I can see all this creepy scene. And look at the guy with his head shaped like a clock that's ticking non-stop. Then, just as the eerie feeling reached its peak, I woke up. But even after opening my eyes, the strangeness hadn't fully left me. Without realizing it, I found out that I was pulling the skin under my eyes to wake myself up, almost as if I was trying to shake off whatever had lingered from the dream while I was already sleeping. It was such an unnatural reaction that like a sleeping person can do without being conscious. Something I'd never done before, which made the whole experience even more unsettling. Even now, hours later, I can't shake the feeling that something in that dream was trying to reach me. The clock-headed figure, the eerie whispers, the thick air, it all felt deliberate, as if the dream wanted to show me something I wasn't ready to understand. Something about that dream was different. I've had strange dreams before, but this one carried a weight, a sense that it wasn't just a meaningless figment of my imagination. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks, but a collection of subconscious fears manifesting in strange ways, or maybe, just maybe, dreams aren't always as random as we think. Someone tried to open the bedroom door at 2:20 a.m. I had various encounters of entity due to having sixth senses and a half-open third eye. In Asia, a fully open third eye allows you to see the world in a different perspective. Some are able to see and hear things, whereas I'm able to see their shadows and hear their screams. My journey to the West. I was in grade 2, where my first sight is someone hanging from the tree while cycling in a local park. That's during the 7th months. There wheel a group of people praying to comfort the unfortunate soul. I couldn't care less, as I was rushing to get home as soon as possible to avoid getting caned. 2. The next encounter was during my old house in Pasir Ris with a different Indo ghosts. A human head with a bird body and a head with organs hanging. It was staring at me. I got creeped out and went into hiding. A few months down the road, I had dreams of people dying, being murdered in illness, and sometimes it's true. They ended up being on the news a day or months after. 3. Grade school visit to World War II Memorial Park. I was too tired from having fun with the classmates and decided to retreat to one of the public benches. As soon as I sat, suddenly I heard thousands of agony screams around me. I was so overwhelmed that I broke down in tears. I'm not sure why I kept it to myself. 4. In current house. I used to lucid dream unknowingly, probably from mediation at a young age, and gotten myself in some troubles with sleep demons, be it monkeys on the chest, a monkey with a red-eyed friend watching me. I was afraid for a while, but couldn't be bothered, and falling asleep is valuable for a uni student. For Asians, there's a belief that an entity always guards the house, and it annoys me greatly. For example, when I'm gaming, it will nudge my elbow or stick close to my face or drop like a cat. 5. Last year, the door handle will rattle so loud it sounded like an angry man trying to break it apart. The next morning, the handle came out slightly loose. I got angry and scolded at the air. I knew that it was watching me. Last night, it tried to open the door in a softer way. Tried to open it in a considerate manner, like it knows somebody's sleeping inside and doesn't want to wake up him or her. Funnily enough, I always woke up a few mins before attempts to open. 6. It opened once, forgot to lock the door, and there was no one, humans, coming in. I had my eyes shut to pretend I'm asleep as I was scared shit. I felt it going around my room, and there was no footstep sounds, which tempted me to look. Next moment, its face on floor on top of me, like it was trying to see sign of me awakening. I turned to my sides, prayed to sleep. Surprisingly, I woke up to my door shut. I'm not going to question my sanity. Growing up and buying the most active place I've ever been in. My story is extremely complex, so I'll try and hit the bullet points as quickly as possible. Growing up in this house, it's a smaller 1960s Rambler in western Washington. It's on a half acre. It backs up to about 4 miles of greenbelt, and it always felt off. The backyard and looking into the woods, I'd hear things. Just have that full panic whenever I'd have to go out. Experienced full giant orbs that would just float through the kitchen on certain nights. They'd make people just fight. My parents get divorced. My dad lives here alone for about 7 years, and he becomes rageful and regretful, just out of his mind. In his bedroom, I just hear this breathing and snoring, all that. That was in his bed behind me when I'd sit where the computer was. Fast forward to 24. I'd just recently gotten sober. Got my life together and moved back to take over the house for him. While he bought a new house with his girlfriend. My mother passes from a drunk driver accident, and immediately things happen again. I find a Catholic pendant everywhere. Then I hold on to them. They disappear within a week or so. 2 weeks after, we have a tree service come to get a few giant cedars down. And a guy falls from a 25-foot limbing, dies right at my front steps. 2 weeks, then everything became a whirlwind. That feeling when a person walks in and you can feel their energy right behind you. It was like that times 10. One morning I walk out of my bathroom, my office is open to the window right where he passed. I see a giant man in white walk past. Mind you, this is 7 a.m. Totally clear sunny morning. The one that really got me the best, I was out in the driveway working on my car middle of the night. Somebody says, "Hey," directly behind my head. I'm under my hood, so I just jump up, hit my head underneath the hood, and I just sort of scream in the same motion. And that was 5 years ago. 5 years ago with the deaths. Now it's toned down, but they're very subtle and smart about it. Glances of people from your peripheral and slight walking and tapping noises. I have a home studio on the same side where the guy passed, and I wake up at least, last week about. My speakers were on and my interface cranked with the mic on, so it's full feedback out of nowhere. Somehow I've never caught any pictures or really damning visual evidence, but I'm working on it, and with the spirit box. I feel ya about the interface being jammed on full volume. The night the Almira moved on its own. I was around 6 or 7 when it happened. It's been over a decade. The memory of that night is still burned into my mind as if it happened yesterday. No exaggeration, this was real. I know what I saw, and to this day I have no explanation for it. It all started with a horror movie. I don't remember the title, but there was a particular scene that unsettled me. I had watched it in the morning, but later that evening, while flipping through channels, I stumbled upon the same scene again. I wasn't scared yet, but a strange uneasiness lingered. That night I went to bed as usual. My mom and I shared a bed back then, and right behind my head stood an Almira. In front of the bed was a mirror, perfectly positioned to reflect the Almira if you happened to look at it. The room was dimly lit, just enough to make out shapes in the darkness. I don't know what time it was when I woke up, but it must have been around 2 a.m. That eerie silence filled the air, the kind where everything feels off. I lay there, staring at the ceiling. An inexplicable unease settled over me. Then I heard it, a creaking sound. At first, I brushed it off as wooden furniture settling. But then, in the mirror's reflection, I saw it. The Almira's handle was moving, slowly and deliberately. My entire body froze, and I was wide awake, and I knew what I was seeing, and that it was real. I wasn't dreaming. The handle twisted all the way. The door creaked open just enough for a sliver of darkness to spill out. And then nothing. The door stayed open, but something had changed. The air felt heavier, like the very atmosphere in the room had shifted. I was too scared to move, too scared to even breathe too loudly. I wanted to wake my mom, but I couldn't. Felt like if I moved, whatever was there would notice me. Minutes passed. 5, maybe more. Felt like forever. Then just as slowly as it had opened, the Almira door began to close. Not with a slam, not with a rush of wind. Closed the same way it had opened. Controlled, deliberate, purposeful. I squeezed my eyes shut and started praying in my head. I even pinched myself, hoping I'd wake up if this was some kind of a nightmare, but it wasn't. When I finally drifted off, probably had a sheer exhaustion, I woke up to daylight. My first thought was the Almira. I turned to look at it. It was shut just like normal. But I knew what had happened. I asked my mom if she had heard anything, and she brushed it off, saying I must have been dreaming. But I wasn't, and to this day I know what I saw. The way that handle moved, the way the door opened on its own, it wasn't normal. That night changed something in me. I don't scare easily anymore, but I will never forget the sheer terror of lying there, helpless as something unseen moved right in front of me. Whatever it was, I hope it never comes back. After 25 years, I was able to confirm my only paranormal experience actually happened. I, a 33-year-old male, am a skeptic when it comes to anything paranormal. I generally don't believe anything related to the paranormal and would find explanations for what may be deemed paranormal, that is. Except for one, which happened to me and my siblings back in 2000. My family, my parents and 2 younger siblings, they live with their grandmother in a 2-story house. Our family lives on the ground floor, whereas my grandmother has the 2nd floor to herself. My parents have a separate room, while my siblings and I share the same room in separate beds. Our bedroom and our parents' bedroom is connected by a shared bathroom. My grandmother usually comes to our room and uses our bathroom to pee. I guess it was to check up on us while our parents weren't home yet. Anyway, one night, our parents took an unusually long time to come home. To pass the time, my siblings and I watched Beauty and the Beast on one of those VHS tapes. It was our favorite Disney movie back then. We were watching the movie for some time when suddenly, the door to our room spontaneously opened, and a few seconds later the door to our toilet opened and closed. We heard the flushing sound of the toilet, and this was followed by the opening of the toilet door and the opening of our bedroom door. I remember my siblings and I being in a state of shock, and we huddled together in the corner of the bed just crying. I also remember, distinctly remember, television turned to static. My siblings and I were freaked out the entire time. At that time, my siblings and I were around 9, 8, and 5, so we were fully aware of what was happening. Our parents arrived and saw us crying. They didn't really think anything of it. The next day, my mother took me to the bathroom and told me that my grandmother had passed away. I was certain that I didn't tell them about the events that happened the previous night. And more than 2 decades had passed, and my siblings and I never really discussed it. I conveniently thought of that event as a false memory, since I never really got any confirmation from external sources that whatever happened was real, nor was able to talk about it with my siblings. I lived my life thinking that I never truly had a paranormal experience. Anyway, I'm currently doing a PhD in the United Kingdom. I visited my family back home in the Philippines during the holidays. The entire family was in the car, and we were talking about my grandmother's last birthday celebration. We were part Chinese, and she may have been 70 years old for that birthday, so it was a special celebration and was thus memorable. We were reminiscing about the event, but then my mother suddenly mentioned, "Do you remember about the day she died and you were crying even though you didn't know your grandmother was dead?" She then went into some detail about the events my siblings and I experienced that night. Apparently, my younger sister told my mother about the night when it was her turn to be told about my grandmother's passing. Freaked me the fuck out. My mother's village experience. What happened to my mother during this experience of hers is kind of hard to describe with one word. It's like a premonition, but rather than feeling like something bad was about to happen, it's the feeling something bad happened long ago. The situation my mother experienced was a long time ago. I wanted to post it not to ask for answers, but to share her experience. My mom was born, and for the first 18 years of her life, she lived in Greece. When she was 14, she took a trip together with her father, uncle, aunt, and 2 cousins to my grandfather's village in the Peloponnese, I believe, southern Greece. It's called Tripiti. Since they all came from my mother's city, Larissa, in Thessaly, a province in central Greece. Since it was a long journey, the 5 of them stopped by a village along the way before reassuming the trip. My grandfather then took my mother on a little walk around the small village. She told me she was having a really bad time with her family and there was no reason to be upset, sad, or distressed as she was in the village. As they were walking, my grandfather decided to take my mom to this hill on the outskirts of town. As they were approaching this hill, my mother just felt a feeling of dread. She felt almost panicked, sad, and disturbed. She said to my grandfather it felt like something was crushing her heart. My grandfather then took her away from the hill to a local tavern where the rest of her family was at. Once at the tavern, and with the tavern owner also expressing concern over my mother explained as they were near the hill what she had been feeling. Then when she was done, my grandfather and the tavern owner explained to her what happened at that hill. Before I do, the reason I decided to not say the name of the village until now is because it would give away to some what happened here. The village's name was Calavrita, I believe. Somebody correct me. From 1941 to 1944, Greece was occupied by Nazi Germany, and Calavrita fell under their control too. In response to the killing of 78 captured German soldiers, the Germans set their sight on destroying the town. They looted buildings, commandeered livestock, and rounded up civilians. They then took the entire male population consisting of older boys to seniors to the top of that hill my mother was near. They then executed 438 of them at once, leaving only 13 survivors. Thing is, though, while today there's a memorial that stands at the top of the hill, back then there was nothing for my mother to know about what happened at the site. Along with that, my grandfather didn't get the chance to tell her when they arrived at that hill. Kind of strange, come to think of it, but at the same time it intrigues me as much as it disturbs me. I have a reoccurring dream of an old lady in an abandoned house. Since I was young, less than 5, I've had reoccurring dreams about an old lady in an abandoned house. Sometimes they're nightmares. Sometimes they're just lightly distressing dreams. The house visually doesn't always look the same on the exterior. Sometimes in my dream, I know what house I'm quote-unquote in. Childhood friend's house, a condo we used to vacation at, or a fishing cabin. But the layout of the interior is always the same to the point where I could draw a floor plan, especially of the basement. I've never actually seen the old lady to my recollection. It's like a presence kind of thing. I can feel her there, and I know it's her. When I was little, the main theme was hide and seek, but there was a notion that she would hurt me if she found me. In the dream, I'd hide in the closet and she would already be in there. In high school, these dreams presented as sleep paralysis. I would have bouts of it when I would cycle through the sleep paralysis, try to wake up, and every time I thought I woke up, I would hear her gravelly voice whisper to me that I was still asleep. Since adulthood, I'm 25 and female, by the way, I mainly have these dreams where I'm in this house and I'm being stalked and chased by her presence. Sometimes there's other grotesque imagery, but I don't think I've ever actually seen the lady. Sometimes there's maggots. Sometimes bad things happen to whoever accompanied me to the house in the dream. I don't remember the dream immediately upon waking up, but it comes back to me throughout the day. I'm not sure if this could be considered paranormal or if I just have an overactive imagination, but I truly believe that something is attached to me. When I was a baby, my mother claims that she would occasionally see an apparition of an elderly lady standing over my crib, but she always assumed it was my great-grandmother. The house that I grew up in had odd goings-on that all of us experienced, but never together. I would hear whispering outside my bedroom in the night. There was a man who I would see in the bathroom out of the corner of my eye. That's whenever I would walk past. And several times my dad witnessed indents leaving his chair when he walked into the living room, as if somebody was giving up their spot for him. Once when I was 9, I was home alone and my dog freaked out, took off upstairs, and when I looked over to the area that spooked him, there's a dark figure crouching behind her kitchen island. I ran outside and locked myself in my dad's car. watched the shadow pace back and forth in my dining room in front of the curtained window. Not sure if any of that would actually be connected to what I still experience. Simply just examples of the very active house that I grew up in. Maybe it was something attached to the house. Pizza's here. You gonna get the door, or do I have to knock for eternity? Years ago, I worked as a delivery driver for a major chain of pizza joints. It was in a mid-sized town in Dallas and Fort Worth. We once got an order for a couple of pizzas to a neighborhood I'd been to, but to a house that I had never been to. The teen girl that took the order said the man sounded weird and out of breath. She thought that maybe he might have been being inappropriate, so we weren't going to allow any female drivers to take his order. Other than that, it was like any typical order. I got the pizzas out of the oven, put them in the bag, and headed that way. Took me a few to find the house. It looked like all the lights were off. Yeah, that's no big deal. I was pretty used to people not leaving any lights on, and yes, that is a dig at those not turning their porch light on. I pull in the driveway of the unassuming bungalow. The front yard is fenced in and in need of a good trimming. I'd already started to feel weird and grabbed my side to make sure my SIG 9mm was in place. Geez, carrying heat for a pizza guy. I opened the glass screen door and I heard the muffled sounds of an angry man yelling. "Why do you do this to me?" Couldn't make out what all he was saying, but I just head and knocked into the door. Silence is all I hear, and I yell out, "Pizza!" I heard like a cabinet door slam shut, followed by more silence. I went back to my car, grabbed my phone, and called the number on the ticket. It just rang off the hook. Putting the pizza back in the car, I walked to the back door and tried to knock on it, but it was all boarded up. By this time, I get a feeling of dread like I'm not supposed to be there. I swore I heard a voice say, "Get out." I make my way back to the car, and a lady walking by on the road stopped me, asked what I was doing. I sort of laughed, and I told her I was trying to deliver a pizza to this house. I pointed to my car so she could see the sign on top of it. She said rather frankly, "Hon, ain't nobody lived in that house. Hasn't been nobody since living in that house since the murder and suicide." I was like, okay, so perhaps the person that ordered wrote the address down wrong. The tickets always have a name, but this time only initials. I asked her if she knew anyone on the block by the initials JJD. I swear she nearly fainted and said, that's him, that's the man who done killed his wife." I told her I had heard somebody yelling inside when I pulled up. She said that he was always yelling at her, and the cops had showed up a few times in the past. She said there had been a petition by the neighbors to have the house demolished, but the house is just sitting in probate. This isn't the first time I've heard of spirits interacting with technology, and guess it won't be the last. Oak Ridge Military Academy, North Carolina. I attended the school back in 1993 to 95. It's a very old property with renovated original buildings dating back to the pre-Civil War era. There's so many stories you hear about, but many could be tall tales created by the students. This event, however, had stayed with me since it happened. To understand the story, I must give some additional info first. There are different types of students. Day students who live locally, 5-day students go home on the weekend, and 7-day students. I was a 7-day student. One Saturday night, a friend and I ordered pizza and played guitar all night. And at some point, well after midnight, I left my room to go to the bathroom. I was at the far end of the hall on the opposite side of the building, about 30 meters. But a figure caught my eye at the closest end, about 40 feet from my room door. I looked and saw a man in BDU pants, a brown shirt, and a drill sergeant hat. His eyes were either shaded or dark. As instructed for this scenario, I requested him to ID himself, but he just stood there, motionless. I requested again, and still no sign of movement, just staring. Freaked me out, so I went back into my room and told my friend what had happened. We grabbed our baseball bats and went searching. The exit doors were old squeaky metal doors that slammed shut no matter how much you tried to be quiet. The stairs were metal plates on concrete, causing a lot of noise going up or down. With no sounds made, we knew he was still in the building. After a long while of searching, we returned to my room and didn't speak about it since. And again, this is a very old building. Every step upstairs and downstairs would creak loudly. It is not improbable, but impossible to move about in that building without being heard. But there was no sound other than my friend and I. On Monday, I walked up to our staff officer, Sergeant Bureau, and asked if there was a new night officer matching the description that I saw. He said there were no new staff members at all. And to this day, 30 years later, I can still vividly recall everything that night. Some months went by and I heard a story about Master Sergeant Phillips experienced a similar encounter with an apparition of a soldier in the same building. Again, they were many made-up ones, so I went to the source. I asked myself, and he replies, "I don't understand what I saw, but he was in uniform, rolled under the bed. I turned on the light and he was gone." This guy was career with the Tower of Power, Special Forces, Ranger, and Airborne tabs in his uniform. He was a man you know that you had or rather had seen some shit in war or some operation abroad. Anything this guy said was truth, even if it wasn't easy to hear. Not much shook this guy, but his events seemed to shake him to his core. I saw something in the window. I've told this story to a few of my close friends, but besides that, nobody really knows about this. To set the scene, I'm 12 years old, and it's a cold Ohio winter. My parents were divorced, and on this particular day, I was staying with my dad and his girlfriend at the time. His girlfriend had a daughter, Allie, 14, and she had a boyfriend, Evan, 14. At this time, I saw Allie as a sister, because I grew up with 5 brothers and no sisters, and I wanted her to be my sister so bad. On this particular night, Allie and Evan had invited me to join them at a youth group event across town. I was reluctant because it was for high schoolers only. I was in 7th grade, but they eventually convinced me and we went. We walked across town in freezing cold, and after about 20 minutes we made it to the right building. I don't remember if the building was actually a church, but it was a 1-story building. There were doors on both ends that were connected by a hallway. So, if you looked in the glass on one door, you could see down to the other door. When we got to the building, nobody was there, and the only light on was a singular light in the hallway. We were annoyed that Evan had gotten the date wrong, and we had walked in the cold for no reason. We decided to rest at the building for a few before making the walk back home. As we approached the building, I remember Allie looking into the window on the door first, and I remember watching her jaw drop as she looked into it. Next, Evan looked in and started describing what he was seeing. A tall figure in the hallway. My heart dropped, but I honestly thought they were just messing with me. Then I looked in, and I saw it. As I looked in the window, I see a tall figure in the hallway, but it's crouched down. It has insanely long arms and legs, and when I look in, it's in the process of standing up. Immediately, I can tell it's as tall as the ceiling at least. It was wearing a suit, and it had extremely pale skin but no face. As it's standing up, it's waving its arms around like crazy. This figure looked eerily similar to Slender Man, but I know that's just another creepypasta. I don't know how else to describe what was standing in front of me. Immediately, I'd take my eyes off the window, but because we were dumb kids, we decided to take a walk around the building before we left. I tried to avoid looking through the windows, but there was a tapping noise that I heard as we made our way around. Not sure that was anything paranormal, though. One final note is that I talked to Allie years after it happened, and I'm 99.99% sure it wasn't something they planned just to scare me. I think we all genuinely saw this thing, and I'm just so curious to know what it was and what it means. If somebody has a guess on what really happened this night, please give me your thoughts. Scary experience at Waterfall Walking Trail. A few weeks ago, my partner and I decided to go for a late drive to this really pretty walking trail on a mountain. It's about 2 hours away from my house. I've only been here a handful of times, but it's somewhere my partner and his family would visit often. We left home at around midnight, which is a lot later than we normally would. So it was like 2:30 in the morning, at least when we actually got to the trail. I had a weird feeling as soon as I got out of the car, but I get that every time I'm in a bushy area, so I brushed it off. This walking trail twists you through the bush and a dirt path, down a bunch of stairs to a cave with glowworms. What's a glowworm? And over a waterfall that eventually loops back around at the end. I stopped at a sign just before you walk into the bush to light a J. I heard what sounded like someone walking in the bush off the trail. Again, I just brushed it off to being a big lizard or something. However, that eerie feeling was way more intense now. Every few steps down the trail, I was turning around to look behind me. It sounded like someone was walking behind us in boots. Anyway, we get to a point in the trail where you can start to see the waterfall. You have to start walking down the stairs. They also kind of bend a little as you go around the corner. My partner stops in front of me, and as I'm turning around to check behind me, I hear a female voice say, "Stop." Clear as day. It was right in my ear. It was not really a threatening voice, but it sent a cold shiver through my whole body, and I knew something didn't want us there. Before I could say anything, my partner turns around and says that we should leave. I agree, and we basically run out of this trail, both of us now checking behind us. As we exited the trail, still running, my partner turns to check behind us one more time and stumbles into me, nearly tripping both of us over in the process. We've never pulled out of there so quick. When we finally felt safe further down the mountain, I told my partner that I heard and asked him if he had heard it too, and that's why he wanted to leave. He said he didn't hear the voice, but he could tell from the sound of the waterfall that the river below was really high up, probably blocked our path. He did say as he was leaving he heard some weird clicking noises, and that's why he fell into me. I also heard those noises, but at the point I really didn't want to look behind me and just wanted to get the fuck out of there. After talking to my partner more about it, he told me a few people have died in that river from jumping off the waterfall. Oddly enough, when I heard the first noise, I was reading a sign warning people not to jump from the waterfall or the river, and that there was a fine if you were caught swimming in the river. So yeah, that's my story. It was a really weird experience, and haven't been back to that mountain since. I thought they were going to say there's a fine if you kill yourself. Oh, I'll edit that out. My family's dead cat came to say goodbye. This is a pretty sad story, so strap in. When I was in elementary school, my mother decided to surprise the entire family, including my father, with 2 Siamese kittens. One was an ugly little scraggly runt who was on the path to euthanization, which was stopped by my mother. only planned on getting one cat. The other one is the one I'm talking about today. An absolutely gorgeous gray and white Siamese cat with beautiful blue eyes. We named the runt Rascal, and the other Julian. While the runt eventually came, my best friend, as he was very social, Julian needed some help adjusting to his home. The first night there, that was while Rascal was crawling all over his new family and sleeping on their shoulders. Julian and I were sitting in our enclosed front porch. He was so shy, and I wanted him to feel welcome. We sat there for hours until he decided to explore the house. Flash forward to when I was in high school. Rascal is now a fat little boy who pees on clothes and climbs ladders. We really bonded over time to the point that I called him my son. On the other hand, my sister and mother really attached to Julian. He never really cuddled with Dad or me. He barely let us pick him up, but he absolutely loved them. They would play fetch with pencil-top erasers and laugh so hard when Julian sniffed the dog's ear and fell over for some reason. It was so special. I woke up to screams, my sister going ballistic in the room next to mine, and in a daze I could hear my parents sprint to my sister's room and my mother join in screaming, then crying. I didn't even get out of bed as I heard what happened. Julian just died. No warning, no reason. He died laying with my sister. In hysterics, my mother took his body and told us to say goodbye. I don't even like looking at corpses of roadkill on the road, so I turned around when she came to me, and I never said goodbye. The next day sucked, but went on. I was working on my school's musical, so I got home late and tired. A couple hours in bed, and I was finally drifting to sleep. I felt the familiar feeling of a cat stepping around my bed and over my legs. I thought nothing of it, as it was probably my baby boy coming to look for comfort. But it wasn't right. I knew my cat's steps, and it wasn't him. I looked to the foot of the bed to see nothing. More confused than anything, I scanned my room looking for Rascal. Slowly turning to my left, my eyes locked with the desk chair. Not the chair itself, but what was on it. A single pencil-top eraser. About a minute later, my cat walked in. Cried all night with him in my arms. Never told my family. It would have been too much for them back then, and now I don't want to give my mother more ideas than I'm able to communicate with the dead. Longer story. But I'm pretty sure Julian came to say goodbye to me, and I'm glad he did. Welcome to Paranormal Ambient, where we uncover the most haunting mysteries from beyond. Subscribe now and tap the bell to ensure you never miss an episode. Prepare for chills. Some years ago, leave you breathless, in which I woke up on a dusty couch in a dirty basement of an old theater. I heard the footsteps and giggling of children often in the distance. Called out to them, they didn't answer. But the footsteps got closer. The children slowly approached me, and Wand 1 did not have a face. However, they were friendly and wanted to play a game with them. I began to play some old dusty cardboard game with them when an adult approached. She was a short, heavy-set woman wearing a lot of jewelry and a turban holding a lantern. She sort of looked like a gypsy. I stood up quickly as she was asking what I was doing there with these children. Told her I woke up there and that I'm sorry and that we're only playing a game. She said it's fine. She was just surprised to see me as she didn't get many visitors. The woman invited me to sit down and have a drink in the next room. As we entered, I saw an old round table with a man whom I don't remember much about. The woman who invited me too. We sat down and chatted, but never ate or drank anything. The bottle on the table was covered with dust, so neither did I. The children were in the same room playing together quietly. Then there was a very tall, deformed-looking man who entered the room. I could tell he was not pleased I was there. He glared at me and began to adjust some plastic tubes above these large blue barrels. The dream ended and I woke up. Months later, I wound up in the basement of an old theater doing community service. I was taken aback when I saw the same blue barrels with plastic tubes and the same dust-covered couch that was in my dream. I had another experience while working in that basement with an old miniature suit of armor that I swear I saw move out of the corner of my eye, and I don't scare easily, but I was so creeped out that I went upstairs and took a smoke break. The guy working noticed my demeanor. He came out to talk to me. He asked what I'd just seen, and I told him. He didn't laugh at me, but I could tell he didn't think much of it. The rest of my time there was uneventful. But years later, I saw the guy who was working and told me a funny story. He said the suit of armor was stolen by somebody after a show. About 4 months later, a box arrived from South Carolina. It contained that small suit of armor. He was shocked because somebody had to pay big bucks to have that thing shipped. It was about 3.5 feet tall and weighed quite a bit. This particular theater is known to be haunted. They hold paranormal investigations there every year. I went to one, and that's when I heard there had been a fire there where 2 children had perished. Help deciphering these encounters. I've had many paranormal experiences, but these 4 are the most prominent for me. I still have no explanation for what I experienced. Things started getting weird after my parents passed. I will preface this by saying I've had sleep paralysis since I was about 7. I'm in my mid-30s now. Don't drink or do drugs. Cheers. First weird experience was in 2018. I woke up to my dog barking on my bed. I shushed him and went back to sleep. 30 minutes later, which is around 4:03 a.m., I woke up to him standing over me growling at the bathroom door, which I was facing. This time I sat up to see what he was growling at, because he's a very quiet sleeper usually. What I saw was a very small, maybe 4'9" outline of a translucent figure. The air within the outline was rippling. It was wavy, like what you'd see in movies about a hot pavement on a summer's day. Sat up staring at this clear being for maybe 2 minutes before it dissipated. I kept saying to myself in my head, "Go away, go away, go away." I was absolutely terrified. After that, I've seen the same thing a few times, usually as I'm going to bed or waking up, always standing in the direction in which I'm facing in bed. No idea what the fuck that was. I spoke to an intuitive about it, and they said the entity will not let me reveal itself to you. It said it will be back and that you were not ready yet. Don't know what the fuck that means. 2. Another evening, I woke up out of my body from a point of view from above my head. Everything was almost a little bit fish-eyed. I saw myself laying in bed, and next to me was a black mantis-type being looking at me very closely, like examining me. It came back into my body when I felt it grab my leg. I've woken up several times to glowing green hieroglyphics spread across my wall, top to bottom, with an ankh in the middle. I've Googled to see if anybody else had a similar experience, and I've only found one other person talk about this, surprisingly on Quora. 4. Isn't really paranormal. I was in Santa Barbara with a friend for the day, and I started feeling really sick. Almost like my body was shutting down and something was really wrong. I was hoping maybe I just ate something bad at lunch and some fresh air on the beach would help. I laid down with my friend and stared up at the beautiful blue sky. Started to see a white grid across the entire sky. I don't know why these things happen to me or if anybody else has experienced anything similar, but I'd love to discuss and get some sort of closure. Additionally, if you have some insight as to what any of these experiences could mean, I'm all ears. What the fuck is this blood on the floor? I walk this hallway in my house from the kitchen to my office a dozen times a day. I did Wednesday morning randomly turn around to blood in a weird zigzag form. There's no explanation to this blood. Is this a warning? The fuck is happening? I'm spooked. We moved in 1.5 years ago. With the first 6 months, our dog came inside from the backyard with a huge slice in his stomach. Our backyard has a 6 to 8 foot fence around it. There was barely no blood and it was a huge wound. He needed surgery. There were no signs it came from another animal. He didn't have any other wounds anywhere and didn't seem shook up or anything. It was a weird freak accident. Fast forward another 6 months. My husband and I come home to an open garage door. All the lights in the house are on, the basement door's unlocked. Kinda spooky, but we figured we just forgot to do the typical closing duties before we left. Fast forward to last week. My husband is at work. I'm doing the dishes and turn around, and out of nowhere there's this red blood-looking substance. It looked like stage blood or something. It appeared out of nowhere. There's literally no signs as to where this blood-like substance came from. I checked my dog's mouth, his butt, and in between his toes, and nothing. Also, there wasn't any blood anywhere else in the house. It started and stopped, and no other traces anywhere. It wasn't blood from either my dog or me. It wasn't on my feet, and nothing leaked from the fridge or ceiling or walls or anything. I didn't take the trash out that day. If it were an animal that got in, my dog would be freaking the fuck out. If it were substance like ketchup or jam, he would have licked it up, but it literally didn't have a smell. My dog just had breakfast, so if it was puke, there'd be kibble in it. I would have heard him puking too. There would have been blood on or in his mouth. 100% didn't come from him. Now I'm royally spooked. There could have been a reasonable explanation to all the things before, but there's literally no explanation to this blood. Also, later that day I came home to an empty house. My husband was out and the lights were on. Fireplace was on and the TV was on and the oven was on. The sellers of our house only lived here 3 years and the people before only a year. Didn't think that was strange till now. Was it an electric oven or a gas oven? If it's a gas oven, yikes. Abandoned graveyard. I live in Oklahoma. I'm really into finding abandoned places and exploring them. I found out a few months ago that there's a forgotten graveyard. It's a few minutes away from my house. I've lived in Oklahoma my whole life. Never even heard anybody mention this place before. So I looked it up and did more research on it to make sure that I wasn't walking into something crazy, or where I could possibly be harmed. Found out that it was a site of an old schoolhouse, and there was no marker, so people had basically just forgotten that it was even there. Unless they had a loved one that was buried there, perhaps. I waited until daylight to go, just in case. I wanted to be able to see everything around me since I was in the middle of nowhere. I ended up asking my sister if she wanted to go with me, so I wouldn't be alone. And God, am I glad that I asked her. I never thought I would have saw what I did. We woke up early the next morning to go before it got hot, because it was summertime. It was 10 minutes away from where I lived, so it was an easy drive. Finding the exact location was the hard part. Once we found it, we pulled in and got out to start looking around. The grass was all overgrown, and you couldn't really see the headstones anymore. So we had to be super careful walking around because we didn't want to step on anyone. We walked around for about an hour or so. Then we stumbled upon the opening where the old schoolhouse used to be. all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it sounded like something or someone was running right at us. But there was no one else around. Mind you, we're in the middle of nowhere. So we stop what we're doing and back up a bit to look and see what's going on. Neither of us spook easy. So we looked around and saw nothing. We decided it was getting too hot and just stand out there for much longer. We started walking back to the car, and again it sounded like something or someone was running at us, but faster this time. We both took off running to the car, didn't stop until we got in and locked the doors. As we sat there, I looked up more about this place, and it's known by a few people to have major activity, and it's so bad they'll actually tell you not to go at nighttime. I read stories of people who said that they had seen figures walking around or someone asking them for help and then disappearing a few minutes later. Glad I decided to wait until daylight, and then I asked my sister to come with me, because I don't know what I would have done if I had heard someone that I couldn't even see running at me if I was alone. Never been back to this graveyard. It actually kind of scares me to even think about going back after what happened. When, though, it wasn't anything serious like some of the stuff other people had said happened to them, maybe one day I'll have the guts to go back. Old dog visited me in my dreams. In March of this year, my family had to put my dog down. He was old and sick and could barely do anything. He was confused, and it was definitely his time. I'm turning 19, and I had him since I was 5. I grew up with him. He was always there throughout the entirety of my adolescence, and there was never a time where he wasn't around. He was always the closest to my mom, though. He wanted nothing to do with me until I was older. Mainly because as a kid I would play with him like a toy, put him in Barbie cars and dress him up. The night after he died, he visited me in my dreams. In the dream, I was in my grandparents' old basement. I saw him. He was young and happy. He was sort of leading me toward the opposite end of the room. I followed him, and my mom was sitting by the wall. There was an invisible barrier dividing us from her. He was trying to get through, but couldn't. I was crying, and I was happy to see him, and I was asking Mom, "Can you see him? He's here, right here." She said no, she couldn't. I took it as a message that he wanted to get to my mom first, but couldn't. So when I woke up, I felt weak. It hurt to sit up. It was as if a weight was trying to hold me down. All my energy had been drained. This occasionally happens to me when I have very vivid dreams. It took over a month for him to visit my mom. But when he did, she dreamt of him the entire night. After that, I only had regular dreams about him, nothing too symbolic. Just him appearing here and there. Last night, however, he visited me again. And in the dream, I was on the phone, standing by my closet. I was about to say something. Then I passed out and fell to the ground. I woke up in the dream and saw my dog. Came up to me, and I reached out to pet him, and it felt so real. I could feel his fur, and everything was so realistic. He looked so happy to see me, and I just sat there going, "Are you real? Is this you? Is this a dream?" He just jumped on me like he used to, licked my hand. Throughout the rest of the dream, I would try and tell my parents about it, but each time I'd try, I'd just pass out again. I think this was his way of keeping it a personal matter between us. To some people, this may seem silly, but I believe it was his spirit visiting me. The same thing happens when I woke up. My energy was drained and my entire body felt sore and weak. I miss some of my old dogs. A few strange occurrences in my apartment. I've lived in my apartment in Brooklyn for a little over a year now. Not much going on. Just recently, though, my fiancé and I have had a few strange things start to happen. I think, taken separately, most of the events could have some explanation. But it's all of them together in a short span of time that makes me wonder if something else is going on. In no particular order, here is what we've experienced. 1. Drinking glass on my fiancé's side of the bed broke by itself in the middle of the night. Top half of the glass just broke clean off. We both woke up to the sound of it. Thought somebody had thrown something at our window. But when we checked, we saw the glass was broken. Nothing had knocked into it, and no major temperature variations that we know of. Maybe explainable by some weakness in the glass. 2. About a week later, a glass candle broke in a similar fashion. We had burned the candle before when it wasn't lit at the time, or even that day. And similarly, the top half of the glass just broke off on its own. Could also weakness in the glass, but weird it happened so soon after the other glass broke. 3. I saw a shadow move across her bedroom in the middle of the night. Didn't have discernible shape, but it moved in front of one window, then against the wall, then in front of the other window. No way to be a shadow from the other side of the room, just possible I wasn't fully awake, I guess. Fiancé has also seen a shadow figure moving across the hallway in the apartment. Fiancé's DSLR camera, which was hanging up on a hook in the wall, turned on by itself and started taking pictures. I wasn't home, but my fiancé was, and showed me the pictures afterwards. Nothing special, just the floor. Can't explain that one. I heard the very clear sound of the door creaking when I was in the bathroom, but there was definitely nothing opening or closing in the apartment. When laying in bed for a few seconds, I heard what sounded like staticky old radio. It was brief, but very strange. Sounded like it was right above me. Oh, I can hear our neighbors sometimes. This definitely sounded like it was in the bedroom, and it did not sound like a neighbor, which is more of a muffled noise. I think that's most of the recent ones. None of them are too crazy, and I think each separately could have some explanation. But the fact that all of these happened just in the past month or so was interesting to me. Nothing had happened prior to that. My experience with a team of paranormal investigators. A few months ago, my uncle invited me to go to a well-known paranormal hotspot. It was with him and his group. I've always been open-minded about the paranormal, and I've had other experiences with what I believe to be spirits or ghosts. The place in question is an old, out-of-use prison, used to hold political prisoners and murderers, etc. Me and my uncle arrived first, and so he thought he would show me around. We walked down every wing, every long, dark hallway, leading from the main foyer. All the prison cells on each side, of course. The least frightening experience was when I had seen a dark figure standing there. I looked at my uncle, looked back, and it was gone. This is when I realized my belief in the paranormal had been well placed. He then showed me to a room, or cell. The reason I call it a room is because it was the most luxurious cell. It had comfortable pillows, a big soft mattress, and a bookcase on top. The very bookcase, which when slid over leads to the room the prisoner would be hanged in. The noose came from the ceiling, and a large glass type of floor came down and led to the coffin room. Before my uncle showed me what was behind the bookcase, I seen a huge white flash. It come from the cracks behind the bookshelf. I get chills as I'm writing this. After my uncle opened the bookcase, I seen a large black figure peek over his shoulder. It terrified me. It seemed normal to him. And by the way, nowhere in this prison had good lighting, so when your eyes adjust to the dark, you can really see silhouettes in the dark. Under the prison, there's a large and long and dark tunnel led to the old courthouse across the road. As an initiation, they made me walk to the end of the tunnel with all the lights off, knock the rusty metal door at the end and say, "Sir." And when I came within 5 feet of that door, I felt a horrible feeling, like something was waiting for me. I strongly hesitated, but I knocked the door and asked for "Sir." As I walked briskly back to the group, I heard them all exclaim. They said something walked back with me, a dark figure. I didn't believe them until someone else done it, and I promise you, a large black figure came slowly from the wall and walked behind him. I thought, well, because it was so dark, it was just another person walking with them, until I remembered he walked down alone. My grandpa still visits, even though he passed years ago. My grandfather, we call him Bopa. He was a joy to be around. He worked hard for many years as a doctor and would make many lives so much better. Always kind and had an incredibly goofy way about him. I always looked forward to seeing him when he would visit, but as I grew older, I started to notice something was wrong. It wasn't until he was running out of time that I discovered that he had cancer, and I believe it was his bone or marrows. It was horrible to see how much it affected him, and it hurt all the more when the morning when he breathed his last breath. It was devastating. But what came after that gave me a reason to truly believe that he may still be somewhat present. My parents sent me and my sisters to the other grandparents' house the night before. They seemed to already know what was coming, and they didn't wish for us to witness it. They came to pick us up that very morning. They told us of his passing and how everyone was mourning just downstairs from the room that he passed away in his home. My family swears up and down that they heard whistling. Everyone he seemed to pick up on it, but no one really claimed to have been whistling, or that was really something Bopa would frequently do. I eventually would hear the whistling too. We would eventually come back up to visit our grandmother and help her go through Bopa's things. I was in the room where he passed, and I was looking at his desk. Still sitting there was a plush robotic-looking figure that I got for him a year or two ago. I felt my eyes well up at the sight that he kept it so close to him. It was when I was reaching to touch it that I heard a single note of a whistle in my right ear. I jumped in surprise, which caught the attention of my sister. I explained what I heard to her, and the room fell silent. It felt bittersweet. I recall swallowing a lump in my throat, saying, "Hi, Bopa, we miss you." What really sold it was how one of his last words was him mentioning how he wished to pass under a rainbow. This connects to how the morning of his death was also the day that we needed to head home. So we began to make the trip back. It was silent, and everyone was just in grief, and we're all still processing all that occurred, and it was that moment when we were hit with a rainstorm. It felt almost sudden. Poured for a bit, but vanished almost as quickly as it came. Then there it was. The clouds grew lighter to make way for it, as clear as day, a rainbow painted in the sky. I'd like to think that these things are signs from him, whether it's true or not. Warms my heart to think that he's still watching over us, especially my grandma. Now every time I see a rainbow, I joke that Bopa was visiting. It makes the phenomenon all the more special to me. The foreign tongue in the dark. Ugh. Back in my teenage years, I was sent to the Philippines for school, and to reconnect with my culture. My mother arranged for me to stay with my aunts for a while. For context, my family is deeply religious, the kind that holds Bible studies and attends Sunday school and never misses church. One of my aunts was a pastor who worked with the missionaries from all over the world. We lived in an American missionary campus, filled with century-old buildings, offices, churches, and guest homes. Our house had once been an office before being converted into an apartment. The rooms were side by side, with walls that weren't exactly soundproof. My aunt was strict and forbade me from dating. Any romantic relationship was frowned upon until you were quote-unquote of age. But of course, I was secretly seeing a boy whose family lived on the floor above us. He was a pastor's kid, and we were both a little bit rebellious. At night, when everyone was asleep, we would sneak downstairs. We'd talk for hours through my window, whispering and flirting. One particular night, I wanted to make sure my aunt was asleep before the usual secret rendezvous. I grabbed a glass and pressed it against the wall, listening for any signs of movement. Instead of silence, I heard murmurs. 2 distinct female voices engaged in conversation. Curious, I ditched the glass and pressed my ear directly against the wall. This time, the voices were clearer, definitely 2 women talking, but something was off. I couldn't understand a single word. I speak Tagalog fluently, and in our household we spoke either Tagalog or English. But this was neither. The language was foreign, something I'd never heard before. The sound of it sent a shiver through me. Even now I can almost remember the way the vibrations felt through the wall. It reminded me of Latin, like low, rhythmic, and eerie. I kept listening, trying to make sense of it. But after a few minutes, I just gave up. Feeling uneasy, I texted my boyfriend and told him to skip coming down that night. It just didn't feel right. And one more thing. This happened at around 1 or 2 a.m. Next morning, I went about my routine, had breakfast, and waited for my aunt to come for her usual coffee. But she never did. Confused, I asked her, only to be told that she had left for a conference the morning before. She hadn't been home the previous night, and I froze. No one had been in that room. Goosebumps prickled my skin as I replayed the voices in my head. Who or what had I eavesdropped on? To this day, I have no explanation, no idea what language it was, where the voices came from, or who they belonged to, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to know. The Whistling Picture. The very first paranormal experience that I can remember happened when I was around 9 years old, 40 years ago. My stepfather's from a small town in the countryside. It was fun to go visit his family. They had a big property with horses and other farm animals that we could ride or pet. They were also an exceptionally large family. Their get-togethers were legendary, with food, drinks, music, and laughter well into the late hours in the evening. During one of those parties, while they had a whole pork in the barbecue pit, the kids and I were hanging and playing in a barn. The older kids started to tell scary stories, mostly trying to freak out us younger kids. There were about 12 of us there, sitting in a circle around a short wooden table. That's when we heard someone whistling. The sound was coming from everywhere, or so it seemed. It was not a scary or dramatic sound. Neither was it the tune of any song that I knew. It was just the kind of whistling you would do to get someone's attention. There was confusion on everyone's faces. I don't think anybody wanted to ask if anybody else could hear the sound until somebody said, "Do you hear that sound?" We all nodded and said aloud that we could indeed hear it. But we were looking for the source. Then I looked up, and across from me, behind one of the kids, hanging from a wooden post, there was a big framed picture of Jesus, and it was whistling. Speechless and amazed, I managed to lift a finger and point at it. Some of the kids sitting at the end of the circle began to follow the direction I was pointing in and then froze. They were seeing the same as I was. The picture of Jesus was whistling. Eventually, most of the kids caught on to what was going on. One took off running, which led to a stampede of other kids following, including me. We ran to tell the grown-ups, but few paid and listened, and none really believed us. They were enjoying the party, I guess. We just tried to dare each other to go back into the barn and look. No one conjured the strength to do it. We did not go back to the barn that night. A couple of days later, right before we left for home, I went back into the barn with my stepdad. There was the picture of Jesus. It seemed normal this time, except that its eyes had this effect where I guess you could say that they just followed you no matter where you moved to. I'm still not sure how to feel about the event. I was raised Catholic, and I was normally around Christian decorations, and some people I've told the story to tend to look at it from a miraculous perspective, as in Jesus manifested himself to us. Others see it from a paranormal angle. I guess it could fit both, since a whistling picture is not something you see every day. Is it possible to get sick from a dream or a nightmare? Short answer, yes. A few years ago, I had a weird experience. That night, I went to sleep completely healthy. No signs of any illness whatsoever. It was a normal, remarkable day. Then I had some sort of nightmare. Thinking about it to this day still makes me feel uncomfortable. I remember waking up slowly to a terrible headache that started growing out of nowhere. It felt like a drill on my head. It was all dark and I couldn't move or talk or see anything. I felt really confused for some reason, like if I was experiencing something illogical. I know it sounds like sleep paralysis, but it wasn't. I've had several sleep paralysis before, and this wasn't anything like it. It did felt like some sort of dream, like I wasn't fully awake. It was all blurry and confusing. Then I started hearing voices, but not physical sound. It was like information forcefully entering my mind, words and ideas. They were suffering a lot, and they were dying in the middle of nowhere, like a forgotten vessel floating in empty space. I remember how fucking bad they were having it, like if they were dying slowly to something. A disease, or perhaps the end of their life support, I really don't know. They begged for help. They were begging me for their life. I remember feeling really confused about everything. I really can't explain this feeling. Kind of felt like that viral image of a bunch of things where you can't name any single thing. Remember they asked me to do something with a flower that looked big and purple. I remember seeing it very clearly, a huge flower laying on the floor. It's like they were trying to tell me to do something I didn't understand. The verb part was missing. The action, the thing I had to do with the flower. So I didn't know what to do, and they were really nervous, like screaming into my ear, begging me that I did that. I felt really bad for being unable to help them. My head hurt like hell. And in the end, it suddenly stopped. I woke up with this horrible, painful headache, and with 40 degrees Celsius fever. I felt lightheaded, and it lasted for a week. Hope this doesn't sound like some Wattpad story. Wattpad. Because it actually happened to me. And at the time, I thought it could be some alien shit, but now I believe it was some weird dream. Still, I can't understand how a dream made me terribly ill. What do you guys think about this? I would take a small guess that it happened the other way around. You had the strange dream because you were sleeping with a fever. But what do I know? An open letter to my housed ghost. That I you for making your presence known to us. We welcome you into our family, not like a pet, but like a funkle. Seeing how you're cognizant of yourself and us, I think. Here is the rundown of this family. Alex, the dad, works outside of home. Sleeps in weird patterns, mostly not sleeping at night, but will nap so quickly. No dad lie of I wasn't sleeping, I was resting my eyes, either. Likes to use pie dish as a plate. I know I don't get it, but it works. Jen, the mother, stay-at-home mom with ADHD. So if you move my stuff, I will not notice, but I suggest you don't at first, just to see me struggle with my own brain. Will pebble anyone. This made me think of you, hands over item. Let me know what you'd like if you can. Forgets to eat or just over-drinks coffee. Stan, the baby, just turned 1. Will not sleep or poop on any form of schedule. We're working on this. Likes mom, but is her bully. More to fallow. Zeus, biggest of the 2 dogs, lazy bold terrier, eats everything, and Hades, smaller of the 2 dogs, hyper beagle, eats everything. Leo, the cat, asshat, that's the best description for him. Maybe he can see you and you won't tell me. Now, on to the difficult part. Some requests for you. Could you please tone it down at night, not to be rude, but we have a baby that we're working on a sleep schedule. Just until he's sleeping through the night, and then we can work up to a level that you can still do your ghost work. Or is it work or hobby? Genuinely curious. And the baby can sleep. And not that this is in any way a requirement, but could you help with like the utilities or something? I mean, if your help is turning off lights my ADHD self left on, that would be appreciated. In return, I could do something for you. I read you all like when people say your name. I'll do more research on that part. We can talk about food offerings if you're interested in that. I cook well, but nothing fancy. Or maybe some form of an altar to give you your own personal space, seeing how we take all the bedrooms and communal spaces. Let me know how you feel about this, and know that I'm absolutely happy to have you with us. And for yes, move chairs into from dining table. For no, move chairs away. For negotiations with us, do 2 and 2. I'm not a ghost myself, but I will say that wasn't the clearest of messages to send, but it was interesting. I saw a tall black shadow with tentacles and sleep paralysis. There was an experience I had that I can't quite wrap my head around. Just to give you some context, I was enlisted in the U.S. Air Force for 10 years as a C-2 controller, or command post. At my first duty station at Misawa Air Base in Japan, I got assigned to dorm building 666. Aside from a noticeable increase in sleep paralysis experiences since moving in, I didn't think much of it, and I figured it was due to stress from, acclimating to moving away from home. A couple of months go by, and there's a small influx of tech school airmen. They're in the command post, and all of them also get assigned to the same building. It wasn't until people started to settle into their dorms when some of them also noticed that they've been getting a lot more sleep paralysis experiences as well. We would share these stories passingly during shift changeovers and such. One coworker in particular lived on the same floor as I did. And one day, they just knocked on my door in the middle of the day and asked if I could just do whatever I was doing in my room and bring it to his living room, so that way he can feel safe sleeping for his coming night shift. Someone would later commit suicide in the building, and the base chaplain pushed for building number change to 660 the following week. With the long-winded context out of the way, one night I had a dream where I was in a luxurious mansion with women all around me. In the dream, I was laughing, having a good time, when amongst all the noise and commotion, I hear a voice say, "You can have all of this, if 666. The moment I heard the words and realized what was said, I abruptly woke up, but with my eyes closed. My whole body felt like I was convulsing, but I still couldn't move. So I kept my eyes closed, suspecting it to be sleep paralysis. And I didn't want to see what I would see. Despite this, I saw this vision. It was of a tall black shadow with convulsing tentacles on each side, slowly moving closer to my bedside. It went from the end of my bed, and I hear it say something along the lines of, "I'll get you next time." And then I woke up. I'm not saying what I experienced was 100% paranormal, and I'm sure that experience alone can be rationally explained away through stress. But before then, I very rarely experienced sleep paralysis, and since leaving there, I haven't had a sleep paralysis episode since. To this day, I'd love to hear what this community thinks, especially if there are any supernatural beings anybody's aware that has the characteristics as I described them. I heard a ghost trying to sing, and it was ass. For my old job, I was a landscaper. For a bit of context, this took place around January 2022. In England at the time, that year, it's fucking freezing. Our headquarters were an old World War II RAF base. A bunch of the hangars had been converted into our storerooms and offices and whatnot. This one day, we've gotten a lot of jobs on the agenda. So my colleague picks me up early and we head over to the offices to get our tools and equipment loaded into the truck. It's about 6 a.m., so it's pitch black outside and it's absolutely Baltic. So after we got everything we needed out of the storeroom, I just kind of lingered inside the hangar building. A little bit warmer in there. Now, these hangar buildings hadn't been properly renovated or anything, so they were really dingy and generally just spooky looking. And I had been told, at least, ghost stories from the base before, but yeah, I was so focused on trying to warm up I wasn't thinking about the ghost stories. I'm stood in the corridor opposite a set of double doors that leads into one of our storerooms, rubbing my hands together, hoping the friction will warm them up, when all of a sudden, I hear this loud humming coming from inside the hangar. It sounded close. If I had to guess, it would have been from just beyond the doorway, maybe coming from behind one of the open doors. And it just hummed 2 notes. It hummed the first note, and the second sounded like it was trying to go like an octave higher, but it was tone deaf. I only made it like halfway there. It sounded like dog shit. Like if my mate had done that, I would have asked him to never pursue a singing career. But this low key only made it creepier. I tried to piece everything together in my head and come up with some kind of an explanation. It was undoubtedly a human vocalization, and my coworker was stood outside the hangar in the complete opposite direction, really. At least I think he was loading stuff into the flatbed. I just kind of stared into the deep darkness of this huge room just a few feet in front of me. Pondered for a few moments, then decided to just get the fuck out of there, because I was spooked. I decided I'd rather be freezing my bell off outside than stood in there with this ghost lingering about. Told my coworker about it, and he just kind of chuckled and said, "Yeah, probably." I can still hear it now, exactly how it sounded back then. The thought of a spirit just chilling in that huge dark room humming to itself gives me the heebie-jeebies. A few months later, we had a bunch of tools in there, and I was asked to asset, like tagging all of them. It took me a solid half a day and had to do it completely on my own. Can someone explain this? So when I was 9 months pregnant with my son, 2 years ago, for 3 weeks, every single night I woke up at 3:38 a.m. Not a second sooner, not a second later. When I'd wake up, it felt like someone was near me. Like I felt like someone was there, but not physically felt like it felt like somebody was just in my room. It wasn't a scary feeling, so I brushed it off and went to sleep. I used to watch the psychic medium's lives on Facebook, so one night something told me to tell him about it and ask what it meant. He told me that he's sensing a father figure around me. He said he is sensing that I have the gift of mediumship, which he said is a rarer gift. He said that time of night when I'm sleeping is when I'm most open, and my light is the brightest. When he said father figure, I assumed he meant my godfather who passed away in 2015. I started looking up ways to be more open to these connections and practiced each night. 3 nights later, I had a weird dream. I'm friends with this girl on Facebook. She doesn't ever share anything personal about her life, so I don't really know her. But I had a dream about her, and in my dream, I was a man in my mid-30s. I had dark brown hair and a dark brown 5 o'clock shadow. So anyways, it was the man, being me, the girl, and her mom. We're at a lake, and the man's in the water, and the girl's just gotten in. The bottom was slimes and full of algae, so the mom didn't want to get in. The man, being me, was playfully calling her a piece to try to get her in. And then we all were in the water, and a turtle swims by. Then we're in the water, and the man and the mom start arguing, and he tells her that she deserves more. She deserves to be loved and happy, and that she should find someone else. When I woke up, those are the parts that stood out to me, and something told me to contact this girl and tell her about it. Hell, this girl told me her mom's fiance had passed away a few years ago. The last thing they did as a family was go to the lake, and that her mom was scared to get in the water. The bottom was apparently very slimy, and her fiance was teasing her, calling her a piece to get her in. They caught a turtle while they were there, and she still has it. She said her mom's been trying to start dating again, but stopped because she felt guilty about trying to move on. Fast forward, the last 2 weeks I've been waking up at 3:38 a.m., and again, this time when I wake up I have this horrible feeling in my stomach and in my chest. My chest will hurt so badly because of the anxiety it gives me. Two years ago, I saw a nun at my house, and it still haunts me. About 2 years ago, I'm watching a movie at my sister's room. I saw some white figure at the window with my peripheral vision. When I looked out to the window, there was a faceless nun. Well, actually, I couldn't see her face, but I knew she was staring at me, dressed in an all-white habit with a red cross on her gwimp. Is that a word? It was not a crucifix she wore. It was a red cross printed like her gwimp. I was in shock. I mean, how could somebody get inside? To my sister's window, she'd need to pass through the house gate and walk 25 meters without being noticed. And well, how could she? When I looked down to pause the movie, she simply turned left, walked away, and disappeared. But that should not be possible. There's another locked gate and then a dead end. I barely slept that night. My eyes were watery and I was still in shock and telling myself it was just hallucination. Later that year, I'm drawing something, and when I realized I draw a frickin' faceless nun wearing many crucifixes with this weird crown and her arms open like she was floating. About 3 months ago, I'm drawing a female figure with charcoal, and again I ended up drawing a nun, exactly like the last one. I decided to put on my closet door because, well, why the hell not? I'm hopeless, I know. My mom saw and hated it. Then I told her about the nun I saw years before. She told me that maybe I see apparitions. Maybe I'm sensitive because my grandma is. My mom said I should throw the drawing away, but I didn't. I left that in there. A few days later, I had a dream I was in a big old house, and there was 4 nuns looking just like my drawing, and they were side by side. Their arms were crossed and staring at me. They were at the top of the stairs, swinging and oscillating back and forth. I woke up very scared. Later told my mom about that. She said I should burn the drawing, and so I did, and every now and then I can't stop myself from thinking about the nun. And on top of that, there's Grandma, right? She sees spirits and souls and all these things I don't understand very well. She used to do spiritist sessions and psychographic messages. I really don't know about these things, and oh yeah, there is this boy I've seen more than a couple of times wearing white too. I've never seen his face, just him passing by, never actually looking at me. Am I going crazy or what? My sister's ghost. I'm a medical examiner. I've had many paranormal experiences, so I'm not usually taken aback when things happen. I just respect that we're in their space, especially with how invasive we have to be. I let them get out their frustrations. I respect them in a way. Fast forward to 5 years into working in the office. Just graduated and finished residency. I got a job immediately in my local coroner's office. I've had countless experiences and not shocked by anything anymore. I'm performing an autopsy and I've just finished up. Done my prayers and I just sort of do that out of respect, especially if I know their beliefs. Walked into my office, shut the door, sat down at my desk and looked up. There's a teen girl. She just looked at me. She wasn't a patient of mine, nor had she been in the past, and I had no idea who she was. Weeks pass, and I can't get her face out of my head. Can't place where I would know her from, nothing. I had absolutely no idea who she was. About 3 days after I gave up, she showed me again, or rather showed up again. She walked up to me and hugged me. She breathed, "I'm so sorry," and disappeared. She went through me and disappeared rather than really hug me, I guess. That shook me to my core. About a month later, I came across an old photo. A girl with my other sister. Brought it to my mother. She sat me down and told me some disturbing truths. Before I was born, my oldest sister passed away due to a drunk driving accident. They were going the wrong way and hit her. And after I was born, my sperm donor, that's what I call him, admitted that the reason he wanted me was to replace the daughter he lost. I have never met my sperm donor. My sister has rejected him completely. He considered 2 non-bio girls his daughters and doesn't care about us. That girl was my sister, I believe. She was younger in the photo, but looked super close. I don't know if I'd just seen the photo and had a hallucination or my sister is roaming this earth. Is it bad that I hope that I was hallucinating instead of her being trapped on this earth as a spirit? Not really. Feel bad, but also want her to be at peace. Or want to be able to talk to her. Maybe put some closure, and I maybe need this after finding all that out. I'd be grateful to know that she's left the earth, even if I don't know everything. My husband and I both heard a scream in our house at 3 a.m. My daughter was not and does not sleep alone on the couch at night. She sleeps in her own bed, own room, comfortable and happy. While I appreciate the concern, my daughter's sleeping arrangements aren't the point of this post. She fell asleep on the couch with us while we were watching TV, so we let her sleep while we finished the show. I went upstairs to head to bed while my husband was downstairs, 2 rooms over in the kitchen, filling his water bottle, and was going to grab her to bring her upstairs to her room right after. Just as the title states, my husband and I stayed up pretty late the other night, just binging a show. We finally decided to head to bed. I went upstairs, closed the bedroom door, and turned the fan on, then laid my head down while he headed to the kitchen to fill up his water bottle. The second I laid down, I heard what I can only describe as a demonic something out of a horror movie scream. It's coming from downstairs. I was frozen in fear for a moment, then decided to text my husband and ask if he heard it too. He immediately texted me at the same time to confirm he had heard it, and as soon as he did, he bolted to the living room to check on her 2-year-old daughter as she was sleeping on the couch. He found her passed out, mouth open and snoring, so we know it couldn't have come from her. Now that, well, not that tripping all over myself here. Not that she could have made that kind of sound to begin with, we were just trying to make sense of it. But it did come from our living room. I feel actually insane explaining it because it felt like something that only happens in horror movies. I've never experienced this before. And we live in the city, and it was negative 35 degrees Celsius. So, we had all of our windows shut. Sound didn't come from outside. We ruled out any animal noises as we don't have a ton of foxes in the area, let alone in the city. Our home is 114 years old, and right across the back alley from a funeral home was a selling point for us. When we first moved in, our neighbors and a few others had stated the house was haunted. But in the past 2 years we've lived here, we've never experienced anything that terrifying. The odd shadow figure in our peripherals, sounds that could be chalked up to our cats. Sleep paralysis has frequented me more often. But as for paranormal activity, I wouldn't confirm our house is necessarily haunted. Hasn't happened since. We're both extremely confused and slightly terrified. I did smudge our home heavily the next morning. Windows open and let out the stagnant energy. Anybody have any ideas on what it possibly could have been? If not a terrifying paranormal event. The Deer Man. I've been creeping on this sub for a day. I decided I wanted to post something that happened to me when I was 11 or 12. We had a house fire. We had to move in with my grandmother for a little bit of time while the insurance was sorted. And then we had our new house built. Luckily, the land my grandmother owns had an old farmhouse near her own home. She mostly used it for storage. It had water and electricity, so we were good to go. The first few nights in the house were very scary for me. Every little pop or flash of light made me think of fire. I slept between my parents each night. It was rough, but after 3 or 4 nights, I really wasn't scared anymore. At least while I was in the house. I even started going upstairs in the evenings and reading in the loft while listening to the radio. I decided that I was able to sleep alone in the house, spent a few nights on the old couch in the living room. After that, I ended up in the loft using a sleeping bag borrowed from one of my cousins. Anyway, the loft had a massive window facing the front yard and the driveway and the main road. I was just settling in for the night. I was with my little lantern and my book when something passed by the window. I shrugged it off as the reflection of a car going by. Started reading my book. Happened again, and this time I got up and went to the window. And this is where it gets weird. Standing in the middle of the yard was a deer. It stood on its hind legs, and its neck was bent at an odd angle, like it was broken or something. It walked with a strange grace, especially for something that appeared to be sort of placed through grass and across the road and just disappeared into the woods. At no point during seeing this creature was I afraid. I was actually very calm somehow. Even went to my sleeping bag and went to my reading, not even thinking about what I'd just seen. This is really out of character for me, to say the least. I'm the type to get worked up over seeing a bug in the house. The next morning, I told my mom what I saw, and she seems totally unaffected. She just told me not to tell anybody and sent me off to school. I assume she thought I was seeing things due to the stress of the fire, but I know exactly what I saw. I wasn't dreaming or even close to falling asleep when it happened. We moved to our new house about 3 weeks ago, after I saw that deer man. I've only told a few people about what happened, and I've never seen anything like that since, but I'm terrified of going into those woods. When I think about it now, it's super scary. I'm not sure why I was so calm.
Paranormal M is your gateway to the unknown,
just posted.
where every story takes you closer to the unexplained. Don't forget to hit subscribe and turn on notifications. Let the mysteries captivate your imagination.
My ghost story. Looking back now, I think it was something darker than a ghost. Thoughts. It started when I was 6, lasted until I was 8. I lived in a house with my mother, my 2 brothers, and my mother's friend Tracy, and Tracy's boyfriend Paul, along with their 3 boys. I was the only girl with 5 boys, and this house was in a small town in Ohio. Since I was the only girl, I had to have a room by myself while all the boys slept together in the same room. Every night, it never missed a night, I was awoken terrified to a little boy screaming and crying when I would hear a woman say, "Shh, almost done." You would think this could be like possibly one of the other boys in the house and my mother Tracy comforting them, right? Wrong. After many nights being awoken and terrified, I would start to sleep with my mother. I still remember the first time seeing this little boy. It was one night I was sleeping with my mother. She got up to go to the bathroom. I was hearing the same thing this night, so I followed her. When my mom was done in the bathroom and we were walking back into her bedroom, I look into an empty room, which isn't a bedroom. See a small black silhouette of a little boy standing there staring dead straight at us. I ignore it and I follow my mother back to bed. And I would like to add, every night I could hear the woman walking back and forth down the hallway whispering. I remember one night I was laying there under the blankets terrified, humming to myself while the same thing happened. Out of nowhere I hear a woman whisper into my ear, "You're mine." That morning I'd seen the little boy again. I was laying in bed wide awake and I could see out into the bedroom. His bedroom was at the end of the hall, and you know the end of the hallway where there's a wall. Well, I seen the same little black silhouette of a boy come out of the wall and walk slowly down the hall, staring straight ahead of him. I'd like to add that I knew each time the crying and screaming would stop. I lived by the railroad, and every time the railroad would go in the very early in the morning, all of it would stop. Fast forward a couple of months and everybody thinks little me was crazy. That was because nobody heard or seen anything at night, until Paul, Tracy's boyfriend, spoke up. Said that if he was up late at night by himself, he would hear and see, and I quote, "sketchy shit." Can't remember any specific circumstances after the ones I mentioned above, but like I said, this happened for years. I tried to look up any information about the house and couldn't find anything. I used to think it was just spirits, but now that I'm older, I believe it was something darker than that. Needing advice, please. Since I was a kid, I've always seemed to have a strong connection to spirits. I think that's what it's called. Where I've always seen them, like my first encounters when I was literally 5 and seeing the spirit of another child, or when I was a teenager, having moved to a different house. I'd seemed to be the main one the spirit in the house messed with. And I'm honestly starting to think the spirit from my teen years may have followed me. I'll explain. Also, I apologize if all of this gets kind of rambly, because there's a lot. So to start, when I was a teen, I lived in a haunted house. The kitchen was always freezing. Doors would open and close on their own. Footsteps heard going down the stairs. It was just me, my mom, and my dog at this house, by the way. and the spirit seemed attached to me. I'd always feel like I was being watched. My closet, or as they put it, my closest, I'm gonna presume closet, would open and close on its own. I'd wake up with scratches and bite marks on me, and even one time I saw my doorknob move as if someone was trying to come in only for, well, no one to be there. I have seen the spirit, one which was a little girl and the other a tall, shadowy figure, and would always see the shadow out of the corner of my eye. Things got so bad there that I'm physically scared to just sleep in this complete darkness. I felt like I was being touched, like someone raking their hands through my hair, pulling my hair, and something like throw a desk fan at me when it was just me in the room. And on one occasion, that's made my mom start believing the house was haunted, was the glass door leading to her basement from the outside shattered, and nothing had been caught in the backyard camera that could explain how it just shattered. My mom ended up having enough space that we would come back from the grocery shopping to see all the lights in our house with something standing in the attic just for them to immediately go off. Now, for where I need advice, it's been years since I experienced all of that. I'm an adult now, still living with my parents, but we live far from the house now, but I still feel the same presence as I did in the house in this one. I feel like I'm being watched in my room, waking up with scratches, specifically on my neck and chest. My hats end up in the middle of the floor, hearing footsteps in my room, taps coming from the inside of my closet. My parents and my own voice coming from the living room when no one's there, and as of recently, seen a shadowy mass running past my door. I'm absolutely terrified out of my mind and looking for advice on how I don't know how to deal with this. Get rid of it, cleanse my house, something my family's also been kind of experiencing odd stuff, but not to the measure I have been. See ya. Alien creature in my backyard. I saw an unidentified flying object, thing/creature in my backyard last month. Can't find any explanation as to what it could be. I was inside her house finishing up some work, and I could see my boyfriend and her dog in the backyard through the back door window. Suddenly, I hear her dog barking. As I glance up to observe what was unnerving her, I realize that it's something flying alongside the back of her 10-foot fence. Quickly, I open the back door and walk into her patio. The creature was completely silent. It looked like a straight yellow gold line that was hovering 5 or 6 feet in the air, moving in a precise straight formation. And let me tell you, this thing was fast. My dog's a greyhound mix, and extremely agile, and even she couldn't keep up with it. It was a little less than a foot long, a centimeter or two thick maybe. I couldn't tell if it was glowing or if it was just the combination of the glow from her backyard lights, and its perhaps golden tone gave off this illusion. Because it was flying, and clearly much faster than my dog, it wasn't acting like it was trying to evade danger. I had the feeling that it was fairly intelligent. It was almost playing with my dog like it was playing a game of tag. It flew back and forth 4 or 5 times in a straight line at about 20-30 miles an hour, I would say. My dog attempted to catch it, running at it and just moved the opposite side of the fence. But once she started to catch up, it would start flying in the opposite direction without even having to turn around. It flew in a smooth, unwavering manner, like when you point a laser at the wall and move it back and forth to get your cat's attention. Obviously, I wanted to get this on video, or at least a picture, but I wanted to get a closer look, because my mind needed an explanation. As I moved closer, it quickly flew over a fence. Never saw it again. But I could hear the bustling of leaves around the side of our house. After I knew it was gone, I looked at my boyfriend and his face said it all. I asked him what he saw to confirm that in my mind it just wasn't simply playing tricks. His experience was the same as mine. We both have been looking for this thing every night since we saw it, but to no avail. We still have no idea what this unexplained creature could be. Has anyone else had an experience like mine, or any explanation as for what it could be? If I'm unable to come up with an explanation or even a plausible theory regarding what I saw that night, I think it would bother me for the rest of my life. A mysterious dream stalks my family for generations. No one talks about it. For as long as I can remember, there's been something strange in my family, something we don't really talk about. It's a recurring dream passed down from decades, and only certain people experience it. The pattern is always the same. In the beginning, you see a shadowy male figure wearing a cap in your dreams. At first, he doesn't do anything, just lurks in the background watching. As the days go by, he gets closer and more noticeable. Then one night, he finally makes his move. He chases you, and he catches you. He chokes you. You suffocate in your sleep, unable to wake up unless someone physically wakes you. Weirdest part, this only happens to people who've never heard of it before. If you know about it, you're safe. But if you don't, you're at risk. My brother was the most recent one to experience it. He had no idea about the dream, but when he described what happened to him, my family immediately recognized it. The last person before him to have the dream was my cousin, and something really weird happened that night I was there. I was in another room doing homework when I needed to grab something from my cousin's room. She'd already gone to bed, so I quietly stepped in. As I was leaving, I saw something in my peripheral vision, a shadowy figure standing at the foot of her bed. When I turned to look directly at it, there was nothing there. At the time, I brushed it off as my eyes playing tricks on me. But just a few minutes later, she started screaming in her sleep. My older cousin and I ran in and shook her awake. I was too young to understand what was happening. But now I know she was having that dream. My family once did a puja, a ritual. It was in a temple to stop this. Worked for a while, but now it's happening again. They've been talking about doing another one, but for it to work, every single family member needs to be there. And that's been difficult to arrange. I don't know if they'll ever actually go through with it. And here's the thing. I don't usually believe in this kind of stuff, but I come from a mountainous region where spiritual forces, curses, and the power of the gods are taken very seriously. You don't disrespect them. And as much as I shouldn't want to, I can't help but be curious. Kind of want to experience the dream myself. But since I already know about it, I might never get the chance. So now I'm wondering, has anybody else ever experienced something like this? A shadowy man lurking in your dreams, waiting and then choking you in your sleep? Or is this just something tied to my family alone? Well, if your theory is correct, if you've now told everybody about it, hopefully nobody will experience it. See ya. Anyone else have any experiences from when they were kids? From their kids? Ever since I was an infant, my mother had noticed that I had an aptitude for the paranormal. And I was her third child. So I know it wasn't something that she was expecting. My brother and sister had never terrified my mother as much as I had. When I was not even 2 years old and had only just begun to talk properly, she would take note of me going into rooms where no one else was around and walk in on me talking to empty space. Not fun talk like one would have with an imaginary friend, but full-blown, complex conversations. It was like I was curious and questioning, rather than playing imaginary. I was heard saying things that I, as a 2-year-old, would have never heard from anyone else. Then one night, not long after I had a dream and woke up sobbing, that's when my mom asked me if I'd had a nightmare. She said that I told her that my friends are dead in the lake, like it was a revelation. As if I, through a dream, had finally realized that the friends I'd been talking to were dead. After that, there were many other experiences, even as I got older. When I was 11 or so, I was curious about out-of-body experiences. I read that if you lie down and imagine water rising over your body, you can force yourself to have one. I tried many times and only succeeded once. I felt myself float. I looked down at myself and got freaked out and fell to the floor beside my bed and woke up in shock. I've told my mom that I saw people around her house once. At least once I grasped the concept of spirits in their totality. I told her about their distinctive appearances. The man with the hat, the girl, and I distinctively remember seeing a cat in the old house I lived in on multiple occasions. Now that I'm much older, I still feel sensitive, but I've stopped seeing visions. I still remember many of my experiences, though. So, I'm curious if anybody else has had such experience from when they were kids. I firmly believe that the younger you are, the more prone you are to the paranormal. Anyone have some interesting stories? I do indeed. I just put those in a different spot. I can't tell those here. You can look for it, though. Is this paranormal? I think I experienced something paranormal. My pawpaw died a few years ago. Overdosed after my dad got arrested. He had a ton of random stuff, but all of us grandkids got some of it. I have quite a bit of random things from him, including this old car piggy bank that has a music box in it. I used to keep it in my cabinet on display. One day, a random day, I took it out to show a friend and I spun the key so it'd play music. After it finished, I put it back into my cabinet. Hours pass and it's now night. I'm lying in bed watching TV when the music box dinged. It was just one ding. I know music boxes can sometimes play a note or two even after the song, but I felt it way too long after that. Or rather, it. Not to mention, nobody else touched it after I put it into the cabinet. I told my aunt about it, who I lived with at the time, and she was entirely convincing that it was my pawpaw. My aunt has this old clock that used to sit in this mantel. It's broken, doesn't work, but she says on occasion the clock hands will move. And there have been other things that have happened in that house as well. One night while me and my uncle were out, I suppose. Let's figure this out. One night while me and my uncle were out, my aunt said some crazy shit happened to her. For a bit of context here, I always wear a lanyard with keys on it. And I'm really quiet and I tend to startle my family. When I run up and down the stairs, my keys jingle a lot. My aunt said she was walking around upstairs when she heard this country song playing. Something about being watched. She said she only heard it in one specific spot. She also said she heard my keys jangling, despite me not even being home, and having my keys on me. She also said she heard the garage door open, those large rolling doors, and the garage light turned on. When we got home, the light was in fact on, and she was so terrified we had to search the house. There was nobody and all the doors were locked. She has this theory that the house is haunted by an old man. She knows mine and my cousin's room were his workshop. We built the 2 rooms, and there was one when we moved in. She says he's very similar to her grandpa, not a harmful spirit, just a protector in a way. Does anyone have any opinions on this, or what it sounds like? Can this all be explained, or is it paranormal? Snoring. Off to the first story. I'm sitting in the kitchen area doing vocabulary homework and studying. I had a test the next day. And all of a sudden, I hear high-heeled footsteps upstairs above the living room. My mom's room is above, and all the bedrooms have wooden floors and walls are thin. And at first, I thought my mom came back and I was confused. I didn't hear her come back. I quietly walked across the house to get to the stair, and I crawled my way up slowly because there could have been a chance that it wasn't my mom. Once I got to the top, I slowly peeked my head only to find silence and darkness within all the rooms upstairs. I was fucking alone. My eyes widened, the hairs on my back raised, and I immediately zoomed down the stairs as fast as I could. Ran to the kitchen, grabbed the house phone, dialed my mom's cell. The moment she answered, I immediately started crying, telling her the whole story. My mom told me to ignore it, that it was probably mice in the walls. And to give a little bit of backstory, my mom's like those typical parents in horror films. The ones that think that the child has a wild imagination or chooses to ignore it to not creep their child out even more, and tell them what they're experiencing is nothing. The footsteps happened again. I remember trying really hard to pay attention to it because I wanted to make sure I wasn't crazy and overthinking it. Those footsteps were so familiar. It sounded just like my mom's footsteps. Walked across the room and then taking sudden pauses and walking again and again. Sounded like somebody was in a rush to get ready. Just like how my mom sounds when she's getting ready to go out. I was terrified, but I have no choice but to listen. This wasn't even the worst part. I was sitting on the couch studying when all of a sudden I hear my dog on the other side of the wall making a snoring, choking noise. To give a little bit of context, behind the TV wall is the formal living room. The ceiling's very high there, so that area of the home echoes. When I heard my dog making the snoring noise, I didn't think much of it but to call out to him, and I yelled, "Benji, Benji!" I found it kind of strange because he didn't come to me, but as soon as I turned my head to look outside, I saw my dog staring at me, faintly crying to come back in. That noise on the other side of that wall was not my dog. Something snored and echoed through my entire home. And when I tell you my soul dropped, it dropped. And at this point, I did what any sane, logical person or child would do. I put on SpongeBob on max volume. Hope it was the jellyfish techno episode. My late epileptic grandma came to see me. A wholesome story. To preface, my 30-year-old female maternal grandmother lived with my family growing up. Oh, me being the 30-year-old female, I was gonna say. I was 8 when she moved in and 15 when she left to live with my aunt. She raised 7 children, but her health declined after her last child. She had epilepsy her whole life, but it got much worse after that. In the years that she lived with us, she also suffered from Alzheimer's, dementia, and her bipolar sort of surfaced. I grew up being with her, and I saw her have many seizures, and it was kind of a normal part of my childhood. It is heartbreaking, but that's just how it was. She had her bad days, but she was an angel on earth. Our entire family adores and thinks so highly of her. Unfortunately, she passed away in my early 20s. So here's my story. I was 25 and living with my fiancé. I started having these weird feelings of anxiety and dizziness where I had to lay down immediately for it to go away. One day I was showering and I completely forgot everything. Didn't know who or where I was, and to this day it was the scariest thing. Sorry, I just heard a crazy noise. The scariest thing I've ever experienced, but it only lasted a few seconds. I quickly remembered. My name is Maria, and I'm in my fiancé's shower. I was so freaked out, and, well, fast forward a couple of weeks, and it's a long and traumatic story, but basically I had 2 grand mal seizures in my sleep. My fiancé, never having seen a seizure, woke up to me convulsing and bleeding from the mouth. I bit my tongue while seizing. After more seizures and several hospital stays, I was diagnosed with epilepsy. It was hard, but honestly, I felt more empathy for my fiancé and my mom. He would have to watch me have seizures, and she would have to live knowing her daughter was suffering the same way her mom suffered. I thought a lot about my grandmother. I felt I knew her better. The weird feelings of anxiety and dizziness were auras, or small seizures, which is what happened to me in the shower. After that shower, I always had bad feelings going back into that shower. That was my biggest internal struggle, until the day my grandmother came to see me. Yeah, in the shower. With her sweet Hispanic accent, she said, "It's going to be okay, baby girl." And from that day forward, I've never been afraid of showers or seizures. She's my own guardian angel. Was this a demonic encounter? When I was 4 years old, my mom, aunt, and grandpa left to go help with disaster relief after Hurricane Katrina, since my grandpa grew up in Louisiana and very much still considered it a massive part of who he was. I ended up living with my older cousin, my younger brother, and grandma for a few weeks, maybe longer. We didn't really know when they would be back. One night I woke up in my grandpa's recliner in the living room, since it was where I usually slept, and I remember seeing the TV was on either Boomerang or Cartoon Network. I remember hearing what sounded like noises coming from the hallway where the front door was, looking to see what it was and seeing some shadowy figure walking down the hallway. I got up, ran up, and thinking it was maybe my mom, stopped maybe 2 feet away because I felt instant dread. I thought it was my mom, but it felt like something inside of me was telling me that it was not. I remembered looking down at me and me looking back into this weird, inky, swirling void. I think it was its face before it said, "Hello." I just immediately burst into tears, ran back to the recliner and hid underneath the blanket, closed my eyes. Then I remember waking up to what sounded like tapping on the entranceway that led into the living room. I saw the same figure. I started begging and yelling at my cousin and brother who were sleeping on the couch to wake up, but they never did. My grandma didn't wake up either, no matter how hard I was screaming or how loud. Nobody was there to help me. Then I remember seeing what looked like children start peeking out over the entranceway at all angles, sideways and upside down. I remember seeing maybe 20 around my age of all skin tones and hair colors. Then the figure I saw earlier just says, "Hello" again. And that was it for me. I just drove in between my cousin and my brother, trying to hide in between them, and passed out. I woke up in between them that morning and told my grandma everything. I don't know how many pictures I drew, but each one just disturbed my grandma. I remember just telling her how scary the shadowy figure was and how it wasn't a dream. The pictures she just threw away when I went to preschool that day. Wouldn't even let me talk about it. I remember telling my first grade school therapist about it and drew the pictures, and she just looked confused but terrified. I'm 23 now. Still can't find answers. Thinking or even speaking about this event just terrifies me and makes me feel like something's near. The other day I'm talking to my boyfriend about it, and weird things around our apartment happened for a solid few hours. Does anybody know what this could have been? My jewelry box is a portal to somewhere else. Back around 2018 or so, my mom bought me a standard jewelry box. I'm assuming from Amazon, but I never confirmed it. A plain 2-tiered box made of cherry-stained wood. It's a timeless piece for myself, and I placed it in the lowest shelf on my bookshelf in the room. I had the jewelry box at least 6 years or so before anything started happening. And I want to preface this by saying no one goes in that jewelry box. I live alone in the U.S., and it's kept locked with a key, as I have several precious heirlooms inside. One day I decided, hey, I'll clean this out and get rid of anything cheap or unused. I proceeded to do that while taking inventory of everything I kept and didn't. Every item in the box I'd been collecting over my life, so it was all familiar to me. Every item was in a designated spot and nothing was out of the ordinary. About a week later, I returned to the box looking for a specific piece. I grabbed the key, unlocked the box, and upon opening found an Australian coin featuring Queen Victoria on the face and attached to a long, thin silver chain. It was lying on top of all my other jewelry. The chain stretched to its complete length across the other pieces. I froze, unsure of what this was, as I had a week prior. I completely cleaned out this box. Didn't own a piece similar by this by any means. Showed it to family and friends, asking them if they'd ever seen this necklace. Everybody said no. I half joked that I had a portal in my jewelry box. And someone out there, someone was just missing their necklace. I continued to wear the necklace, thinking it might have been good luck, and thankfully nothing terrible has happened. Fast forward a year, maybe two, no similar incidents occurring. I go back into my jewelry box, and there on the top of all the other pieces in the same fashion as the last was a heavy gold rope necklace. Again, I've never owned a necklace like this, but I've always wanted one. I put it on and wear it every day, and it doesn't tarnish. Friends, family, co-workers, they all compliment it. They even suggest I get it tested to see if it was real gold, which I do plan to do soon. This second instant mostly solidified in my mind and the possibility that there is some portal within my jewelry box. It doesn't bring me anything else but jewelry, which is the only consistent thing. I don't ask it for anything, but I am pleasantly surprised every time I acquire a new piece. I'm not sure what to make of this and wanted to share this with the community in hopes of finding some answers. I've only had one paranormal experience, and it still sticks in my mind to this day. Like I said, I've only had one paranormal experience in my life, and it was when I was in 8th grade. My father was in the military, now retired, and since it was just me and him in the home when he went on deployment, I either had to go live with my mother or move to Indiana to go live with my grandparents. I chose my grandparents. So the first few months living with them were pretty normal. I got closer with my grandma, and she decided to tell me this story. It was a story about how she used to be a tutor, I think for English. She taught this little girl who was diagnosed with leukemia at a young age. So the doctor said she wouldn't make it past 1st grade. But through perseverance, she made it halfway through to the 3rd grade before she unfortunately passed. Throughout this time, my grandma was there from kindergarten to 3rd grade, helping her with work, sometimes even visiting her during doctor's appointments to cheer her up. When she passed, she gave my grandma, a bracelet of hers to keep. I don't know if you guys believe in important stuff from somebody carrying their spirit with them, but this made me believe it 100%. So during my summertime after 8th grade, I was still in Indiana. I'd stay up late playing Sea of Thieves with my friends, and I'd get hungry. So I'd sneak to the kitchen and make myself a sandwich or two. But on the way back, I had to go through the single hallway in the house that had the bathroom and the entrances to all 3 bedrooms in the house. You know when you run into someone while walking, you stop and kind of lean back a bit to prevent hitting them? Well, when I started walking down the hallway, I get about halfway through and bam! Felt like I just ran straight into somebody that felt about up to my chest, and I fell to the ground. Not hard, but enough to make me land on my butt. I look up and I see a little girl in a pink puffy dress, but she's kind of opaque. She emanated this, soft light enough to where I could just see her, and it freaked me the fuck out, so I backed up a bit in the floor and bumped my head on the nightstand behind me. I blinked just for a second. Then she was gone. So I ran to my room and locked the door. Couldn't really sleep after, so I stayed up just until I had seen daylight and then passed out in my bed. Woke back up at around 2 p.m. The first thing I did was tell my grandma about it. I described what the girl looked like, and my grandma started crying. She told me I described the girl that she used to tutor. I have no idea why she decided to show herself to me, but maybe she wanted to tell me something I couldn't see. Is it a mimic or something else? To start it off, my mom will swear that she hears me sobbing upstairs, and I'm very much not. She'll call me to ask only for me to be outside or in part of the house that she shouldn't be able to hear me from. Or just straight up not crying, which leaves us both confused. And then having the mutual agreement of, we didn't hear a thing. Next, I'll hear scratching on my door at night in a cadence that would be very unusual for my cats. Or even on part of the door my cats can't reach. But weird noises aside, last night was the kicker. Both my mom and I saw our cat Kyle go upstairs with my stepdad for bed. But when I came downstairs at 0100 to make something to eat, Kyle was sleeping on my mom's lap. I didn't think anything of it at the time, just assumed my stepdad kicked him out of the room for being an annoying orange cat. Apparently, my stepdad didn't kick Kyle out of the room last night. He doesn't believe that Kyle could have possibly been downstairs. My girlfriend also has an account of seeing Kyle with my mom. And as I turned the camera around to face him when we were on FaceTime, mostly putting the mimic buzzword in the title to get people outraged for thinking it could be that, I honestly don't know what it could possibly be. We've dubbed the entity pretending to be our cat Anti-Kyle. Should probably also be noted that Kyle spends a lot of time playing in our garden, with supervision, but still. Update 1. No more dubious cat activity inside. We Palo Santo'd the house and specifically focused on Kyle. However, around our house has been kind of weird. There's this orange cat that's been periodically visiting outside. It looks exactly like Kyle, except its face is too tall to be Kyle. It'll come up to the back door, meow to be let in, which is a huge red flag because Kyle can't meow. Poor Kyle. And then, when we say, oh, that's not Kyle, it'll start slowly backing away while facing the door and then bolt away. After it's vanished around the corner, a few seconds later we'll see a different cat walk away. It's usually this one stray that we feed named Karen. We've stopped letting Kyle go into the garden altogether. We're all actually kind of freaked out. Whatever this thing is, it's not happy that we kicked it out of the house, getting ready to put iron stakes around our property, which I'm hoping will help. Maybe if you point him up. My uncle passed away almost 2 days ago. Some strange things have been taking place since. My uncle unfortunately passed away from liver cancer just under 2 days ago. Last night was the first night since his passing. At around 1 or 2 a.m., the power in our apartment went off. I ignored it. Tonight was the second night since his passing, and again, just before 1 a.m., the power in the apartment went off and then came back on again soon after. This rebooted the printer right next to my bed and startled me. This got me out of bed because I thought that it could have been him trying to communicate with me, or even perhaps let me know that he's still there. I'm not an expert or majorly interested in the paranormal, but I never rule anything out. I decided I would go to the living room where everything was still dark and silent to try and sense him. While I was walking to the living room, I got the strong smell of ammonium. This is important because, unfortunately, when somebody dies of liver cancer, they begin to smell very strongly of ammonium because it's no longer filtered like it would be in a normal person. I could smell all this during the final days with my uncle. It was the smell of ammonium. I went into the living room, and at one point, when I stood in the middle, I had goosebumps all over my body, especially toward the back of my head. When I walked away from that spot, the goosebumps would gradually go away. I shed some tears and I tried to say some words to him. I also asked him to send me another sign. A sign that it was really him, that my mind wasn't playing tricks. At this point, I was a bit of a mess, and at a total loss as to what to do. So I lit a candle and played one of his favorite songs. The light of the candle flickered a huge amount, such that it was almost like having a strobe light in the house. However, I haven't seen what that candle is like when it was first lit before, so maybe this is something that it does every time. The other thing that happened was that there was a bunch of dogs outside that started barking, and apparently this is supposed to be a sign of some paranormal activity. However, I do live in a city known to have a lot of stray dogs. What do you all make of this? Do you think this is my uncle trying to communicate with me, or do you think my mind was just playing a trick on me? If this happens again tomorrow, what things can I do to try and communicate with him? If it's indeed him. Kitchen tantrums. Not really a ghost story per se, but I live in a very old house, like 50 plus years. That's where many have had paranormal experiences. The most prominent one is in the kitchen, where people who've slept over or the housekeeper would be woken up by the sound of Tupperware and plates being smashed and drawers being aggressively pulled open and shut. It's as if somebody's violently throwing a tantrum in the kitchen. For the people who've experienced this in my house, they run downstairs to see what's going on, only to find nothing and absolute silence, and nothing broken. It's been such a recurring experience over the past 20 years or so that it's become somewhat expected if you're going to stay over. I'd never experienced this, so I never really believed it until it happened to me. But this time it was different because I was awake. I was on the phone on FaceTime to my boyfriend arguing, and suddenly the kitchen is wreaking havoc. Text my dad who's in my room, or in his room, and I'm saying, "Are you awake? Can you hear that? There's like a raccoon in the kitchen breaking things. Shall we check?" Dad says, "Lock your room, don't go out." Me thinking, this must be the thing. Okay, let's just ignore it so I continue arguing with my boyfriend on FaceTime. It keeps happening again for about 10 minutes now. At one point, I ask, "Can you hear it? It's really loud, like, can you hear my kitchen?" We stopped arguing because I was getting distracted by all the noise. Asked my dad again if he's sure he can't hear it, by text, by the way. And he's sure he can't. And also lets me know my cousin is literally sleeping in the living room on the sofa next to the kitchen. If it's anything, he'll obviously wake up. Okay, I ignored it. I went back to sleep. Woke up the next day, though, and everything was fine, of course. Asked my cousin. He said he slept like a baby. Literally nothing. I always wondered why the house decided to let me experience it that night. Like, while I was awake. Super creepy. And FYI, this house was inherited from my auntie, who bought it from a military general who supposedly had a live-in helper and maid who mysteriously, quote-unquote, vanished, or at least never returned home after being employed by him. There were rumors for decades that he had murdered her and buried her in the property, but we don't know, as it's really all hearsay. It's believed she haunts the house, but we don't believe it would be for malicious intent or anything. Maybe sometimes she just throws tantrums. Did my lucid dream help my mother's ghost to move on? My mother died in 1982. She collapsed in the front yard. Her dad found her, and despite coming to, she died in the hospital later that day. None of us kids were able to say goodbye. Dad died at the house 5 years later of a massive heart attack, while one of my brothers was visiting him. When we settled the estate, that brother bought the rest of us out of the house and rented it and eventually sold it. Several years later, I met the woman who bought it from him. Turns out we'd had mutual friends for years, but I'd never met.
It was a case of, where do you live? Answer, really? Grew up around there. What street? Answer, what number? Then she said, was it haunted when you lived there, which really shook me, because it wasn't. I said no and explained that the only person that I knew who would have died there was my dad. She said it wasn't anything bad, but she and her housemates had all these unsettling feelings, you could say, all at times of being watched and believing there was a presence. I was obviously a little freaked and said my dad was a good guy, and if it was him, he wouldn't mean any harm. But I didn't really believe it, or certainly didn't want to believe it. Didn't reconnect with her after that. A few months later, I had a lucid dream. I was in the old house, but it was not decorated the same. My brother and sister were there, along with my 2 nieces, who had been born after Mom died. And Mom was there. We all said our goodbyes, and she was so happy to meet the granddaughters that she had always longed for. Then Mom and I were sitting in the bed. It was in her old bedroom. It was also updated. I took her hand and said it was time for her to go. We loved her, and she had met the girls, but it wasn't her home anymore. She needed to move on. I woke up convinced it was real. It wouldn't have surprised me if Dad had sensed her there after she died, but not said anything to us kids. Because he really wouldn't want to upset us. I think he would have been comforted with her around. Anyway, a couple of months later, I bumped into the homeowner again, and she apologized. It was because she was worried she'd upset me with the ghost thing. I told her she had freaked me out a bit, but I was interested to know if the, watching presence was still there. She said they hadn't felt it for a while now. So, do you think I really got my mom to move on? I'd like to think so. I'd like to agree. Entity followed my mother home, and we don't know how to make it leave. Stayed in Kinnity Castle in Colorado. Kinnity. That was in Ireland. Watch out, I'm going to pronounce things wrong all over the place, I have a feeling. My mom, a 51-year-old female, and I, a 24-year-old female, shared a room. Woke up to the chair at the end of my mom's side of the bed scraping along the floor loudly. 2 hours later at 5 a.m., my mother woke me screaming over seeing a woman at the end of the bed on her side. Said that she was about 55 in age, hair dark, parted up the middle and pinned at the back. She thinks that it swooped over her ears. She said she blinked and she was gone. Then started packing her bags, but we then realized that we couldn't leave as we both had a few drinks in the hours previous. We also had very strong headaches from arrival, which left pretty quickly upon leaving the Kinnity Castle estate. Next day we arrived home. We were both feeling very heavy and uneasy. I went home to my own home, and my mom returned to the family home. She went to bed and fell pretty much straight asleep as she was so tired from the lack of sleep in the night at the hotel. Before going to sleep, she asked whatever was making her feel so uneasy to stay out of her bedroom. She doesn't give it permission for her to go into her room. She falls asleep around 11:30. She woke up 2 hours later to what she described as what sounded like a plastic bottle rolling along the floor outside of her bedroom door. She said it was loud and lasted about 6 seconds. She sat on the edge of the bed for a moment and walked toward the bathroom, then heard the sound much louder outside her door, which lasted longer than 10 seconds. She said it sounded like it was merely an inch outside of her door. She said her head was screaming at her not to open the door. She then rang my brother's phone, an 18-year-old male, and asked him to come up to the room to check if there's anything outside. His room's parallel to hers in a long hallway, and he said nothing was there. Today is my mom's 51st birthday. She's been so incredibly uneasy and was actually nervous to go home from the restaurant that we ate at to the house. She said that she dreaded coming home. I burned sage all over her room, the hallways, and in the doorways and windows. However, she still feels so uneasy and wants to sell the house. How do I help her?
A tall shadow figure. Back in 2020, I was 13 at that time. I was on vacation. I was staying at my cousin's house, and their backyard is full of mango trees. Not so far from the mango trees, there's a private property. More like a grass field, but has a lot of tall bushes and a lake. We were playing that time with my cousin, and we rode bicycles until we reached the private property. We basically trespassed in it because there were no fences or gates, and that place was a perfect place to play. When we got there, I suddenly felt uneasy, but just brushed it off and continued to play until I saw a tall black shadow figure standing from afar under the mango tree. My cousin also saw one not far from the one I saw. We weren't scared that time because we wanted them to play with us. When I was young, my parents always says that I have an imaginary friend and can talk to some spirits and see one. When we got home, we noticed that it followed us. We didn't think much about it that much since we thought that they were our friends. Days passed and we still played with them. We even talked to them, and sometimes they often stand beside our bed watching us sleep. It was just fine, but one night when I was throwing the trash outside, I saw another figure, and it scared me because it was so creepy and so much more taller than the previous one we've seen. So I hurriedly go back inside and tell my cousin about it. Little did I know that that was the night that would start to turn my world upside down. I noticed that my cousin was acting different and starts persuading me to come with her and attempt to kill ourselves. And yes, we did attempt to kill ourselves on that night. We sneak outside and starts tying a rope on a mango tree to hang ourselves, but we didn't succeed because the dog almost bit us. The dog was also acting strange. We decided to go to the highway and just let a truck hit us, but I hesitated because I was scared, because from the other side of the road I seen the creepy tall figure that scared me. But before I can say a word to my cousin, she already pulled me that results in us crashing with the truck. Before losing consciousness, I see the tall figure that we considered as friend standing from afar, looking at me. When I regained consciousness, I was already at the hospital and waiting for a surgery to be taken. I was expecting that the tall shadow figure will show up when I woke up, but strangely, it didn't appear until now that I'm almost 17. Until today, I was wondering, why did we do that? And what was its connection with the tall shadow figure I've seen? These are some of my true paranormal activity stories. After my great-grandfather passed away, I would stay with great-grandmother often. She lived completely alone. We would hear knocks on the door and walls late at night, footsteps and whispering, pots and pans clanging. I was only 4 or 5 at this point. She assured me it was just my grandpa, not to be scared. She would even sometimes talk to him in a jestful manner. I didn't fully understand because I was so young. She passed away a year or so later. We moved into the house after that, and I was around 8 years old and into the 3rd grade. The house was built in the 1930s. It was only 2 bedrooms originally. I had 1 room to myself, and my little brother and sister, who were twins, had the other room. They were barely a year old, still in their cribs. My mom and her 3rd husband slept on a hideaway bed that folded out from the couch. My bedroom faced the living room where they slept. My door faced out where the couch was, so I could see them sleeping while laying in my bed at night. I had a large sort of closet in my room with a metal frame bed. The first week we moved in, I began to experience things. I'd be awoken by noise and see a shadow moving around in the living room. I would get scared and cover my head and try to go back to sleep. I would hear something in the robe, or in the chifforobe closet regularly. Is that how you say that? And one night I was awoken by bright lights. Lights so bright my first thought was someone is maybe parked in a car in front of my window. That's impossible. One night I saw a figure, best described as the opposite of a shadow person, like it was bathed in light, standing over my mother. Some nights I would hear scratching or tapping on my window. One night my metal bed frame started shaking ever so slowly,
then a little bit faster and more radically, like some faint type of force was just shaking it randomly. Shortly after that, I had my first experience with sleep paralysis. I told my mother about it the next day, and she admitted to having the same experience. She described it as a shadow man with a hood over his head, holding her down and sucking the energy out of her. We even made up a name for him, Hoodie. This was in '97. Didn't have internet, so I had no idea of this kind of thing being common or not. Sounds kind of super normal to me. Sweet dreams. I worked in a cemetery for 4 years, and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. I have seen ghosts or beings of light and deceased relatives, just to name some of mine. People have commented personally and in my posts that I have some psychic abilities or sensitivities that I should develop them. I would not even know where to begin with that. Oddly enough, I managed a memorial park, which is a cemetery, and a funeral home between 2007 and 2011, handling operations, sales, and customer service. The funny thing is that I never experienced anything paranormal while working on site. I worked many times until late in the evening, being the only person there. Well, at least besides the security guards. The memorial park was developed in 2002 over land that had been a farm before. It was then consecrated, which means blessed, using ceremonies of various faiths, which were sort of prerequisites to be able to hold services there. It had 3 chapels for service and wakes, and of course a space for a mortician to conduct his work. Headstones weren't allowed as a policy, only plaques, so all you would see were beautiful gardens and landscapes. All burials were underground, except for an area reserved for family mausoleums. Around 500 people were interred there, and at least while I was working, and we had services about every 2 days or so. 500 people. Some people mentioned eerie feelings or hearing noises, but nothing of note. The quote-unquote energy, for lack of a better word, was very heavy, which is understandable for a place with so much sorrow. The weirdest thing is that we had to deal with this thing that happened one night when a driver went to a local hospital to bring over a deceased person. The person woke up during the ride to the park. Understandably, the driver took the week off after that. Yeah. Thus, my confusion when I've gone through some very strange paranormal episodes, yet wasn't sensitive or as sensitive as some people suggested to be able to see anything during my tenure there. Or is it that I blocked myself somehow? I couldn't tell you. I just wanted to decorate a little. When I was a teenager, I went through the mandatory emo phase. Collected empty, differently colored cans of Monster to use as a bedroom decoration. Classy, right? They were on a cabinet just as you entered the room. Once after coming home from school and walking into my room, one of the cans was flung a good 2 meters further into my bedroom. Now I know what you're thinking. Maybe my backpack caught on it as I walked in, perhaps. The wind from me entering my room knocked it over. Well, I thought that too. The more I thought of it, the more it seemed off. One, I was already well into my room and had just stopped walking when the can was hurled across my bedroom a split second later, like somebody had smacked it. If it had caught on my bag, surely it would have moved with me. 2, it wasn't on the edge of the very wide cabinet either. It was snug against the wall, and none of the other cans seemed to be disturbed. The cans were stacked next to each other and touching. So for the direction the can went, it would have been impossible for me to knock over with just, not affecting all those other ones. 3, no windows or doors were open, so external wind knocking it over was impossible. Kind of forgot about it until one day in high school a year later. Forgot my fairly large water bottle in one of my classes. Went in quickly before the next class to grab it. The art teacher, who was like a mom to all of us, looked kind of off when I greeted her. "Oh my God, that's your water bottle." Miss Smith and I were eating lunch in here, and something really weird happened. "What? Did it move like somebody had smacked it?" I laughed, remembering what happened with the monster can. She gasped, nodded, and jokingly refused to let me into her class anymore because I was haunted. Later, I talked to Miss Smith and confirmed that my water bottle was flung like the monster can exactly. It was a good few feet into the huge conjoined art desk that we all used. Not near any window. Even if it were, the windows in the art room were extremely tiny for some reason, like windows at a nightclub bathroom. This time, though, the bottle was half full. Would have taken some force to fling it. Not super exciting, I know, just weird, but I remember being quite stressed both times, so maybe it's something latching onto that. I don't know. I just wanted to be hydrated and decorate my room a little. Seems something had an issue with that. Is this proof there's something else out there? I was recently talking to my dad, and an old story was brought up. I thought it was really interesting, so I figured I'd share it here. When I was a kid, I was really into anything creepy or horror related. I was eating dinner with my parents one night and asked if they had any paranormal experiences. Neither of my parents really believe in the paranormal. My mom said she didn't, but my dad told me he had one story. When he was growing up, his family was relatively poor. Because of this, he had to share a room with his mom. My grandmother had always been super into gardening, so the windowsill was full of flower pots and plants. My dad described seeing a little man wearing a flower pot as a hat. They would dance among the flowers when they went to sleep. He was really small. Didn't seem to do much other than walk around the flowers. He described him as being almost a shadow. And so my dad figured he was seeing things, and it was just a weird shadow cast by one of the flower pots. The thing is he would see this little man often. One night he decided to get up and go look at really what it was up close. And as he approached the windowsill, my grandmother woke up and warned him to go back to bed. She's always been superstitious and a believer of the paranormal, so she was also known to be no nonsense. When she told him to go back to bed, it wasn't with annoyance or tiredness, but with a sense of fear and urgency. He did what he was told and never went to see what the little man was again. An unsettling thing as the story was, it's not the real thing that creeps me out in hindsight. Like I said, I was very into anything creepy, and that also involved urban legends. One of my favorites was the duende, which is seen in some Filipino folklore. It was interesting to me as my grandmother was born in the Philippines. But without missing a beat, I told my dad that he probably saw a duende, and of course, he had never really heard of them. Even though my grandmother believed in them, she wasn't keen on sharing the creepier folklore with her sons. My dad looked up an artist's rendition of what they might look like. I saw his face go white. He said that's exactly what the little man he saw those years ago looked like. And he thought it was crazy until he saw that picture. The horse that disappeared into thin air. Last Monday, I was at the clinic. I was checking on my dad, and I decided to stay the night with him to keep him company. We started to talk about all sorts of things. And then I mentioned to him that I had the creepiest sense of déjà vu prior to coming into the clinic. One thing led to another. We went on talking about the brain and
false memories, and so on. Then my dad told me one of the weirdest things that he's ever experienced was back in his 20s. He never told anyone anything about this before, so I was intrigued. He said he was still a college student at the time. It was the holidays for our country. He came back to his hometown. He had some old friends who invited him to their place for dinner. He stayed up with them until around midnight. Then he left to go to his parents' house. My dad's hometown is small. People don't hang around the streets, especially that late in night in fall. He remembered walking and then hearing the sound of hooves clicking against the concrete sidewalk. He looked behind him and he saw a horse. The horse didn't have a saddle or a bridle on, and Dad said it was a typical dark brown horse. The kind your mind would conjure up whenever you thought of the word horse. Dad thought that it must have had run off from somewhere. He didn't know any of the farms around the town, and the horse kept walking. It moved past my father, paying him no attention. Dad was confused, so he followed the horse. The horse took a turn. My father went after it. Only he found absolutely nothing. The turn the horse took was a dead-end alley. Dad said that there were no doors or really passages or side buildings or anything, just a plain dead end. The horse was nowhere to be seen. The sound of its hooves disappeared. Dad was so creeped out he ran all the way home. And to this day, he has no idea where that horse came from and where it even went to. I've only seen one ghost horse, and it was white and fluttery. I'd knock on some doors there. Explore the supernatural in Paranormal M, where the extraordinary comes to life. Hit subscribe and turn on notifications to join us on this thrilling journey. What's been happening in my house? Are you ready to uncover the truth? Background on me and the house. First, I've been feeling things since I was a child. Nothing I can prove, but just weird things out of the corner of my eye, or hearing movement behind me. My brother also experienced things his whole life. He was one of the only people I would talk about with these things. He passed away almost 10 years ago. Second, I bought a house with my partner about 4 years ago. He doesn't believe in the paranormal at all, but doesn't really mind when I burn rosemary or do other witchy things. Third, after I bought the house, I learned from the neighbors that the original owners did die in the house. Nothing spooky. They were an elderly couple that each separately passed away in their sleep. With all that being said, since we have moved in, I've been feeling things. I'm not very scared of whatever it is, but it spooked me at times. The worst being at night when I was heading to bed. The lights were dim, but I could see well enough to know my partner was walking down the hallway in front of me. I could see and hear him shuffling ahead of me. He has a distinct walk and shuffle when he's barefoot. The bedroom was completely dark when I heard him whisper something, and I replied with, "What?" He replied from the kitchen, yelling down the hallway. I ran from the room into him. He checked the room and teased me a little about being scared. I've also seen shadows moving from the kitchen to the hall while sitting in the couch. So many times I've basically lost count. Sometimes when I'm in the basement, it's like not really a spooky basement, it's finished. I can hear things moving in the back room. Thought maybe it was mice or something, but dozens of empty traps later, it clearly isn't pests. I'll find little things moved, things like my craft scissors. I know it isn't my partner, as he knows how to use them after running a pair of sewing scissors. My dog, who's never done anything like this, will growl at the empty black room randomly. She isn't a barker or a growler. She won't go into that room. A little bit jealous of your dog. I don't think whatever's happening is dangerous, but I would appreciate any advice on a way to make peace with it.
And no, I can't afford to sell the house and move.
Anyone have family members still in the house after they passed? We lost my mom unexpectedly in July. We're all dealing with it in our own way, but she was the person who held us together. I don't normally live with my family, but a few months ago I became homeless. Until about mid-August, I wasn't staying in the family home, but right now I am temporarily. I don't like being here because I don't feel close with my other family members, and one of them, my niece, has brought her boyfriend here to live. He was here before my mom passed. Even though in no way is this his house, he makes me feel uncomfortable and unwelcome. So I'll be leaving here as soon as I can to make other arrangements. The weirdness started about 3 days ago. We have one of those heavy-duty metal screen doors with a deadbolt lock. It's been very hot here, and the house doesn't have working AC. I'm sleeping in the living room near this door. I like to keep the inner door open at night for cool air. I started to hear what sounds like somebody fiddling with a key in the deadbolt, which is always kept locked. We have a few cats and dogs, but when I'm hearing it, none of them have been near the door. It's only been happening at night when everyone else is asleep, or before noon when I'm alone. I've gotten up multiple times to see if somebody was out there, and there never was anyone. I didn't put too much thought into it, and tonight the door inside of the screen door is closed. Earlier, in a corner of my eye, thought I saw movement between myself and the kitchen. This would be the path somebody would take when walking to or from the door where I've been hearing the noises. I ignored what I thought I saw until about an hour ago. I was looking in that direction, and there were no lights on. There is some light coming through the window, but it doesn't reflect in the direction of what I saw next. The shadow moved from left to right, darker than dark. I'm currently the only one awake. Nobody but me was in the room, except for a couple of cats. There's never been any activity in this house, even though a couple of other people have died while they lived here. But now, all of a sudden, right after my mom passed away, I'm seeing shadows and hearing noises. It isn't scaring me or giving me, a threatening vibe at least. Strange coincidences after a fairy circle was removed from a cattle field. This story happened in 2007. It gets told every time my family gets together. My Nana owns a farm. She's always had a herd of cows and a guard donkey. Nice. In one of her cattle fields, there used to be a large circle of mushrooms that my Nana said was a fairy circle. Now, my Nana is Irish, and Irish people don't mess with fairies. She refused to even mow over the circle. When she married my step-granddad, he didn't believe in fairies or the paranormal. He wanted to remove the circle from the field, but my Nana told him not to. He thought that she was being silly, and they would argue about it all the time. Long story short, he went behind her back and had the fairy circle removed while she was away. When she found out what he did, she refused to talk to him for days and was very angry and upset. 2 weeks after the circle was removed, all of her pregnant cows aborted their calves. My Nana was devastated since, she's very experienced and careful at looking after her cows. She'd never lost all of her calves before, and it hasn't happened since. She has lost one or two, but never all of them. There was also a strange, scary experience that involved me that my Nana believed was also connected. My mom and 1-year-old me stayed with my Nana for a few days to cheer her up. since she was still upset about the calves. Somehow, I ended up catching chicken pox, which is supposed to be rare in babies under 1. Luckily, I wasn't too sick, but it still scared everyone. I know that my Nana still leaves small offerings in the cattle field like small cakes and barley water, even though my step-granddad still thinks it's silly. I've stayed at her farm a lot, and the field definitely has a different feel to it that I've never felt anywhere else, especially at night. I'd never stay outside after dark. I know it was probably just 2 random coincidences, but it's become a legend in my family. My second paranormal experience. About 3 years ago, I moved into a house that was built in the 1800s. It was an old Victorian house. Nothing out of the ordinary ever happened there. Just your old squeak sounds at night because of the wind and rain. One day I met a girl and we started dating. One time she slept over and we started Netflixing and chilling. And as we were doing it, I started squeezing her neck with my hand. I meant choking while doing it, but she didn't like it at all. It nearly turned off the mood. After a few weeks, we stopped seeing each other for various reasons. We weren't compatible, I'd say. And so we broke all communication off with each other. The night we broke up, I went home and went to sleep. And this is when something indescribable happened. Around 3 or 4 a.m., I woke up in my dream and I felt someone choking me. It was hard. I couldn't breathe and I was gasping for air. As I was being choked, I saw 2 bright energy bulbs by the side of my bed and I said, "Help me." As soon as I said that, I wake up for real, like feeling a bit frightened. In that same morning, I wondered what had happened, and then I came to the conclusion that it was the girl's dad who did that to me. You see, the girl told me about her dad and how he died when she was a teenager. She was an only child, so I believe he always looks over her. I strongly believe that after I made her daughter sad, he'd choked me, as I tried to choke her daughter just a few weeks before. He was taking revenge in a way. The 2 bright energy bulbs were looking out over me when I was asking for help and the choking stopped. I woke up for real. I've not made contact with her daughter again. Because I'm scared he might choke me again. I literally took it as a warning, and I also think that she deserves to know that her dad's always with her. Yeah, that's not something that you do without talking about it first. At least I would want to know. And I'd also like to have a spirit choking out someone for me in revenge, but that's just me. Third time I experienced something. My cousin got stabbed during a fight 2 days after Thanksgiving in 2018. It was horrible and the whole family was devastated. I cried because I was close to him, and he was too young to be gone, 19. A few weeks passed and I had a dream where my dead cousin spoke to me. He told me to buy his car. I told him I couldn't afford it because it was around $30,000. Ouch. I woke up and didn't think much of the dream, just that I still missed him. Maybe 3 months later, my dead cousin appeared again in my dream. This time it was more emotional. I wrote the dream down, and so I'll now have a copy and paste. It was a house party at my mom's new house. Big house, everyone was coming over. The family, and that's when Aunt Rosario comes with everybody. Cliff's kids too, I say, and I hug Michelle. One of the kids and I said, "I remember you."
That's when my dead cousin appeared, and he said, "I don't remember me." And then disappeared, but I was the only one who saw him. Then I started crying. The whole family wondered why I was crying, but I couldn't explain to them what had just happened. More months go by, and I have another dream with my dead cousin. Another cousin and me. We were playing tag, and we dressed up to go out and have fun in the city. I don't remember much, and it wasn't that emotional, just a fun dream. The last dream I had with them felt like closure. That's because ever since then, I haven't had a dream with my dead cousin. The dream is about a house party with lots of people. I was drinking, having fun, and then I go to a room to do something. After I finished doing what I did in that wrong, I went to the pool area. As we all do. I stopped walking and noticed my dead cousin in the hot tub. Turned around, smiled at me, took a sip of his drink, then I woke up. I believe my cousin has finally found peace. He's now on the other side and is no longer scared or afraid. I know he's gone, and that was his way of telling me not to worry. Still miss him. Eastern State Penitentiary, The Trapped Spirits. About a month ago now, my fiancé, then boyfriend, and I went to Philadelphia for a couple of days for a fun trip. We live not far from the area. One of the places I wanted to stop after finding out that it was the right city, or rather finding out that it was right in the city, was the Eastern State Penitentiary. So we leave for the trip. The rest of the trip goes fantastic, and it's a wonderful time. But the morning before we were supposed to go to the penitentiary, I get this foreboding sense that this is going to change me or something's going to happen. We happen to find a tarot deck at the table during breakfast. I do tarot readings and I have a deck at home, so I wanted to do one for fun. The devil card comes flying out of the deck to the point where him and I are both crawling around the floor looking for what came out. It was eerie, but I just let it pass. When we got to the prison, we did the audio tour, but managed to catch a special side tour, where they let us into office portions that are now off limits. The tour guide started talking and started getting the worst headache and feeling lightheaded as soon as the tour guy started. Or at least once he started talking about this man who was an artist. Went away as soon as we left the area as the tour ended. In the operating room, I had my back to a wall and felt like someone pushed me, to the point where I stepped forward thinking somebody was trying to pass behind me. Or it was my fiancé behind me touching me. I turned, he was standing a good 2 feet away in another part of the room. Midway through our audio tour, we were in the speaker's room. That's with a bunch of different voices of the prisoners. I have long curly hair, and I felt somebody touch my back and pull on my hair, which was up in a ponytail. I turned back to my fiancé, who was standing behind me, asking if he felt that. He said he just... Settle down, sir. He said he just got chills like a burst of cold air in front of him. I'm definitely convinced someone or something stepped in between us to pull on my hair. Maybe a curious prisoner. It's been months now since our visit, and he's not a huge believer in the paranormal or supernatural. But even he says this experience with the trip was strange and unexplainable. Experience with a mimic. Background story. I used to live in Moab, Utah with my mom and her boyfriend, and her boyfriend's brother, who was at a mobile home park. She worked as the mobile home park manager and pretty much took bills for the people for rent and sign up new people to move in. Help with issues around the park, too. So she knew everybody's name there because it wasn't that big of a complex. So, fast forward to us living there for a while. It was around 2 or 3 p.m. and I'm sitting on the couch in the living room just chilling on my phone.
waiting for my mom to get home because it was a boring day that evening. As I'm sitting there, I hear this clear as day. My mom yell my name. I heard her yell in distress, "Tiff," and now some may think that someone else was named Tiffany in that park, but since my mom worked as the manager, she knew there's no one else in the park named Tiffany, and she's the only person that calls me Tiff because I prefer to go by Tiffany. So I'm sitting there thinking, what does she want? I figured she would yell my name again if she really needed me. Then, a few seconds later, I heard her scream, "Tiff!" And this time she sounded more annoyed that I didn't answer her the first time. I sat there and thought to myself, her boyfriend's brother's outside in the porch smoking at that time. If she needs me to go out there, he would come inside and tell me that she needs me. So I again stayed quite prepared to leave if I heard her again, and sure enough she yelled "Tiff" again. She let that yell kind of drag on. So I knew she wanted me for something, thought she might need help, so I got up and was about to walk out of the door when the brother comes inside, and I asked him if my mom's calling me. He just kind of stared for a second and said no, like I was crazy or something. I called my mom to tell her that she was calling my name, and she said that no, I'm not at the store right now. Or rather, no, I'm at the store right now. Got off the phone, thought to myself, why the heck did I hear my mom screaming my name just once, but 3 times clear as day, and when she yelled my name those 3 times it sounded urgent, but not urgent enough for me to get up and run toward her. To this day, I think it was a mimic because I'm the only one that heard her when the brother was outside and could have heard it much better than me. Good thing I didn't leave the first time and went off searching for her on my own. Mimic in our brand new house. Hi all, my roommate and I are young girls living alone in our college townhouse neighborhood. The house was built no later than maybe 3 or 4 years ago, and that's pushing it. Lots of weird stuff has been happening, and last night it all came to a head. We're all Christian and grew up Catholic, so we're all very much believing in spirits and demons and the power of Christ to defeat them. I had a dream maybe a couple of months ago of my dog growling at an evil presence. I rebuked it in the dream and in the name of Jesus and woke up suddenly because my white noise was off and it was 3:33 a.m. I wasn't too totally terrified, but then my coworker came over and said that she swore she heard me banging around in the back of the house when I wasn't home. And it keeps happening. I always hear my roommate banging around in her room when she's not home, like we'll hear knocking on the walls, and I've heard my dog wrestling around in his kennel when he's right next to me. And so I thought, maybe it's an animal. Until last night. Last night I'm sitting on the couch doing homework and watching TV. I let out like a low whistle, and I immediately hear it repeated back to me. Again, all alone, so I just reminded the TV to see if it was just a really well-timed coincidence, and there was 0 whistling. So I call my sister, who lives 3 houses down. I call her to come over. She runs over and doesn't see anyone outside around the house. So then, naturally, I go through the house with my industrial wasp spray can, nice choice, and check to make sure no one's in the house. I would hate to be that person. I come back to where my sister is and say, "Don't whistle right now, I'm freaked out." But I didn't whistle at all. She heard my whistle again. My roommate finally comes home, but I tell her what happened and I leave, offering her to come with, but she says she's fine and wants to go to bed. Then she texts me in around an hour and says, "You back home?" And I say, "Nope." She tells me she's hearing me talking this whole time, and I just yelled, "Yoo-hoo," trying to get her attention. So she heard me talking too. So obviously, something's in the house, and my question is, as Christians, what do we do? How do we get rid of it, and can we get rid of it? TIA. Childhood encounter. So I was maybe 9 or 10 years old. We had just moved to a more islandish neighborhood in West Virginia, right over a massive bridge. We were moving in with some close family friends and their family. The house is relatively big with at least 4 bedrooms, including the office, basement, 2 bathrooms, and an attic and walk-in closet. In order to get to our room, you had to walk through the upstairs bathroom, then through the walk-in closet. On the other side of our room was another door that connected to another bedroom. When we first moved in, we were told the previous owners or tenants practiced voodoo, although I'm not sure exactly what it was. There was tons of dolls in the house, ranging from baby dolls to just the heads and hanging Barbies. Outside of the rooms me and my mother occupied were 4 pencils with yarn heads on them. They were tapped outside the door. Written on each pencil was a name. I don't remember the names, but we all advised our family friends not to remove them. Felt wrong to, I suppose. But he did anyways. Our bedroom door didn't stay shut for whatever reason, and at the time I was still super small. So I still sat in a full car seat. We used the car seat to keep the door cracked instead of wide open. One particular night, all the adults except for 2 and their 3 or 4-year-old child went out to the local bar. I stayed back with my iPad watching it in our room. I accidentally turned off my iPad at the time and didn't know the password to get back in. Tried to turn the TV on, but it didn't work. So I was left in silence and my toys. I remember feeling how quiet it was, like, it shouldn't be as quiet as it was. Maybe 10 minutes pass when, for no good reason I can think of, my door flies wide open, even with the car seat still in front of it. I remember breaking down in tears over it, and it still shakes me. I was told the toddler probably used that bathroom and pushed the door open, but with how fast it was, I would have seen him running. I have had other encounters in that house after that, ranging from my toys not being where I left them, not being able to shower with the frosted glass doors, as I could vividly see a figure outside of them. A figure that wasn't there. We moved shortly after, only a couple of months, as things between the family got abusive. Ghosts at work. So I'm pretty sure I have a few ghosts, or echoes. I don't know the difference. At my current job, I've been in my job for almost 2 years now, and I've been seeing quite a few things pretty constantly. It first started with a singular ghost who would just stand reasonably close to me watching me work, but would always be in a place no person could physically be. He looked like an older man, probably in his 60s, dressed in trousers, button-up, average build and height, shirt and a sweater vest. But his face seemed blurred every time I tried to look at him, would often vanish as I looked directly at him. I could watch him if I used my peripherals, but other than watching. The second ghost is quite similar to the first in how he acts, just standing and watching. But likes to do it behind curtains and windows. He's a shorter, rounder man. He's dressed in work clothes, always standing with his hands behind his back. Neither of these two bother me as they just watch me work, like it's sort of startling, but because I'm not expecting it, but I have no bad vibes from them. The third ghost is much more active and interactive. The first time I encountered him, he was full tilt sprinting at me from my right as I was sitting working at my bench. I first caught the movement out of the corner of my eye, and by the time I turned to face him, he was in my face and suddenly was gone. For context, my welding bench is in the back right corner of the room and facing the door. It's sort of an added-on storage room, which you have to walk 3 or 5 feet for me to get past into that storage area. So I'd know if someone was there. Very often, when I see this, I get bad vibes. He turns off my equipment while I'm using it, knocks stuff off my table that's behind me, and makes low grumbling noises which are right in my ear that are loud enough to hear all over the machines. Often when this ghost is about, I can see little shadow-like creatures skittering about on the floors and walls. These little things don't seem to actively
really do anything but always appear with more active ghosts. There may be more at my work, but it's always easy to tell. Well, not always easy to tell. I know there are certain areas of work that give me major heebie-jeebies, which I pay attention to as I've had several past experiences, which kind of make me think that those ones were malicious. Owl in dreams and random occurrence in life. So I've been experiencing something over the past few years that's both really abnormal and unsettling. Not really sure how to interpret it. I'm a neuroscientist and generally skeptical of anything spiritual, but the frequency and intensity of the following events have made me heavily question things and my beliefs. A few years ago, when I was on a low point in my career, I had a vivid dream where I was in an empty library, and a gigantic 12-foot blue, white, and gold yellow owl came out of an elevator. It telepathically told me to continue my journey. Then I woke up with my heart racing. The message stuck with me, and since then the owl has been showing up in the background of my dreams occasionally, and more recently I've been seeing it in real life. Here's what's been happening. I've repeatedly heard multiple owls hooting around me at a significant moment, often when I'm discussing the owl in my dreams and its weird persistent presence. One night, my girlfriend and I heard the hooting after talking about it, and when I looked at the tree, I saw a shooting star right where the sound came from. The owl seems to appear in symbolic ways too. On socks I saw in the mall. On an album cover while shazamming a random song I liked from a movie, and even as a neon bar sign before a big professional event that ended up being really successful. Recently, it feels like the frequency of these events are escalating and becoming more random, and I can't ignore them. My best friend and I are talking about whether the owl is metaphysical or just my mind picking out things due to epiphania or a subconscious manifestation of myself. And right as he was about to answer, a ton of owls started hooting all around us. Now an owl has to be moved into the tree across the street from my house, and I hear it regularly. I'm not prone to believing in spirits, gods, or anything metaphysical, but I can't shake the feeling that this means something. Brings me reassurance, and also a sense of intimidation and fear, as if it's pointing to something I don't fully understand. Well, that is sort of the definition of fear, isn't it? See ya. Boyfriend's brother. My boyfriend, a 23-year-old male, if that matters, he was a twin, and sadly his brother passed away early in the womb. Their mother said that she's always tried to talk to his ghost. For the past 23 years, recently I lived with my boyfriend and his mother for about a month. The whole time I was there, I felt something watching me constantly. Kept getting random bruises and scratches, only very small ones. I often felt like I couldn't breathe properly, like someone or something was pressing on my chest. I also kept getting visions of just nightmarish pictures, which would last a second, then change into something else just as bad. The lights would flicker madly, doors would randomly shut, and things would get moved without explanation. My boyfriend also saw a few times a white ghostly figure in or near the house that we managed to communicate with one of my boyfriend's brother, as well as a long-distance friend who passed away a few years ago in a biking accident, and some other members of their family. After that, I was left alone for the most part. They still sometimes moved things, like to show that they're just with us, around 2 weeks ago, though. My boyfriend and I moved out to live with my parents. His mother didn't like that at all, and neither did his brother. He's come to him in dreams multiple times.
He's knocked things over and messes with our devices while we're trying to change things for center link. Aussies will know. Since boyfriend is on disability and his mother was his carer up until today, we finally got his mother to accept that he's moving out and I'm going to be his carer. About 5 to 10 minutes after we get off the phone with her, things in my bedroom start flying around like we're being pushed or thrown at something. At first, it was just an empty soft drink sitting in front of the rotating fan which fell to the floor. We thought maybe it was just blown off. Then a deodorant can, half full, which was next to the can that got knocked over. Okay, maybe that's just your brother, I said. A full soft drink can, which was on the shelf above my boyfriend's head, got knocked down onto him. Yep, I don't think that's the wind. My experience with shadow people. 1. A few years ago, I was sleeping with my girlfriend at the time. Somewhere in the middle of the night, I woke up and saw a shadowy figure sitting next to me. I didn't give it much thought. I assumed it was my girlfriend sitting up because she couldn't sleep or something. I tried to hug her, but my arm just fell through empty air. That's when I realized my girlfriend was still lying next to me, fast asleep. I didn't think much of it. I assumed I was just tripping and went back to sleep. That was until my girlfriend told me about her dream in the morning. She dreamed of something sitting on her and choking her. 2. At my cousin's birthday, I told my aunt about something that happened at my grandparents' house when I was around 5 or 6. It was during a family gathering that lasted late into the night. Eventually, my parents and I got tired and went into the room to sleep. I couldn't fall asleep for a long time. I've always been a light sleeper. Every little sound would just keep me awake, and that night I could still hear people talking and laughing from the other room. At some point, I saw the door slowly creak open. Thought it was just someone passing through. My grandparents' house had this weird layout where you go through one room, get to the other one, and instead of somebody walking by, a dark, shadowy figure stepped into the doorway. Stopped next to our bed completely still, just standing there. I stared, frozen, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. Then it opened its eyes bright, unnatural white, and stretched into this wide grin too big for its face. My aunt listened to my story without a surprise. She said that she expected something like that to happen in that house. It was normal to hear someone snoring at night even when everyone was awake. The sound would drift through the walls as if someone was sleeping just out of sight. But there's never anybody there. They could never figure out where it was coming from, and the footsteps. She said you'd hear them too. Not soft creaks from an old house settling, but clear, deliberate footsteps pacing from room to room. I have no idea how she got used to it, but apparently she did after a while. It's as if I know the future. When I was young, I was brought up with a Chinese folk religion background. Back then, my mother, me, and the general public in Singapore, they didn't know better and they called it Taoism and Buddhism. I slowly ventured out of it into full Theravada Buddhism now. From young, imagination and horror stories taught me to fear ghosts. Now, in 40s, I wish for a definite experience, so you'd know at least there is an afterlife. Maybe you won't be afraid. I never had any clear signs from Christianity or any religion in a paranormal sense. However, I wish to document a true experience for posterity, just in case I pass away or something. Singapore has conscription. So when we reach a certain age, we are drafted to serve, and at my time, 2.5 years in the armed forces. Official acts don't allow me to disclose details, so I'll be brief on my experience. I worked or served in a store, issuing out equipment and receiving them back. Part of our equipment are laptops. We have some experience handling them, although they are new to us. One fine day, someone returned a laptop, and my store mate handed it to me to keep it back to its storage location where he clears off the paperwork. The moment I touch the laptop, I have a very strong and definite feeling that it will be lost. The loss will be found out tomorrow. I didn't hear any entity whispering or telling me or seeing anything, just a blam, and instantly I'm very sure that it will be lost tonight, and the loss will be found tomorrow. Now, it's an army camp, and I locked the store with proper security procedures, and it's far-fetched, but I'm very sure it'll be lost. Called out to my mate, asked him where to store it, just to make sure that he's seen me storing it properly. I stuck to him the whole day and night to make sure he's my alibi, and yes, the lost was found the next day when somebody else wanted the laptop. Spirit, guardian angel, deity. I only have one more other encounter like this in my life so far. Something visits my boyfriend while he sleeps. So me and my boyfriend are really freaked out about this. We'd like some help from somebody on what or who this could be and what to do about it. So me and him fall asleep on FaceTime every night. There's been 2 incidents where I've been awake to see at least, and they've happened in the past 6 months, both at different households at different states. So basically, sometime in June we were on FaceTime as usual, and it was around 12 a.m. His phone had just fallen since he hit it while I was sleeping, and I was fully awake watching YouTube. When out of nowhere, I hear his door to his room open and a man with a very deep voice starts talking to him. Then I hear my boyfriend move and say something back. Couldn't hear exactly what they were saying since the phone was covered by the blanket. I asked him about it the next morning, and he had no clue what I was talking about, and that his closet door was open when he closed it the night prior. His mom has a boyfriend in the house, however, he was at work and also him and my boyfriend aren't very close. Nor was it his voice. So it wouldn't be plausible that he came into his room at 12 a.m., at 12 a.m. Then, just last night, this happened again. However, this was at his dad's house, which is at least 9 hours away from his mom's house. This time, the phone didn't fall, so I could see him sleeping, and I heard his door slam open and some man with the same deep voice saying, "All right, come on, let's go." I don't see the person, but then I see my boyfriend, waking up and beginning to talk to him. Unfortunately, I hung up as soon as this happened since he was not supposed to be on his phone for reasons I didn't want him getting in trouble for, since I first thought it was his dad. I told him about it this morning, and he was just as confused as last time. He asked his dad, who is most definitely asleep since he needs to get up extremely early for work. His dad denied ever coming into his room last night. We're both very freaked out, and if anybody has had a similar experience or knows who or what this is, please reach out. I don't know, but sounds pretty legitimate. Paranormal M brings you spine-chilling tales and mysteries that defy explanation. Subscribe and tap the bell to stay connected to our haunting episodes. Growing up in my childhood house, I was closely afraid of the basement. Being a kid, I had no rhyme or reason as to why. This had gone on the whole time I lived in the house. We lost the house when I was 13 to divorce, and that happened between my mom and my stepdad. 4 years later, due to my stepdad putting the house into foreclosure, my mom got the house back when I was 17. So when we were moving back in, my mom asked me to put food in the freezer. I told myself, I'm older, I'm not going to be afraid of the basement anymore. With the newfound confidence, I went to the laundry room where the freezer was.
As I went to turn on the light, which was just a string attached to a light bulb in the ceiling, in the corner of my eye I saw a little girl. She was whitish and see-through, with shoulder-length hair and a white dress. Maybe about 10 years old, with my hand still in the air. I turned away from the girl and slowly walked out of the laundry room, trying to be calm. I walked out, and when I hit the stairs, I ran up the stairs on all fours. Got to my mom's, trying to tell her what it is that I saw, and she brushed it off. About a week later, her roommate told my mom that while she was doing her makeup downstairs in her room, the one next to the laundry room, with her door open, the way she had her mirror placed was in front of the door and she could see into the hallway. She described the same little girl standing in the door way off to the side. She was freaking out and told my mom. My mom asked her if she'd talked to me about this, and if I'd told her anything about what I saw. She said no. She confirmed it with me, and I said, no, I haven't told her. My mom finally believed me, started to freak out. Weird stuff kept happening in that house, probably until I moved out. I'm 32 now, and I've been in and out of my mom's house since I first moved out when I was 19. Nothing's happened. Until about 3 months ago, we've been hearing weird shit. I'd tell those stories another time. If you made it this far, thanks for hearing me. Can't wrap my head around it. Tried to rationalize myself, saying it's a hallucination because I'm schizoaffective, but how come our roommate experienced the same girl? Mysterious dog barking noise under the house. I don't believe in ghosts. I've never once experienced something that I would consider strange or inexplicable. However, my mother, on the other hand, had numerous experiences when she was younger, and considering she's the most honest and sensible person I know, it does make me wonder sometimes. I'd like to share some of her experiences here over the next few days and see if anybody can make any sense of them. The first one being the mysterious barking noise. When my mother was about 13, their family dog became unwell, and her dad had the dog put down. He buried the dog under the house as he didn't want to dig a hole in the garden. Everything was normal until that night. The whole family was awoken by the noise of their dog barking from under the house. And this was not the sound of another dog barking in a nearby house. They could hear it coming from directly under their floorboards. Shocked, they thought the dog had somehow survived and was awoken under their house. They ran outside, opened the access door, and called out to the dog. Nothing came. By this point, it was late at night, and whilst completely perplexed, the barking noise had stopped and they all went back to bed. The next morning, her dad went under the house and dug up the dog to definitely confirm that he was indeed dead. And upon confirmation, he buried him again and just passed off the previous night's episode as one of those mysterious but surely explainable things. Until the very next night, when the exact same thing occurred. At a very similar time, the barking started again. By this point, my mother and her brother were becoming quite upset at hearing this noise, let alone the fact it was preventing them from sleeping. Her dad checked again, despite knowing it was stupid because there was no way the dog was still alive. Once again, nothing was under the house, and the barking stopped. The same event occurred in the third night. By this point, my grandma had accepted that something very strange was happening. The next morning, he dug up the dog and drove to a nearby park to bury him there. Following that, they never heard the barking noise under the house again. Blue light. This occurred about 4 years ago. I had just had a bad episode of withdrawals from opiates, and while the worst was over, I still had not slept in roughly 5 days. I finally took 50 milligrams of Benadryl to try and induce sleep. Red flag. Now, I've done the awful DPH trip when younger out of desperation, which involves consuming at least 200 milligrams plus, at least 4 to 10 times the recommended dose. And it's an awful experience where not only can you badly move, all you get is subtle auditory hallucinations and shadows, most looking like spiders crawling and jumping around. Meanwhile, you feel so shitty and doing anything is a chore. Anyway, to get back on track as the 50 milligrams of Benadryl kicked in, I was laying in bed with the lights on, and the door cracked. Very gently, as if, not wanting to... very gently, as if to not want to starts me. A very vivid blue light in the shape of a ribbon slithered like a snake at the top of the ceiling, making its way toward me. I remember I felt this intense relaxation overcoming me. I felt so serene and at peace. I was already emotionally a wreck as I felt so much of my life had been spent chasing drugs, and I was actually crying not much earlier. That was because I was remembering the kid I used to be before picking up the needle. At no time did I feel startled, right? As the blue snake-shaped light grew closer until it was just above my head and circling around near the ceiling. I recall thinking, I'm never going to forget this. Now I've experimented with every psychedelic to the extreme and never witnessed something so vivid while being so lucid. This was definitely not sleep deprivation. I have minor hallucinations, but nothing like this. Also, it was how calm and at peace I felt. Circled above my head, and that's the last I recall before finally falling asleep. Personally, I'm a total skeptic, but this is the one event in my life I cannot explain. Here's my one paranormal story. So back in 2017, my wife, which was my girlfriend at the time, and I were living in this house. We were young adults, 19-ish years old. I was smoking weed, not even good weed to be honest, just some mid, and we're watching something on TV. My wife wasn't smoking. The TV is hanging on the wall. To the left of the TV is the hallway. The left side of the hallway is the bathroom. The right side is the spare bedroom, and straight back was our bedroom. While watching TV, I noticed a black shadowy figure glide through the bathroom door, glides across the hall, goes into the spare bedroom. Obviously, it didn't open any door, just went through them. The figure was roughly 5 foot tall and broad-shouldered. So I see the figure appear and disappear. I instantly thought my weed was laced or something. Started looking at my blunt, even though I felt fine. I didn't say anything about it, I just thought it was me tripping and seeing things, so I started laughing. While this happens, our dogs were laying at my feet until the figure appeared. They were terrified and got on the couch. My wife asks, "Why are you laughing?" I replied with, "I thought I saw something." She immediately replied with, "Did it come out of the bathroom?" That's when we talk about what we had seen. We both were seeing the same thing, same description of it and everything. After it disappears, I got up to go check the spare bedroom and whatnot. Make sure the doors are all locked. No windows open. I checked the ceiling fan because it was on, just to see if the shadow of the fan blades could have possibly been whatever we saw. No way possible it could have been the fan. With the dogs getting scared and just being able to sense a great presence of energy that night, I fully believe it was the ghost, spirit, or demon or something similar. 7.5 years later, I've never experienced anything remotely close to this again. Backstory on the house. It was my wife's aunt's house. She let us take over her rent while she moved out with her boyfriend. I don't know much about the house otherwise. The aunt never experienced anything like this and thinks that we were just tweaking out on weed. I can't explain what my parents encountered. I helped my parents at their business, and recently I was on my way to work with 2 other guys who worked for them. We were sharing creepy paranormal stories and laughing, while my parents sat in the front seat focused on their own conversation. So I asked my mom if she had ever experienced anything paranormal. Before she could answer, my dad chimed in, reminding her of an encounter they had both experienced at their old job. You see, I'm from southern Chile. They used to work at, Termas de Puyahue, a popular hot spring resort that had been around since 1910. I can't do it. Anyway, I've been there a couple of times, and it's surrounded by a deep forest. And it's really beautiful. Y'all should look it up. It's spelled Termasdepuyehue. And it's also where they met. So they told us that one night during their break, they and some friends decided to walk through a small forest trail. It was a hiking trail managed by the hotel. It was meant for guests who were staying there. During the day, people could walk it freely, but at night it was completely off limits for obvious reasons. Still, they thought it'd be fun to explore it after dark just for the LOLs. It was pitch black, and the only way they could see was with lighters. I think one person had a flashlight. Mind you, this was before they had cell phones, so no quick access to light. As they were walking, a tall man suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He was dressed in formal black clothing, wearing dark sunglasses, literally like a stereotypical cult character. They were all pretty startled and were like, "Hey, you're not supposed to be here at night, sir." But the man didn't say shit. He had no source of light on him, yet he walked deeper into the forest and just disappeared. Completely creeped out, they all decided to turn back immediately, and they were just laughing it off. Does somebody have a similar story or theories? I don't know what this could have been. Not it. Is paranormal activity genuinely real? I hope this question isn't offensive. I'm a genuine believer in paranormal activity and things adjacent to it. But my logical side can't help but to find explainable reasons. I also have psychosis. I was born with it. So many of my paranormal experiences have merely been hallucinations. So I may be a bit biased to my disorder. But as I've said, I am a big believer in it. I have a relative that can see spirits and ghosts. According to him, most are benevolent. Some are malevolent. I'm a spiritual person that is also, known of the effects of quote-unquote black magic and Nazar evil eye things, widely believed to be untrue. My great-grandfather had taken a freshly made lunchbox to work. He'd come across a man with a gaze that could only be described as evil. When he opened the box again, it was molded and full of bugs. Things like that frustrate me. I'm a logical person, I rely on facts and science, but when it comes to the paranormal, so much seems to be unexplainable. My question pertains more to things like skinwalkers. I've heard countless stories. I'm an avid fan of no sleep, but in my point of view, so much of it can be explained by science. For example, with people hearing voices, ravens and other animals are impeccable mimickers, or sounds of screaming sound similar to bobcats. When it comes to hearing your voice being called randomly, I attribute it to auditory areodolia, or maybe another psychological symptom. Not to mention that the brain is great at seeing, hearing, or even feeling sensations that aren't present, especially in fear and the obvious hallucinations. I genuinely have come to ask. There's no amount of research that I can do that gives me a scientific answer. It's a paradox for me. On one hand, my logical side attributes these cases to science-related phenomena,
while the other attributes them to my understanding of the paranormal and spiritual-related things. What's happening in my house right now? Please help. My parents have been living in this house for almost 3 years now. Nothing has really ever happened. Well, my aunt's mom passed away 3 weeks ago on Tuesday. Wednesday after she passed away, all hell broke loose in this house. The lights have been flashing on and off. The dogs have been freaking out. My mom's dog won't even go in certain rooms anymore. We used to go in them before. One night, B and my mom were in the kitchen eating dinner, and the laundry room is right off the kitchen. We were there only ones there. My boyfriend and stepdad were both at work. The laundry room light started flashing on and off. I looked at my mom and said, "Something or someone's messing with your light." And then it stopped. Later after we ate, we went back into the living room and were sitting down watching Hocus Pocus. My mom's dog started freaking out looking into the hallway. My mom's chair is right by the opening to the hallway, and usually he'll sit over there with her. But I picked him up to carry him back over to her, and he freaked out and started shaking. Then jumped down, ran over to me, and sat in my lap again. It wasn't her she was scared of, because once she got up, he'd jumping all over her. We went to bed after the movie was over, and I woke up with 4 scratches on my back. Remember that no one else was home but us, and none of the dogs sleep in bed with me. They both sleep with my mom because she has a king-size bed, and so there's way more room. They're way too far apart to be my boyfriend's fingernails. None of the dogs could have done it considering they weren't near my back and their nails aren't even sharp enough. Every now and then we hear stuff moving, but we try to pay it no mind and not feed into it. But I don't know what to do. I know it isn't my grandma because she would never try to hurt anyone. And I'd like to think that she went into the light to be with her husband. But I don't understand how this could all be, happening the night after she passed away. Could it be because we were all vulnerable? Just booked it from my apartment without any shoes on. Shadow figure. So there I was, barbecue sauce on my titties, taking a leak in my bathroom. We have towels hung from the door, and out of the corner of my eye I see a towel move, like someone grazed against it. I quickly turned my head to look, and it absolutely was moved. It was just coming to a halt when I got my head fully squared to it. I finished doing my business while feeling a little freaked out. Quickly zipped it up, washed the barbecue sauce off my titties, and exited the bathroom. Then I fucked up. I remember seeing shadow figures on the internet, and out of morbid curiosity, I decided to give it a little check. While standing in the doorway to the restroom, I flipped the lights off and stared into the abyss. I clenched my ass so fucking tight, and my eyes got so fucking wide when holy fucking shit, I swear to God, there's a silhouette of a person standing right smack fucking dab in the middle of my bathroom. I stared at it for about a second before turning the light back on, and it was gone. I wanted to shout, run, and do something, but God, I just had to check one more time. I switched the light off for just a millisecond, and right the hell there was a shadow figure again. But this time it had its arms stuck sort of grotesquely in the air for some awful reason, and looked farther away from me. As soon as I registered, I flipped the light on as fast as possible and booked it out of the apartment. I essentially jogged backwards from my illuminated bathroom until I made it to the living room. Didn't put on shoes for a coat and forgot to grab my keys. Right now I'm on a bench in the nearby park freezing my nipples off. Neither of my roommates are home, and I absolutely don't want to go back in there alone. I think I have about 45 minutes to kill until my roommate gets off work.
I don't want to call them about it. It sounds like I'm a maniac. My plan is to freeze out here for a while. Then when they drive up, I'll by chance be returning from my evening stroll and re-enter the apartment with them. That was different.
What I experience after setting a boundary with the spirit world. I know this isn't necessarily a spiritual community, but I wanted to share something that's been happening to me. As I've gone through my personal journey, I've developed an incredibly strong connection with my late grandmother. It's not just a feeling. She's with me constantly. I sense her presence, and at times I even hear her. But here's the thing. I don't think I fully realized that she had been with me my whole life until something happened that completely changed everything. One night I kept hearing knocking repeatedly. It wasn't just random sounds, it felt deliberate. I finally asked, "Is someone here?" And the second I did, I knew. I felt it in my entire body. I'd never been more scared in my life. I was completely frozen, unable to move, like my body just locked up in sheer terror. After a moment, I gathered myself and said out loud that I would be the only presence of beings. I would only allow the presence of beings aligned with my highest self. That anything else was not welcome. The moment I set the boundary, something wild happened. It was as if every single person I've ever known who had passed away moved through me one by one. It wasn't scary anymore, it was peaceful. I felt this overwhelming sense of closeness, like I was touching something beyond this world. It's hard to explain, but it was unlike anything I've ever experienced. And that's when I realized my grandmother had been with me all along. It was only after that moment, after I gave permission for these connections to happen, that I became fully aware of her constant presence. And since then, she's been with me at all times. Since then, I've had more moments like this. Deep, undeniable experiences that feel way too real to ignore. I'm curious if anyone else has gone through something similar. Have you ever had an encounter where you just knew you were in the presence of something from the beyond? And if so, how did you handle it? Have you guys ever had a dream that came true? Hello guys, I'm a male living in Belgium. I'm 16, and from the small age of 10, I vividly remember having dreams that come true. Some were weird and some were normal, happening in real life. Like when I was 12, I just got to start high school here in my country, and it was summer vacation. And I woke up and remembered a dream about sitting in a classroom with other people. A teacher, all people I've seen before, and I vividly remembered this was sitting in the same classroom, same people, same words, like in this dream. Drop the and I actually notices more things where I had this feeling I had been in this moment before, like I'm reliving it in a state of deja vu, you know? The weird thing is, I've been having that kind of dream over the years, and I may say they only happen like every couple of months or something. I have two after each other, and it's weird, but a couple of days ago I had a dream, and now I think it's a very vivid and weird, self-explanatory, you know. Saw this bag with like a key ring with little boxing gloves on the thing, and the bag was open with bloodied clothes next to it and blood on my hands. Wanted to look around, but I woke up and it's very weird, because I only know one person I've seen with that bag and those clothes with that little key ring, and they're not dead. Not do I even know them well. I've seen them like twice a year ago. I know this is pretty amazing, I just ignore it. Please help. I'm confused and worried because I have weird thoughts, like I'm mentally ill with depression, anxiety, and like a psychosis once like a year ago. And this just worries me.
What if I'm killed, or what if I killed somebody, Probably didn't, but do these dreams always come true? Some haven't, but they're always kind of the same, like I've dreamed them. That was like reading pole vaulting, because what you guys don't know is most of that was not in English. I sort of made it seem like it, though. Ghost in a dojo kicks back. I work as a karate instructor. The school I teach at is set up with the main entrance in the front, leading directly into the main floor. Then behind the main floor, a bathroom to the left and a private instruction room to the right. The private instruction room has a large viewing window facing the main floor, and a single steel door as its entrance. I'd say it's about a 10-foot by 5-foot space. It's important to note that there's no air vents or exterior doors or windows in that room. Only some crash pads and wrestling mats on the floor inside it. One day while sweeping the main floor before class, my boss came in to drop off some equipment that we had ordered. We decided to leave the equipment in the private instruction room, so it would not be in the way. After he had dropped off the equipment, he left the door to the private instruction room standing completely open. It was resting on the doorstop. I know this to be a fact because I could see it through the viewing window built into the room. My boss crossed the main floor and exited through the front door, closing and locking it behind him. Good practice to keep the door locked before open hours. After my boss left, I returned to sweeping the main floor. No more than a minute later, I heard the door to the private instruction room slam shut. Now, I don't mean that it swung closed quietly, or that the HVAC turned on and caused a change in air pressure that made it swing almost shut, or that the door was, hung crooked so it swung closed by gravity. This perfectly stationary all-steel door slammed shut as if somebody or something was pissed as hell, found the first thing it could slam. My eyes snapped toward the room. Walked toward it to see if someone was in there, and I found no one. I reopened the door and left it to see if it would close again. It never budged. I tried opening and closing the front door, and nothing. Tried turning on the HVAC, and again, nothing. First paranormal encounter in ages. For context, I moved out of my parents' home about a year ago. I'll sometimes come back for a day or two, but this week I decided to spend a week at their home. I remember as a kid always being frightened by something I couldn't explain in the house. My brother had oftentimes seen full-body apparitions, voices and noises all throughout the house. It was ever since he grew up a bit. Pretty much died down, especially after we had our house blessed by our parish priest. I personally have not experienced anything in the house since my early teens. Today, however, when I was taking a shower in one of the bathrooms, the door somehow opened. At first, I chalked it up to my two dogs who both can be clingy and follow me around the house. Then the door opened as I was half naked and peered around the empty house. Saw my dogs weren't there. I have a husky puppy. Keep it in my old bedroom while I'm away so he doesn't make a mess of the entire house. Called for both of them and started hearing frantic barking from my bedroom. So I ran over and they calmed down, and that's when I opened the bedroom door. Didn't think anything of it. But when I went back to the bathroom and closed the door, I started undressing again when the bathroom door opened. And at this point, thought something was wrong. Closed the door again, put my body against it, and to my complete horror, I felt something pushing back at the door. I felt it push about 2 or 3 times. Then it stopped. My brother was outside doing yard work, so I called him from the bathroom.
just to run into the house and see if there was anything outside of the bathroom. When I heard him come back in front of the bathroom, I exited. Took a brief look around the house and found no one or anything. I had been used to seeing or hearing things, but I've never had an encounter with something paranormal that could be physical. Figured I'd share this here. Also, the doors don't open due to pushing. Just wanted to share my story. This is the very first time I'm talking about this, and I think I'm in the right place. First of all, I still don't know whether my mind was playing tricks on me or if everything that happened was actually caused by another being. I was around 12 years old, and as a child, instead of sleeping at night, I would play with my imagination in my head. The visual images I envisioned back then were incredibly vivid. I often imagined having superpowers and defeating villains. While fantasizing at night, I would often unknowingly enter a meditative state. Many times, scary images were placed into my mind. Now, at 29 years old, I realized that the way these images and information were sent to my mind was unlike anything else I've ever experienced. Looking back, it was exactly as if something had taken over me and wanted to scare me, simply because it enjoyed doing so. The feeling of being mocked describes it quite accurately. It always started with this strange sensation. I closed my eyes. It felt as though I was extremely far away from myself, almost as if I could barely control my own body. The next thing I remember is that if, for example, I rested my hand on my stomach, it felt as if my hand was sinking into my body. I'll never forget that sensation. Shortly after, the sharp, vivid images of monstrous faces would appear, all of them hysterically laughing. What's strange is that one night it became so intense that I ran crying to my mother, who was still awake in the living room. TV was on, showing a live concert of a Muslim singer. But when I looked at the TV, the singer appeared to look like a devil, and the music sounded like metal. This was the first time that I had this kind of hallucination, and shrooms are a joke compared to this, by the way. It took about 20 minutes for it to stop, and after that night, it all ended. To this day, I never believed in anything supernatural, but now looking back, I know that someone or something caused it. What do you think? Accidentally answered 3 knocks. Hello. A couple of months after I moved into my house around 2 years ago, I was showering pretty late at night. There's a window in the shower with frosting on it. I heard 3 knocks on my window, which I assumed was my boyfriend messing with me, and I knocked back the same way. I was tempted to open the window, but didn't. I asked him after, "How much are you able to see in from the outside?" He didn't understand, so I asked if that was him knocking, and it was not. And I know it wasn't him because we were both in tears, freaking out. Never heard of the superstition of 3 knocks until a couple of months after. That's when I came across someone talking about it online and saying to never answer and don't knock back. That's when I got concerned. Kind of funny because at the point I kept telling my boyfriend I was cursed because of this bad luck I was having. Not only me, but my loved ones too. Maybe it's a coincidence. I hear things fall sometimes, and maybe that's a coincidence too. I've always been a skeptic, but lately I've been kind of convinced. It started with me feeling like somebody was right above me when I was asleep. Not quite sleep paralysis, but I opened my eyes and no one was there. But it felt like someone was hovering right above me, and I'd be face to face with them, and when I opened my eyes, there'd be nothing. And this happened before I found out about the 3 knocks potentially letting spirits in. This hasn't happened for a while, but the past few weeks between 2 or 3 a.m. every night I hear creaks throughout the house. in a way that feels like someone's moving from place to place. I'll even feel footsteps or sense footsteps around me, like someone's coming toward my room. It's so convincing that I sometimes think it's my boyfriend coming to my room, and I'll look and no one's coming. I feel like I just hear strange things. It makes it hard to sleep until like 3 a.m. or so. A shower with frosting on it. That was a bad food joke of mine. I think we let something in my house. So my friends and I were all hanging out. There were 5 of us at first, and later on only 4. Due to a power outage, we resorted to playing board games and such with candles. We had flashlights too. My sister suggested we try to summon ghosts and shit. Like, as a joke or just to have some fun and occupy the time. We all decided to go along with it for the time being, and started by joining hands and inviting spirits to join us or whatever we had read online. We did this multiple times in 2 separate rooms. It started with us hearing noises that could have very well been creaks or knocks from my house being old. And I started being convinced that it wasn't coincidence that we would hear noise whenever asking for signs, and only then. We weren't getting much, so we all just started hanging out and talking to my family room like normal. After a while of just hanging out and talking, everyone in the room froze as my bathroom door at the end of the hallway slammed shut. Everyone was quiet. Started getting excited as we actually had proof of something. So now everyone in the room was on board that something was with us, and it was pretty undeniable by this point. Our 5th friend ended up leaving after this, so it was only the 4 of us left. Came to the conclusion a majority of the activity was coming from around the hallway. So we all decided to move into the hallway and try to communicate with whatever is in there. We sat down, asked for signs. Our friend said he heard noises from the kitchen, but the rest of us didn't hear anything. So I asked for more signs. Then, clear as day, all of us heard a noise like a sigh, and everybody freaked out as they heard it. My sister actually managed to get an audio recording of the noise. Not sure how to go about sharing that. Everybody had to calm down. We calmed down as we decided to leave the house. As I'm writing this, I haven't been back. Premonition while driving yesterday. Have you had experiences like you feel something's going to happen and then it happens? When I was in middle school and with only landlines with no caller ID, sometimes I'd have the feeling somebody would call me, and then less than a minute later I would get a call from those exact people, classmates or friends. One time I was driving at night toward Dallas with my kids. Traffic was heavy on the freeway and I had a feeling urging me to switch to a middle lane. I was passing on the left lane. We were going over a curve and suddenly I saw headlights coming at me. It was a car that had spun and ended up facing the wrong way on my lane. I did an emergency swerve and barely missed the car going 70 miles an hour. And that was over 15 years ago. I called that event an angel whispering in my ear. That was my rationalization. I've tried to be vigilant to listen to these premonitions, but they have not come up that frequently anymore. I call that tuning into the universe time stream. Yesterday afternoon, I was driving to my son's college. I had the same feeling as that time I was driving to Dallas that time, but in my mind, I started to visualize an accident where the hood of my car was all mangled and the car spinning out of control. Felt like butterflies in my stomach. I just felt uneasy and decided to take a deep breath and be vigilant. A few miles later, I saw a digital sign that read that there was an accident, and all the lanes in the tollway were closed. I remember the accident and the thoughts that changed to the right lane in case I needed to exit sooner than later to avoid the closure. Just as I was doing that, I saw the traffic slow down. I was fortunate to be on the right lane, ready to exit. As I exited the highway, I looked over the accident area and saw two vehicles. Both looked like they lost control, and one had the hood all mangled up just like in my mind's eye. I was a bit weirded out and told my son when I picked him up. That was very, very weird. Has anyone had similar premonitions? Oh yeah. See ya. I knew it was a special place. One was a massive dump of all of my experiences. The other about a special visit my dying dad had before he died. This one just popped into my head today. Hadn't thought about it for a long time. I used to work in a state park and I loved it. So, while out on a hike with the school group, I found myself stopping at a section of the trail that I hadn't really paid much attention to before. So I stopped there, and as the kids followed the other lead, because there was something about that place, couldn't really put a finger on it. It wasn't all that spectacular of a view, and the river had chewed away a great deal of the bank. I couldn't see any wildlife, but it felt important and special, and I realized that I loved that spot. I continued on with the kids and didn't think much of it. A little while later, my boyfriend, who I'd been with for a long while, asked if I'd like to go for a hike. I said, yep, and he said, let's go to your favorite spot. So I took him to that spot I really liked, closer to where he worked. It was much more scenic. We stood there and he asked if this was my favorite spot. And I thought about it and said, well, actually, there's this other spot I like. We hiked there, and we stopped there. And I said that I didn't really know why I felt this was such a special spot, but it was. I really liked how the place felt. I turned around to find him getting down on one knee and holding out a ring. His proposal was lovely, and the ring was perfect, and of course I started blubbering like crazy and said yes, and honestly, probably should have guessed that he was going to do this because he got dressed up too. But it's like I knew something very special was going to happen in that place. And it's a little funny too that the only reason it happened in that place was because I felt something special was going to happen there. I've had little quote-unquote knowings like this my whole life, but this one will always stand out. That was oddly nice. My dog came to remind my family of the 1-year anniversary of his passing. I had the sweetest German Shepherd who lived through old age, and is my family's prized possession. He passed of old age almost at 13. Since then, all my family members have had an individual experience about him. Since his passing, we've moved houses, but he's kind of come to us even after that. My experience. I was home alone one day in the room with the door open. Distinctly heard him walking downstairs in the hard wood. My family used to call it tap shoes. It was because we would slightly drag his nails across the ground and have a sort of heavy step since he was so large. There was no TV or anything on, and I know I heard it. My sister's experience. She was visited by Ty in a dream. When she was depressed, he came by when she needed him to cuddle, and soon after left in the dream. She's had numerous paranormal encounters in her dreams, most unsettling and realistic one, and I made, as I think, my first post years ago in r/no sleep when I didn't know that it was made for fiction. Also, super long read, so this wasn't totally out of the ordinary. My parents' experience. A few days ago, my dad was in the basement. That's where we still have his old bed and going through and cleaning some stuff out.
On the desk he has in there is a stack of old papers like old bills and miscellaneous things. Well, not even near the desk, an envelope fell on the ground, and when he looked at it, it was a letter from the vet with Ty's paw print inside. Thought nothing of it until later that day my mom said to him, "You know, it's Ty's 1-year anniversary of his passing." My dad was in shock and proceeded to tell my mom what just happened earlier. I miss his big fuzzy head so much. It brings me comfort to know that he's still there, and letting us know that he is still there.
What did we witness that night? So I was 13 years old, living in a little duplex built in the 70s in Calgary. One average night, my twin sister and I decided we were going to have a few friends over to watch a movie and hang out. A typical hangout for us at the age, very innocent beside me having a crush on one of her friends. So everybody arrives for the night. We all go down to the basement level where we gather in the living room, beside the laundry and utility room. So 5 of us have some snacks and put on a comedy popular to the time. The movie plays into the evening. 3 of us have passed out. Now it's just me and my other friend still awake sitting on the couch. This is when it begins. The movie comes to an end. The room is very dark. Less than a minute or two later, a softball-sized, whitish-blue glowing orb with a small halo slowly floats out of the laundry room at about 5-foot mark from the ground. It comes 2 feet or so into the living room and stays there for 2 to 3 seconds before slowly floating back into the laundry room. My friend and I look at each other in shock. Don't say a single word. I remember being in absolute shock of what I had seen. But honestly, I hadn't sensed any negative, energy from it. The orbs kind of felt very neutral, if that makes sense. My friend and I never even talked about the experience again. The only thing we communicated that we both saw it was our shocked faces looking at each other and sitting in absolute silence for a few minutes unmoving. Later that following summer, my family moved across the country. I haven't spoken to the friend who experienced this. It's been over 15 years. I know this story sounds crazy. If I heard it from someone, I'm not sure I'd believe it. Maybe guess they were on drugs or just overly tired, or there was a weird electrical blowout that confused them. But I swear that it happened. I think of it often. What was the orb? Does anybody have any similar experience? Can anybody explain what happened to us that night? More mini ghost stories. This is an experience where I lived in Indiana with my ex. We was driving at night, and we was arguing in the car in the back road, and my ex pulled over randomly on this back road to talk. While we was talking, we heard something randomly hit the car. Then a couple of minutes later, after being silent to see if we heard anything else, we heard a slightly loud scream, and then something or someone sobbing. There was nobody around, and we got the hell out of there. Another experience would be when my son was born, and I still lived in Indiana. I was home alone with my son, who was a newborn. We both had COVID. His dad left to get medicine. While home alone, my son was sleeping, and I was awake scrolling on my phone. This house had a basement, and all of a sudden it sounded like somebody was running up and down the steps of the basement constantly. The second my ex came back and walked through the front door, it stopped. A third story would be at my now boyfriend's house. It was our 1-year anniversary, and I wanted to surprise him by showing up. He lives 2 hours away, and I didn't think I'd be able to make it that day. He was working, and the plan was to show up before he got off work, which I did. I want to mention that he's told me he believed this house was haunted by a man that he calls Toby. He's had his own experiences with Toby, and anyways, I was there by myself waiting for him to get off of work. I was cleaning around his house, keeping myself busy, and I suddenly kept getting this overwhelming feeling of something else was there.
Random noises started happening. I swore I kept seeing things from the corner of my eye. When I would look fully at it, it would vanish. The one that really got me was when I was walking out of his front door to go to the car for something. As soon as I went to reach the front door handle, the door blew open in front of me. His neighbors have to think I'm nuts because I kept running out of the house multiple times, being scared, then going back in. When my boyfriend got home, I told him what happened, and he laughed and said it was probably Toby messing with you. I saw a ghost as a child, and I remember it as clear as day. I grew up in a 2-storied house. My parents built it in the middle of an apple orchard in New Zealand. Other than a few workers who lived on the orchard, there was nothing around besides my parents' business. A cattery and kennels right beside the house. My parents would get up early and go to work, leaving me and my siblings in the house alone. One morning I got up at about 7 a.m. and I went to the living room downstairs. I sat with the family dog, a very loving and huge Rottweiler. We were on the couch. I was too tired to turn the TV on, so I was sitting there in dead silence, knowing my mom would get back from work any minute. I sat facing forwards, but to my right were glass double doors that opened to a deck that wrapped from one side of the house to the other. I watched outside because I heard the sound of my mom's gumboots on the decking from the direction of the cattery. It sounded identical to her footsteps. As I watched and waited for my mom to come into view, my dog woke up and started growling. Before I even had time to question why she was growling, a see-through woman walks into view. She was completely transparent, exactly like the ghost you see in old photos, wearing a long dress. My dog saw her too. She started to growl even louder when the woman came into sight. The woman was looking forwards at first, but turned and stared directly at me before vanishing into thin air. She would have been 2 meters away from where I sat. I remember being so scared that I physically couldn't move. I just stared as my whole body was paralyzed with fear. Even writing about it now gives me goosebumps. I don't know why. I didn't tell my mom about it until recently. I'm 26 now, and I still think about it often. My mom wasn't surprised at all when I told her, and said that she also saw things at that house, as did my siblings. We moved out when I was about 8. Man's death in a tornado, followed by encounters in my childhood home. When I was 1, we moved to a new home. The previous owner of the house had died in an F5 tornado. His widow sold the house to my parents. I wasn't made aware of this until after the incident. My parents divorced, Mom remarried, and had several more children. And as a result, I ended up in a room in the basement to give me my own space as I got older. When I was 15, I had a friend stay over. And I had several other nights done the same thing. We stayed up all night playing PS2 and watching movies. Before the sun came up, we both looked over at the stairs to see a shadow figure on them. It looked like a bald man. Hard to make out, but definitely a man. He didn't do anything, but disappeared shortly after. I moved on with my wife with no other encounter until I was 17. And again, I had 3 friends stay at my house, and in the basement we chatted all night. Had a great time playing ping pong and being normal teenagers. And again, before sunrise, we had an encounter. This time, it wasn't a shadow man. A large light orb slipped through the basement wall from outside. It was causing the room air to vortex, moving very slowly, then stopping momentarily. Then it flew quickly through the basement from one end to the other, flying through an interior wall. We all ran to the other room to see what had happened. And on the other side of our basement, I found my punching bag swinging violently in a circular motion. Now I'm freaked out, though intrigued about the possibility of the afterlife. Of course, I told my family what had happened shortly after, which is when we made aware that there was a teacher who died in this tornado. He built that house for him and his wife. The wife actually died right around the time these encounters happened. Or, well, the second encounter. No more encounters have been had since. My friends and I chatted about the incident so many times now that it's impossible to forget the details. My family line has been cursed. Hi, I'm a 15-year-old girl who's struggling with a curse that's been going down for generations in my family line. My mother was born and raised in Africa, specifically Ethiopia. She claimed that she'd been seeing things as a child, and to this day, as in demons or ghosts and mostly sleep paralysis. We always have the worst headaches at least 5 times a week. But I too have been seeing stuff like that. But I've seen something worse than that. Sometimes when I'm in a depressive state, I get this dream every single time, where something is whispering in my ear, telling me to let it in. But I always wake up with fear. My clothes are usually soaked in sweat as my whole body's hurting. Tried to reach out to different kind of people, and my mom's friend decided to go on a trip to Sudan and ask some people who knew about that kind of stuff. They found out that my mom has a cursed family line, but also has been cursed by 4 other people for no reason at all. The people who found this out started panicking and gave her friend stuff that she could use to try and help her. Never worked. She also told me that her first night after having me, she fell asleep. She had a dream where this demon kind of figure crawled over her and went to me and started touching me, taunting me in and around. And this time, when I was a child, I remember that there was one time I was asleep on the bed my mom was sleeping on at that time, and I remember seeing something in her closet staring at me. I was scared out of my mind. I was screaming and yelling, trying to run, but I couldn't. I remember that when my mom tried to calm me down by going to the bathroom, I remember seeing this unhumanly tall, skinny guy, completely black with big red eyes, was reaching out for me, but that's the only thing I remember. I'll go in further detail if there's somebody who knows what we can do. Please, I'm desperate to get some help. Continued activity. Also, trigger warning for anybody easily disturbed by mentions of suicidal tendencies. I'm good. From some stuff that happened recently, I think that it's confirmed. Steve, he's responsive, yet hasn't spoken. He's knocked stuff off my shelf while I was venting. I felt his presence right before I've slept, and weirdly enough, it was the first time in months I had a few hours sleep with no nightmares. He's a soothing presence. When I feel lonely or scared, he tends to make noises in an attempt to tell me I'm not alone, I'm guessing. On the other hand, I've started to notice the difference with the other presence. It's much, much colder. Feels eerie. My room can suddenly feel like a fridge out of the blue. When I'm near a mirror, and I feel it close by, something always seems off about my reflection. I guess one of them is attached to me due to my depression, anxiety, and suicidal tendencies and all negative things. Steve just wants to help for unknown reasons. I wasn't going to mention this originally, but I had decided to try my luck and put a knife against my stomach. See if it would pierce. No, I wasn't intending on hurting myself. Well, I was, but that aside. I usually have my mind filled with the whispers of encouragement to hurt myself, but at that moment, I felt as if somebody else was holding my hand.
Someone else had that knife and put it down. My mind hadn't been filled with whispers for once. Just a voice without sound saying they needed me, just as my mom walked into my room. I sometimes wonder if Steve's a guardian or someone who killed themselves, trying to save me for some reason. I've been wanting to ask him. Strange occurrences in my childhood home. Growing up, we lived in a really strange house. It was an older house, probably built in the 1800s and had rooms added to it. It looked like the original house consisted of a living room with a bedroom to the right, a dining room with another bedroom or a small room to the right, then added on later was a larger kitchen, bathroom, and a small room in the back. There were also 2 newer rectangular side rooms that ran to the side of the house. We knew these were added because the outside windows were more modern, and whoever added them never removed the original windows from the wall of the dining room and the living room. During our time there, we had some really strange experiences. My sister and I would get scratches up and down our arms and torso underneath our clothing. At first, we thought it might be the cat, even though they weren't like cat scratches at all, but then it happened when she was out hunting all night. We would also see shadows of what looked like people on the walls. We figured these might be cars driving by. Then one time, my sister's friend was over and we were playing cards at the dining room table, and she was facing the room that was added on to the house, and suddenly, her face goes totally white. She gets up, grabs a knife from the kitchen, and sits back down. We asked her what was going on, and she said that she saw a face in the window. At first, my sister and I thought it might be someone on the outside of the house, but her friend said it was on the inside room looking into the main part of the house itself. Other weird things would happen, all explainable by potentially other things. My cat, who was very protective, would walk around the room at night and growl. We figured it was because of animals outside, even though we didn't see any. But then, my brother's friend saw the strangest thing. He was sitting in the living room facing the bathroom from across the house, and we would hear him jump up and say something like, "Oh, hell no," and run outside. He said he watched a tall cat creature on 2 legs walk from the bathroom and into the back bedroom. We moved shortly after that. Extra actor on set. We were shooting a horror film in an old house. It was built in the 1940s. It has a basement, then 2 floors, and a small attic. The master bedroom is on the 2nd floor. When you go up the stairs, it's like another room filled with floor-to-ceiling shelves and old books surrounding the entire anteroom. It was hauntingly beautiful, and one wall between 2 shelves is a French door leading to the master's. At the right side of that door is the stairs leading to the attic. Inside the master's is quite a roomy bathroom. The master bedroom and the attic have the most bad juju feels in the house. The basement's okay, and so is the rest of the house. We spent a total of 10 days shooting there. No sleepovers, though. Around the 7th or 8th day, we were shooting at the bathroom of the master bedroom, and they could only fit 1 camera on a tripod, lights and a handful of crew people, and 2 actors for the scene. We were ready for take, and everybody was quiet and standing behind the camera. We were just waiting for the director's call for action. It was taking quite a while when suddenly he angrily announced on the system, "Who was that person in the frame?" Of course, we're all puzzled, and the only people in the frame were the 2 actors. Apparently, in the director's monitor, he was seeing a person wearing black pants and black leather shoes. They were right beside of the actor. In the frame and monitor, the camera wasn't really focused on the side of the additional person, so he was only able to see below the knee down to the shoes. Nobody wears black leather shoes for our line of work.
All of us crew people were behind the camera. We can clearly see that no one else was there within the frame aside from the two actors. Move the camera a bit, check the lens, put it back in the same place, then no more extra person. Needless to say, we wrapped early that night. Never mind the ghost in the hallway. This happened a few days ago. Right now, I'm living in a small Nebraska town with a small community hospital. I was visiting a friend in the ER. They were in a double room and I needed to use the bathroom. It was in use by another patient, so I asked a nurse where another bathroom was. She pointed down the hall, said take a right at the end and it'll be the third door on the right. Cool. So I trotted down there. Took a right and noticed an old woman sitting in a blue wheelchair trying to go into a room. All I could see was the back of her head barely poking out over the top back of the wheelchair. Her arm was outreached grabbing the door handle. I froze right there. I got this burning sensation in the pit of my stomach like something was off. I slowly just turned around and started walking back to the room. Before I got back around the corner, I looked back and the lady in the wheelchair was gone. I was thinking, no way in hell did that old lady get in the room that fast. I go back to my friend's room and the other person was out of the bathroom, so I used it. Anyway, one of the nurses came in to check on my friend and I told her about the old lady. The nurse turned white as a ghost herself and said, "Oh my God, you saw a resident ghost." And that was the room that she died in. Oh, geez, I thought. Oh, it gets good. She told her coworkers and everybody it seemed started coming into the room and talking about the ghost lady and their encounters. One of the nurses said the ghost had once grabbed a patient and asked her to go into the room to get her fellow flowers. It was just such an odd moment that we were all bonding over this ghost lady. Another nurse said that she had died of cancer and was waiting on her son to visit but never showed up. We pretty much all agreed she's waiting still for her son to visit. Yeah, that made me pretty damn sad. Poor lady. I second that. Ghost in my house keeps following me around. I and my parents moved into this fairly recently made condo about 7 years ago. I've experienced my fair share of strange stuff, especially at night when everyone's asleep or when I'm alone at home, and usually this ghost has been very quiet, but for some reason it's been acting up this past week and I don't know why. For example, this week I've seen forks and spoons move by themselves. I've seen my clothes move a bit, and I've even seen the same black figure in the corner of my eye. Just the other night, I'm staying up late and I thought I saw a man dressed in black standing right at the foot of my bed. Once I looked at it, it was gone. But get this, my cat, who was sitting next to me at the time, was staring in the direction of where I saw it for a good while. Gave me the creeps. Just this afternoon, I was doing homework in my bedroom by myself. I saw a fork slide a few inches across a plate in the corner of my eye. I know I wasn't seeing things because it made a loud clink as its handle touched the plate. I also wake up sometimes and find my computer closed and plugged in. I always sleep with my computer on and I never close it. My door's locked, so my parents couldn't have come in and closed it for me. Just last week, I woke up in the middle of the night and found myself facing away from my computer and it was closed. My door was locked. Really can't see how a computer can just close like that when I'm sleeping. I know this could be written off as a cat thing, but my cat senses weird stuff when he follows me around. He always looks at something behind or right next to me. Freaks me out. Another thing in this is, shadow person I keep seeing always looks the same. Tall and featureless. Never gotten a good look at him, though, as I can only see him in the corner of my eye. All of these things could just be me imagining shit, but I don't know. I feel like there's a presence in my home. Why am I the only shadows with paranormal experience anything or spine-chilling tales? Is just the beginning. Subscribe now to stay connected to our theory stories. This house, the next haunting adventure, somewhat of a lifeline for people over the years. Seems everybody's stayed here at some point. It's my grandparents' house, who still currently live here. My auntie and father grew up here. My cousins have all lived here at various points. Foreign exchange students used to stay here, and even an ex-girlfriend stayed with me here for a while. Almost all of these people, including just regular visitors, have experienced some form of unexplained phenomenon. Yet, I never have. Weird. To paint a picture, this is just a regular post-war English house and doesn't look creepy or anything, and yet has gained a bit of a reputation for being haunted among my family and friends. The main things people experience are feelings of being watched, dark shadows moving just out of sight, and even objects disappearing. The most disturbing accounts are of a small, shadowy boy apparently walks across the top of our stairs and into the room I stay in. This boy has also been seen sitting on the end of their bed by several people. Especially other children claim to have seen this. The reason this is particularly weird is my grandmother did lose a baby many years ago. Would have been my uncle. So their theory is that this could be who it is. Nobody has any photographic evidence, so to speak, and unfortunately otherwise... excuse me. And unfortunately otherwise I'd gladly show it here. But I suppose the reason for this post is to ask why I've yet to experience any of this. What could be the reason? I don't want to discredit their claims or come across as dismissive and arrogant, but just somewhat disappointed to be left out is all. I've lived here permanently for around 6 years now. I've yet to experience a single thing, at least a single thing I can't explain. Isn't that weird? Situations I can't explain. A close friend of mine lived in this house for years with his family. It was rented. When they eventually decided to move on, the mom disclosed to my mom that it was haunted. Both parents were skeptics previously. Weird shit went down over the years they were there, though. The grandfather is a carpenter. Put up a bookshelf. One night while they were eating it flew off the wall. Didn't drop, it flew. When the kids and wife were away visiting the other grandparents, the dad claimed he walked past the office and saw a little girl stood there. When they all went to a holiday, the neighbors pulled the mom to the side and asked, "What security system do you use?" The mom was baffled. "What do you mean?" "Well, the lights turn out at different times throughout the house. We thought you had something in place." Another friend of mine growing up again had parents who weren't the typical type to say they had ghosts in their house. When the kids were at school, the dad would hear people running up and down the stairs, asking his wife why the children hadn't gone to school. His son at one point asked for the bed that wasn't a bunk bed, as he didn't like the little girl that went underneath it, as he put it. My mom's very close friend growing up claimed that they had a little boy who used to walk along their landing and use the toilet every night to wash their hands. My mom called bullshit. However, when her friend returned to the house decades later, she hovered outside looking at her childhood home. The owner came outside and asked what she was doing. After she explained, she was invited in. After getting the tour, the new owner said, "You might think I'm nuts saying this, but did you ever have an experience with a ghost here walking the landing?" She laughed and explained it was a friendly being. All three of these scare me, because knowing all of them, I just don't see how they could be made up.
faceless shadow person. I, a 29-year-old male, always kept this to myself until recently. I'm hanging out with my brothers, 22 and 31. And we brought up some scary things that we'd seen. The home I was born in had 3 floors. We all slept upstairs, and the stairs heading to the main floor had an elbow at the end, so you rounded a corner to be facing the front door. I would have been 7 or 8 years old, but one night I woke up just parched. So I walked downstairs to get a drink. When I rounded that corner, there was a man, very tall and completely shaded. Can't remember a single feature. It scared me so bad that I fainted. Never happened to me again. I don't know how I ended up back in my bed. My family moved a couple of hours away from that home a year or 2 later. I didn't see that person again until my teens. I randomly would see them at night. Once outside my window in high school, and a few times in my room in the middle of the night. Figured I was lucid dreaming or whatever. The only time I told anybody was the incident of them being outside my window, which I told my dad the next day, and he was concerned and looked for footprints, but nothing else. About a decade later, talking to my brothers, and my older brother had the same experiences, including the walking downstairs and seeing someone at her first house. At the new house, he would see them standing outside the middle of the cul-de-sac. He also mentioned it to my dad, who had to run out of the house armed multiple times to confront this person who would always disappear. I was shocked to hear my older brother have the same experience as I did, and describe the person the exact same way. He wasn't pulling my leg either. I could see in his face that he was as shocked as I was. We're not weirdos either. We're both successful engineers with normal track records as regular people. I was just curious what anyone else would think, or if anyone had a similar experience. Something lives in my home. Growing up from ages 5 to 7, I had lived a completely normal life. Not many paranormal experiences. This all changed when I moved to my current home at 8 years old. The first experience I've had was one that I still have no explanation for. I had a heavy toy sitting on the top of my bunk bed as a child. I remember I was playing with toys on the lower bunk when suddenly, this toy almost fell onto my head. The only reason it didn't was because a string somehow managed to wrap itself around the toy holding it up. I was able to move out of the way, and I remember being freaked out but thought it was nothing. The next instance, I was home alone. I heard voices coming from across my house. It sounded like my family. The TV wasn't on, and when I walked out of my room, the voices stopped and it was dead silent. I'm not the only one who's experienced this in my house. My siblings have also heard something mimic each other's voices. I've had times where my dogs have barked at the wall, seemingly for no reason. Not to mention the shadowy figures I've seen while walking around the house at night. I've also woken up with bruises or scratches for seemingly no reason. Figured that I should add that growing up my father lived near the Appalachian Mountains, encountered many ghosts and creatures. He has friends who can back all these stories up. I'm not sure if this is connected in any way, but I figured I should add this. The only reason I don't believe this is my imagination is because of my whole family experiencing similar things. Also, there's no leaks of any gases in my house. We did have a mirror that we brought from an old house, which was said to be haunted by malicious spirits. But we've since then gotten rid of it. I'm wondering if anybody has reasonable explanations for all of this. It was not just a dream, or is it? One night I had this incredibly vivid dream that felt so real. It stayed with me even after I woke up. In the dream, I was surrounded by a bunch of babies laughing, playing, and just having the most wholesome time. It was strange because I never dream about things like that, but in the moment it felt so pure and joyful. I remember feeling genuinely happy, like I was protecting them or something. It was such a warm, comforting dream. But then the next morning I woke up and picked up the local newspaper. Front page, there had been a horrific accident that night around 1 a.m. A passenger boat had sunk after a party. It was carrying families, including little babies. The details were devastating. I just literally was sitting there staring at the paper, feeling this weird, numb emptiness. I couldn't process it. It was like my brain just shut down for a moment. I don't know how to explain it. Later that evening, I overheard my mom talking on the phone. She's a police officer, and she'd been part of the rescue operation. She sounded exhausted, her voice heavy with emotion. She mentioned how some of the victims, including children, couldn't be saved. I didn't know what to do, so I just walked away and went to water the plants, trying to distract myself. But the more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. Like, was my dream just a coincidence, or was it something deeper? Maybe my mom, who's out there trying to save lives, was thinking about me and those children at the same time, or maybe somehow her thoughts reached me in my sleep. Maybe it was something else. Something I don't even want to think about. The idea that it might have somehow connected to that tragedy in my dream even before I knew it happened is just terrifying. It makes me wonder if there's things in this world we can't explain. Things that linger in the air waiting to be felt, even in our dreams. Having ghostly experiences in flat. One happened a few hours ago. First instance. I was walking through my lounge, and my boyfriend in the kitchen next door. That's when I heard a click directly next to my ear, like someone sharply snapped their fingers. I checked around, couldn't find a source for the sound, and boyfriend heard the click, but faintly, since he's in the other room, which at least tells me I wasn't hearing things. Today's, or the second instance, was in the lounge again and sat in the sofa, or as they wrote, sat on the soda. Ouch. I was taking off my cardigan when I suddenly felt my scrunchie on one of my Dutch braids disappear. Like the weight of it suddenly went missing, if that makes sense. Well, I was holding the ends of the plate to make sure it didn't unravel, and I was searching the sofa and surrounding area, but couldn't find the scrunchie anywhere. Decided to go into the bedroom to get another scrunchie. I had given up on finding the missing one. When I got about halfway across the room, I felt something lightly drop onto my head. It was from a short distance. Then fell to my feet in the floor, and I looked down, and it was the scrunchie. This really kind of freaked me out, to be honest. I wasn't sure how to react. So I just picked it up and said, "Thank you," out loud, and immediately hightailed it out of the room. I'm not sure about the energy, like I don't know if it was me being so freaked out and weirded out and just, during the experience it just tainted the energy of the being, but I didn't feel in danger, but I also felt unnerved by its presence. Seeking advice on this, what kind of ghost or spirit or entity it could be, and next steps, whether, ways to live alongside of it, and if it's friendly, ways to move forward if it's the opposite. Possible run-ins with the Hat Man. I've just heard of the Hat Man, and I did some Googling, only to find that this Hat Man is some evil entity that many people seem to encounter, mostly during sleep paralysis. The part that gives me chills is when I read the description of what he looks like and seeing images replicating those descriptions. He looks exactly like this shadow man I saw everywhere when I was a kid.
I saw him from ages 7 to 14 when I lived in a 2-story house, which I shared a different encounter inside that house on the sub, by the way. Except I never saw him in my dreams, like a lot of others seem to. I saw him in the hallways. Any time I didn't look down the hallway, I would just see him in my peripheral. For example, if I was walking in my room, I would see him slightly standing at the end of the walkway, opposite my room. It only ever happened if I didn't look down the hallways before walking past them. Just like what I read, this shadow man was just a black silhouette. No features except for a detective-type hat and a trench coat. Never once did it approach me. I would see it in my peripheral, and the second I'd fully look toward him, the figure would be gone. I also said that he feeds on people's worst fears, and if my shadow man was the Hat Man, he was very much feeding off my fear of a bad guy being at my house and waiting for the perfect moment to catch me. I was a really paranoid kid growing up. What are your thoughts? I still don't know too much about the Hat Man, but it seems pretty straightforward. More information is appreciated, though. Do you think this was really the Hat Man I was seeing as a child? The thing I always want to say about this guy is, well, some time ago everybody wore hats. So everybody who could be a ghost could be a Hat Man. Lucid dreaming or paranormal activity. Back in 2005 or 2006, I was renting this house that was nearly a 100-year-old farmhouse. My bedroom was upstairs. For some reason, it always creeped me out a little bit. It was as if I felt a presence there, although I hadn't had any actual paranormal experiences. One night, my then boyfriend and I had stayed up late watching TV, had fallen asleep on the couch. I had to work early the next day, so when I awoke around 3 a.m., I decided to go upstairs to bed. I gently shook my boyfriend to get him to come upstairs, but he didn't immediately follow. It was beginning to get light, so when I got to bed, I pulled the cover up over my head to try and block out the light so I could sleep more. The house was old and creaky. I heard my boyfriend coming up the creaky stairs and walk down the hallway to the room. That was not long after I had laid down. I could hear him come in the room, and I felt the bed depress on his side as he sat down. But then he got up, then sat down further at the bottom of the bed. He did this getting up and sitting down all along the edge of the bed until he was sitting right next to me. I was annoyed at this point, wondering if this was some weird attempt to put the moves on me. What I wanted to do was just sleep. Then I felt his arm go across my waist, so I flung the blanket back at him, asking, what the fuck? But he wasn't there. I ran downstairs to see if maybe he was tricking me, but he was still sound asleep on the couch, so I ran back upstairs, got under the blankets, and shut my eyes till I fell asleep. For as long as we remained in that house, I never had another experience, although the creepy feeling upstairs always remained. I'm sure that what happened was real. It felt real. I don't think it was a lucid dream because I hadn't had time to fall back to sleep yet. My experiences. I've had a few experiences in my life, but I know so many deniers that I'm rarely believed. My husband believes me, though, especially because of what finally somebody witnessed. Good man. It started when I was young. I was extremely close with my grandfather. Came back to me in a dream after he died, all healthy again, saying, "I know you're worried, but I'm okay now." First time I told my husband when I met him, I sometimes feel ghosts, and we were at a restaurant. Right after I said it, the candle on the table blew out. No other table's candle did that. He was creeped. When my grandmother died, I kept smelling a sweet scent like roses as if somebody was putting a perfume tester right underneath my nose.
Then it would just disappear. Once my husband smelt it with me and we were just at home, I think she wanted to meet him. Another time I saw a car that was off all the windows and opened it once. That night I was trying to sleep. I felt my grandmother repeatedly being gently rubbing my arms like she used to do when she was alive. I volunteered in hospice. A woman died alone. She only had me. She had a tough life and I kept being followed after she died for a while by a fly. Even in winter when flies aren't typically out. A neighbor committed suicide. One night my husband and I heard someone come home to say hello, very distinctly. Thought it was my brother, but no one was home. My other grandfather died a year ago. I was so badly looking for signs, but none. Seems like him, though, to be like, hey, move on, you have your life to live, don't worry about me. At least that's what I try to tell myself, because I'd love to get a visit from him. Basement. So I grew up in Poland right after communism fell. So we used to have many bloki, or communal buildings. I guess comparable to the co-op city buildings in the Bronx, just a bit smaller. As kids, we used to play hide-and-seek outside, until one of the older kids recommended we play hide-and-seek in the basement of those communal buildings. Basically, those basements were these large hallways with multiple individual basements. So if there was 100 apartment units, there would be 100 individual basements. It basically looked like underground corridors. Eventually, we'd figured it's so fun, or rather no fun, to play with the lights on, so we turned them off and started going with that. After some time, all the kids, 8 to 12 years old, started to freak out because an adult came in. We wasn't allowed to be loud, especially at like 10 p.m. Everybody dashed out to the right side of the door. They locked it behind them, leaving me in the dark basement alone, and I was like 9. We all visibly saw a silhouette of a grown man yelling at everyone in the basement with the lights off. So eventually, my older brother pulled me through the basement window because they couldn't open the door. Long story short, basically both locks on the left and right of the building were screwed up, and that's why the door was always kept open a smidge. We stood outside pretending to mind our business, hoping to see the man come out. But there wasn't no way for him to leave since the doors were messed up. Apparently, the area where we saw the man was the place where my grandfather's neighbor hung himself. To this day, we believe the dude was still haunting there, but everyone's grandparents said not to talk about it because it makes the Zawi, Z-J-A-W-Y, Zawi, or phantoms, stick around. Experience at a haunted Savannah, Georgia hotel. A couple of weeks ago, I stayed at the Old Harbor Inn. It's in Savannah, Georgia. I didn't know it was haunted before booking, but after I learned of Savannah's general hauntings, I did see our hotel listed as one of the haunted hotels in the city. I stayed for 2 nights with my girlfriend and her dog. First night was uneventful, though. The second, at around 3 a.m., the carbon monoxide detector started chirping. He had a battery-type chirp. I found the source of the chirping and took the detector off the wall to remove the battery for the night. Probably not smart, I know. But I found that it was hardwired into the wall. So it was not low on battery. Nor had the battery gone out because the alarm clock next to the bed still had the correct time. Eventually, pressed the hush button so we could sleep. Put the alarm back on and switched back and forth between green and red lights. Tried to go back to bed, but her dog was thoroughly freaked out. She was trying to squeeze behind the dresser. Just get as far into the corner as possible.
Ultimately, she ended up coming into the bed and sleeping with us. Now, this might not sound so crazy except for the fact that our dog never sleeps in the bed with us. My girlfriend has tried to get her dog into the bed with us pretty much every night since we got her 3 years ago. But she's just not that type of dog. She was maybe more scared than I've ever seen her. We all finally get to bed, and in the morning I check the alarm and it's fully green, fully functioning. No idea if that was the resident ghost or what happened. But it definitely was not experience, and given the hotel's history, I have to consider the fact that we had a visitor that night. I wouldn't mind one. Cryptid encounter. I was recently away for a friend's birthday, just the two of us. We had planned to go stargazing that evening. We were in a very remote mountain town in BC, Canada. Was that British Columbia, I believe? It was around 10:30 p.m. We drove about 9 miles outside of town, parked down a remote dirt road surrounded by dense forest. It was completely dark, like the kind of dark that your eyes don't get used to. I had started setting up the back of my SUV with cozy blankets and pillows. My friend was outside the vehicle taking videos and pictures of the stars. We had a couple of sparklers that we lit, and all of a sudden I heard something that I couldn't place. I said to my friend, "Turn off your music," almost kind of irritated. I immediately had a bad feeling in my stomach. She replied, telling me she isn't playing any. We both proceeded to go completely silent so we could comprehend what we were hearing. It was a woman's disembodied voice singing. It was a steady melody. Sounded close. We heard no footsteps, no background music, nothing, just the clearest singing. I immediately felt an extreme sense of panic and jumped to the front seat as fast as I could. My friend was calm and didn't feel panicked or nervous, just confused and curious. She closed the hatch and walked back to the car. We immediately whipped the car around so that way our brights faced where we were, and there was nothing there. We continued on, expecting to run into the quote-unquote woman somewhere, or even an animal. There was absolutely nothing there. Went over the videos we took, and we are certain that we can see something pop up behind us in the bottom corner. In the first video, I kept looking over my shoulder anxiously. I've never felt so uneasy. Does anybody have any idea what this could be? The old hardware store. Some details about the store. Back when I lived in Los Angeles, I worked at a small mom-and-pop hardware store. It had a big open floor plan and 2 back rooms. One to the north and one to the east. On the main floor, there was a loft, and underneath the loft was a workshop and a key department. It's been family-owned since 1927. I worked there for 10 years. I experienced minimal things like voices and footsteps, especially around closing. The owner used to claim that he would hear somebody running across the roof in the middle of the night when he would work late. I can concur with this because I heard it myself closing a few times. There's no access to the roof, not even for animals. But maybe the occasional bird, but they wouldn't be making footsteps. One day when I'm opening, I got there at 6 a.m. The store was dark and it was a rainy day, so it was even darker. I heard movement underneath the loft. Thought nothing of it being an old building making noise. Then I started to hear somebody having a conversation. Just one voice, a man's voice. Went to go turn off the alarms. Turn on the room for the lights in the back rooms, or I'm just coming into the main floor, and I just happened to look over at the loft area. There stood a man, about 5'10", full beard, maybe in his 50s. It's dark, so I can only see minimal details, but we weren't even open yet and the alarms were set overnight. So nobody can really be there before me. He stared at me for a good 15 minutes, then walked out of the loft area just to disappear. That was
probably the first and last apparition I saw at this place, but I continued to hear voices and the sounds. It was always a peaceful place to work. Pretty cool working in a historic building in a city full of history, though. Mimic spirit. We'd recently moved into a new big house in a small village near the city. The house had 2 floors, and the rooms were downstairs and the living area upstairs. At the living room, we had this 10-meter-long balcony door that you could see all the way to the city. We were the first house of the village. So one night at around 7 p.m., I'm sitting with my mom watching TV on the couch. My father was taking my 2 sisters to the gymnastics practice. I like to watch the cars leaving toward the city and disappearing to the distance. So that's what I did with my father's car. After a while, I turned around again, turned toward the TV, and a few minutes passed by. I clearly heard my little sister giggling loudly from downstairs. I was horrified as I just saw my sister getting in the car and leaving with my father. However, the TV was loud, and I reassured myself that it was just the sound from the TV, probably. Then I see my mom standing up and reaching for the TV remote. She asked me if I heard my sister giggling. Told her that I did, and together we went toward the stairs. Then my mom called my sister twice with no reply. Stood there for 10 seconds. Everything was quiet. All of a sudden, we both hear my father screaming, "Hey!" My mom ran to the kitchen, called my father, and asked him where they are. He replied that they just arrived at the city. Then my mom grabbed a golf club, and together we went downstairs as we thought it was probably a robber taunting us. We searched every inch of the house, inside wardrobes and under beds. No one was there, though. This happened in the middle of winter, and all the windows were closed, so this wasn't someone from outside. Dying dad sees someone special. My dad died in 2016. I was able to spend a lot of time with him before he went. And my brother and I sort of set him up in an amazing care facility in Australia. That's where he was for a couple of months before he went. The place had a small cafe with a barista, and I would frequently go and grab his coffee. Dad couldn't walk anymore, and I was having a harder time getting him into a wheelchair to get him out of the room and outside. He also wasn't eating as much or interested in much of anything. This is all pretty normal for somebody who's dying. I knew he was, and I knew he'd go pretty soon, but nobody else seemed to think so for some reason. Anywho, I asked Dad if he'd like a latte, and for the first time in a few days he said yes. I was excited he was interested. So I headed over to the cafe and got us both a coffee, headed right back. I walked into the room and said, "Got your coffee, Dad?" I noticed Dad was staring at the far corner of the room. He looked from the corner of the room to me when I walked in. Then after I spoke, he looked back to the corner, back to me, and said, "What about Mom?" My mom died in 2008. Now, since I've seen ghosts and had a bunch of weird experiences, I'm all aboard on this train. And without missing a beat, I look at the corner and at him and I say, "I can get a coffee for Mom, no worries." Dad looked from me to the corner, back at me. The reality clearly dawning on him, then quickly shook his head. While my dad did have some confusion when he first came to this place, he settled down pretty quick, and he didn't see anything else that he mentioned and was lucid right up to the end. I'd like to think that Mom came to see him off. Who pulled my clothes? Going back to when I was 6.
We lived on a house that we rented here in the Philippines. Many people were saying that our house was haunted by a family who was massacred in the past. Some say that there is also a demon living in our house. Some say that our house is said to be unlucky. We didn't believe about it, and we don't have a choice because that house is the cheapest house rental we could find since we have financial problems at that time. When we moved there, it was just fine and cozy. Not until weeks had passed when we started experiencing paranormal activities such as turning the lights on and off, seeing a white lady standing at the top of the stairs and sitting on a ceiling fan, an old man sitting in the front of our house and hearing strange footsteps, children laughing, sudden disappearance of things, etc. We were spooked out by it because that was the first time me and my parents experienced those paranormal activities. Until one time when my mom was on the second floor folding clothes. I can still remember it clearly. She had ordered me to bring her glasses from the living room to the second floor. I was just climbing the stairs when suddenly I saw a hand on the stairs. I was shocked to see a pale white hand, but it suddenly disappears. When I was about to continue to climb upstairs, someone pulled my clothes that results in me to fell down the stairs that results in me to have stitches on my head. I was in a coma for a whole week. My last memory before I lost consciousness is that my mom was rushing down the stairs to get me and I saw someone behind her back, but I can't clearly remember his figure and face. Feels like it was blurred from my memory. So yeah, until now I'm still overthinking and wondering who was the one that pulled my clothes, wanting me to fall down the stairs. I clearly remember dying. Why am I still alive? I want to say this before I start. I'm a 28-year-old female, healthy of body and sound of mind. I don't do drugs, I don't drink, and I'm not under any form of medication. I haven't experienced anything paranormal in my life, except for that one dorm room in which I lived back when I was in college. Even then, I never saw anything, just felt something, which my roommates also experienced at the time. With that out of the way, I'm going to tell you exactly what I went through. A week ago, about 2 in the afternoon, I'm coming down the stairs and from the second floor to the first floor in order to feed my dog and cat. With startling clarity, I remember tripping. I tripped on the way down, falling and breaking my neck. I have the recollection of that event in my brain, which is the weirdest part. Next thing I knew, it was almost as if somebody pressed a rewind button, and I was back halfway through the stairs. Only this time I didn't trip. I walked down normally, and once I reached the first floor, I felt so weird, like I was almost outside of my own body for a moment. I freaked out for a while, and I started to question my sanity. Eventually, I moved past what happened, fed my pets, and just kind of busied myself with paperwork. That day, my cat, who's usually very aloof, kept following me around the whole day, staring at me constantly. He even slept on the bed that night. He doesn't usually do that. I have no way to explain what happened. Was it a hallucination? What kind of experience is even this? My friend knows he's about to die. I, a female 29 at the time, have a friend. Let's call him Wilson. He's a 42-year-old male at that time. He's my gay best friend. He frequents my condo whenever he's bored or just needs company. We'd stay up all night drinking coffee, telling stories, or coming up with the one, and, well, he's a film producer. It was December of 2019. We're talking about paranormal, as we'd want to do a really good scary short film for a local short film fest. We got to talking about our personal experiences.
I don't really have much, as I'm not sure if I believe in it. I'd say I'm open to the idea. There really are things we can't explain with science or logic, but anyway, he told me about this lady he sees in his dreams or in places with bad juju. He says she's always around just waiting for him, and somehow she seems to appear closer than in the past years. The lady had been with him since his college days, apparently. Then he says he feels like she's coming for him, and his time is near. We both fell silent, and then laughed it off. Then COVID came. He got it during the first wave when COVID was at its most potent. He called me when he was in the hospital. Can't really visit him since there was a strict protocol during the time, and all we could do is exchange voice messages. He survived it the first time. We were both happy, of course, and I told him we'll celebrate as soon as restrictions eases. There were lockdowns in our country. A month after, he told me the lady's a lot closer in his dreams now, and that he's afraid his time would be any time soon. Passed away a couple of days after that message. Miss him every day. My aunt's funny/creepy paranormal encounter. Floating panties. My aunt told me this about 2 months ago. I just shared it with you all since it's funny yet creepy. For a quick backstory, my aunt lives with my grandmother in Fresno, California. The house they live in has been known for paranormal activity, but it doesn't happen too often. Most of the time, they don't see or hear anything, but every once in a blue moon they will. You could say it's a very quiet, laid-back ghost, until this incident. So she begins to tell me how she had to come back from buying groceries one afternoon. Just a regular, simple day. After putting the groceries away, she'd hop into the shower. After getting out, she then proceeds to walk back into her bedroom, opens her closet door, and no joke, she literally sees her thong underwear floating in midair inside of the closet. Like, literally floating, as if someone was holding them with one finger and let them droop down. I couldn't help but to laugh at this when she told me. It was as if the spirit knew that's what she needed to put on next after getting out of the shower. And all the articles of clothing, like why did it choose to hold up a thong? Hilarious. She was very tickled by this, hopefully not literally, but also extremely creeped out and shook. She tried looking around the floating panties to see if they somehow got caught on a string or was hooked on something, but nope, nothing. She then grabbed the panties and actually wore them, which makes the story even funnier. Her response to this experience was, I guess the spirit was trying to pick out which underwear they wanted me to wear for the day. I don't know if I should be scared or thankful. Me neither. I saw a shadow woman in my kitchen. This was a usual night for me, late at night playing the game, no lights on, and the only person awake. Had to have been playing with my buddy for hours at this point, and both of us were tired, and it was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, so he hopped off. I was thinking of doing the same, so I was just sitting in the home screen about to turn off the Xbox, till I hear my name get called out from behind me. At first, I thought it was my mind playing tricks on me. To be fair, I was half awake, so I gave it no mind. Then again, I hear Aiden. When I heard this, it woke me up like I just got water thrown on me. I'm sitting on the couch, staring kind of behind me in a pretty much pure darkness, waiting to see something for like a solid minute. Eventually, I snap out of it and say, "Mama?" No response, so I started walking to my mom's room, and I get there, and you have to walk past the kitchen, and that's when I see it. A silhouette of a woman sitting on the ground, back to the wall, knees to her chest, and hands covering her face. I didn't know what to think, I just froze.
When I finally snapped out of it, I just full-on sprinted toward my room, and me and my mom's room is pretty much right next to each other's, and I slammed the door, got underneath my covers. Then my mind starts to try and make an understanding of all this. Was I seeing things, or was there really something in the kitchen, and who was that? None of it made sense. There couldn't have been anyone there. I was sitting in the living room right by the front door. I had to have been seeing things. But then it hit me. It said my name. How could it have known my name? Somehow I ended up sleeping that night, and I still don't know what to believe years later. We moved out of that place. Nothing's happened since. I saw hooded figures sat around my dining table. When I was about 12, maybe 13, I was going through a period of sleepwalking quite a lot. Sometimes I'd remember bits of it, but sometimes my mom or sister would tell me they saw me walking around the night and brought me back to bed. This one particular occasion, I woke up on our sofa downstairs in complete darkness. After going to sleep in my bed upstairs, I guess you can imagine my confusion. The lounge area also connects to my dining room, and as I sat up and looked around, I could just about see what looked like people sat around the table. I just remember freezing at this point and felt absolutely terrified. For some bizarre reason, I eventually stood up and started to walk toward the dining room to get a better look. I genuinely have no idea why I did this or why I felt drawn toward it. And as I got closer, I could see figures sat around the table on each chair wearing long black cloaks with hoods pulled over their heads. Their faces were completely black, kind of like the ring wraiths in Lord of the Rings. I just stood there staring at them, and then one of them slowly turned their back to look directly at me. This was a bit much for me. I ran as fast as I could upstairs, shouting for my mom and saying people were downstairs. We came downstairs together a few minutes later, turned the light on, and no one was there. I told this story a lot, but nobody has any answers. I don't think it can be answered, to be honest. I'm not sure if they were some type of spirit, but I also appreciate that I could have still been in a dream state, projected my dream into reality. And as I've grown older, I've also read a lot about the possibility of alternate universes. This is another possibility, I suppose. Either way, it was bloody scary. Daughter met a younger version of her grandmother. Or perhaps great-grandmother. Back in March of 2021, my 18-year-old daughter was overwhelmed by an experience that she had on a shuttle. She'd fallen asleep during her 4-hour journey, and when she awoke, 2 other passengers had gotten on. One of them, a man, sat in front of her, and the other, a young, beautiful woman with braided hair, sat beside her smiling. The woman spoke to her, asking, "Young lady, do you know who I am?" My daughter looked at her closely and said, "No." The woman smiled and said, "I'm your Nana that raised you when you were little." My daughter looked more closely at her and realized it was a very young version of her great-grandmother. She had seen photos of her when she was younger, but the woman looked even younger than the photographs. And she had a glow to her. She started to cry, and the woman said, "Be strong, wear a smile, and carry on." The shuttle stopped minutes later. The man seated in front got off and walked in one direction, and the young woman got up to leave as well. She told my daughter, "I have to go now. Take care of yourself." She got off the shuttle and disappeared. The words "wear a smile and carry on" are from my grandmother's favorite song, "Till the Lights of London Shine Again." And it's something that she always said to us. Or she'd sing a few lines from it when saying goodbye to us. "Don't you cry when I'm gone, wear a smile and carry on, till the lights of London shine again." So, was this her younger reborn spirit that my daughter encountered? Still unsure what to make of it. My grandmother passed in 2013. I like that one.
Ball flew across my yard by itself. This was a weird one. Friday night, I had some of my family over in my backyard for a social distanced dinner. My parents brought their 5-month-old puppy, 6 pounds, and I have a larger 2-year-old dog. I was playing with the dogs and brought 2 balls over to where the smaller puppy was hanging out and set them down. An orange-blue ball and a purple ball. I'm squatting down there in the grass. Both balls are on the ground and about 2 feet in front of me. Small pup is next to the balls, and my dad is sitting in a chair next to and above the small dog. I threw my dog one of the balls, the orange and blue one, and she ran to get it. And out of the corner of my eye, I see the purple ball get thrown toward the back of the yard. I assumed my dad threw it. He was sitting right there. But he didn't seem to acknowledge that he threw it or ask the pup to go fetch. So after hesitating a moment, I asked my dad if he had thrown the other ball. He said, "What ball?" I said, "The purple ball that's right there." And again, he had no idea what I was talking about. At this point, I'm a little weirded out, and I go to the back of the yard, about 40 feet back. And sure enough, the ball was back there in the ground. And I again, very confused, explained to my dad what happened. But he didn't see it get thrown and didn't know what happened. No chance the puppy could move the ball that far. She's tiny at 6 pounds. Nobody else is nearby or even paying attention. We've experienced some other strange things in the apartment, and even in the backyard, but this definitely is one of the strangest. My very first experience seeing a ghost. When I was about 5 or 6 years old, I used to sleep in a small room with my mom. We shared the same bed and room. The room didn't have a door. The room was also about 8 by 8 feet. It was small. There was also a small bed and a wardrobe. It was also my grandma's house. One night I wake up during the night and noticed a lady standing and floating, watching me by the door. Her face was blurry and her body was a sort of a long white dress, kind of like a wedding dress. Maybe a gown. When I noticed her, I wasn't scared or feeling anything scary. I was just staring at it as well. I also tried to wake up my mom, saying, "Mom, there's a lady at the door." She would just ignore me and didn't want to look at it. A few more seconds of me staring at it went back to bed. The next morning, I tell my family about it during breakfast. But everybody ignored me and told me it was part of my imagination or a dream. As I grew older, my older cousins would tell me that paranormal stuff always happened in that house. During nighttime in the kitchen, utensils would start making noise and plates would be moved around as well as cups, as if someone was cooking. Then one time, one family member told me that my grandma's mom used to live in that house. Used to sleep in the room I slept with my mom when I was young. She also passes away in her sleep in that room. So after years of wondering what I saw, I finally had closure. My dead great-grandma visited me. She never met me before and just wanted to say hi. I also feel like she looks out over me. I heard my aunt's voice, but she was already dead. A few months before she passed away, my auntie, who was around 60 at the time, seemed healthy when I last saw her, though she had lost a bit of weight. She was close to my mom, her best friend, and had always been a big part of my childhood. We went on trips together, and she'd always join us for Christmas. When I noticed her weight loss, she seemed happy about it, so I didn't think much of it. One weekend, I was visiting my boyfriend, staying at his aunt and grandparents' house in a different city. That morning, I woke up to her voice in my head say, "Good morning, campers, good morning, campers." something my auntie used to say to annoy us and get us out of bed. I literally turned to my boyfriend and asked, "Did you hear that?" He looked confused and said no. I brushed it off as weird, but didn't think much more of it. Later that day, I asked to use the house phone to call my mom for Mother's Day. When she answered, she sounded upset, like she was crying. I wished her Happy Mother's Day, and she said it's not a Happy Mother's Day. When I asked why, she told me my auntie had died. I was in complete shock. I had no idea that she was ill or anything was wrong. Apparently, her husband had gone to the pub the night before and came home quietly, not wanting to wake her. When he woke up in the morning, he realized she was gone. She had been unwell, but hadn't told anyone or sought treatment, preferring to keep it to herself. I feel her. What's strange is that I'd hear her voice that morning, not knowing she had passed or even that she was sick. It was the same auntie I'd heard saying, "Good morning, campers." Never experienced anything like that before or since. It made me think there's more to life after death. My cousin's soul visited my mother the day he died. In 2017, I lost a cousin. He previously had eye cancer from which he had recovered, but then relapsed, transformed into a brain cancer. The last month of his life was very complicated. He was stuck in a hospital, kind of a bed at home. Couldn't really talk and had child behaviors. His brain couldn't even control his throat to make water and food go through his throat instead of to his lungs, so he had to eat gelled water. So the day he died, I was on the phone with my other cousin's daughter, and she and her mother was about to go in holidays. But just before they go, my cousin's, the sick one's, wife called them to tell that my cousin is not breathing, and she called the emergency. So they ran to his apartment, maybe 2 or 5 minutes away from them. After a couple minutes, my cousin's daughter called me back and told me that he just died. After consoling her, I went to my mom's room and tried to tell her. I didn't have time. I just said, "Hey, Mom." And she cut me, saying, "I know he died." I was like, "How the hell did you know it?" She explained to me that she felt a presence near her and then she heard him calling her. I was shocked and didn't know what to say. My cousin was younger. He died at the age of around 40. He liked my mom a lot, and my mom liked him too. She took care of him and his sisters when they had family worries and educated them a little. Nobody called my mom or sent a message to tell her. And today I still don't know what to think about it. Something is really wrong in this place. Me and my family recently moved into a new house. Immediately, the house just doesn't feel right. Maybe it's because this is my first time moving, but still, it was just wrong. 2 weeks and everything was fine, except I kept having these dreams of a child and dark figures. That's when it started. Woke up from the nightmare, and I was used to them at this point. Still creepy, though. And I hear this tapping on my window. Sounded like a thumb just tapping the window. I had this sense of pure dread. The tapping was also in a rhythm. It went 3 taps, then 2, then 2 again, then 1. It continued like that until sunrise. Never felt whatever it was that night, and it was the first and last time that happened. But this next one was the one that got me to write this. So I'm clearing the house all day, and I watch a good bit of TV shows. And suddenly, out of nowhere, it hits me. The dread, and I don't know why, but I'm on edge. I go to my room, and I check if anybody's there, because I'm hearing sounds. Nothing. Before I leave, I turn the light in my room, and there, this being, this humanoid, but darker than dark. It was endless. The darkness. I was standing in pitch black, yet I saw it clearly. I immediately closed the door and leave the house for a drink. I'm writing this asking if you've had any similar experiences, and if my only choice is to just move. Something was there. Strange encounter about 15 years ago. The wife and I were recently married, and about 3 months living in the second-floor apartment of a 4-family house. I'm a very light sleeper, and I can wake up to the sound of a pin dropping. One night must have been like 1 a.m. I'm awoken by what sounded like footsteps running, but like kids' steps, lighter stomps and closer together. We don't have any kids, and there's no one above us. I sat up on my bed to listen for another minute or so. Didn't hear anything else and went back to sleep. A couple of minutes later, I got this strange sense that something was in the room with us. I didn't hear or see anything. It was just like a sixth sense telling me there was something in the room with us. I opened my eyes, and the room was fairly dark. I was fixated on the foot of the bed, even though I didn't see anything, but for some reason I was focused on that area. And then it happened. I felt this cold rush through my entire body. The room was still dark, but had this blurry blue hue to it. Blurry as if my vision was vibrating and I was paralyzed. I couldn't move, I couldn't speak. I remember trying to turn to my wife and wake her, but I was stuck. So I tried as hard as I could to say something, and the only thing that came out of my mouth was, "What?" This whole ordeal lasted about 10 seconds, and I didn't mention it to my wife as we were newly married. Didn't want her to think she married a nut. What the hell happened? Is this what sleep paralysis feels like, or was something else going on? Happened only that one time. Nothing remotely close to this has happened since. The encounter that made me fully believe. For years, I felt that paranormal was only something you saw in movies and TV shows. Don't get me wrong, I've always thought that these things were not outside the realm of possibility. I just never had something to affect me so directly that I saw it as undeniable proof. It was just a few years ago now. I was walking back to my room from my parents after talking to them. There's 2 halls in my house that connect in the shape of an L. My house is right at the joint, or rather, my room is right at the joint of the L. And as I entered the connecting hallway at that joint, I heard very clearly and very distinctly my name whispered right into my right ear. It was clear enough that I could almost feel the breath on my ear. At first, I assumed it to be one of my family members, but it was quickly ruled out as my 2 siblings were asleep in their rooms and nowhere near me. It was so startling that I just jumped forward and spun around, slamming my back into the wall to look to see who said my name. After calming down a bit, I realized another thing about this voice. It was the voice of a young girl. The only woman in my house is my mother, and she was in her room in bed reading. Nowhere near me. I have no sisters, nor were there any other girls in our house then or now. It was a voice I didn't recognize either, so it wasn't me imagining someone else's voice. There's no way to explain it for me. Even now, thinking about it, I feel a chill up my spine. And since then, I've not had another encounter like that in my home. I'm unsure how to explain it. I heard it so clearly. Dreaming of the future. Since I was a child, I've had these weird dreams. Dreams where I saw myself in a situation of everyday life, like washing dishes or sitting on a couch. And after a short while,
Some kind of disaster would happen that would kill me in my dream. Like a bus would impact the car I'm riding, or someone would approach me and stab me. And just before I could wake up, just before I could feel it, I wake up. Now here's the part that kind of weirds me out. Some variable time later, days, weeks, or months, or even years, I get to see the same frame. The last scene that went through my eyes just before said incident happened and ended my life. But the difference is that this time such thing doesn't happen. The bus I'm traveling in doesn't crash, and the person who shoots me isn't there at all. I could compare the experience to watching a picture. My memory remembers that dream I had when I get to see that last frame before disaster. I don't want this post to sound like I got superpowers or some kind of made-up thing. I've always supposed this had an explanation. When I asked my students if they had similar experiences, some of them told me that they've been through that as well, minus the sudden incoming death ending. As an extra, I'd be infinitely grateful if you have experienced something like this, and share your experience. Or if you could explain to me why does this happen, and if there is any case, studies, or documents relating to it. Ghost encounter. Somebody please explain this to me. Okay, so here's what happened to me. Around 11:40 p.m., I'm driving myself to work. I always take the same freeway there. I always listen to the radio. I have it on 98.7 FM. Suddenly, on the exit before my usual exit from the freeway, the radio station switched not once but twice, and it wound up landing on 96.3 FM. I also have a rosary that's hanging in my rearview mirror. I'm on the freeway, so my rosary always swings backwards or forwards or side to side. However, when the radio station switched, my rosary was still. I remember staring at it, and my intuition told me not to touch it. Mind you, I'm going 65 or 70 miles an hour on the freeway. This experience lasted perhaps less than a minute. Creepy, right? What's creepier is before I got up to leave to work, I was taking a nap. I had a dream where Jewish people were in line to what appeared to be a food truck. I was in the front of the line, and the person at the counter was a priest. In front of me, he placed 2 bowls of holy water. He spoke a language to me I did not understand, and then dipped his fingers in the holy water and drew a cross symbol on my forehead. Then I dipped my finger and thumb in the holy water and made the cross symbol on myself. I was getting yelled at by everybody because they asked me to do it twice, and I woke up shortly after. I don't know if there's any significance there, but it was weird. Then the whole experience driving to work happened. She's still watching. She jumped. The thud echoed in the silence. I rushed to the balcony. My heart was pounding. Down below, a woman lay still on the ground. Her body twisted in a way that didn't look right. Her dress spread out around her. I didn't know her. I'd never seen her before. How did she get onto my balcony? Fear took over as I rushed downstairs. When I reached the spot, she was gone. No body, no blood. Just an empty street like nothing had happened. Had I imagined it? Then in the corner I saw something. The dress, the same dress she had been wearing when she jumped, was just lying there. But she was nowhere to be found. No one around had seen anything. No one saw her fall. Was it a hallucination, a trick of my mind? Days passed. Couldn't stop thinking about it. Who was she? Why did she jump? Where did she go? Questions haunted me. Every night I had the same nightmare, body hitting the ground over and over.
Then, one hot summer afternoon, I came home from school, tired. Stepped onto the balcony for some fresh air, and that's when I saw her, standing in the middle of the road, wearing the same dress. She slowly turned to face me. Then she smiled. A twisted, unnatural grin that didn't belong on a living person. My chest tightened. I couldn't move. She was waiting for me. Ghost cat? Or what are we dealing with here? We purchased a home this last fall from 1910. And while this isn't our first spiritually inclined house, this is one completely different from our other one. We have a variety of things that occur here. First off, I found the closet doors in the master bedroom to be very creepy. So we removed them, put up curtains to match the vintage style of the house, but before the curtains were put up, we would find our clothes strewn about the room, which is stopped since the curtains went up. The door from the kitchen to the laundry room opens at will, and it's happened when others hear. One woman commented, "Do you have a cat?" Now I've tried to monitor weather patterns, time of day, and what we're doing, and there seems to be no system here. It just happens. You can close it tightly and bam, walk away and it opens. Sometimes once and sometimes multiple times. Now here's the biggest thing we often hear, what we think is something like an animal walking or perhaps a small child. Friend did ask me who the little boy was in our yard one day. We have no children in our area. Sometimes the walking is so loud, and so we ordered a snake camera and have investigated the floors, walls, ceilings, and we find nothing but feathers, fur, and insect corpses. Maybe some animal duty or whatever. But nor is there evidence of secret walls or people living in them. We've pushed and pulled on everything. Now this morning, sitting in the living room, the lid of a canter I used to fill the coffee machine suddenly popped off and landed in the middle of the kitchen floor. Healthcare worker hauntings. Any of my fellow healthcare workers have experiences? I'd feel like the best stories I've heard have occurred in hospitals or nursing homes. Yeah, I sort of second that. I have a few, but here's my favorite experience I shared with a coworker. I worked trauma ICU for years, and as you can imagine, we saw horrific and heartbreaking situations. We saw many deaths that were unexpected. I worked night shift mostly. On this occasion, it was a middle-aged woman who was run over by a train. Surgery was attempted, but she ultimately succumbed to her injuries when she was in the ICU. My coworker and I were doing post-mortem care. We were cleaning her up the best we could before bagging the body and taking her down to the morgue. This room had large windows, and I remember looking outside the city skyline as my coworker was trying to toe tag. Or tying on the toe tag. Excuse me. But there was a figure standing between us and in the window reflection. I remember blinking a few times, thinking maybe my eyes were misinterpreting the reflection of my coworker and I. But there she was, a woman that looked just like the patient standing in between us. She was moving her shoulders like she was sobbing. My coworker noticed me looking out the window and looked for herself. I could also see her blinking, trying to make sense of what she saw. We then turned to each other as if to see if she could see something physically standing between us. We saw nothing. Turned back to the window reflection and the figure was gone. Took a break in post-mortem care after that. The little girl in the kitchen. To give some context, my apartment in Los Angeles was haunted. I believe that it may have been a portal. I could get more into that in a later discussion. Some details. The apartment was a 2-bedroom, 1 bath with long hallways. The kitchen kind of resembled a hallway of sorts. Both walls were covered in cabinets and appliances to the left and right, which connected to another hallway. That's where the bedrooms, living room, and bathroom were, connected in this hallway. Now for a little ghost story. This would happen often throughout the years that I lived there. At night, when returning home from work, all the cabinets had been closed. The house was quiet. I would go to the living room or my bedroom and hang out for a bit. When I would come out to get something from the kitchen or go to the restroom, all the cabinet doors would be open at the same angle. Not one was closed. You had cabinets down below and high up. All of them would be open. One time, coming home from work, I went in through the entry. I noticed all the cabinets opened again. This time, though, I saw a little girl in a dress. She was standing in the hallway and walked off into the living room direction. She had pigtails and an older-style cream-colored dress, maybe in the early 1900s. She would often make herself known by talking, giggling, moving things. It was repetitive. She was just a child and seemed to enjoy herself and have fun like a child. She didn't seem malicious at all. It's time to share what happened to me 6 years ago. So I just found the sub, and I thought I'd share one or two of my stories on here. So 6 years ago, I was homeless. It was just me and my cat in the woods. I used to live in this wooded area that over the years had a lot of suicides via jumping off the cliffs that led to the ocean, and a lot of OD or murders of homeless people in the past. Let me explain this area first. So it's all craggy cliffs with a thicket of trees and high bushes. A lot of people like to hike through it. Now, it sounds like a horror movie setup, and you're absolutely right. But I don't scare easy, and I wanted privacy for me and my cat. So one night I woke up at around 3 in the morning, and from what I would guess to be about 100 feet away, I heard this really beautiful singing. I woke up from it. I mean, it was very strange on how faint it was, but it woke me up instantly. Then out of nowhere, the singing stops. I'm in my tent with my knife drawn just to be sure, and it's 3 in the morning after all. Without hearing any footsteps, which would be impossible for my surroundings, I heard a damn woman's voice inches from my tent. "Is he awake?" I vocally said, "What the fuck?" Leapt out of my tent with a knife. Took me 5 seconds. I got out. No one was there. Not even a hint of anyone else. I had my light on, wide awake, nothing. After a cigarette and standing out there for a few minutes, I went back to bed. That was the only real spooky thing that's happened there. Some small things here and there, but never before sunset. My car froze over while I was driving. What could have happened? My car froze over while driving. What happened? My car was in the garage this morning, no frost anywhere outside. I was driving my car for 20 minutes before this happened. I was on the highway going 60 miles an hour, and it was 7 o'clock a.m., and it was 50 degrees Fahrenheit outside. Out of nowhere, a thick frost and ice covered my car. Felt like I drove through fog. My wipers couldn't wipe the glass. I opened my windows. My side view mirrors were ice. My dog was sneezing. My back window... "Are you okay, sir?" Where was I? Out of nowhere, a thick frost covered my car. I felt like I drove through fog. My wipers wouldn't wipe the glass. I opened my windows, and my side view mirrors were ice. My back window, I used my windshield fluid, and it barely helped. The rear defrost was working. I was on the fast lane and had to slow down because I couldn't see anything nor switch lanes. The cars passed by me, and they didn't have ice or frost on them, just on my car. Out of nowhere, my car defrosted, and it was back to normal. It wasn't even a slow defrost. It was like, bam, you can see again. What could this be? Well, I could answer that in two ways, but I need to go deal with my dog. Walter the Ghost Barista. Hi. Thought you guys would be interested in Walter, the mostly friendly ghost. He's a bit sassy sometimes, so that's why I say mostly. Anyways, the cafe I work at is in our historical downtown area. It's been around since the 1800s, so conceivably there could have been people who haven't moved on. Some of Walter's favorite activities are imitating coworkers' voices and saying our names. Waiting at the counter to bother us and then sighs when we don't pay attention to him. Giving out heebie-jeebies or feelings of being watched and generally spooky vibes. In the basement to people he's currently annoyed with, usually the new people. So far, I'm currently the only one to have seen Walter that I know of. I was in the basement taking my lunch break and I saw a shadow go by. Thought it was my coworker until I realized I never heard anyone come downstairs. I didn't hear anyone rustling around getting whatever they needed from the storage area. But at the end of my break, 30 minutes, I realized that whoever had come down had never gone back upstairs. I went upstairs, asked my coworkers if any of them had gotten downstairs while I was on break, and they all said no. Another one of my coworkers had the lights turned off on her in the basement too. Walter is 100% harmless. He's never done anything to hurt us or scare us badly. Most of us enjoy having him around, and we'll often tell him about the shitty customers when we go to the basement. Dead lady screaming at me. I rented a condo in Hawaii at the Hilton Turtle Bay on the north shore of Oahu. FYI, can get a condo for a week on the hotel grounds for cheaper than a 2-day stay at the hotel. I wish that applied to me. I arrived from Cali, put my stuff down, headed out for the beach. After dark, I came back and eventually went to bed. The main bedroom was upstairs. As I'm trying to go to sleep, a woman screams at me from a couple of feet away, telling me to leave. It was more like, get the fuck out. I'm shocked and I'm rattled a bit, and I say to myself, hypnagogic or whatever it's called, hallucinations. Try to make myself go back to sleep. Fall asleep and get screamed at again a few minutes later. Get out of the bed saying to myself, shit, rented a haunted condo. And then I say, I'm not leaving. I paid for a week. Leave me alone. I won't sleep in your bedroom, but I'm not leaving. The next day, my good friend shows up, and I tell him that he can sleep in the main bedroom. He gives me a calculating look. So that night, after some fun adventures, we head upstairs to go to sleep. I sit on the couch watching the news. He comes walking down about 30 minutes later and says that I'm a serious dick for not warning him. I innocently ask him what he's talking about. He says some lady was screaming at him upstairs. I crack up and tell him he's going to have to sleep on the couch then. Auschwitz Paranormal Experience. First of all, as soon as I stepped through the gates, I felt an immediate heaviness on my shoulders. My ears began to ring, silencing out pretty much everything else. It was the type of ring you get when your flight lands. Except this lasted the whole time. The air was so still, it was so silent and extremely eerie. During our tour, I believe there was an issue with the transmitter as it was quite muffled to begin with. I thought the sound of crying and muffles were because of the poor quality headphones. However, after taking my headphones off, I can 100% be sure that I was hearing cries of children and women. The cries were very quiet, but I could hear them. They continued throughout the whole tour sorry, the German word surprises me each time. Throughout the whole tour at Auschwitz, until the final stop, the gas chambers and the crematorium. Since those points, I no longer heard any cries, but the heaviness and stillness was still there. Following the tour, as soon as I left Auschwitz, I had a severe throbbing headache, like a full ring of tension around my head. I never usually get headaches until dealing with a lot of emotional distress, and even then they never get as bad as this. A psychic back in October told me that I was extremely sensitive to spirit, and that I have supernatural abilities. Has anybody had a similar experience?